Chapter 1. The Transmigration. God Itachi. As Lin Feng opened his somewhat heavy eyelids in the spacious and brightly lit room, the figure standing by the bed left him momentarily stunned, followed by an exclamation of shock. Zaizwa, you're awake? Upon seeing his brother Sasuke awaken, Uchiha Itachi, clad in black attire, expressed his delight. It's truly God Itachi. God Itachi, please give me your autograph. I admire you so much. I adore you. Ignoring Itachi's previous address, Lin Feng, oblivious to whether he was dreaming or not, embraced Itachi and shouted with excitement. Naturally, any other Naruto enthusiast would display similar fervor, for Uchiha Itachi is undeniably one of the most popular characters in the Naruto series. Some Itachi fans even proclaim slogans like "In this life, I have no regrets loving Itachi. He is my one and only male deity in this two-dimensional realm," which is a testament to their admiration for him. God Itachi? Sasuke, doesn't it seem a bit inappropriate to refer to your brother in that manner? Itachi regarded Sasuke, who was clinging to him tightly, with a bemused expression. Sasuke? When Itachi once again called out Sasuke's name, Lin Feng suddenly felt a flicker of clarity. He released Itachi and gazed around in confusion. Utilizing the mirror on the desk, when he caught sight of his own reflection, Lin Feng's expression abruptly changed. No one could fathom the tumultuous shock surging within Lin Feng's heart at that moment. I'm 13 years old. Why am I so short? And isn't this Sasuke's appearance as a child? How'd I end up here? Wasn't I just napping in the dormitory of Luji No. 1 high school? Could it be that I have transmigrated? A look of incredulity flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng, have actually transmigrated into the world of Naruto? And moreover, I have become Sasuke? Lin Feng, hailing from Luji in Sichuan province, China, was an orphan who had worked diligently from a young age and ultimately gained admission to a prestigious school, Luji No. 1 high school. Aside from excelling academically, Lin Feng's sole passion was watching anime, with Naruto being his absolute favorite. He possessed an extensive understanding of the plot, characters, and jutsu, even penning numerous acclaimed analytical posts and articles, earning him the nickname Little Kishimoto among his classmates. Though passionate about Naruto, Lin Feng had never anticipated that a mere afternoon nap would lead him here, let alone as the fated Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, what's the matter? Is your fever still present? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing Sasuke standing in a daze with an unusual expression, Itachi placed his hand on Sasuke's forehead, expressing concern. Sasuke was unwell today, prompting Itachi to take a day off from the Umbu to care for his little brother, so he naturally hoped that illness would not continue to afflict him. Feeling the warmth of Itachi's hand on his forehead and gazing into his gentle eyes, Lin Feng was unexpectedly moved, his nose slightly tingling. Although he was not the true Sasuke, in this world, Itachi was indeed his blood-related brother. However, before Lin Feng could respond to Itachi, the door creaked open with a soft sound. As the door swung open, a man and a woman appeared. The man was dressed in the uniform of the Konoha guards, exuding an air of sharpness and strictness, while the woman, clad in somewhat simple attire, had a beautiful face that radiated warmth and gentleness. They were none other than Sasuke and Itachi's parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Gazing at Uchiha Mikoto's warm smile, Lin Feng's nose turned slightly red, and his eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. In the world of Earth, he had often been bullied by classmates who would derisively call him the bastard without a father or mother. Now, in a world of Naruto, he would no longer have to endure such painful words. "Dad, Mom." Wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, Lin Feng gazed at his parents with trembling voice. It's worth noting that on Earth, he could only call out a few words in dreams, and even then, it was directed at indistinct figures, having never met his biological parents. "Sasuke, for dinner, Mom will prepare your favorite eggplant and bonito rice balls. I believe you'll recover soon." Seeing Sasuke's pitiful appearance, Uchiha Mikoto, thinking he was still unwell, approached and embraced him, offering comfort. "There's no need to coddle Sasuke like that, it's just a cold, isn't it?" Observing his wife's actions, Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms over his chest and muttered, Sasuke had a high fever this morning. I was most concerned about you. Were it not for Itachi staying behind to take care of him, you would have had to take him to the hospital. Hearing her husband's mutterings, Uchiha Makoto shook her head and chuckled lightly. Much like the Uchiha Fugaku depicted in the Naruto anime, Uchiha Fugaku was a strict father, his emotions rarely visible. While he appeared to favor Itachi over Sasuke, his paternal affection for both was equal, deeply caring for Sasuke as well. Caught off guard by his wife's revelation, Uchiha Fugaku became somewhat embarrassed, clearing his throat a few times before responding, "I'm not worried about Sasuke, I'm just concerned about his studies at the Ninja Academy." In response to Uchiha Fugaku's contradictory explanation, both Uchiha Makoto and Itachi couldn't help but laugh. Is this what family feels like? As an orphan who had never experienced familial warmth, Lin Feng was momentarily lost in thought while listening to their conversation surrounding him. Once, Lin Feng had fantasized about having a family, where a father and mother could scold him for mischief and reprimand him for mistakes, a household that might be noisy or impoverished, as long as it kept him from leaving home. Now, that fantasy had become reality, having transmigrated into the world of Naruto. Lin Feng not only had a family, but also an incredibly warm one. From this moment on, I am Sasuke. I have an older brother, a father, and a mother. Thank you, dear heavens, for your blessings, allowing me to transmigrate here. The happiness came so suddenly that the thought of starting anew brought a smile to Lin Feng's heart. In the Naruto anime, Sasuke's family was tragically depicted as Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto were murdered by their beloved son, Itachi, during the Uchiha clan massacre. Before Lin Feng's inner laughter could fully settle, a chilling realization struck him. Though I currently possess no strength, no ability, as long as I live in this world of ninjas, I will never allow anyone to harm my family. The events that transpired in the Naruto anime may continue to unfold in Lin Feng's life, yet it does not mean they cannot be reversed. Mom, Dad, brother, believe in me. I will train relentlessly to become the strongest ninja and change the fate of the Uchiha clan. I will not let you down. With his head bowed, Lin Feng silently gritted his teeth. Chapter 2: Shadow Clone Technique. As night fell, a full moon hung in the sky, casting silvery light upon the tranquil village of Konoha. After dinner, Sasuke eagerly dragged Itachi to the spacious courtyard to sit and chat. As a devoted fan, Sasuke had countless topics to discuss. In addition to asking some gossip questions, Sasuke gleaned valuable information during his conversation with Itachi. Sasuke learned that he was currently in the body of Sasuke at the age of 6, having just attended the Ninja Academy for only a few days, while Itachi was 11 and already a member of the Umbu. Based on this information and comparing it with the plot of Naruto, Sasuke began to understand the significant events that would soon unfold in Konoha. In 6 months, the Uchiha clan would conspire to rebel, but Uchiha Shisui would attempt to thwart this with his Kodoeme Tsukumi, only to be ambushed and have his right eye stolen by Danzo. After being ambushed by Danzo, Uchiha Shisui entrusted his left eye, the most potent Genjutsu Kodoeme Tsukumi, along with his ninja way to Itachi, before faking his own death by self-destructing his eye. Itachi witnessed Shisui's demise, successfully awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. According to Sasuke's previous analyses of Naruto, the reason the Uchiha clan was so easily exterminated hinged on one crucial figure, Uchiha Shisui, who possessed the strongest Genjutsu, celebrated as the strongest Genjutsu user and the mightiest Uchiha. Though Shisui, like his ancestor Uchiha Kagami, embodied the will of fire and was a staunch protector of the village, one must not overlook his deep love for his family. Had he survived, as the Uchiha clan's strongest combatant, he undoubtedly would have thwarted Danzo's plans for extermination. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui's influence on Itachi was profound. If Shisui were a protector of his clan, it was likely that Itachi would also take on that role. Without Itachi's position as a spy, it would not be a simple matter for Konoha's higher-ups to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Thus, to prevent the Uchiha clan from repeating its tragic fate, Sasuke resolved to use persuasion to draw Uchiha Shisui into the ranks of those who protect their clan, ensuring he understood that he was Uchiha Shisui, not merely Konoha Shisui. Certainly, regardless of how one attempts to persuade or convince, the foremost task for Sasuke is to prevent Danzo from seizing the eyes in 6 months' time. thereby safeguarding the fragile life of Uchiha Shursui. Otherwise, no matter how profound the analysis may be, it would be of no avail. The tragedy would inevitably unfold once more. Danzo's prowess and his standing within Konoha require no elaborate introduction to thwart Danzo. One cannot rely on others, only Lin Feng's own strength will suffice. I desperately need power right now. Having sorted through these thoughts, Sasuke lightly tapped his forehead, unable to restrain a heartfelt exclamation. "Sasuke, what are you pondering?" Just as Sasuke's words faded, Itachi's voice resonated nearby. "Brother, please teach me ninjutsu." With a blink, Sasuke turned his gaze towards Itachi, his eyes suddenly alight with hope. With a genius ninja like Itachi by his side, how could he not acquire strength? Ninjutsu? Taken aback by the request, Itachi paused momentarily before responding thoughtfully. "The Ninja Academy should also teach some basic ninjutsu, I believe." "Brother, I've only recently entered the Ninja Academy, and all I've learned thus far are theoretical foundations. To learn ninjutsu, it will likely take at least a year. I want to learn it now, please teach me." With a reluctant pout, Sasuke's youthful voice carried a tinge of pleading. Itachi was somewhat taken aback. He genuinely did not understand why Sasuke was so eager to learn ninjutsu. "Brother, you began learning ninjutsu at 6 and graduated from the academy at 7. I wish to follow in your footsteps and become an exceptional ninja as swiftly as possible. Moreover, once I master ninjutsu, I will no longer be bullied by others." Seeing Itachi still hesitating, Sasuke quickly employed his verbal persuasion, speaking rapidly without pause. With a smile, Itachi glanced at his eager younger brother, his lips curling into a grin before he suddenly shifted the conversation, asking, "Sasuke, which ninjutsu do you wish to learn?" Knowing that Itachi, who doted on him, would acquiesce, Sasuke leaped with excitement and promptly replied, "Brother, I want to learn the Shadow Clone Technique." The Shadow Clone Technique, a jutsu that creates tangible clones, differs from the ordinary clone technique in that these shadows can engage in combat. Furthermore, a notable characteristic of this technique is that all experiences encountered by each clone are relayed back to the original before their dissolution. Sasuke's desire to learn this jutsu stemmed from his wish to emulate Naruto, utilizing the shadow clones for training, thus allowing the experience gained to be multiplied by the number of clones. This was his path to rapidly enhancing his strength. The shadow clone technique? That of rank ninjutsu, it does come with a certain level of difficulty. Itachi hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly while rotating his dark pupils. "Brother, rest assured, I will study diligently." Narrowing his eyes slightly, Sasuke grinned with determination. Observing his brother's resolve, Itachi smiled appreciatively. He then raised his hands, bringing his index and middle fingers together to form a cross. "Shadow Clone Technique." With a soft exclamation, a cloud of mist appeared beside Itachi, dissipating to reveal a clone that mirrored him perfectly. "Is this ninjutsu? How impressive!" Gazing at Itachi's clone, Sasuke exhaled deeply, as if attempting to release the astonishment that overwhelmed him. His voice, which sought to maintain composure, was tinged with an unmistakable tremor. Previously, he had witnessed ninjutsu through a screen. Now, witnessing it live left him utterly exhilarated and astounded. The hand seal for this technique is Rin splitting your chakra in half will summon a clone. Ignoring Sasuke's astonishment, Itachi proceeded to explain the technique with utmost seriousness after demonstrating it fully. "I understand." After carefully reviewing Itachi's actions, Sasuke took a deep breath and quickly formed a Rin seal. "Shadow Clone Technique." Upon completing the seal, Sasuke shouted aloud. A cloud of mist rose beside him, but Sasuke's clone emerged as feeble as a piece of paper, ultimately collapsing to the ground. How could this happen? Staring at his frail clone, which could barely stand, Sasuke stumbled back in shock. "Haha, to be able to summon a shadow clone on your first attempt is already quite commendable. As for the clone's weakened state, it relates to the chakra distribution." Itachi, unfazed by Sasuke's clone's condition, chuckled gently. "Phew, it seems you'll need to practice this technique many times to master it." Sighing resignedly, Sasuke exhaled a breath of frustration. After his earlier attempt, Sasuke grasped that while evenly distributing chakra sounded straightforward, executing it was indeed profoundly challenging. Sasuke, to obtain something, one must naturally be willing to sacrifice something else, Itachi remarked with a calm smile. However, with your talent, you should be able to master it swiftly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nodded slightly, then gritted his teeth, once more channeling chakra within himself and forming the hand seals to activate the shadow clone technique. Sasuke executed the technique swiftly, but the outcome remained unchanged. The clone he summoned was still too weak to stand upright. The two failures ignited Sasuke's fierce determination as he proclaimed, "I refuse to believe I cannot learn this." After his exclamation, he commenced forming hand seals once more. Bang. Why isn't it working again? Bang. Darn it, I still can't get up. Bang. Another failure. How infuriating. I will master this. Standing beside Sasuke, Itachi observed his younger brother's relentless pursuit of ninjutsu despite repeated setbacks, a faint smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Chapter 3. Sakura. As the morning sun cast its light, Sasuke awoke from his slumber, still enveloped in the world of Naruto. I'm still in the Naruto universe. It seems I shall never return. Rising from his bed, he surveyed his room and chuckled, dispelling his earlier worries of waking up elsewhere. Swiftly donning his attire, Sasuke exited his dwelling, casually sampling the breakfast prepared by Makoto Uchiha before darting out the door. Itachi, being a member of the Umbu, had to report early for duty, while Fugaku Uchiha, the captain of the Konoha police force, arose even earlier. Thus, Sasuke was destined to embark on his journey to the Ninja Academy alone. Konoha Village, renowned as the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages, bustled with life. Though it was morning, the streets teemed with a vibrant crowd, alive with activity. Having seen these streets in the anime, Sasuke could not resist marveling at the throngs of people and the dazzling array of goods. Sasuke, good morning. Just as Sasuke was overwhelmed by the bustling crowd, a sweet voice called from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a youthful girl with pink hair and bright emerald eyes, clad in a crimson top. There was but one girl in Naruto who fit this description, Sakura Haruno, the disciple of Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, and Sasuke's future wife. In that moment, Sakura irradiated the exuberance of youth, reminiscent of a vibrant young girl from Earth, her unique aura setting her apart from others. Reflecting on the countless times he had hurt Sakura in the original series, Sasuke's gaze fell upon her youthful, cherubic face, and he vowed silently, in this world, I shall no longer harm you, nor shall I allow anyone else to do so. Good morning, Sakura. Out of courtesy, Sasuke offered her a mysterious smile. Sasuke just called me Sakura? Is this real? Stunned by his address, Sakura's blue eyes widened as she gazed at the gentle Sasuke, her heart racing with excitement. From the moment she first laid eyes on him, she had harbored a crush on the handsome boy, and his outstanding performance at the academy only deepened her admiration. Like many other girls enamored with Sasuke, Sakura yearned to train alongside him and share conversations. However, Sasuke's aloof demeanor often left her feeling dejected, as he rarely spoke to anyone and frequently rebuffed her attempts at connection. Yet today, Sasuke seemed transformed, even calling her Sakura, which filled her with uncontainable joy. If not for her desire to maintain a ladylike composure in his presence, she would have wanted to cheer in exhilaration. Sakura, shall we head to school together? Noticing Sakura's immobility, uncertain of her thoughts, Sasuke brushed his hair back and spoke with mild exasperation. Hearing the invitation to accompany him to school, Sakura's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This was the first time he had invited her after all their time together. With a shy nod, she clasped her hands behind her back and followed Sasuke as they made their way toward the academy. Sakura, you should be aware that after we graduate from the Ninja Academy, we will be assigned to different classes and then follow our respective teachers on missions, Sasuke remarked, his hands resting behind his head as he strolled leisurely. Yes, Iruka-sensei has mentioned that, Sakura replied softly, her pace steady. Do you wish to be in the same class as me? Sasuke instinctively inquired, a question that seemed futile. Yet he felt compelled to pose it for the sake of his plans. Without a hint of hesitation, Sakura Haruno joyfully replied. Although it was somewhat premature to discuss class assignments, Sakura fervently hoped that Lady Luck would smile upon her, allowing her to be placed in the same class as Sasuke, thus enabling her to remain by his side for an extended period. I plan to graduate from the Ninja Academy within 3 months. If you truly wish to be in the same class as me, then let us strive together. Sakura's response was predictable, prompting Sasuke to halt his steps and address her earnestly. He did not wish to dismantle the trio of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in Team 7 merely because he had traversed time. Instead, he aspired for Naruto, Sakura, and himself to graduate together and become Genin. What? Graduating from the Ninja Academy in just 3 months? As Sasuke's words echoed in the air, Sakura Haruno's mouth fell agape, her delicate cheek stiffening, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Sasuke. Were it not for the fact that these words emanated from his lips, she would have thought him mad. In the Ninja Academy, the average student requires 5 to 6 years to graduate. Even the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, took 4 years to complete his studies. And even Itachi Uchiha, hailed as a prodigy, spent a year in training. Thus, the notion of graduating in merely 3 months seemed nearly impossible, given the vast knowledge a ninja must acquire. After a considerable pause to quell her astonishment, Sakura finally managed to stammer, "Graduating in 3 months? That's too difficult. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it." "Sakura, you can certainly achieve this," Sasuke encouraged. "Did you know that Kakashi-sensei graduated at the age of 5, became a nin at 6, and attained Jonin status by 12? We are already 6 years old. Graduating from the academy at this age is not an unreasonable expectation." Under Sakura's watchful gaze, Sasuke smiled gently and continued to offer his support. "But Kakashi-sensei is a genius ninja. How could I possibly compare to him?" Sakura replied, shaking her head, still lacking confidence. "What is a genius?" "A genius is someone who works tirelessly. If Sakura is willing to put in the effort, she too can become a genius." Sasuke's resolute words caused a subtle tremor to pass through Sakura Haruno's frame. With her lips slightly pursed, Sakura found herself at a loss for how to respond to Sasuke's sentiments. "Sakura, you are an intelligent and charming girl. I truly wish we could be in the same class. For my sake, do your best." A gentle smile graced his face as Sasuke, without hesitation, patted Sakura on the shoulder amidst her astonished gaze, before turning away and walking off. "Sasuke desires my presence by his side. Sasuke may possibly harbor feelings for me. Regardless of the cost, within 3 months, I shall undoubtedly graduate from the Ninja Academy." Standing in place, Haruno Sakura gazed at that handsome silhouette, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she whispered, "Sasuke, for you, I will strive with all my might." With that, Haruno Sakura hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 4. Naruto. The Ninja Academy is the foundational training ground for all ninjas. After completing the basic coursework, aspiring ninjas must pass a graduation examination to be assigned to various classes, where they will follow their mentors and undertake tasks suited to their respective skill levels. Founded by the second Hokage during a tumultuous era, the academy was established hastily. Over decades, it has expanded significantly, welcoming an increasing number of students. When Sasuke and Haruno Sakura arrived at the academy, a lively atmosphere enveloped the premises. In the center of the training field, a throng of students, mostly around the ages of 7 or 8, had gathered. Peering through the crowd, one could discern a burly upperclassman facing off against a diminutive boy with golden hair. It was immediately apparent that the boy was Naruto, the protagonist of the Naruto series, prompting Sasuke to tug at Sakura and hasten towards the scene. "Hey, Taisen, how dare you bully the younger students? Don't go too far." Naruto confronted the upperclassman, his voice tinged with anger. The situation unfolded as follows. Upon arriving at the academy that morning, Naruto discovered Taisen tormenting a younger student. True to his nature of standing up for the underdog, Naruto challenged Taisen directly. "Huh, what can you do about it? I can take you all on with a single punch." Taisen, appearing to be around 10 years old, crossed his arms and mocked Naruto with a derisive laugh. "You jerk." Clenching his fists, Naruto gritted his teeth and charged at Taisen. "You're asking for it." Seeing this, Taisen swung a punch, and their fists collided. Naturally, Naruto's strength paled in comparison to Taisen's, and the backlash sent him tumbling to the ground, rolling twice before coming to a stop. Rising from the dirt, disregarding the grime covering him, Naruto defiantly declared, "Taisen, I won T concede so easily. Haha, just now I used only a third of my strength. This time, I'll send you home to rest for a few days." Taisen laughed triumphantly, charging at Naruto with a sudden burst of speed, his fist clenched and aimed directly at Naruto's chest, a faint rush of wind accompanying his attack. Danger. The onlookers realized Taisen was unleashing his full power, and should Naruto be struck, he would surely sustain serious injuries. Nevertheless, as they were not well acquainted with Naruto, they refrained from risking their own safety to intervene, opting instead to watch with cold indifference. This is the end. As Taisen launched his surprise attack, Naruto, caught off guard and unable to defend himself, lamented internally. However, just as despair settled in, a figure surged through the crowd, swiftly seizing Taisen's fist and flipping the heavy upperclassman to the ground. Impressed gasps filled the air as the unexpected twist stunned all present, their eyes widening in admiration upon recognizing the newcomer. Sasuke's display of strength was indeed formidable. It was evident that his outstanding performance at the Ninja Academy stemmed from unseen dedication and effort, easily dispatching Taisen. Sasuke felt the residual power coursing through him and couldn't help but reflect on his journey. Growing up under the genius aura of his brother Itachi, Sasuke faced strict expectations from his father, who occasionally overlooked him in favor of Itachi. Perhaps Sasuke's relentless training was a quest for familial validation. "Sasuke, are you alright?" Approaching Sasuke, Haruno Sakura inquired with concern, her gaze fixed on him. Nodding towards Sakura, Sasuke then pointed at the unconscious Taisen, softly instructing, "Take him to the infirmary." Understood. A few students nearby exchanged no further words and promptly carried Taisen away. "Hey, Sasuke, how could you take down Taisen? He was my opponent." After Taisen was taken away, Naruto suddenly complained, standing beside Sasuke. Naruto's competitive spirit had long regarded Sasuke, who shone brightly at the Ninja Academy, as his foremost rival. To his surprise, Having been saved by Sasuke today left him feeling quite discontented. Before Sasuke could utter a word, Sakura, disregarding her image, retorted angrily, "Naruto, you fool. If it weren't for Sasuke's intervention, you would have been knocked down long ago. How dare you yell at him?" She continued, "I don't care about anything else. Since Sasuke has defeated my challenger, he must become my opponent." Perhaps intimidated by Sakura's fierce demeanor, Naruto's voice diminished considerably. Gazing at this protagonist from the Naruto anime, who shares a brotherly bond with Sasuke, the latter displayed a radiant smile. At that moment, as a seasoned fan, Sasuke had an abundance of words he wished to share with Naruto, yet the dreaded school bell rang. "Naruto, we must return to class now. After school this afternoon, I will provide you with an explanation." With no alternative, Sasuke could only raise his hands in exasperation. I'll be waiting for you this afternoon," Naruto huffed, turning to leave with an air of fearless bravado. Naruto. Witnessing Naruto's persistent troublemaking, Sakura could no longer tolerate his antics, appearing ready to confront him. Observing this, Sasuke quickly interjected, "Sakura, your current demeanor is not charming at all." "Sasuke, I am a gentle girl," Sakura replied. "I merely intended to frighten Naruto a little." As soon as Sasuke's words fell, Haruno Sakura instantly transformed, playfully sticking out her petite pink tongue, exuding an irresistible charm. "I understand, let's go." Sasuke chuckled softly and shook his head, then, accompanied by Sakura, Haruno made his way to the classroom. At the Ninja Academy, the curriculum primarily consisted of theory, training, insights, and practical application. As first-year students, the majority of their studies revolved around theoretical knowledge, with the exception of one afternoon class dedicated to the practice of throwing shurikens and kunai. Most of the time, Sasuke attentively listened to the ninja instructors. Although the theoretical lessons were somewhat tedious, Sasuke approached his studies with utmost seriousness, having traversed from the world of Earth. He felt an urgent need to acquire more ninja knowledge, particularly in preparation for graduation in 3 months. By the end of the day, Sasuke did not feel fatigued. Rather, he was surprised at how swiftly time had passed. Before he knew it, it was time to dismiss school, and students began to exit in groups, laughing and chatting as they headed home. After school, the first person to seek out Sasuke was, of course, Naruto, as they had arranged to meet in the morning. And Sasuke had no intention of evading him. After exchanging greetings with Sakura, Sasuke left the school gate alongside Naruto. Chapter 5. Persuading Naruto. Naruto, do you truly wish to challenge me? Sasuke inquired with a light chuckle as they walked home together. Absolutely. If I can defeat you, I will earn everyone's recognition, Naruto exclaimed, raising his fist with unrestrained enthusiasm. Sasuke was not surprised by Naruto's response. He understood the young boy's fervent desire for acknowledgement. Growing up as an orphan, Naruto had endured isolation and indifference, and upon entering the Ninja Academy, he was eager to alter his circumstances and prove himself. Naruto, I am willing to accept your challenge. But on one condition, you must graduate from the academy as a genin in 3 months, just like me, Sasuke stated with a smile after a brief pause. What? Become a genin in just 3 months? How is that even possible? Naruto exclaimed, seemingly taken aback, and his voice trembled slightly as he uttered the last 4 words. Although Naruto was not particularly clever, he was acutely aware that achieving the status of genin in 3 months was nearly impossible for him. Indeed, I plan to become a genin within that time frame. If I am a genin and you remain merely a student of the academy, you will have no grounds to challenge me, Sasuke replied calmly, observing the astonishment on Naruto's face. Sasuke, are you certain you can achieve the rank of genin in 3 months? I thought only 6th grade students could graduate to that level, Naruto questioned skeptically. I am most certainly capable, Sasuke nodded with a smile. Mastering the shadow clone technique significantly accelerates the training speed, making it quite feasible for him to meet the graduation requirements within 3 months. The greatest obstacle he might face would likely be the opposition from the higher-ups of Konoha regarding his graduation. However, considering Itachi's example, it should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Sasuke you. The confidence exuded by Sasuke momentarily stunned Naruto. Gazing at the dazed Naruto, Sasuke earnestly stated, Naruto, in this world, with sufficient effort, one can achieve their aspirations. If faced with a bit of adversity and lacking the courage to confront challenges, one will forever remain a timid coward. He paused slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips as he continued. By the way, Sakura is also preparing to graduate from the Ninja Academy in 3 months, just like me. She has accepted this challenge. What? Sakura actually intends to graduate from the Ninja Academy in 3 months? Naruto was once again taken aback. Indeed. Thus, Naruto, to earn everyone's recognition, one must demonstrate their abilities. Mere words are insufficient. If you cannot surpass Sakura, then you might as well live a life of shame, forever pitiful. With these words, Sasuke aimed to provoke Naruto further. As Sasuke's voice faded, Naruto's body trembled violently. His small face, adorned with whisker-like markings, now bore a somewhat fearsome grimace. Despite enduring the cold indifference and rejection from the villagers, Naruto possessed his own sense of dignity and boundaries, and Sasuke's subsequent remarks struck a painful chord within him. Sasuke, you bastard. Naruto will not fear any challenge. In 3 months, I too can graduate from the Ninja Academy. His teeth chattered as he clenched his fists. his dark eyes seemingly ablaze with determination. Having achieved the desired reaction, Sasuke amiably patted Naruto's shoulder, chuckling, "A man keeps his word." "Humph, spare me that. I'm going home to train. In 3 months, watch how I defeat you." Shoving Sasuke's hand away, Naruto swiftly turned and left, casting aside his parting words. Observing Naruto's retreating figure, a subtle smile curved Sasuke's lips. "Naruto, give it your all." With that, Sasuke chose not to linger any longer and turned towards the Uchiha clan S district. Following the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan's area had been isolated by the higher-ups of Konoha from the village center, relocating it to a remote corner. Thus, Sasuke's journey home required a considerable amount of time. As he spotted the familiar clan emblem adorning the streets, he knew he was nearing home. Sasuke. After wandering curiously for a while, just as Sasuke was preparing to head home for dinner, a resounding voice called from behind. Turning around at the sound, Sasuke beheld Uchiha Shursui, dressed in a dark high-neck short-sleeve shirt and carrying a small tanto on his back, standing behind him. "Shursui," Sasuke greeted with a smile. Initially, he intended to seek out Uchiha Shursui after becoming familiar with Konoha village in a few days, but he was pleasantly surprised by Shursui's unexpected appearance, which filled him with excitement. "How is your training at the Ninja Academy going?" Uchiha Shursui inquired with concern, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. "The curriculum at the academy is rather rudimentary. I plan to graduate as swiftly as possible." Sasuke shrugged his shoulders and replied candidly. "It took Itachi a year to graduate from the Ninja Academy. If you aspire to follow in your brother's footsteps, you must exert double the effort." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha Shursui smiled gently and then encouraged him. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement and then suddenly inquired, "Shursui, could you teach me the body flicker technique?" All techniques that enable rapid movement can be categorized as body flicker techniques, including high-speed taijutsu, elemental ninjutsu, and space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Shursui was proficient in 2 types of body flicker techniques, one that is executed directly, the taijutsu body flicker, the other requires hand seals, the ninjutsu body flicker. Why did Sasuke wish to learn the body flicker technique? Shursui was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's unexpected request, then countered. The body flicker technique is an essential skill for any ninja. It can deliver a lethal blow to the enemy in combat, and even if one cannot overpower the opponent. The ability to escape using the body flicker technique is quite advantageous. A smile graced Sasuke's face as he articulated his perspective on the body flicker technique. Hiki. Sasuke is quite astute. The body flicker technique is simple and effective, yet often overlooked by other ninjas. Nodding in agreement, Uchiha Shursui wholeheartedly endorsed Sasuke's viewpoint. Then, "Shursui, will you teach me the body flicker technique? No matter how arduous the training may be, I am determined to master it." With earnestness in his eyes, Sasuke expressed his resolve to learn the technique. "Very well, I shall first teach you the most basic form of the body flicker technique. Once you have grasped it, we can progress to the more advanced teleportation techniques." With kindness in his demeanor, Uchiha Shursui readily acquiesced to Sasuke's request without hesitation. "Excellent. Let us not waste any time and begin right away." Given Sasuke's current abilities, learning the fundamental body flicker technique was indeed appropriate, prompting him to exclaim with excitement. "Let us proceed to the woods. There is an ideal spot for training there." With a gentle pat on Sasuke's shoulder, Uchiha Shursui smiled warmly. "Understood." Nodding in affirmation, Sasuke followed Uchiha Shursui into the forest. Chapter 6. The body flicker technique. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, its golden rays illuminated the earth, casting a warm glow over a crystal-clear river that meandered gently through the grove, its soothing sounds echoing softly. Standing beside the river on a vacant patch of land, Uchiha Shursui retrieved a black belt adorned with unique markings from a spatial scroll and handed it to Sasuke. "Why is it so heavy?" Upon receiving the belt, Sasuke immediately sensed its unusual weight. Unlike an ordinary belt, it felt as though it weighed about 10 pounds. "Wrap it around your waist," Uchiha Shursui said, noticing Sasuke's expression, and smiled. "All right." Recognizing that this belt was likely crucial for his impending training, Sasuke promptly secured it around his waist. The body flicker technique can typically be practiced through high-speed running and rapid leaps. However, achieving optimal results necessitates the use of ninja tools. The belt you are wearing now is a weight-altering ninja tool. Its current weight is 5 kilograms, which will increase over time. Uchiha Shursui explained once Sasuke had fastened the belt. Training with added weight can be quite challenging initially, as individuals are accustomed to their body's natural weight. Once additional weight is introduced, every movement feels as though it encounters resistance, akin to swimming upstream in a river, which can be quite uncomfortable. However, after a period of adaptation, this sensation of resistance will gradually dissipate, accompanied by indescribable benefits. In combat, when ninjas remove the added weight, their bodies become remarkably light, allowing for an extraordinary increase in speed. Even executing the body flicker technique may become exceedingly effortless. "Indeed, that sounds like a splendid approach," Sasuke exclaimed after absorbing Uchiha Shursui's explanation. "All right, Sasuke, let us commence your training. Run from here to the large rock ahead, approximately 100 meters away, and complete it in 5 seconds. Uchiha Shursui pointed to a large boulder in front of Sasuke and instructed him. No problem. Nodding, Sasuke pressed off the ground and sprinted towards the rock. Time, 12 seconds. Despite Sasuke's determination, the sudden increase in weight hindered his speed. Upon reaching the boulder, Uchiha Shisui immediately announced the result. Shisui, once more. Naturally dissatisfied with the outcome, Sasuke clenched his fists and dashed away from the boulder, preparing to return to his original position. Time, 13 seconds. Exhaustion set in, and Sasuke's return took even longer than the first attempt. Hihi, I shall not concede easily. Let's go again. Breathing heavily, Sasuke, under Uchiha Shisui's watchful gaze, launched himself into another run. Time, 14 seconds. Time, 15 seconds. Time, 18 seconds. As twilight descended, after numerous back-and-forth runs, Sasuke finally reached his physical limit, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath like a windmill, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Sasuke, today's training ends here. You performed admirably. Approaching Sasuke's side and observing his fatigued state, Uchiha Shisui smiled. I performed poorly today. I hope to do better next time. Sasuke's voice was somewhat hoarse from exhaustion as he gasped heavily. Hihi, I was far worse during my first practice. Uchiha Shisui chuckled, patting Sasuke's shoulder. Thank you, Shisui. Recognizing the comfort in Uchiha Shisui's words, Sasuke expressed his gratitude. Rest well, we shall continue tomorrow. The effort and character exhibited by Sasuke have endeared him to Uchiha Shisui, who naturally wishes to guide this younger clan member well. Rising from the ground, Sasuke and Uchiha Shisui, engaged in light-hearted conversation, made their way toward the nearby Uchiha clan area. In the pitch-black night sky, a brilliant moon hung luminously, casting silvery rays upon the earth. After finishing dinner and taking a brief respite, Sasuke urged Itachi to practice the shadow clone technique, which he had yet to master. Although Itachi had explained the essence of the technique the previous night, he reiterated the instructions to prevent any mistakes, as the shadow clone technique is considered forbidden. An excessive distribution of chakra from the original could pose a grave risk to one's life. Shadow clone technique. Following Itachi's guidance, Sasuke formed hand seals and attempted to conjure a shadow clone. With a soft pop, a puff of white mist erupted beside him, and as the mist dissipated, a lethargic and trembling shadow clone appeared. I will try again, shadow clone technique. Anxiously, Sasuke made another attempt, only to yield the same disappointing result. Unwilling to concede defeat, he pressed on, yet the string of failures caused his frustration to boil over. Brother, I am indeed worthless, he lamented, dispersing his unsatisfactory clone with a punch. Though the clone was considerably stronger than the one from the previous night, it possessed no combat capability, leaving Sasuke thoroughly dissatisfied. Sasuke, mastering ninjutsu requires a gradual approach. You only began practicing yesterday, and achieving this level today is quite commendable, Itachi reassured, observing his brother's despondent expression. Brother, I understand the need for gradual progress, but I have far too much to accomplish. I cannot afford to waste time. With thoughts of the impending threat from Danzo towards Uchiha Shisui looming in 6 months, Sasuke felt an urgent need to enhance his abilities. Habitually tapping Sasuke's forehead with his finger, Itachi chuckled softly. Sasuke, at your age, you should not bear so many worries. Brother, Sasuke initially intended to express something further, but Itachi interrupted him directly. Brother, regardless of the challenges you may face in the future, I will always protect you. At this stage, my only wish is for you to grow up happily. Itachi's heartfelt words instantly brought to Sasuke's mind the remarks made by Obito in the storyline of Naruto. He had slaughtered their clan, murdered their parents, and taken the life of his beloved, yet he left behind only you, his dearly cherished brother. In the eyes of your brother, your life is far more precious than the safety of the village. Brother, I will strive diligently and will not allow you to bear the pain alone. Fully understanding Itachi's love for him, Sasuke could not help but embrace Itachi tightly, his voice hoarse yet resolute. In that moment, Sasuke resolved that even if he were to perish in the world of Naruto, he would endeavor to alter Itachi's tragic fate. Then continue your training, Sasuke. Although Itachi did not comprehend the meaning behind Sasuke's subsequent words, he gently stroked Sasuke's forehead and smiled. Nodding, Sasuke's previously tumultuous emotions evaporated. Regardless of how many times he had failed, he patiently practiced the shadow clone technique throughout the night. Chapter 7. The Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. As the sunlight illuminated every corner of Konohagakure, a new day was on the horizon. Sasuke, remember to return early. Mother, I'm off. Listening to the reminders from behind, Sasuke waved goodbye to Mikoto Uchiha, his face filled with joy as he stepped outside. With the belt he had tied around his waist from yesterday's training, Sasuke dashed towards the ninja school at lightning speed, considering it a form of physical training. Perhaps due to his early arrival, there were no students entering or exiting the school gate. However, upon reaching the training grounds inside, he was taken aback. As his gaze drew closer, he noticed Naruto bent over, gasping for breath, sweat pouring from his forehead like rain onto the ground, while a target before him was embedded with shurikens, indicating that Naruto had been training for quite some time. As expected of Naruto, his training is more intense than mine. A slight smile crept across Sasuke's face. knowing Naruto's efforts were undoubtedly linked to their agreement from the previous day, and he approached him. After a few deep breaths, Naruto straightened up. I cannot afford to slack off. To graduate from the ninja school in 3 months, I must train with all my might. The identity of being an orphan and the hardships of his childhood had taught Naruto the most crucial lessons: perseverance and diligence. These traits would be essential for him to surpass his peers in the future. Shadow clone technique. With his hands swiftly forming the rat, snake, and tiger hand signs, Naruto shouted. Boom. With a soft sound, Naruto successfully summoned a clone, but the clone was unstable and vanished immediately. The shadow clone technique is an E-rank ninjutsu, a fundamental skill and one of the subjects of the graduation examination, which creates an illusion using chakra, thus not being a physical entity. Its primary function is to confuse the enemy's line of sight. Damn it, I must master this ninjutsu. Frustrated at his inability to grasp even the most basic ninjutsu, Naruto shouted and prepared to continue forming the hand signs. Naruto, you're here quite early. However, before Naruto could act, a voice called out from the side, and he turned to see Sasuke approaching, clad in Uchiha clan attire. Although I am not a so-called genius ninja, I do understand the principle of the early bird catches the worm. Upon seeing Sasuke, Naruto scoffed in response. Even genius ninjas are forged through hard work. But Naruto, I noticed you were practicing the shadow clone technique and seemed to encounter some difficulties, Sasuke remarked with a faint smile. Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment, then he pouted. I just need to be quicker with the hand signs. I'll definitely master this. Haha, Naruto, don't misunderstand. What I meant to say is that the basic shadow clone technique isn't suited for you. You should master the more advanced multiple shadow clone technique. Hearing Sasuke's response, Naruto laughed loudly, and Sasuke proceeded to explain. The multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. What rank of ninjutsu is that? It is A-rank ninjutsu. Furthermore, this technique consumes chakra excessively, making it suitable primarily for ninjas with abundant chakra like you. Sasuke elaborated patiently, recognizing Naruto's lack of knowledge. A-rank ninjutsu? Haha, that's fantastic. Once I master this technique, no one will look down on me, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. But then he seemed to remember something and sighed. Sasuke, you've been talking for a while, but I don't know this technique. I can teach you. After gathering a substantial amount of chakra within you, by forming the ram hand sign, you can evenly distribute the chakra to the shadow clones you wish to summon. That is how the ninjutsu is completed. Sasuke, seemingly waiting for Naruto's final question, imparted all the essential points about the shadow clone technique without reservation. Just one hand sign. This is even simpler than the basic technique. I'll try it right now. With a smile of excitement, Naruto could hardly contain his eagerness to practice the multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto, it's better to practice this advanced ninjutsu at home. After all, the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique in Konohagakure. Allowing Naruto to practice it freely at the ninja school could undoubtedly lead to trouble, so Sasuke quickly advised him against it. Sasuke, since you taught me this technique, I will follow your advice and practice at home. Without asking why, Naruto readily accepted Sasuke's suggestion. Sasuke, although you are the rival I wish to challenge, I am still very grateful to you for teaching me this ninjutsu today. After a brief silence, Naruto spoke again. Speaking his mind was a hallmark of Naruto's character. It was merely a small favor. There is no need for thanks. Besides, we may become companions in the future, and as companions, doing such things is only natural. Sasuke replied casually with a wave of his hand. Teaching Naruto the multiple shadow clone technique had been Sasuke's plan all along. Otherwise, given Naruto's current abilities, graduating from the ninja school in 3 months would be exceedingly difficult. Becoming companions? The term companions was something Naruto had never heard anyone mention in front of him before. For a moment, he felt bewildered. With his poor performance at the ninja school, it was unlikely anyone would want to be his companion. Due to the urgency of training, Sasuke did not continue the conversation. He raised his hand in farewell to Naruto and turned towards the adjacent training field, saying, Naruto, do your best. As he watched Sasuke's figure gradually fade into the distance, Naruto withdrew his gaze and quietly pondered. Sasuke, can we truly become companions? If we do, I would like you to be the first person to acknowledge me. Whispering softly, Naruto's weary body seemed to regain strength, and he resumed his arduous training. Time swiftly passed. For those unwilling to study, class time always felt interminable. Yet for Sasuke, time always seemed insufficient. While Sasuke was immersed in studying the knowledge of ninjas, ninjutsu, and ninja tools in class, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Reluctantly, Sasuke began to gather his belongings in preparation to leave the classroom. After school, he exchanged brief greetings with Sakura and Naruto before hastily making his way to the small grove behind the Uchiha clan. In anticipation of instructing Sasuke in the body flicker technique, Uchiha Shisui had already completed his own tasks and promptly arrived at the training ground within the grove. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long before catching sight of Sasuke's figure approaching from a distance. Let us begin, Shisui. Upon their meeting, Sasuke, having only taken a few breaths, spoke softly. Very well. Initially intending to allow the perspiring Sasuke a moment to recuperate, Shui found himself compelled to acquiesce upon witnessing Sasuke's resolute expression. Chapter 8. A conversation with Shui Bang. A low rumble suddenly echoed through the tranquil grove as Sasuke, in the midst of his training, collapsed to the ground. His palms pressed against the earth in an effort to support himself, breaths escaping his lips in a manner reminiscent of a windmill in full spin. After 2 arduous hours of training that afternoon, Sasuke finally grasped the true meaning of utter exhaustion. Sasuke, your body has reached its limits. Today's training has seen remarkable progress compared to yesterday. Observing the beads of sweat cascading down Sasuke's face, Shui chuckled lightly. We are still far from success. Hearing Sasuke's hoarse laughter beside him, Shui's gaze narrowed slightly, yet he affirmed, if you train with such dedication every day, you will master the body flicker technique in 3 months. I hope so. Sasuke nodded. After a moment of silence, he suddenly fixed his gaze upon Shui and spoke in a low tone. Is our Uchiha clan planning a coup recently? Sasuke. Who told you that? Taken aback by Sasuke's abrupt inquiry, Shui responded with astonishment. I sometimes overhear conversations between my father and brother at the door. Upon seeing Shui's suddenly serious expression, Sasuke paused briefly before replying coolly. Sasuke, you are still young. There are matters you cannot involve yourself in. And do not speak of what you just said to others. If this information spreads throughout the village, it could easily lead to misunderstandings about the Uchiha clan. Shui sighed and cautioned. Shui, I believe there is nothing wrong with the Uchiha clan desiring a coup. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, harbors animosity towards the Uchiha clan, resentful of the past conflicts. He has persistently made things difficult for us. Although he established the Konoha police force, with most positions filled by Uchiha members, it is merely a guise to monitor our every move. Has the Uchiha clan not contributed to the establishment of the village? Now, as the Uchiha clan's strength is gradually diminished, the village relegates us to such a remote corner. It is akin to adding insult to injury. Sasuke expressed his dissatisfaction after listening to Shui's words. Shui fell into silence, gazing at Sasuke's somewhat furious countenance. After a long pause, he remarked, the higher-ups in the village must have their considerations. However, if our Uchiha clan were to stage a coup, it would transform the peaceful village into a scene of bloodshed. And enemy nations might seize the opportunity to invade, potentially leading to a larger-scale war. Then, Shui, do you have a way to prevent the Uchiha clan's coup? Having anticipated Shui's concerns, Sasuke immediately countered. Shui hesitated before softly stating, I have not yet devised a solid plan. But I do have an idea to discuss with the higher-ups of Konoha. As a seasoned fan of Hokage, Sasuke understood that the so-called plan likely involved using the Kodoame Tsukumi Genjutsu to control the Uchiha clan, thereby thwarting the coup. Shui, plans often fail to keep pace with changes. I have thought of a good idea. With a subtle shift of his eyes, Sasuke chuckled lightly. Sasuke, do you have any intriguing ideas? Uchiha Shui inquired instinctively, a faint smile gracing his lips. As long as there is someone from the Uchiha clan who can ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly refrain from any coup d'etat. Sasuke candidly stated, to become the 5th Hokage? Sasuke's words left Uchiha Shui momentarily stunned. Indeed, the Uchiha clan yearned for respect, fame, and power. All these issues could be resolved if one of their own ascended to the position of Hokage. Nodding affirmatively, Sasuke confidently proclaimed that the clan's coup was merely a struggle for power, and if one among them became Hokage, then all problems would dissipate. Sasuke. Aspiring to become Hokage is not merely a matter of uttering a slogan. One must possess exceptional abilities and earn the acknowledgement of the 3rd Hokage and the Elder Council. Uchiha Shui replied, shaking his head and dousing Sasuke's fervor with a dose of reality. I understand that becoming Hokage is a formidable challenge. Yet I believe that with your strength, Shui, and that of your brother, you can undoubtedly achieve this for the Uchiha clan and for the peace of the village. Sasuke slowly rose to his feet and smiled as he spoke. Uchiha Shui could discern that Sasuke harbored a desire for both himself and Uchiha Itachi to become Hokage. Given the current prowess and potential of Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi, it is entirely plausible that they might ascend to the position of Hokage in the future, making Sasuke's aspiration commendable. Sasuke, you are quite astute. It is indeed commendable to entertain such thoughts. I shall convey your ideas to Itachi and mention them at the clan meeting, Shui remarked, patting Sasuke on the shoulder with a smile. My intentions are absolutely sound. But Shui, please refrain from prematurely reporting the Uchiha clan's coup to the higher-ups in Konoha. In truth, Sasuke's primary aim in conversing with Shui was to secure his allegiance. Within the narrative of Naruto, Shui had contemplated numerous strategies before reluctantly revealing the information regarding the Uchiha coup to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the elders. It was precisely due to the presence of dual spies like Shui and Itachi within the Uchiha clan that Danzo could so effortlessly eradicate the Uchiha family. Of course, Sasuke also understood that many Umbu members were surveilling them, and the disclosure of the Uchiha coup was merely a matter of time. Haha, Sasuke. You have truly impressed me. You even discern my thoughts, Shui exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Sasuke. In recent days, Shursui had conferred with Itachi and was contemplating informing the higher-ups of Konoha about the Uchiha clan's circumstances. Then let us proceed with my request, Sasuke continued, internalizing the thought that it was a stroke of genius to have guessed correctly, attributing it to his engagement with Naruto. As long as your proposal is accepted at the clan meeting and can stabilize the current precarious situation of the Uchiha clan's impending coup, I shall refrain from reporting it. After a moment of contemplation, Shursui replied slowly, Haha, that is splendid. Upon hearing Shursui acquiesce to his request, Sasuke was filled with exhilaration. Sasuke felt a strong conviction that his ideas would be accepted at the clan meeting, for not all members of the Uchiha clan were warlike. Many cherished peace and did not wish to seize power through bloody conflict. Otherwise, a rebellion would have erupted during Senju Tobarama's administration. The hour was late, and not wanting to worry his mother, Sasuke decided against further idle chatter. I'll head home now, he said softly. See you tomorrow. Shursui replied with a gentle smile and waved goodbye. As he watched Sasuke's figure gradually fade into the darkness of the woods, Shursui murmured to himself, if becoming Hokage could solve all problems, I believe Itachi would be like me, relentlessly pursuing the Hokage's goal at any cost. With those words, Shursui's figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 9. Naruto and Sakura's shock. The night enveloped the ground, and the cool moonlight cascaded down, bringing a refreshing sensation. Shadow clone technique. In the spacious courtyard, Sasuke, despite his physical fatigue, chose not to rest but to practice the shadow clone technique, which he had yet to master. With Itachi on a mission for the Umbu tonight, Sasuke was free from his brother's supervision yet remained undeterred. If he failed, he would simply continue practicing. Shadow clone technique. Bang! After countless failures, Sasuke finished forming the seals, and a cloud of white mist appeared beside him. As the mist dissipated, a clone identical to Sasuke slowly emerged. Unlike the clones that had failed before, this one was in excellent condition, both physically and mentally. The sudden turn of events startled Sasuke. I finally learned it. Testing the clone's abilities revealed it was nearly identical to his own. Sasuke licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement. He had invested considerable effort to learn this ninjutsu. And more importantly, with the help of the shadow clone, his training speed would improve significantly. If my brother knew I had mastered this ninjutsu, he would surely be delighted. However, recalling that Itachi was on a mission, Sasuke sighed. I wonder when my brother will return. Shaking his head, he swiftly returned to his room, where he collapsed onto his bed, finally succumbing to sleep. The quiet night slipped by, and as dawn broke, Sasuke was already racing down the streets toward the Ninja Academy. However, not long into his run, he spotted two familiar figures at an intersection. Sakura, Naruto, you're up early. Without hesitation, Sasuke approached them to greet. I need to go to the Ninja Academy early to train hard to complete the task you gave me, Sakura replied cheerfully. Just now. I was telling Sakura that I plan to graduate from the academy in 3 months, but she doesn't believe me. Naruto interjected before Sasuke could respond. Humph, Naruto. With your grades, even 3 years might not be enough. Sakura scoffed, steadfast in her opinion. Naruto jumped up in irritation, exclaiming, Sakura, you're underestimating me. Once I master the multi-shadow clone technique, I'll show you what a true powerful ninja looks like. As Sakura prepared to continue debating with Naruto, Sasuke chuckled. Thinking there was no need for such arguments, the results would speak for themselves in 3 months. With so much time at hand, he preferred to focus on his training. Sasuke, no matter what you say, I'll follow you, Sakura said, leaning closer to him, appearing quite obedient. I agree, we should train while we have the chance. Naruto nodded, affirming Sasuke's sentiment. Then let us go. With a soft laugh, the trio made their way toward the academy. That morning, the first class for the first-year students covered theoretical knowledge, including ninjutsu and the classification of ninja ranks. The simplicity of the material caused Sasuke to lose focus. As he contemplated his upcoming training regimen, time flew by, and soon the first class concluded. Seizing the opportunity during the break, Sasuke called Naruto and Sakura to the training ground to chat and strengthen their bonds. He found you. However, before Sasuke could say much, a tall and burly boy appeared, clenching his fists, followed by 3 older students, clearly a group. Taishan, what do you want? Recognizing the tall boy as Taishan, whom he had defeated previously, Naruto immediately scolded him. What do I want? I'm here to teach you a lesson today, Taishan declared, swinging his fist toward Naruto. As Taishan attacked, his 3 older companions rushed toward Sasuke, with 2 targeting him and 1 preparing to strike Sakura. Naruto, Sakura, you 2 get out of here. Not wishing for Naruto and Sakura to be harmed, Sasuke shouted before engaging in combat with the 2 upperclassmen. Though he faced 2 opponents, Sasuke's agile body technique kept him from faltering. Sasuke. Unfortunately, Sakura was too weak. It wasn't long before she was captured, crying out for help. Let Sakura go. Sasuke's anger surged as he watched her struggle. Kid, you should focus on yourself. Seizing the moment of distraction, the 2 upperclassmen swiftly grabbed Sasuke's arms. Haha. Last time this could knock me out. This time, I'll make him lie down for a few days. After knocking Naruto down, Taishan burst into laughter upon seeing Sasuke held by his classmates, then charged at him with tightened fists. What are you all doing? Stop this at once. At that critical moment, Irika appeared alongside two teachers from the academy. Upon witnessing Taishan bullying his students, Irika shouted urgently, "An arrow once shot cannot return." Taishan had already reached Sasuke, his fist carrying a fierce wind, aimed directly at Sasuke's head. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura shouted in unison. With his pupils dilating at the sight of the incoming fist, Sasuke attempted to break free, but the combined grip of the two older students left him powerless. Bang! With a light sound, instead of being knocked away, Sasuke transformed into a white mist and vanished. Silence, an oppressive silence. All present stared in shock at the spot where Sasuke had just been, their expressions a captivating display of astonishment. Moments later, the hurried breaths of the onlookers sounded like a windmill spinning in the breeze. "He's gone," exhaling deeply, as if trying to expel the shock from his system. Taishan's voice trembled despite his attempts to maintain composure. With a complex mix of emotions, Sakura suddenly felt a troubling thought arise. Sasuke was too strong. He could undoubtedly graduate from the academy in 3 months, yet she felt uncertain about her own capabilities. At that moment, Naruto stood frozen, gaping at Sasuke's disappearance. Murmuring in disbelief, has Sasuke truly mastered the shadow clone technique? That was too fast. It seems that Sasuke has mastered the forbidden technique of shadow clone jutsu, which is truly remarkable. An instructor from the Ninja Academy exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is renowned for producing prodigies, much like Itachi and Sasuke, whose innate talents are nothing short of terrifying. It appears that Sasuke has surpassed even them. Irika, nodding in agreement, could not help but express his awe as well. Chapter 10, Application for Graduation. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. In the dense, serene jungle, the tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a blazing inferno, startling the myriad of birds and beasts that inhabited the area. Haha, I've learned another ninjutsu. Sasuke observed the chaos left in the wake of the fireball, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The Great Fireball Technique is fundamental for those of the Uchiha clan, and without seeking guidance from anyone, Sasuke had practiced based on the descriptions found in Naruto. By gathering chakra at the back of his throat and executing the 6 hand signs, rat, tiger, snake, boar, horse, and dog, he was able to unleash flames in a single breath. Due to the technique's relatively low difficulty, he mastered it with just a few attempts. Next, it was time to practice the Phoenix Fire technique. This technique allows the user to continuously expel fireballs from their mouth, with trajectories resembling the fruits of the phoenix flower. The path of the fireballs can be manipulated using chakra, and shurikens can be added to enhance their destructive power. Recalling that Sasuke was proficient in this C-rank ninjutsu in Naruto, he decided to seize the moment and learn it as well. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never burdensome. In battle, a diverse array of ninjutsu provides a distinct advantage. As he began to form the hand signs, a troubling voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Oh no, my shadow clone has been destroyed. Just as Sasuke was nearing the completion of the hand signs, he realized the predicament. After learning the shadow clone technique, he intended to send a clone to the academy while his original self continued practicing ninjutsu and shuriken techniques. However, he had not anticipated that trouble would arise on the very first day. I must return to the ninja academy at once. With his pupils narrowing, Sasuke took a decisive step forward, heading towards the academy. On his way to the academy, the situation with Taizen had been resolved. Taizen and his companions faced severe penalties for bullying younger students, likely deterring them from such mischief in the future. Sakura and Naruto, meanwhile, continued their second class without incident. Upon arriving at the academy, however, Sasuke was summoned to Irika's office. Sasuke, why did you use a shadow clone to attend the academy? Irika inquired, placing a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, a knowing smile adorning his face. Well, there is an important ninjutsu that I need to practice today. But I was concerned it might interfere with my studies, so I opted to use the shadow clone technique. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately responded with candor. Sasuke, who taught you the shadow clone technique? Are you aware that this is a forbidden jutsu, not to be used lightly? As a responsible teacher, Irika sought to clarify the matter thoroughly. Teacher, I learned this technique from my brother. I am quite familiar with it, and will employ this ninjutsu judiciously. Noticing Irika's concern for him, Sasuke offered a faint smile. Indeed, it was Itachi. Perhaps he had anticipated this answer all along. Irika sighed, then kindly cautioned, Sasuke, I must remind you that you are still young, and your chakra is limited. It is best to refrain from using this ninjutsu for now. At this stage, you should focus on building a solid foundation and diligently studying theoretical knowledge, instead of merely pursuing ninjutsu. I understand. However, teacher, may I ask you something? With a tentative step forward, Sasuke spoke, forcing a chuckle. Go ahead, Irika replied, fixing his gaze upon Sasuke with a measured expression. Sasuke brushed his hair back and tentatively inquired, I think I might not be able to stay at the Ninja Academy for several years. I wish to graduate early. Wanting to graduate early? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Irika was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at him in puzzlement, feeling somewhat bewildered. Observing Sasuke's earnest demeanor, Irika pondered for a considerable time before countering. No one is bullying you, are they? No, Sasuke replied, I simply wish to leave the Ninja Academy sooner and become a true ninja. Sasuke shook his head and hurriedly explained, graduating early is theoretically possible. But one must meet the graduation criteria, pass all assessments across various domains, and secure the approval of the third Hokage. Sasuke's talents displayed at the Ninja Academy rivaled those of Itachi in his prime. Iruka considered that the idea of Sasuke graduating early was not entirely unfounded. And thus he spoke slowly, since it is permitted, I wish to apply for early graduation in 3 months. Upon hearing Iruka's words, Sasuke boldly declared, is this a jest? Iruka-sensei? Iruka, taken aback, found it hard to suppress a smile. It was indeed rare for a student to request graduation so soon after enrollment. Such a request had likely never been made since the academy's inception. Surely, no student has accomplished this, he mused. No, teacher, I am confident that in 3 months, I can complete the graduation test and become a genin. Remaining at the academy after that would serve little purpose, Sasuke asserted earnestly, exhaling slowly under Iruka's scrutinizing gaze. As he listened to Sasuke's unwavering conviction, the astonishment on Iruka's face gradually faded. He took a deeper look at Sasuke and thought, if Sasuke truly possesses such extraordinary potential, staying at the academy may only hinder his growth. If you can indeed pass the test in 3 months, I will advocate for you before the third Hokage. Iruka said softly, contemplating the weight of his words. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Sasuke replied, a profound sense of relief washing over him, his face lighting up with joy. Sigh. Were it not for your brother Itachi's precedent, I would be reluctant to see you leave the academy so soon, Iruka remarked with a smile, observing Sasuke's excitement. Sasuke smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent about Itachi. Very well, you should return to your lessons, Iruka remarked lightly, having clarified everything and finding no further matters to discuss. Sasuke nodded slightly and applied to Iruka for early graduation, resolving one issue. Now, all he needed to do was diligently train and await the test 3 months hence. After leaving the office, Sasuke wasted no time and hurried back to the classroom to continue his lessons. Once the second class concluded, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura gathered once more, discussing the events of the morning in great detail. However, when they learned that Sasuke was staying up late each night to master the shadow clone technique and had already begun using it for his next training, both Sakura and Naruto were taken aback. They had not anticipated that someone so talented as Sasuke would exert such effort in his training, perhaps inspired by Sasuke's dedication. After school, Sakura and Naruto chose not to return home, but instead continued to practice diligently in the school's training grounds. Sasuke was naturally pleased with this development. With Sakura and Naruto training alongside him, Team 7 would soon be re-established. Chapter 11, The Battle with Itachi. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the training grounds within the Uchiha clan's wooded area, 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle. If Uchiha Shursui were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the combatants were none other than the Uchiha brothers, Sasuke and Itachi. The physical confrontation yielded no clear victor, prompting Lin Feng to step back momentarily, concentrating intently as he channeled chakra to his throat and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a commanding shout, he unleashed a massive fireball that hurtled toward Itachi. The fireball, akin to a tempest, soared through the air, creating a thunderous sound as it disturbed the atmosphere. Seeing the ferocious approach of the fireball, Itachi refused to back down. With lightning speed, he formed his own seals and conjured a fireball in response. Both fireballs raced toward each other with astonishing velocity, colliding with a resounding impact. The moment they collided, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the training ground, and powerful flames erupted in a circular fashion, leaving the ground in disarray. Sasuke had demonstrated exceptional mastery of the great fireball technique. Gazing at the point of collision, Itachi chuckled softly. However, just as his laughter faded, dozens of shuriken burst forth from the fiery explosion, shooting towards Itachi like lightning. Not good. The sudden onslaught caused Itachi's smile to freeze in place. He realized that the seemingly fierce fireball was merely a diversion. The true threat lay in the barrage of shuriken that followed. At that moment, there was little time for defense, but Itachi, being a battle-hardened genius ninja, reacted swiftly. Just as the shuriken were about to strike, his figure vanished and reappeared in another location. The shuriken embedded themselves into the ground where he had once stood. What? Itachi sighed in relief as he surveyed the scattered shuriken, but just as he was about to search for Lin Feng, he felt a presence behind him. Lin Feng had appeared like a specter, holding a shuriken pressed against Itachi's back. Brother, you have lost, Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Over the past several days, he had sought Itachi for sparring, but had only faced defeat. Yet, with perseverance, he analyzed his failures and issued new challenges. Finally, fortune favored the diligent, and he had triumphed over Itachi, filling his heart with exhilaration. Leveraging the fireball and shuriken attacks, he executed the body flicker technique. Sasuke, you have indeed grown. Itachi was momentarily stunned by the outcome, but soon his face broke into a joyous expression. The surprise Lin Feng had delivered was utterly shocking. Itachi had not expected his brother to master the body flicker technique. Thank you for the compliment, brother. Lin Feng smiled lightly. However, Sasuke never underestimate any opponent. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. With a soft pop, Itachi swiftly vanished from view, revealing that the Itachi he had just faced was merely a shadow clone. Brother, why can I never defeat you? Lin Feng sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Sasuke, you have performed admirably. Itachi's figure materialized beside Lin Feng, offering a gentle smile. Never mind, brother, I don't need your comforting words. I will simply continue to train hard, and I will surely surpass you in the future, given Lin Feng's current rank of genin. Challenging a top-tier ninja like Itachi was undoubtedly a tall order. However, Lin Feng was self-aware, and his earlier frustration dissipated. Sasuke will surely surpass me one day. Itachi mused with a faint smile, then recalled something. I heard from Mom and Dad that you passed the graduation test yesterday. Haha, not just me. Both Naruto and Sakura from our class passed the test as well. However, to officially graduate from the Ninja Academy, we still need the approval of the third Hokage and the Elder Council. Lin Feng was particularly excited as he recounted the events. Initially worried about Naruto and Sakura during the test, he was relieved to find they had both succeeded without any issues. To celebrate, he treated Naruto and Sakura to a delightful meal at the food street with his saved allowance. Passing the graduation test in just 3 months is quite a feat. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. Compared to your accomplishments, we still have much to strive for. Lin Feng chuckled cheerfully. Let us head home. Itachi smiled at his beaming younger brother. Brother, carry me home. Before Itachi could react, Lin Feng had already clambered onto his back. After spending several months together, Lin Feng had fully embraced Itachi as his elder brother. Perhaps accustomed to such gestures from Lin Feng, Itachi smiled and began to walk slowly into the woods, carrying him on his back. In the Hokage's exclusive office, 4 elders sat around a round table, flanked by several masked Umbu ninjas. Across from them stood Irika, who had just finished his report. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, slowly set down a document and surveyed the room before speaking in a grave tone. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura from the first-year class have all passed the graduation test. What are your thoughts on their requests for graduation? The first-year class had only been in session for about 3 months, and now all 3 had successfully passed the graduation test? Upon hearing the words of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Irika's report, the expressions of the advisors Mito Kazan and Tsunade turned to astonishment. Here are the test reports regarding Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Take a look for yourselves. Hiruzen's handed over the documents, and the 3 advisors perused them carefully. They are all exceptionally talented, though admittedly quite young. Hiruzen's continued. With proper guidance, Konoha will soon be graced with 3 formidable ninjas. After reviewing the intelligence, Danzo spoke in a low tone. As for age, it is not something to dwell upon. Kakashi, after all, Itachi and Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at a young age. Indeed, if they are young, let them undertake more C and D rank missions. Mito Minion replied with a slight nod. The thought of a 6-year-old graduating from the academy caused Hiruzen to furrow his brow slightly. He began to speak, but fell silent, his expression shifting. Eventually, he waved his hand, saying, Irika, allow them to graduate. Tomorrow I will arrange for a Jonin to be their instructor. Upon hearing this, Irika nodded, as the other elders expressed no dissent, and he exited the room. Chapter 12. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto can form a small team. Who do you think would be suitable to be their instructor? After Irika left, Hiruzen paused in contemplation before slowly posing the question. These children remind me of Kakashi, who also graduated from the academy at a young age. Having him as their instructor would be most fitting, Danzo suggested, his voice carrying a hint of gravitas. Indeed, Kakashi is a genius ninja, and his experiences would be invaluable to these children. Mito Minion concurred with a nod. Kakashi? He is currently in the Umbu. Would it be feasible for him to serve as their instructor? Hiruzen mused, considering the possibility of Kakashi taking on the role. With over 1,000 jutsu under his belt and known as the Copy Ninja, Kakashi's overall strength is likely unmatched among Konoha's Jonin, making him an excellent choice for the position. Since everyone recommends Kakashi, let us appoint him as their instructor, Hiruzen ultimately decided after a moment of reflection. The others, including Mito Minion, offered no objections to this resolution. After a brief silence, Danzo suddenly turned to Hiruzen and said somberly, Hiruzen, we must discuss the Uchiha clan. According to feedback from the Umbu, they are seeking the position of Hokage. We cannot allow this to come to fruition. A plan must be devised. The Uchiha clan requires more communication. If we can resolve matters peacefully, I would consider stepping down as Hokage, Hiruzen replied calmly. Are you truly suggesting we relinquish the Hokage position to a member of the Uchiha clan? Danzo slammed his hand on the table in discontent. He had long coveted the Hokage role, and the thought of it being usurped by another filled him with rage. Although it may seem that the ninja world is at peace now, our enemies remain vigilant. If internal strife erupts within Konoha, the consequences would be dire, Hiruzen admonished, gazing sternly at the furious Danzo. But have you forgotten our teacher's instructions? The Uchiha clan's emotions are unstable. Allowing them into the upper echelons would lead Konoha to ruin. Moreover, the Nine-Tails attack 6 years ago was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Uchiha using their Sharingan. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, and keeping them around only invites future calamities. Danzo's murky eyes glinted with cold light as he spoke. The Uchiha clan was once our ally. We must refrain from taking drastic actions unless absolutely necessary. Hirazena shook his head, unmoved by Danzo's arguments. In the tense atmosphere of the room, Danzo suddenly exhaled. His voice icy. Very well, Hirazena, if you wish to play the role of the good guy, then certain matters will fall to me. Danzo, I strongly advise you against reckless behavior. Hirazena warned, fixing a stern gaze upon him. Reckless? I shall only do what needs to be done, Danzo retorted coldly. His lips curling slightly as he leaned on his cane and stepped out of the room, leaving Hirazena with a heavy sigh, murmuring, decades have passed, yet he remains unchanged. In Konoha, the most popular eatery was undoubtedly Ichiraka ramen, favored not only by the villagers but also by many ninjas. At this moment, a silver-haired ninja, wearing a black mask with his left eye concealed by a forehead protector, ordered a bowl of ramen from the owner. This figure was none other than the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Haha, Kakashi, I didn't expect to see you here. Just as Kakashi pulled out his book, preparing to read while he waited for his ramen, a loud voice called from behind. Turning around, Kakashi found himself face to face with Might Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit and sporting a watermelon hairstyle, who proudly referred to himself as the Blue Beast of Konoha. What a coincidence. Kakashi smiled slightly, greeting Guy. Kakashi, I lost to you last time. I've been training hard lately. When you're free, let's have another match. Guy's eyes sparkled with fiery enthusiasm as he clenched his fist, unable to resist challenging Kakashi upon seeing him. Perhaps another time. I need to head to the Umbu after finishing my ramen, Kakashi replied lazily, dismissing Guy's invitation. Oh, I see. Guy felt a pang of disappointment at Kakashi's answer, though he had grown accustomed to such rejections. Uncle, I'll have a serving of curry udon. Guy ordered his favorite dish and took a seat beside Kakashi. Kakashi, did you hear about the big event at the Ninja Academy yesterday? Glancing at Kakashi, who was engrossed in his reading, Guy suddenly inquired. What event? I was out on a mission yesterday. Kakashi shook his head, indicating he was unaware of the happenings. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, these 3 first-year students graduated after just 3 months at the academy. It's truly remarkable, Guy exclaimed, eager to share the news upon realizing Kakashi was in the dark. 3 months? That's quite fast, Kakashi murmured in surprise at Guy's revelation. Although he graduated at the age of 5, he had spent nearly a year at the academy. Indeed, the youth in our village are growing stronger. Remember how Itachi graduated in just 1 year? If these 3 are granted special permission to graduate, it would set a record for the academy. Guy nodded, expressing his admiration. This is indeed beneficial for the village. With their exceptional talents, they may become outstanding ninjas in the future, Kakashi smiled thoughtfully. Haha. I hope the higher-ups approve their graduation soon. Staying at the academy after passing their tests is merely a waste of time, Guy laughed heartily, sharing his perspective. Kakashi intended to continue his reading when suddenly, a masked ninja approached him. Kakashi-senpai, the Hokage wishes to see you. Such is the life of a ninja. Tasks await at any moment. Uncle, please save my ramen for me. I'll return shortly. All right, I shall take my leave. Kakashi exchanged a brief greeting before departing with the masked ninja, sensing the urgency of an important task ahead. Chapter 13, The Joy of Uchiha Fugaku. Are you suggesting I assume the role of a mentor? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving the directive from Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. Unfortunately, there is no other choice. The Council of Elders has unanimously recommended you, and I too believe you are a fitting candidate, Sarutobi replied, offering a wry smile as he observed Kakashi's stunned expression. Then why didn't you consider allowing those 3 to remain at the Ninja Academy? They are still quite young. Kakashi inquired softly, meeting Sarutobi's gaze. His words were not an attempt to shirk the responsibility, but rather a reflection of his concern for Sasuke and the others, who were venturing into the world of ninjas too early, facing unpredictable missions fraught with peril. I have certainly contemplated it, Sarutobi chuckled lightly, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Kakashi's masked visage. The elders have all agreed to their graduation. Well then, Kakashi replied, pursing his lips. He realized now that regardless of his sentiments, he was destined to become their mentor. So what do you think? Do you agree? If it proves too challenging, I can seek another suitable jonin, Sarutobi continued, shaking his head at Kakashi's evident reluctance. Let me give it a try, but I must conduct a test. If they fail to meet my standards, I shall certainly decline this mentorship, Kakashi responded swiftly, adhering to his principles regarding the significant responsibility of being a mentor. Of course, that is entirely permissible. It is the right of every mentor to assess their graduating students, Sarutobi nodded with a smile. And should they all fail your evaluation, I will have grounds to allow them an additional year at the academy. I understand. Kakashi smiled faintly. Very well. I will arrange for someone to temporarily take your position in the Umbu. Tomorrow, you shall go to the academy to gather your students, Sarutobi said, exhaling in relief. Understood. Kakashi nodded before making his way towards the door. Having received the 3rd Hokage's approval, Irika extended an invitation to Uchiha Fugaku to visit the Ninja Academy, as Sasuke required parental consent to graduate early. Fugaku was well acquainted with this process and swiftly completed the necessary formalities for Sasuke's graduation. As evening approached, the Uchiha family gathered around the dinner table, and the smile on Fugaku's face had not faded since leaving the academy. The fact that Itachi had graduated in a year had filled Fugaku with pride, but now, with Sasuke achieving graduation in just 3 months, he was overwhelmed with joy as the father of 2 prodigies. Sasuke, how did you manage to graduate from the academy in just 3 months? Fugaku suddenly set down his chopsticks, a teasing smile gracing his features. At his father's words, Sasuke paused for a moment, taken aback. Father, there are no shortcuts to success. With hard work, anyone can achieve their goals. Moreover, my brother has been guiding my training, which has accelerated my progress, Sasuke replied, shaking his head before smiling in response. Sasuke's swift graduation from the ninja academy is undoubtedly connected to Itachi, yet Itachi is acutely aware that his assistance has not been the predominant factor. It is ultimately Sasuke's own diligence that has brought him to this point. Itachi's prowess may now surpass my own, and your training under him will undoubtedly be advantageous, murmured Uchiha Fugaku, nodding thoughtfully. My brother is my idol. I will certainly heed his guidance, Sasuke replied with a faint smile upon hearing this. Do not let today's achievements inflate your pride, nor allow them to breed complacency in your training. Once you become a Genin, you must partake in the Nin exams, where the younger members of other clans in Konoha will also compete. You must not tarnish the Uchiha clan's reputation. Uchiha Fugaku warned, momentarily donning the guise of a stern father before speaking earnestly. Sasuke was well aware of the Nin exams. They represent the most vibrant times in Konoha, held biannually and serving as crucial occasions for assessing the strength of the great nations. Thus, each country regards the Nin exams with utmost seriousness. To secure commendable results in these exams, the participating genin are typically the armée de l'armée of their respective nations, and as such, their opponents are formidable. However, Sasuke has never shied away from challenges. Understood, father. I will continue to train diligently to become a Nin as swiftly as possible. Sasuke retracted his thoughts and looked up with a smile. Indeed. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction and said, after dinner, come to the courtyard. I have something to discuss with you. All right. Sasuke could only nod, wondering what Uchiha Fugaku wanted to talk about. After dinner, the two of them made their way to the spacious courtyard as promised. Sasuke, now that you have become a genin, you will begin undertaking missions. Although you will only be assigned C and D rank tasks, for your safety, it is essential that you master various ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku said with a gentle smile. His words revealing a father's love for his child. Sasuke was reminded of that remarkable yet overlooked father from Naruto, who was tragically slain by Itachi. Why did Uchiha Fugaku not resist? Was it because he was weaker than Itachi? That could not be true. A clan leader's strength is well recognized. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku was a candidate for the 4th Hokage, although ultimately, Minato Namikaze was chosen. If Uchiha Fugaku had chosen to resist, it would not have been easy for Itachi and Obito to kill him. However, such an action would have led to Itachi being punished for failing his mission, and Sasuke would have found himself without a home, even if he survived. For the sake of his 2 children, Uchiha Fugaku was willing to sacrifice himself. He was a truly remarkable father. Tonight, I will teach you the most fundamental ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku added as Sasuke pondered these thoughts. The most basic ninjutsu? It can't possibly be the great fireball technique, can it? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's heart raced with anticipation. Sasuke, watch closely. Fire release, great fireball technique. After forming the hand seals, Uchiha Fugaku immediately expelled a blazing fireball, illuminating the dim courtyard. Indeed, it was this ninjutsu. Sasuke was already well acquainted with this fire release technique, having mastered it 3 months prior. Sasuke, give it a try, Uchiha Fugaku said, his arms crossed and eyes gleaming with expectation. Okay, Dad. Nodding, Sasuke quickly formed the hand seals. While he could have simply told Uchiha Fugaku that he had already learned the great fireball technique, he refrained, cherishing the experience of learning ninjutsu from his father. A true expression of paternal love. Fire release, great fireball technique. Under Uchiha Fugaku's watchful gaze, Sasuke executed the technique with great seriousness, producing a fireball that was remarkably perfect, even surpassing the one Uchiha Fugaku had created. Haha, my son truly excels. You've mastered it on your first attempt, Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Sasuke's impressive display. Looking at the beaming face of Uchiha Fugaku filled Sasuke's heart with immense joy. Chapter 14. The 7th Squad reassembles. The following morning, sunlight cascaded from the horizon, filtering through the clouds and casting a gentle glow upon the tranquil Hidden Leaf village below. Unlike the other students attending class, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura awaited their instructor in their room. Sasuke, Irika-sensei said that the 3rd Hokage has approved our graduation. Does this mean we are now genin and can undertake missions? Naruto asked, a hint of boredom in his voice. We are only provisional genin for now. To officially become genin, we must pass our instructor's test, Sasuke explained. Shaking his head. Provisional genin? A test? Why does it have to be so complicated? Naruto pouted. In his view, having passed the academy's assessment should suffice for becoming a genin. Sasuke, what kind of test will the teacher put us through? Sakura inquired, momentarily taken aback. To assess our teamwork capabilities, we will likely be tasked with stealing the bells from our instructor. However, it could also be something different. If our instructor is Kakashi, the test will definitely involve the bells. Other jonin may have other methods, Sasuke speculated with a light chuckle. Haha, that's too easy. If I use the multi-shadow clone technique, I can send dozens of clones to snatch the bells without any trouble. Naruto declared confidently, bursting into laughter. Naruto, you fool. The instructors are seasoned jonin. They will not be so easily defeated. Sakura scoffed at Naruto's naive idea. Sasuke admired Sakura's clarity of thought. Humph. What is so great about jonin? I will become Hokage one day. During the test, I will defeat him and seize the bells. Naruto said with a confident smirk, dismissing Sakura's words. Naruto, what Sakura said makes a lot of sense. Our instructor is no ordinary person. To pass the test, we need a plan. And we should practice for an entire afternoon. Sakura's patience was wearing thin with Naruto's arrogance, her more aggressive side threatening to surface. Fortunately, Sasuke interjected. What plan? Naruto asked curiously. Sasuke had already devised a strategy to tackle their instructor's test, ensuring they could succeed regardless of the challenge. He slowly laid out his plan to Naruto and Sakura. This battle plan is truly brilliant, Sasuke. You're incredibly clever, Sakura said, her cheeks flushing with admiration as she gazed at him. Humph, what a perfect plan. But I'll be doing all the hardest work. Naruto grumbled, feeling miffed at Sakura's admiration for Sasuke. Naruto, you are the key player in this plan, so it will be up to you to bear the brunt of the effort. Sasuke said with a slight smile, understanding Naruto's frustrations due to their shared orphan status. Haha, I am willing to take on any challenge for the sake of our team. Sasuke's words brought a sense of comfort to Naruto, who scratched the back of his head and replied with a smile. Hey, everyone arrived quite early. Just as Naruto's laughter faded, a tall figure stepped through the door. Indeed, it was none other than Kakashi-sensei. How wonderful. Upon seeing the familiar silver hair and the black cloth obscuring his face, Sasuke leapt up with excitement. Since the morning, Sasuke had fervently wished that their guiding teacher would be Kakashi, although he would not have minded if Asuma or Guy were to take on the role of mentor. Any fervent fan of the Naruto universe would naturally hope for Kakashi's presence, for it would signify the true formation of Team 7. After all, was it merely a matter of meeting their guiding teacher? Why such unbridled joy? Sasuke's sudden excitement took Naruto and Sakura by surprise. It was the first time they had witnessed such a reaction from him after knowing him for so long. Since it's our first meeting, let's begin with introductions. Feel free to share your likes, dislikes, interests, and dreams, Kakashi suggested with a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by Sasuke's enthusiasm. I am Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite food is ramen. And what I dislike is the wait for it. My dream is to become Hokage, earning the recognition of everyone in the village. Naruto declared loudly, adjusting the forehead protector on his head as he was the first to introduce himself. That's a commendable aspiration. All right, next. Kakashi nodded, turning his gaze to the blushing Sakura, who stood in the center. I'm Sakura Haruno. Rather than talking about what I like, I prefer to mention someone I admire. As for my interests and future dreams, as she mentioned someone she liked, Sakura glanced shyly at Sasuke, her cheeks flushed. Kakashi, understanding her unspoken sentiments, inquired, and what do you dislike? I dislike Naruto the most. Sakura replied candidly. Naruto, upon hearing this, felt an immediate sense of embarrassment. Regardless of the stage in life, girls always seem to experience the nuances of love. Kakashi mused after listening to Sakura's introduction. All right, next. He directed his attention to Sasuke, who wore a smile on his face. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I have many things I cherish, but I have nothing I truly despise. My dream is to protect each of my family members and comrades through hard work, Sasuke stated without hesitation, emphasizing his commitment to safeguarding those dear to him. Sasuke's aspirations suddenly reminded Kakashi of a comrade, one who also belonged to the Uchiha clan. You three possess quite distinct personalities, he remarked. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hitaki Kakashi. I harbor no particular likes or dislikes, though my interests are rather diverse. That's all. After a brief pause, Kakashi spoke softly. His succinct introduction left Sasuke and the others momentarily speechless. They had gleaned nothing more than his name. Now that the introductions are complete, prepare yourselves for a grueling trial tomorrow. Should you fail, you shall not ascend to the rank of genin, but return to the academy. He instructed them to assemble at the training ground by 5 in the morning, reminding them to forego breakfast. Kakashi, unperturbed by their expressions, spoke in a somber tone. Having heard of such trials before, Naruto and Sakura were not taken aback, and like Sasuke, they nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 15. Naruto's Assault. As noon approached, the mirror-like surface of the water reflected the blazing sun, while the trees along the bank cast cool shadows upon the river. On the clearing beside the water, Naruto and Sakura appeared somewhat fatigued as they sat on the ground, in stark contrast to Sasuke. They had arrived at the training ground promptly at 5, per Kakashi's instructions. Yet they were surprised to find that nearly 7 hours had passed with no sign of him. I'm starving. This Kakashi-sensei is being unreasonable. He still hasn't shown up, Naruto complained, his stomach growling. Exactly, Sakura echoed with a pout. Kakashi-sensei will be here shortly. Sasuke smiled faintly. knowing that Kakashi was deliberately stalling for time to prepare for the real test. However, Sasuke would not grant him the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. Originally, Naruto and Sakura believed that Sasuke was merely speculating, but to their surprise, Kakashi indeed appeared just a minute later. Kakashi-sensei, you were too slow. Upon seeing Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura quickly stood up, expressing their displeasure. That's because I helped an elderly lady get home after she fell, Kakashi casually explained, then turned to retrieve a clock. Placing it on a flat stone, the clock is set to 12. Your trial is to seize my bells before noon. Holding up a bell, Kakashi continued. As I mentioned before, if you fail this trial, you will have to return to the Ninja Academy. Therefore, you must approach this challenge with the determination to defeat me. Naturally, you may use any ninja tools, including kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags. Well then, unless there are any other questions, let us begin. With a slight smile, Kakashi spoke easily. With only an hour to spare in the morning, Kakashi was confident that they would not be able to seize the bells, allowing him to assess whether they valued their comrades at noon. Indeed, this scenario is familiar. Upon seeing Kakashi take out the bells, Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that the scene before him closely resembled what he had seen in Naruto. Although Kakashi did not mention any punishment, there would undoubtedly be consequences if they failed to obtain the bells. As long as they demonstrated their commitment to their teammates during the punishment phase, they could pass the trial. Despite the possibility of an easy victory, Sasuke did not wish to rely on this foreknowledge to cheat his way through. Instead, he yearned to triumph over Kakashi through teamwork. Naruto, Sakura, let us execute our battle plan, Sasuke whispered, then propelled himself backward. Understood. This trial was of utmost importance. So Naruto and Sakura nodded seriously, flying to the sides to form a pincer attack against Kakashi. It seems you are well prepared for this trial. In that case, I too must take this seriously, Kakashi said in a low tone, casting a glance at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. He then slowly pulled something from his pocket. Just as Naruto and Sakura thought Kakashi would produce a ninja tool, they were astonished to see him pull out a book titled Ika Paradise. Kakashi-sensei clearly underestimates us. If Kakashi had been fully focused on defense, Sasuke would have had no confidence in seizing the bells. Upon seeing Kakashi produce that book, Sasuke inwardly chuckled. Removing his heavy belt and tossing it to the ground, Sasuke suddenly called out to Naruto, Naruto, you go first. Haha, watch my performance. Naruto laughed heartily upon hearing Sasuke's words, then brandished a kunai and charged at Kakashi. Kakashi paid no heed to Naruto's attack. His eyes fixated on the Ika Paradise in his hands. Kakashi-sensei, you really look down on us. As Naruto approached Kakashi, seeing that he continued to ignore him, he shouted angrily and began to stab wildly with the kunai. Though Naruto's strikes were on point, Kakashi simply moved his body, effortlessly dodging the attacks. Having endured countless bloody battles, such feeble attempts posed no threat to Kakashi. Damn it. Frustrated that none of his multiple attacks had landed, Naruto swung the kunai again, the sharp tip glinting menacingly as it aimed for Kakashi's neck. Reacting swiftly to the unexpected assault, Kakashi stepped back to evade, then steadied himself and delivered a punch directly to Naruto's chest. With a pained cry, Naruto fell heavily to the ground. Naruto, Sakura, who was not far away, called out with concern. In this state, becoming Hokage will be impossible. Kakashi, exercising restraint to avoid seriously injuring Naruto, continued to read his book, then deliberately mocked him. TCH. I'm not so easily defeated. The real show is just beginning. Kakashi's words made Naruto grit his teeth as he stood up, forming hand seals with both hands. Shadow Clone Technique. With a roar, 8 identical shadow clones of Naruto immediately appeared beside him. Shadow Clone Technique? And he can summon so many? This guy Naruto truly possesses a unique physique. Even the usually composed Kakashi was taken aback upon witnessing Naruto unleash the multi-shadow clone technique, given that even he could only summon a handful of clones at best. Naruto, the shadow clone technique truly suits you. Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that due to the limitations of his chakra, he could only summon 4 clones at this point. With no comparison, there is no pain. The shadow clone technique had been taught to Naruto by Sasuke, yet now Naruto's ability to utilize it effortlessly surpassed Sasuke's own. Kakashi-sensei, you better be careful. Let's go. Naruto said triumphantly, then waved his hand, sending the shadow clones leaping toward Kakashi. I can't just sit and read anymore. Closing the Ika Paradise. Kakashi had to take the impending assault from so many clones seriously. Boom. With his agility and physical strength, Kakashi swiftly scattered the shadow clones before him. Hey Kakashi-sensei, you fell for it. Just when Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had eliminated all the clones, 2 more suddenly emerged from nowhere to launch a surprise attack from behind, successfully restraining Kakashi. Haha, Kakashi-sensei, you were too careless. You focused only on the clones in front of you and forgot about the ones behind. Seeing his clones succeed, the original Naruto burst into excited laughter. Chapter 16, The Battle for the Bells. Who would have thought that Naruto could be so clever? Seeing Naruto capture Kakashi, Sakura's eyes widened in astonishment. Clearly not expecting that the usually careless Naruto could achieve such a feat. Kakashi-sensei, how could you be so easily captured? Without a trace of excitement, Sasuke, who was observing it, felt a twinge of worry. Hee, Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to return that punch you just gave me. Just as Sasuke was concerned, the original Naruto's eyes sharpened, and he stepped forward, using his momentum to charge at Kakashi. His fist clenched tightly as he aimed directly at Kakashi's chest. Seeing Naruto approach, Kakashi struggled momentarily, but, unfortunately, the two shadow clones held him too tightly, leaving him helpless to avoid the impending fist. Under the watchful gazes of Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto's fist struck Kakashi's chest like a heavy boulder, unleashing a powerful force at that moment. Kakashi's body, along with the two shadow clones, was sent flying backward, ultimately crashing to the ground not far away. Thud. Immediately, two shadow clones of Naruto transformed into white mist and vanished, while the attack protagonist, Kakashi, mysteriously morphed into a block of wood. Whoosh. The gazes of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke converged instantaneously upon the wooden figure on the ground. A substitution technique? Both Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in astonishment as they beheld the wood. The substitution technique is one of the fundamental ninjutsu, allowing the user to instantaneously swap their identity with that of a plant or animal to evade an attack. Just moments ago, Kakashi had employed this ninjutsu to escape Naruto's assault. Naruto, be careful. Just as Naruto stood there, momentarily stunned by the revelation, a distorted figure quietly appeared behind him. Fortunately, the vigilant Sasuke noticed in time and called out loudly. Responding to Sasuke's warning, Naruto promptly launched himself forward. Haha, do you think you can escape? Kakashi, having reappeared, smiled slightly at the airborne Naruto and prepared to strike. Fire release, great fireball technique. However, just as Kakashi was about to make his move, a searing fireball hurtled swiftly towards him. Whoosh. The fireball raced through the air, producing a whooshing sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. One could only imagine the grievous injury it would inflict upon Kakashi if it made contact. Is that the Uchiha clan's fire release ninjutsu? Casting a glance at Sasuke, who had executed the technique, Kakashi murmured gravely, then abandoned his attack on Naruto, retreating swiftly to distance himself from the fireball's trajectory. Bang! Kakashi had barely retreated when the fireball struck the ground where he had been standing, erupting into a blazing inferno that instantly shattered the hardened earth into a cloud of debris, enveloping the area in smoke. Phew, I'm glad I moved quickly. As the smoke dissipated, Kakashi observed the crater left in the ground where he had once stood, feeling a pang of anxiety. Oh no. Just as Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, his brow furrowed, he swiftly retrieved several shuriken and hurled them forward. Swish. With a faint sound of slicing air, a flurry of shuriken shot forth from Sakura's hand. This time, Sakura had timed her ambush exceptionally well, but alas, all her shuriken were deftly intercepted by Kakashi's own. Kakashi-sensei, it's not over yet. At that moment, Sasuke shouted loudly. Unbeknownst to them, Sasuke had conjured a massive wind-release shuriken and skillfully launched it. The wind-release shuriken whirled like a tempest, creating a sonic boom as it disturbed the air, its piercing sound echoing around. Due to its incredible speed, in the blink of an eye, the wind-release shuriken was upon Kakashi. What? A follow-up attack? Kakashi, initially believing he had escaped danger, was caught off guard by the suddenness of the wind-release shuriken strike. With no time to counter, Kakashi instinctively lowered his head and body, preparing to evade the attack. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound of air being sliced, the wind-release shuriken grazed past Kakashi's head. Phew! Feeling the shuriken was by his back, Kakashi exhaled in relief. Being pushed to such limits during the rookie trials left Kakashi feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He sensed he was not contending with mere genin, but rather a highly coordinated elite team. Wow, we did it. However, rather than feeling disheartened by the failure of the wind-release shuriken, Sakura leaped up in excitement. Sakura's unexpected exuberance instantly alerted Kakashi to the impending danger, prompting him to swiftly turn and gaze at the wind-release shuriken. Yet, Kakashi's realization came too late. The shuriken that had just passed by him had mysteriously transformed back into Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, the bell is ours. Laughing heartily, Naruto steadied himself in midair and charged towards the bell hanging from Kakashi's waist. Transformation technique? How is this possible? The sound of Naruto's voice thundered in Kakashi's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. He had never anticipated Naruto would use a transformation technique to become the wind-release shuriken. As Kakashi pondered when Naruto had transformed, the shadow clone he had mistaken for Naruto's true form suddenly dissipated into white mist. Could it have been at that moment? Realizing that the shadow clone had vanished while Kakashi's view had been obstructed by the fireball explosion, Kakashi finally understood. During the blast, Naruto had summoned a shadow clone to replace his true self, which then transformed into the wind-release shuriken that Sakura hurled. In merely 3 months since graduating from the Ninja Academy, their remarkable synergy was undeniably impressive. In a flash, Kakashi pieced together the entire plan, marveling at the flawless execution of Sasuke and his companions. Nevertheless, I shall not concede so easily. Sensing Naruto's hand reaching for the bell, Kakashi concentrated all his chakra into his feet, intending to leverage his speed to turn the tide. Dingling the moment Naruto's right hand made contact with the bell, it emitted a delightful chime. Just as Naruto prepared to grasp the bell and pull it down, Kakashi instantly distanced himself from him. Chapter 17, Kakashi's shock. Kakashi-sensei, you are utterly despicable. The bell slipped from Naruto's grasp, and he shouted in fury, nearly on the verge of collapse. Haha, this is the price of growth. In midair, the rapidly moving Kakashi observed the furious Naruto below, a faint smile gracing his lips. This exercise should be nearing its end. It was almost time for lunch. To complete the upcoming real test, Kakashi planned to showcase his genuine prowess upon landing and decisively defeat Sasuke, Naruto, and the others. Kakashi-sensei, the bell is ours. Just as Kakashi contemplated his next move, a faint whisper reached his ears. What? This? How could this be? Kakashi's pupils widened in disbelief. Dingling as the wind rushed past his ears, Kakashi felt a tugging force at his waist, and then he beheld Sasuke's figure, clutching the bell, vanishing like a phantom. Had Sasuke just executed the body flicker technique? No, that's impossible. At his age, how could he possibly master such a technique? Upon safely landing, Kakashi immediately turned to gaze at Sasuke, murmuring in awe, Sasuke, you were amazing. Haha, we got the bell. As Kakashi pondered over the technique Sasuke employed to acquire the bells, Naruto and Sakura were already surrounding Sasuke, exclaiming with excitement. Sasuke felt a surge of exhilaration at having secured the bells, despite the trio having spent the previous afternoon devising their battle strategy. Unforeseen circumstances inevitably arose during the actual combat. Fortunately, they managed to obtain the bells unscathed this time. However, Sasuke was acutely aware that their success did not necessarily reflect their prowess. Had Kakashi not underestimated them, they might have faced total defeat within mere minutes. Victory should not breed arrogance, nor should defeat lead to despondency. This is a phrase Sasuke held in high regard. After a brief moment of elation, he picked up the fallen ninja tool belt and, alongside Naruto and Sakura, made his way toward Kakashi. Yet, as Sasuke retrieved the belt, Kakashi suddenly noticed peculiar markings on the ground where the belt had previously rested, as if it had been struck by a heavy object. The earlier oddity of Sasuke unfastening his belt and discarding it slowly resurfaced in Kakashi's mind. Why would Sasuke loosen his belt before engaging in battle? With narrowed eyes, Kakashi's gaze fixated intently on the belt around Sasuke's waist, and at a certain moment, his left pupil abruptly contracted, leading to a sudden realization. Sasuke's belt is not merely an ordinary accessory, it is a training tool capable of adjusting its weight. After exhaling deeply, Kakashi finally comprehended that Sasuke had indeed seized his bell through the use of his instantaneous movement ability, not by employing the body flicker technique, but rather through physical prowess. It appeared that these meticulously planned attacks were primarily orchestrated by Sasuke. Reflecting on the entire process of retrieving the bell, Kakashi suddenly grasped additional insights. Not only was Sasuke adept at utilizing fire-style ninjutsu, but he had also successfully mastered the body flicker technique, which was truly astonishing. At such a tender age, Sasuke had acquired so much knowledge, and Kakashi was acutely aware of the formidable potential he possessed. Provided that Sasuke is given ample time, Kakashi firmly believes that he will surpass his own strength and is highly likely to reach the heights of Hokage. Kakashi-sensei, this is your bell. After approaching Kakashi, Naruto proudly shook the bell. Under the watchful gaze of Naruto and the others, Kakashi paused for a moment in silence, before a light chuckle broke the stillness. Little ones, today's practical exercise has concluded. Consider yourselves passed. Starting tomorrow, we shall officially commence our missions. Although he had not completed his own assessment, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of joy, for the fact that this team had triumphed over him through their seamless cooperation had already proven everything. Any additional tests were rendered unnecessary. Wonderful. We have become ninjas. Naruto and Sakura Haruno could no longer contain their exuberance and cheered aloud. After nearly 3 months of relentless training, their efforts had finally borne fruit. How could they not feel elated? Sasuke, I did not anticipate your mastery of the body flicker technique. Securing that bell is truly commendable. Kakashi patted Sasuke's shoulder in praise. Sasuke smiled softly and remarked, Kakashi-sensei, obtaining the bells is the result of our collective effort. Upon hearing this, Kakashi silently nodded, acknowledging the humility exhibited by Sasuke, a commendable trait, especially when contrasted with some ninjas who, after completing a few missions, become insufferably arrogant. Well, you may go have your lunch now, Kakashi said with a smile. Noting the incessant growling of Naruto's stomach, I'm going to enjoy a bowl of Ichiraka ramen, Naruto exclaimed. His hunger palpable after not having eaten in the morning and exhausting his energy during the recent battle. Without delay, he turned and hurried off. Sasuke, let us depart as well. Sakura chirped sweetly after Naruto had left. I still have some matters to discuss with Kakashi-sensei, you may head back first. Sasuke replied with a smile. Very well then, I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow. Sakura waved at Sasuke as she began to walk away. Once Sakura's figure had vanished, Kakashi turned his gaze toward Sasuke and inquired softly, Sasuke, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Sasuke remained silent, his hands coming together as he swiftly completed the 3 hand seals. What? Kakashi gazed in astonishment at the copious chakra gathering in Sasuke's palms, his mouth opening slightly before his eyes widened in shock. The reason for Kakashi's astonishment was that Sasuke was unleashing the Chidori, a technique he had created, which had never been passed on to others. This meant that no one in Konoha or the entire ninja world could possibly have learned this jutsu. How could you know this technique, Sasuke? Kakashi managed to quell the tumult within him, speaking slowly. This question was inevitable. Anticipating Kakashi's inquiry, Sasuke let the chakra dissipate. Inhaling deeply before responding, Brother Itachi told me that my chakra has a lightning affinity, and thus, he taught me this jutsu. Itachi taught you? Kakashi replied. Confusion etched on his face. But how could he possibly know this technique? Haha, Kakashi-sensei, have you forgotten that my brother also possesses the Sharingan? Perhaps he observed you using Chidori. Sasuke said with a smile, blinking innocently. Understanding dawned on Kakashi as he nodded. Itachi had indeed joined the Umbu and had been part of Kakashi's team, where it was conceivable that he could have discerned the intricacies of Kakashi's technique. Chapter 18. The Training of Chakra Nature Transformation. Upon seeing Kakashi nod, Sasuke sighed with relief. Using his brother Itachi as an explanation felt somewhat burdensome. Under Kakashi's probing gaze, Sasuke could not simply declare, I am a time traveler, familiar with the Naruto anime, and I possess comprehensive knowledge of all jutsu. Such an admission would be met with disbelief. Kakashi, being the broad-minded person he was, did not intend to scrutinize Itachi's replication of his Chidori, recognizing that this technique ultimately needed to be passed down. Moreover, Sasuke was now his disciple, and transmitting it to him early could be considered a fortuitous coincidence. Once the matter was clarified, Kakashi regarded Sasuke with a gentle smile. Sasuke, you still have not mastered Chidori, have you? Indeed, that is precisely why I sought out Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke nodded, continuing, I can gather chakra in my palm, but I cannot produce the lightning effect. Kakashi immediately recognized Sasuke's predicament but chose not to respond. Instead, he joined his hands together and swiftly formed the seals. Chidori. With a commanding shout, Kakashi's right hand was suddenly enveloped in dazzling, crackling lightning. Following this, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and with a powerful stomp, he surged toward a nearby massive tree like a bolt of lightning. Boom. Upon striking the tree, the brilliant lightning erupted, causing the exceptionally sturdy trunk to collapse with a thunderous crash, sending shards of wood flying in all directions. So this is the power of Chidori? Sasuke, his heart racing, was left in awe. Previously, he had only witnessed Chidori's terrifying destructive capability in the anime. Seeing it in person was an entirely different experience that left him shaken. In truth, Chidori is a lightning-based jutsu that combines chakra nature and form transformation. If you truly wish to master Chidori, you must undergo training in chakra nature transformation. Having successfully demonstrated Chidori, Kakashi observed Sasuke's astonishment and spoke softly. Kakashi-sensei, please teach me. I am willing to pay any price. Sasuke declared urgently, clenching his fists. Sasuke had been practicing Chidori for nearly a month, but he had only undergone form transformation with his chakra, neglecting nature transformation, which rendered his Chidori utterly powerless. While he had gleaned some understanding of wind nature transformation from Naruto's training in the anime, he was utterly clueless about the methods of lightning nature transformation. Appreciating Sasuke's eager desire to learn, Kakashi pondered for a moment before stating, I can teach you, but you must agree to one condition. Kakashi-sensei, what is your condition? As long as it is not too burdensome, I will comply. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Kakashi. My condition is simple. You can only use Chidori after you awaken your Sharingan, Kakashi stated plainly without hesitation. The Sharingan? The ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, which not only allows one to see chakra pathways and perceive the minutiae of an opponent's movements and hand seals, but also enables the user to cast genjutsu to control their foes. Of course, higher levels of the Sharingan grant even greater abilities, such as Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Izanami. Members of the Uchiha clan are inherently capable of awakening the Sharingan, but it typically requires an intense stimulus from life-threatening situations. Why must I wait until I awaken the Sharingan to use it? Sasuke could not help but ask again, noticing the seriousness on Kakashi's face. You witnessed my Chidori just now. Although it possesses great power, its speed makes it incredibly challenging to detect an opponent's counterattack. Without the Sharingan, recklessly using Chidori can be exceedingly perilous, Kakashi explained, recalling the words of his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Oh, Kakashi's explanation reminded Sasuke of many of Chidori's weaknesses. Nevertheless, he was still determined to learn Chidori, as the lightning affinity within him was the strongest, and mastering lightning-based jutsu would allow him to unleash tremendous power. Very well. Kakashi-sensei, I accept your terms. Although uncertain of when he would awaken the Sharingan, Sasuke resolved to master Chidori in the meantime, allowing him the opportunity to develop new techniques. Then let us commence your training. Kakashi smiled upon hearing Sasuke's agreement. Yes. Sasuke nodded eagerly, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Boom. Suddenly, a low sound reverberated through the serene training ground by the river, and Sasuke collapsed weakly to the ground. An afternoon spent training in chakra nature transformation had utterly exhausted him. What an impressive young man. Kakashi, who had been supervising, marveled as he watched Sasuke finally succumb to fatigue. An hour earlier, Sasuke's stamina had already begun to wane, and Kakashi had considered ending the training. However, at Sasuke's insistence, he had persevered for another hour, a testament to his remarkable tenacity that deeply moved Kakashi. Sasuke, would you like me to carry you back? Knowing that Sasuke had reached his physical limits, Kakashi approached with a gentle smile. No, that's unnecessary. I'm not quite that weak yet, Sasuke replied with a smile. Shaking his head, Sasuke, let us conclude today's training. Return home and rest well, we have a mission tomorrow. Kakashi instructed after hearing Sasuke's words. Absolutely. Sasuke smiled. Well, I shall take my leave now. After nodding, Kakashi vanished from the spot, as he still had to report to the Hokage regarding the recent trial. Once Kakashi departed, Sasuke slowly retrieved a red soldier pill from his pocket. This particular pill had been specially crafted for him by Makoto Uchiha. It not only satiated hunger, but also facilitated a rapid recovery of chakra and stamina. Consuming too many of these compressed sustenance pills could lead to indigestion. Hence Sasuke typically refrained from indulging in them. However, in the current situation, he had no choice but to disregard such concerns. He swallowed the pill and closed his eyes. In his state of extreme exhaustion, he could distinctly feel his energy gradually replenishing. How fortunate it is to have a mother. With some of his energy restored, Sasuke broke into a grin. Just as he was about to rise and head home, a black crow suddenly flew out from the woods and perched upon his shoulder. Oh no, I forgot. Upon seeing the crow, Sasuke recalled his appointment with Shursui to meet at their usual spot that afternoon. Aware that Shursui must have been waiting for quite some time, Sasuke, regardless of his restored stamina, stepped forward and hurried towards the Uchiha clan's area. Chapter 19, Persuading Shursui. Shursui, I'm late, I apologize. When Sasuke hastily arrived at their meeting place, he found Shursui boredly practicing with shuriken, and he quickly offered his apologies. Haha, it's alright. After throwing the last shuriken at the target, Shursui smiled at Sasuke. So, what kind of training did you engage in this afternoon? Noticing Sasuke's breathlessness and weary expression, Shursui instinctively inquired. Well, I just finished training with Kakashi-sensei on chakra nature transformation. Sasuke nodded slowly as he explained. That kind of training is incredibly exhausting, both physically and in terms of chakra. Having undergone similar training before, Shursui expressed his understanding with a sigh. There's no alternative. To master lightning release techniques, one must persevere. Sasuke shook his head and chuckled, saying, given your current condition, it would be unwise to add weight to your belt and proceed with the body flicker training. Perhaps we should commence tomorrow instead. After 3 months of rigorous training, the weight of the belt had ceased to facilitate Sasuke's progress. Thus, they had agreed the day before to increase the weight today. However, concerned about Sasuke's physical endurance, Shursui advised against it. Tomorrow and tomorrow, how many tomorrows lie ahead? Seize every moment to train. That is the hallmark of a worthy ninja. Shaking his head, Sasuke declined Shursui's suggestion and slowly removed the belt. Sasuke, among the Uchiha clan, you are the most diligent ninja I have ever encountered. Sasuke's earnestness and dedication to training deeply moved Shursui, who reflected on the notion that so-called genius ninjas are forged through relentless effort. Much like his brother, whose innate talent surpassed Sasuke's yet who often trained even harder than him. Handing the belt to Shursui, Sasuke spoke earnestly. Upon receiving the belt, Shursui chuckled lightly. Sasuke, your words resonate well, but at your age, what ignites such a fervent desire for power among ninjas? After months of training alongside Sasuke, Shursui noticed a profound yearning for strength within him, a fervor that even eclipsed his own, leaving Shursui perplexed. ISNT it to protect you? Sasuke thought about rolling his eyes at Shursui's inquiry, but refrained from voicing such thoughts. After a brief silence, he replied somberly. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village is precarious at present. My eagerness to enhance my abilities stems from a desire to safeguard my family amidst future conflicts. That one tea happen, the clan will not clash with the village. I will intervene in time, Shursui began to assert, but was interrupted. Shursui, we must confront reality. Unless, as I previously mentioned, someone from the Uchiha clan ascends to the position of Hokage, the clan members will inevitably plot a coup. Logically, the higher-ups of Konoha, through their intelligence, must be aware of the Uchiha clan's aspirations for Hokage, yet the absence of any response over time suggests their disapproval of an Uchiha in the role, likely leading to a resolution to eradicate the clan. A confrontation between these two factions appears inevitable. And while I too wish to avert conflict between the clan and the village, who can truly guarantee such outcomes? Anticipating Shursui's next remarks, Sasuke swiftly interjected, Shursui, your words hold some merit. Shursui nodded in acknowledgement. As a former member of the Umbu, he understood well the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the organization. The higher-ups in Konoha were undoubtedly aware of the Uchiha clan's intentions. Shursui, tell me, if a conflict were to arise between the clan and the village, which side would you choose? Sasuke pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring. Shursui was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. If it were another member of the Uchiha clan, they would undoubtedly choose their family. However, Shursui possessed a mindset that transcended the confines of narrow tribalism, making it easier for him to opt for the village. Shursui, you are a member of the Uchiha clan, with the blood of the Uchihas coursing through your veins. Your Sharingan is a manifestation of the clan's unique bloodline limit. When the villagers come to slaughter your kin, will you remain indifferent? Sasuke pressed, gazing intently at the dazed Shursui. I will not. I will protect the members of the Uchiha clan. I will not forget my identity, Shisui exclaimed. Shaken at the thought of his kin being slain, he quickly shook his head. Then remember your words. Do not forget your identity, Sasuke declared. Though I am merely 6 years old, I possess an unwavering resolve to safeguard the Uchiha clan. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow anyone to harm the Uchiha. Shisui, I have always regarded you as a brother, and I hope that we can fight side by side for the Uchiha clan. Seeing his persuasive words taking effect, Sasuke continued to rally. Although unsure why he could utter such impassioned words, Shisui nodded without hesitation. Sasuke, rest assured, I will stand with you to protect the Uchiha clan. Very well, let us commence our training. Sasuke smiled faintly. According to the plan previously conceived, he had successfully persuaded Shisui to join his ranks, filling his heart with immense excitement. Excellent. Nodding his head, he increased the weight of his ninja tool belt to 15 kilograms. After which Shisui began to instruct Sasuke in the more arduous training of body techniques and body flicker. The following day, the fiery sun broke free from the horizon's constraints, casting warm rays upon the village of Konoha. Although it was still early, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura had already gathered at the Ninja Academy. Today marked their inaugural mission as ninjas, thus each of them was filled with exhilaration. Even Kakashi, known for his tardiness, arrived promptly today. Alright everyone, we have 2 missions to complete today. Let us first examine the first one. Glancing at Sasuke and the others, Kakashi retrieved a mission scroll from his pocket and began to scrutinize it carefully. Kakashi-sensei, what is the task? I hope it involves some actual combat, Naruto exclaimed eagerly. Fixating his gaze on Kakashi, the task is to clear the weeds from the garden of the Kawada family. Under Naruto's anticipation, Kakashi rolled up the mission scroll once more and offered a faint smile. Clearing weeds? Are you kidding me? Is this really a mission? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto's previously spirited demeanor swiftly deflated. This task is so simple. Sakura blinked and shared her thoughts. It is indeed one of those tedious tasks. In truth, even without Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke could surmise that this was the most elementary and rudimentary of tasks, as freshly graduated genin typically commence their duties with such undertakings. Do not complain. Regardless of the task, executing it will provide you with valuable experience, which will greatly aid your future training. Though this task involves clearing weeds, one must observe carefully, otherwise, it is easy to harm the flowers. Kakashi held a unique perspective on such seemingly trivial assignments, and spoke in a somber tone. Understood. Listening to Kakashi-sensei's words, Sasuke and the others could only nod in resignation. Alright, let us not waste any more time, let us set off. With a slight smile, Kakashi led the 3 of them toward the direction of the Kawada household. Chapter 20. C-Rank Mission. On the bustling streets, a shadow suddenly darted swiftly from beneath the crowd, followed by 3 figures swiftly positioning themselves to encircle their target. This is Sasuke, having reached point A. Sasuke stood behind a wall, shouting into his earpiece. This is Sakura. I've reached point B. This is Naruto. I've arrived at point C. Before long, the voices of Naruto and Sakura echoed through the earpiece. Do not startle the target. Perched atop the rooftop, Kakashi monitored the movements of the shadow below, listening intently to the reports filtering through. Alright, the target has ceased movement. How far are you from the target? Kakashi inquired after a short while. For meters, we can engage at any moment. Naruto replied with unwavering confidence. You may proceed. Sasuke nodded in agreement. I am prepared as well, Sakura Haruno responded. Excellent. Then let us commence our mission. Upon receiving their responses, Kakashi promptly issued the command. Oh, watch me. With a swift step, Naruto charged forward, quickly embracing the shadowy figure. Woof. Woof. I've got it. Naruto exclaimed triumphantly, holding the squirming little black dog. Is this the lost pup, Kuroba? To confirm he had not made a mistake, Kakashi inquired through the earpiece. It bears a black collar around its neck. It is indeed Kuroba. Sasuke observed the black dog in Naruto's possession and then confirmed. Excellent. The mission to capture the lost pet, Kuroba, has been successfully accomplished. After leaping across several rooftops, Kakashi immediately announced his findings upon landing. Kakashi-sensei, is there not a more prestigious mission available? Naruto exclaimed with a hint of frustration as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi. It had been 2 months since their first task of assisting others with weeding, and now they were still engaged in such mundane assignments, leaving Naruto feeling quite impatient. Indeed, continuing with these trivial tasks does little to enhance our skills. Sasuke nodded in agreement. At first, he was able to accept low-level missions, but after 2 months of relentless training, their efforts could no longer be applied to such trivial tasks. I knew you would soon lose your patience, Kakashi remarked as he put away his earpiece. Truthfully, Kakashi felt equally helpless about continuing low-level missions. 10 days prior, he had requested a C-rank mission from the 3rd Hokage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had declined. Citing Sasuke and the others' youth as a reason, Kakashi-sensei, our missions are nothing but cleaning, babysitting, and searching for lost pets. If this continues, I might go insane. Naruto lamented upon hearing Kakashi's sigh. Well then, let us go see the Hokage. If he agrees, we can take on a higher-level mission. Kakashi sighed again, unsure how to persuade the stubborn Naruto. Let us hurry. If the old man doesn't agree, I'll use my sexy jutsu to charm him. Naruto exclaimed excitedly as soon as Kakashi finished speaking. Only Naruto would dare to utter such words, prompting Sasuke and the others to roll their eyes in exasperation. However, understanding Naruto's mischievous nature, they merely shook their heads in resignation and proceeded toward the Hokage Tower. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the most iconic landmark is Hokage Mountain, where the faces of the 4 Hokage are intricately carved. Just below Hokage Mountain lies the center of power in the village, the Hokage Tower, adorned with an enormous flame symbol. The Hokage Tower is not solely an office for the Hokage. It also houses a mission hall accessible to clients, a ninjutsu storage room, and the Leaf Village Intelligence Department. At that moment, in the mission hall, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in a chair, a pipe in hand. He glanced at Kakashi's team, who had just returned from a mission, and said nonchalantly, "Your next task is to procure sweet potatoes." "No, we refuse such menial tasks," Naruto protested loudly. "We want to undertake more challenging missions. You are all inexperienced novices. You must accumulate experience through the simplest of tasks," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, taking a puff from his pipe. "But we've been doing these boring tasks for 2 months. Please give us something else," Naruto retorted, dissatisfied. "Naruto, you should have learned at the Ninja Academy that missions are categorized into 4 ranks, A, B, C, and D. The village receives numerous requests daily, and tasks are assigned to ninjas suited to their abilities. You have just become a Genin, so you can only undertake D-rank missions at most," Sarutobi Hiruzen explained calmly, ignoring Naruto's grievances. "However, through diligent training, I have become stronger, not the weakling you perceive. Please give us a chance," Naruto insisted, his fists clenched and urgency in his gaze. "With Kakashi-sensei by our side, even a C-rank mission would be manageable," Sasuke added, feeling it necessary to support Naruto. "Ah, it seems the once mischievous little brat has grown up," Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. "Very well, since you are so insistent, I will assign you a C-rank mission to protect someone." After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged Sasuke's words and smiled in response. "Really? Who are we protecting?" Naruto asked eagerly, almost in disbelief. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, both filled with anticipation. After instructing his subordinates to summon the client from the next room, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Naruto and said, "Do not be hasty." Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a series of footsteps, a warm-hearted man entered the room, clad in a white apron and adorned with an array of culinary tools. "Allow me to introduce you." Sarutobi Hiruzen began. "This is Master Senju, a renowned grilled fish expert from the land of waterfalls." Upon his arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen provided a brief introduction. A master of grilled fish? Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto were momentarily taken aback. The title bestowed upon the man indicated that he was undoubtedly skilled in the art of fish grilling. A restaurant owner had expended a considerable sum to invite me to Konoha to impart the techniques of grilling fish, and I intended to convey all my knowledge by this afternoon. Thus, I planned to depart from the land of fire and return to my homeland, the land of waterfalls. The next day, aware that the individuals before him were the ninja team he had commissioned, he spoke politely. "Haha, no problem. I bet my life on it. I will ensure the safe return of this gentleman to his home," Naruto declared with a hearty laugh. "Then I shall entrust this to you." The man bowed respectfully to Kakashi and the others, officially confirming the task. Upon accepting the escort mission, Kakashi instructed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to return home and prepare. As the journey to the land of waterfalls would require several days, they needed to pack ample food, tents, clothing, and other essentials. With his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, present, Sasuke did not need to gather his belongings himself. Instead, he seized the opportunity to seek out Shursui in the training grounds to inform him about the upcoming mission. Gratitude to Aki Mingwe and the leader of the Du family for their generous contributions. Additionally, I kindly request everyone's assistance, whether on Shijian or QQ reading, to leave a rating. A simple book review would suffice for a rating. A good book requires collective promotion, and I hope you can recommend it to your friends or classmates. Thank you in advance. Chapter 21. A First Trial of Chidori. The sun had set in the west, casting a delicate crimson glow across the ground, creating a thin veil of red carpet. "Are you headed to the land of waterfalls?" In the tranquil training ground. Upon hearing Sasuke recount the mission, Shursui, leaning against a tree, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you ever been to the land of waterfalls?" Sasuke replied, blinking in curiosity. "No, but I have heard from the intelligence department that the land of waterfalls is home to many waterfalls, which they use to thwart invasions from foreign lands. One of the great waterfalls conceals the village of the waterfall ninjas, which houses some exceptional ninjas," Shursui explained, shaking his head. "What a mysterious country. I look forward to experiencing it during this mission," Sasuke remarked with a light chuckle, "though the task will take several days. The experience of venturing out will be immensely beneficial for you. You need not train today. Return home early to prepare," Shursui suggested after a brief silence. "No training is fine, but before we leave the village, let us spar one last time," Sasuke replied, a hint of mischief glimmering in his dark eyes as he cracked a smile. Sasuke harbored a profound admiration for engaging in battles with formidable opponents such as Itachi, Sasuke, and Kakashi. Through these confrontations, he gleaned invaluable insights that could not be attained through mere theoretical knowledge. With a resigned gesture, Sasuke raised his hands in surrender as he gazed at Sasuke, whose expression was a blend of amusement and challenge. "This space is rather confined. Let us move over there," he suggested. Sasuke responded with a faint smile, striding towards the center of the training ground. Sasuke nodded in agreement and swiftly followed suit. "Let us commence." Upon witnessing Sasuke draw a kunai, Sasuke likewise retrieved his own kunai, raising his voice in a commanding shout. As soon as Sasuke's voice faded, both he and Sasuke sprang into action simultaneously. Their feet struck the ground, and they propelled themselves forward with astonishing speed. Ding! Sasuke and Sasuke clashed with kunai. The air filled with a cacophony of metallic clinks and the sparks of their fierce encounter. In merely a few breaths, Sasuke had frantically wielded his kunai nearly 30 or 40 times. Yet Sasuke managed to deflect these thunderous assaults. After an intense exchange, both Sasuke and Sasuke took a few steps back. "Sasuke, you have made significant progress," Sasuke remarked, unable to contain his admiration as he observed the sweat-soaked Sasuke. With his extraordinary speed of movement and attack, Sasuke would typically leave his opponents at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, remarkably, Sasuke kept pace with him. Truly, Sasuke's speed is fearsome. At that moment, with his arms tingling from exertion, Sasuke murmured to himself, had he not gritted his teeth and persevered, he would have surely faced utter defeat in their earlier exchange. To overcome Sasuke, one must hold nothing back. After a moment of calm contemplation, Sasuke hurled his kunai towards Sasuke and swiftly formed hand seals with his hands. Almost instantaneously, he tilted his head back, puffed out his cheeks, and then opened his mouth, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Phoenix Fire Technique? After deflecting the incoming kunai, Sasuke recognized that the trajectory of Sasuke's fireballs resembled the fruit of the phoenix flower. Instantly realizing he was employing the Phoenix Fire Technique. This ninjutsu, a fundamental skill commonly used by the Uchiha clan, was also within Sasuke's repertoire, and he was well versed in its intricacies. Such an attack could hardly harm me. As the fireballs hurtled towards him, Sasuke smiled confidently, then vanished from sight, reappearing in midair. Boom, boom, boom. The title of Instant Body was not given lightly. Sasuke's fireball attacks could not keep pace, ultimately crashing harmlessly into the ground below. Sasuke, do not forget. I too possess the Instant Body technique. Raising his face to gaze at Sasuke in the air, Sasuke beamed brightly. With a sharp exclamation, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, surging towards Sasuke in an instant, and swung his fist with determination. A flicker of surprise crossed Sasuke's eyes. Yet Sasuke's speed was so swift that he had no time to react. As Sasuke's fist descended, an eruption of force was unleashed upon Sasuke. However, the astonishing occurred, Sasuke transformed into a wooden clone. Substitution technique? Sasuke mused, realizing once more that his assault had been in vain. Haha, Sasuke, did I not instruct you? A ninja must never be careless in battle. Sasuke's true form reappeared on the ground, chuckling lightly. I have always remembered that. Sasuke replied to Sasuke with a smile. Even as he hovered in the air, after Sasuke's laughter faded, he suddenly transformed into a wisp of white mist and vanished from the air. Shadow clone technique. Jishui's expression shifted dramatically, a look of grave concern flashing across his eyes. Chidori, just as Jishui sensed impending danger, he noticed a dazzling arc of lightning flickering behind a nearby tree, and in an instant, Sasuke charged forward. Could this be Kakashi-senpai's Raikiri? Gazing at the radiant lightning, which resembled countless slender bolts entwined around Sasuke's right hand, Jishui could scarcely believe it. Just 2 months prior, Sasuke had been training in chakra nature transformation. He never anticipated that in such a brief span, Sasuke would master such a formidable S-rank lightning ninjutsu. Crackle. At that moment, as Sasuke moved at high speed, the lightning snake spilling from his hand darted across the ground, producing a series of faint explosive sounds, reducing even small stones to mere dust. Jishui, known for his cheerful and gentle disposition, typically engaged in combat with restraint. However, when faced with a worthy opponent, his fervor would compel him to give his all. Now, while Sasuke sought to defeat Jishui with Chidori, Jishui was not inclined to concede so easily. Closing his eyes, Jishui reopened them to reveal a dramatic transformation. His once black pupils had turned blood red, with 3 equally spaced tomo appearing in the center. It was evident that Jishui had activated his Sharingan. As the Sharingan began to spin, Jishui swiftly discerned Sasuke's attack trajectory and executed a body flicker technique to evade him. In an instant, a sharp kunai was poised against Sasuke's back. Sasuke, you have lost, Jishui said softly, a smile gracing his lips as the kunai pointed menacingly at Sasuke. Alas, it seems I must be more meticulous next time. Sasuke sighed as he dissipated the lightning in his hand. Upon seeing Jishui activate his Sharingan, Sasuke had already known he would be defeated, for Kakashi had previously mentioned the vulnerability of Chidori. If one's attack route was discerned by the opponent, one could not anticipate their counterattack. Naturally, Jishui's use of the Sharingan elicited no complaints from Sasuke. In fact, He believed it would be disheartening if Jishui deliberately allowed him to win. Since it was a sparring session, one should unleash their full strength in battle. That was the truest form of respect for an opponent. Chapter 22. The Helpless Itachi. Sasuke, you performed exceptionally well. Had I not employed the power of the Sharingan this time, you would have emerged victorious. Hearing Jishui's words of praise, Sasuke initially assumed he would be displeased, prompting Jishui to quickly pat him on the shoulder in consolation. In truth, there had been a moment when Jishui wished to let Sasuke win, having lost to him in their previous sparring sessions. However, he ultimately deemed such an act inappropriate and abandoned the notion. Haha, Jishui, you need not comfort me. It is only through failure that one can recognize their shortcomings. Recognizing flaws is the first step toward growth, Sasuke replied, waving his hand with a smile. Sasuke understood all too well that his strength paled in comparison to Shirsui's. Even without the Sharingan, Shirsui could easily defeat him. At times, he felt that Shirsui hardly resembled a child, as his words possessed a persuasive weight. Listening to Sasuke, Shirsui paused momentarily before smiling. Indeed, Shirsui had accurately perceived the truth. Sasuke was no longer a mere child. As an exceptional middle school student of the 21st century, Sasuke's maturity far exceeded that of his peers. Shirsui, after I leave, you must be cautious of Danzo, Sasuke said earnestly, gazing at Shirsui's smiling face, suddenly recalling something important. Although time dictated that Danzo would not act against Shirsui for almost another month, Sasuke feared that circumstances might change, warranting a prudent approach. Danzo? Shirsui's expression shifted slightly, concern flickering across his features. What is Sasuke worried about? Given the current animosity from Konoha's higher-ups towards the Uchiha clan, and knowing that Shirsui was the foremost expert of the Uchiha, Sasuke expressed his trepidation regarding the ruthless Danzo. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke spoke softly. Danzo shouldn't be that kind of person, right? Shirsui furrowed his brow, perceiving the gravity of Sasuke's tone. Not that kind of person? If only I had a phone. I would show you the true nature of Danzo's ruthlessness, Sasuke thought. Shirsui, human hearts are inscrutable. If Danzo lacked a few merciless tactics, how could he possibly ascend to the position of Roots leader? Sasuke continued, an unprecedented seriousness etched across his face. Thank you for the warning, Sasuke. I will be cautious. Shirsui replied softly after a moment of silence, acknowledging the wisdom in Sasuke's words. Seeing Shirsui nod, Sasuke sighed in relief and added, Shirsui, remember what I said. If Danzo truly comes for you, do not hesitate. Utilize the body flicker technique to escape. Sasuke, why do I feel as though you know something? Shirsui remarked, having never witnessed Sasuke's anxiety before. What does it matter if I know a lot? When spoken, few would believe it. Sasuke shook his head in resignation. Then solemnly declared, Shirsui, trust me. When I return, we will face our challenges together. All right. Though uncertain about the challenges Sasuke referred to, Shirsui nodded in agreement. Then I shall head home now. Having said all that needed to be said and noticing the twilight settling in, Sasuke bid farewell and turned to leave. As Shirsui watched Sasuke's figure disappear into the woods, he chuckled softly. Sasuke, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic. That night, the lights twinkled like fireflies, growing ever more abundant, enveloping the entire Hidden Leaf Village in a dreamlike atmosphere. In the living room of the Uchiha household, the family of four gathered together for a meal. This dinner brought Sasuke a sense of joy as he was reunited with Itachi, who had been preoccupied with numerous missions in the Umbu for quite some time. Ever since Itachi's performance in the Umbu had improved, his assignments had multiplied, often leaving him absent from home for days on end. Sasuke, tomorrow marks your first mission outside. You must prioritize your safety and, of course, exert your utmost strength to complete the task swiftly. Uchiha Fugaka suddenly paused in his meal to admonish Lin Feng. Father, rest assured, I will be cautious, Sasuke replied. Sasuke nodded gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Will you be going out tomorrow? Itachi paused, a flicker of concern for his younger brother stirring within him, for Sasuke had never ventured beyond the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yes, brother. Our team is tasked with escorting a client to the Land of Waterfalls tomorrow. Sasuke explained to Itachi, the Land of Water? I shall also venture there tomorrow, near the border of the Land of Fire. Although our directions may align, our missions are distinctly different. Itachi, seated nearby, spoke softly. Oh? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Itachi in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation that Itachi's mission would coincide with Sasuke's. Brother, what mission do you have? Sasuke, intrigued, inquired. Oh, is that so? It was merely a matter of some rogue ninjas marauding around the borders, with a few of them being rather formidable. Thus, we are tasked to dispatch members of the Umbu to address the situation. If it were a classified mission, Itachi would undoubtedly remain silent. Yet for this ordinary undertaking, he spoke candidly. Rogue ninjas? Are they all from our Leaf Village? Sasuke blinked in confusion and inquired. This is not absolute. Some rogue ninjas from other nations may flee to our Land of Fire to escape their own country's pursuit. In order to survive, they either become renegade ninjas resorting to theft, or they turn into mercenaries in the black market, committing nefarious deeds for others. Before Itachi could speak, Uchiha Fugaku explained this to Lin Feng. Understood. Sasuke nodded, recalling that in Naruto, Zabuza was a rogue ninja who later became a mercenary, engaging in numerous assassinations. Stop chatting and eat quickly. The food will get cold, Mikoto Uchiha urged, noticing that the father and sons were engrossed in conversation. Sasuke smiled faintly at his mother before continuing to savor the meal alongside Itachi and Fugaku Uchiha. After dinner, Itachi summoned Sasuke to his room. The bright chamber was softly illuminated by the gentle moonlight streaming through the window, creating a somewhat ethereal atmosphere. "Brother, did you call for me?" Sasuke inquired, observing Itachi rummaging through a box with curiosity. "Sasuke, take this signal flare with you," Itachi said, retrieving a signal flare from the box and handing it to Sasuke. "But brother, if an emergency arises and there are no nearby ninja for support, sending out a signal flare would be futile," Sasuke replied, understanding the purpose of the flare. "This signal flare is exclusive to Umbu members. It is costly, yet it is better to have it than to be without it," Itachi remarked, shaking his head at Sasuke's reluctant expression. "All right, I shall carry it," Sasuke conceded. Sasuke gave a wry smile and nodded. Although he was aware that the signal flare would have little effect, he could not refuse Itachi's kind gesture. It was getting late. It would be prudent to retire for the night. Upon seeing Sasuke stow away the signal flare, Itachi nodded in satisfaction and then smiled. "Yes, brother. You should also rest early." With that, Sasuke turned and departed. Sigh. After Sasuke's departure, Itachi gazed out at the moon and sighed. In truth, Itachi wished to follow Sasuke and protect him from the shadows, yet he was bound to carry out his duties in the Umbu, leaving him in a state of helplessness. It is worth noting that Sasuke is only 6 years old at this point, not the 12-year-old version depicted in the anime. Thus the nature of the missions is undoubtedly different. Chapter 23, Grilled Fish. The tranquil night swiftly passed, as dawn broke on the following day, accompanied by a creaking sound. The sturdy gates of Konohagakure swung open. Almost immediately, the figures of Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Uncle CHG appeared at the entrance. "All right, let us be off," Naruto exclaimed excitedly the moment they stepped beyond the village gates. "What are you so excited about?" Sakura replied, somewhat exasperated by Naruto's enthusiasm. Naruto looked around in wonder, declaring, "Because I have never left the village my entire life. It takes a whole day to reach the border. Let us make haste," paying little heed to Naruto's exuberance. Kakashi spoke in a calm tone before moving forward. Sasuke, Sakura, and Uncle Chuanwei swiftly followed. "Hey, wait for me." Kakashi's earlier words went unheard by the careless Naruto. When he finally noticed he was left behind, he called out and hurried to catch up. "Uncle Chuanwei, as a master of grilled fish, your fish must be incredibly delicious," Sakura remarked softly, feeling a bit bored during their journey. Regardless of the flavor, it is others' opinions that truly matter. One's own assessment holds little significance. Uncle Chuanwei replied with a kind smile. Sasuke, finding wisdom in Uncle Chuanwei's words, joined the conversation, inquiring, "I've heard that the land of waterfalls is home to many waterfalls. Do you live within one, Uncle Chuanwei?" "The waterfall serves merely as a barrier. Beyond it lies our village," Uncle Chuanwei smiled and nodded. "Wow, such a magical place. When we reach the land of waterfalls, you must take us to see it." Sakura exclaimed eagerly. "No problem at all. As long as you have the time, you can stay at my home for a few days. And I will show you around and treat you to a variety of delicious foods," Uncle Chuanwei responded warmly. "Delicious food? That's fantastic. I wish we could arrive at Uncle Chuanwei's home sooner," Naruto exclaimed, excitement shimmering in his eyes at the mention of food. "Naruto, you really are a glutton," Sakura remarked with slight disdain. However, another side of her, much like Naruto, chuckled in anticipation of the delightful meals to come. "No need to rush. There will certainly be plenty of food," Uncle Chuanwei chuckled, observing Naruto's impatience. The pleasant exchange fostered a sense of closeness among them, and after some lively conversation, Naruto and his companions learned much about Uncle Chuanwei, their laughter echoing along the road. Kakashi and the others had walked for a good part of the morning, and everything had remained quite calm without incident. As lunchtime approached, Kakashi chose a spot to halt. "You can eat the food you've prepared. Once you finish, we will continue our journey," he said, glancing back at Sasuke and the others. Their steps slowed, and they all came to a halt in unison. Sitting down, Sasuke exhaled slowly and was about to take out his bento when he heard Naruto's complaint. "It's all cold and tastes terrible." Naruto's bento consisted of packaged Ichiraka ramen. But after several hours, even the best noodles lose their flavor. "Naruto, you are such a nuisance." Sakura snapped at him, her own appetite waning upon hearing his words. To become a distinguished ninja, one must overcome all challenges during missions. Being able to carry a bento is already quite commendable. During the Great Ninja War, I subsisted on military rations for weeks, Kakashi advised, observing Naruto's sulking demeanor. "Humph." Naruto turned away, dismissing Kakashi's words with a huff. "Naruto," Sakura shouted, exasperated, contemplating giving him a good thrashing. "Naruto, eat something first. Afterwards, we can see if we can find a stream to catch some fish. And I'll grill some for you tonight," Uncle Chuanwei suggested with a smile. Really? The thought of grilled fish for dinner caused Naruto's mouth to water. "Of course. Just look at the seasonings on my shoulder. As soon as we catch a few live fish, I can get started," Uncle Chuanwei confirmed with a grin. That's wonderful. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he urged, Kakashi-sensei, let us eat quickly and move on. Eager for the tasty grilled fish. He disregarded the quality of the ramen and began to devour it ravenously. There was no helping him. Kakashi sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Fortune smiled upon Kakashi and his group. After their lunch, they walked for several hours and indeed stumbled upon a river of decent size. Perhaps due to the absence of nearby villagers, the river was teeming with fish. Excited, Naruto, with the help of Uncle Chuanwei and Sasuke, quickly caught a dozen large fish. Once they had their catch, under Naruto's insistence, Kakashi found a suitable spot to set up camp for the night. As night fell quietly upon them, visibility dwindled under the darkened sky. Even with the campfire casting its glow, light remained limited to a small area. The crackling of the fire and the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish filled the air. Uncle Chuanwei, is the fish ready? Naruto asked eagerly. Eyes fixed on the fish roasting over the flames. Don't rush, we're almost there. Uncle Chuanwei, true to his title as a master of grilled fish, diligently added seasonings despite the heat of the flames. It's ready to eat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Uncle Chuanwei pulled out 3 grilled fish and handed them to Kakashi and the others with a gentle smile. Sasuke tore off a small piece of fish, savoring its flavor. Wow, this is amazing. In contrast to the others, Naruto devoured his food rapidly, pulling off the last morsel and exclaiming, Uncle Chuanwei, you're incredible. This grilled fish is delicious. Sakura, having only taken a few bites, immediately echoed his praise. This is truly remarkable, giving Uncle Chuanwei a thumbs up. Kakashi expressed his satisfaction with the taste of the grilled fish. Although Kakashi had grilled fish himself during missions in the past, it paled in comparison to this. It seems we are in for a treat on this journey, he mused. Sasuke also relished the flavor of the grilled fish, subsequently smiling slightly. Haha, if you enjoy it, then eat more, he remarked, observing Kakashi and the others indulging in their meal with great pleasure. However, amidst his laughter, a flicker of unnoticeable malice flashed in Chiyo's eyes. Perhaps unnoticed by Kakashi, Sasuke, and the others, as they were absorbed in their grilled fish. Chapter 24. The Turn of Events. After a satisfying dinner and a restful night's sleep, Kakashi and his companions set off early in the morning, following their journey the previous day. They were now less than 10 miles from the border of the Land of Fire. As they traversed the silent rock forest, Kakashi walked quietly, his vigilant gaze sweeping over the imposing rocks surrounding them. As a seasoned jonin, Kakashi remained ever cautious, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Uncle Chiyo, the grilled fish yesterday was exquisite. How about we have grilled fish for lunch again? Naruto said, hands clasped behind his head, reminiscing about the taste of the fish with a smile. Who would want to eat those hard-to-swallow soldier pills when there's delicious grilled fish? I concur, chimed in Sakura, grinning in agreement. Haha, we were lucky yesterday to catch fish. I fear we won't find any here. Chiyo replied with a wry smile, casting a glance at the surrounding rocks. Indeed, in a place like this rock forest, there's hardly a stream to be found, Sakura acknowledged, reluctantly facing reality despite her craving for grilled fish. What a desolate place, just rocks everywhere. Naruto muttered under his breath, frustrated at the prospect of not having grilled fish for lunch. At that moment, Kakashi, who was leading the group, suddenly changed his expression, sternly warning, be careful, something's amiss. Whoosh. Instantly, several shurikens whizzed through the air, hurtling towards Kakashi and his companions. Protect Uncle Chiyo, Kakashi shouted, swiftly drawing a shuriken and deftly intercepting the incoming attack. Understood. In response to Kakashi's command, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura quickly formed a protective formation around Chiyo. Haha, silver hair, unmistakable. As expected of the renowned elite Jonin Kakashi, effortlessly neutralizing my attack. A booming laugh echoed as a man clad in black, wearing a Mist Village forehead protector, emerged from behind the rocks. You are a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Kakashi deduced, recognizing the horizontal line across the symbol on the man's forehead protector. A common indicator of a rogue ninja severing ties with their original village. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sanli, currently a mercenary in the black market, he said, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as he surveyed Kakashi and his companions. A black market assassin? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, questioning, is Uncle Chiyo your target? Haha, wrong. My target is you. Your bounty in the black market is a staggering 50 million, Sanli replied with a grin, though it was laced with an unmistakable menace. Me? Kakashi's composure faltered slightly at Sanli's revelation. Seizing the moment of distraction, Sanli clasped his hands together, beginning to form hand seals. Water release, water chaos wave. Upon completing the seals, he puffed up his cheeks and unleashed a massive wave of water. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Although a rather elementary ninjutsu, Kakashi did not dare to be negligent as he watched the surging wave approach. He swiftly formed hand seals and directed his palms toward the ground. With a resounding crash, a substantial earthen wall erupted from the earth before Kakashi, absorbing the impact of the incoming wave. Boom. The wall shattered under the force of the water's onslaught. Yet the wave's momentum was significantly diminished, settling into a pool of stagnant water on the ground. Wow, Kakashi-sensei is amazing. Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in excitement as they watched Kakashi effortlessly neutralizing the enemy's ninjutsu. Truly, Kakashi-sensei is remarkable. Sasuke secretly lamented. In truth, the speed at which Sanli launched his attack was remarkably swift. Were it Sasuke in his place, he would likely struggle to replicate Kakashi's composed execution of defensive ninjutsu. Regardless of your intentions, I shall not allow you to harm anyone, Kakashi stated calmly, pulling down the black cloth that covered his left eye and lifting his gaze. Heh. I am eager to see what capabilities you possess to protect them, Sanli retorted with a sinister grin. However, at that moment, as Sanli smirked, Kakashi's left eye abruptly opened. A powerful, commanding aura surged forth from within Kakashi. Is that the Sharingan? Sakura exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Kakashi activate his Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei, how could you possess a Sharingan? Only members of the Uchiha clan have it, Naruto added, equally puzzled. As ninjas of Konoha, Naruto and Sakura were well aware that the Sharingan was a bloodline limit exclusive to the Uchiha clan, making their disbelief over Kakashi's possession of it palpable. What are the Sharingan? Today, your only fate is death. While other adversaries would certainly feel daunted upon seeing Kakashi's Sharingan activated, Sanli's expression merely shifted slightly before he continued to shout, Raikiri. Ignoring Sanli's proclamation, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, and a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. In an instant, his right hand was enveloped in dazzling lightning. Sanli did not appear to be a reckless ninja. What gave him such confidence in defeating Kakashi, who wielded the Sharingan? A voice of surprise resonated in Sasuke's mind after Kakashi completed the hand seals for Raikiri. Sasuke believed that Sanli must possess some hidden trump card, otherwise, he would not remain stationary. Just as doubts about Sanli crossed Sasuke's mind, a figure suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, and without hesitation, a sharp kunai was thrust towards Kakashi's vital point. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. The scene before him caused Sasuke's expression to change drastically as he exclaimed in horror. What? As Sasuke's warning echoed, a chill coursed through Kakashi's heart, and he sensed an overwhelming danger looming behind him. Too late. Realizing Kakashi intended to evade the impending attack, the shadow quickened its pace. In a mere heartbeat, a piercing sound resounded, and Kakashi felt a kunai, its handle the only visible part, embedded in his back. The blade having fully penetrated his body. With a spurt of blood, the lightning in Kakashi's hand dissipated, and despite the searing pain, he forced himself to charge away from his assailant. Chapter 25. The Water Prison Technique. After gaining a certain distance, Kakashi's legs buckled, and he propped himself on the ground, blood dripping from his back. How could this happen? Ignoring his injuries, he turned to confront his attacker, only to find it was Uncle Chuanwei, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Not only Kakashi, but Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were equally stunned, as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. The sudden betrayal by Uncle Chuanwei, who had so kindly grilled fish for them the day before, left their minds in disarray. Aha, Kakashi. You evaded the vital points in such a brief moment. But what does it matter? With your current strength, it won't make a difference. Gazing at Kakashi's complex expression, Chuanwei's smile was radiant yet laced with cold malice. Uncle Chuanwei, why have you done this? The cool breeze snapped Naruto back to reality, and he shouted in anger, recalling yesterday's joyful fishing expedition with Chuanwei, who now seemed unrecognizable in his intent to harm Kakashi-sensei. Uncle Chuanwei? Huh. That man died 10 days ago. I am Awaya, merely donning his identity. With that, Chuanwei ripped away the human skin mask, revealing his true, grotesque visage. What is this? Kakashi scrutinized Awaya, his gaze lingering on the long scar across his face, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, fragmented memories of Awaya surfaced in Kakashi's mind, though the recollections were distant and hazy. Kakashi, do you recognize the scar on my face? Heh, you were the one who inflicted it. Perceiving Kakashi's astonishment, Iwaya pointed at his scar, his voice booming. Kakashi-sensei knows him? The bewildering exchange left Naruto and Sakura exchanging glances, while Sasuke frowned in contemplation. I was once a prodigious ninja of Iwa village, esteemed by many villagers and hailed as the successor of the Tsuchikage. Yet, after my defeat to you, Kakashi, in the Jonin exams, my life spiraled into despair. No one smiled at me anymore. All I received were derisive jeers. I became a forsaken bird, cast aside by all. Kakashi, my descent into a wandering ninja was entirely your doing. As memories of his own torment flooded his mind, Awaya's fist clenched, his enraged roar reverberating through the air. Kakashi's gaze hardened upon Awaya's furious countenance. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, finally recalling the Iwa ninja from years prior, the one he had comforted after their duel in the Jonin exams. It was astonishing how, in the passing years, Iwaya had succumbed to darkness and transformed into a rogue ninja. Aha, all is in the past. Kakashi, your head is worth 50 million in the black market. I thought I had merely caught a small fish, but it turns out you were the big catch. How fortunate. Iwaya's sinister smile returned as he focused on Kakashi. Though unspoken, the situation was clear. Iwaya was allied with Sanli. In his prime, Kakashi could have easily dealt with both, but now, burdened by his injuries, that prospect seemed all but impossible. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, listen well. As your captain, I command you to leave this place immediately. Acknowledging his inevitable fate, Kakashi shouted to his comrades, better worry about yourself. Iwaya sneered, channeling his chakra as he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth spike. Upon completing the seals, Iwaya bellowed. And the ground around Kakashi erupted with numerous stone spears, hurtling towards him. Kakashi, coldly observing the oncoming projectiles, remained unflinching, swiftly retreating. Just a dying effort. Iwaya's voice turned menacing. As the stones advanced, Kakashi's skin prickled with an impending sense of danger, prompting him to halt and pivot to the left. Boom. As Kakashi moved, a stone spear condensed, piercing through the space where he had just been, creating a significant crater upon impact. It's over. A faint voice echoed in the air as Kakashi's complexion paled, only to be enveloped by a torrent of water, forming a sphere that entrapped him. The water prison technique? Realizing the immense pressure closing in, Kakashi summoned all his chakra, desperate to break free. Too late. Placing a hand upon the surface of the water sphere, Sanli smiled at Kakashi and began channeling his chakra to stabilize the prison. Ah, I was truly careless. With a soft sigh, Kakashi glanced at Sanli beside him, internally reflecting. In his focus on Iwaya, he had overlooked Sanli, who had long been prepared to ensnare Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. As they witnessed Kakashi imprisoned within the water sphere, Naruto and the others cried out in alarm. How foolish. Your teacher warned you to leave, yet you remain. Iwaya's eyes narrowed with a cruel grin as he taunted them. Release Kakashi-sensei, or I will kill you. Naruto glared fiercely at Iwaya, fist clenched. Do you think you can threaten me? Ha! The higher-ups of Konoha are truly dim-witted. Sending you children on missions at your age is tantamount to signing your death warrants. Death is inevitable. Let me grant it to you today. Iwaya erupted into laughter at Naruto's childish bravado. Don't underestimate us. As Iwagakure laughed maniacally, Naruto clenched his fists and swiftly charged toward him. Upon observing Naruto's reckless advance, Iwagakure smirked slightly, then, with a movement as swift as lightning, appeared behind Naruto. Naruto, be careful. Sasuke shouted urgently upon witnessing Iwagakure's actions. In a moment of panic, Naruto's mind raced with an ominous thought as he attempted to alter his trajectory. However, Iwagakure's powerful fist descended without hesitation, striking Naruto squarely in the back. The impact was immediate. Naruto felt a blinding pain radiate from his back, akin to being hit by a charging bull, causing him to lose his balance and fly through the air. Moments later, he crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed anxiously, seeing him curled up in agony like a wounded creature. Ignoring her cries, Iwagakure's voice rang out triumphantly. Do you see? You are nothing but trash in my presence. After being defeated by Kakashi-sensei, you have sunk to the level of a wandering ninja, even below trash. Just as Iwagakure's arrogant words filled the air, a weak voice emerged from the distance. What? Turning towards the sound, Iwagakure's expression twisted into a snarl as he fixated on Naruto, whose eyes burned with a fierce determination. Is it not true? As a man, you lack the courage to face defeat and instead choose to flee. Yet, knowing I am no match for you, still choose to fight until the end, Naruto rasped, a defiant smile breaking through the pain. He trembled but slowly rose to his feet, visibly shaking. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he lifted his gaze to meet Iwagakure's, his eyes fierce and unwavering. Very well, kid. I concede that you have successfully provoked me, but such provocation typically leads to a singular outcome, death. With a malicious grin, Iwagakure's dark eyes flared with murderous intent as he drew a sharp kunai, charging toward Naruto with a rush of wind. In the water prison, Kakashi's complexion turned pale as he watched Iwagakure prepare to strike Naruto. No. Sakura shook her head, frozen in place. Despite their frequent arguments, she could not bear the thought of Naruto being harmed. All eyes followed Iwagakure's approaching figure, but just as he closed the distance to 3 meters from Naruto, Sasuke suddenly interjected, stepping in front of him. Fire style, great fireball technique. With swift hand signs, Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth. Is that fire style ninjutsu? How can a mere child wield such power? Iwagakure momentarily froze, feeling the terrifying heat emanating from the fireball. To avoid injury, he abandoned his attack on Naruto and retreated, distancing himself from the impending explosion. Boom. Just as Iwagakure moved away, a thunderous explosion erupted where he had just stood, sending sparks flying and smoke billowing into the air. Had he not retreated in time, he would have been severely injured. Naruto, take this soldier pill to regain your strength. We will execute our battle plan as before. Sasuke whispered, producing a healing pill during the brief interval of chaos. Okay. After swallowing the pill, Naruto nodded. However, he noticed Sasuke pulling out a long object from his pocket and inquired, Sasuke, what is that in your hand? This is a signal flare. Though I am uncertain if any reinforcements are nearby, we must try, Sasuke replied, releasing the flare into the sky. As the signal ignited and formed a fiery cloud above, all eyes turned toward the spectacle. How does Sasuke possess a signal flare from the Umbu? Kakashi, recognizing the flare as a specialized signal from the Konoha Umbu, pondered. Just as Kakashi contemplated, his companion Sanli exclaimed, Hey, Iwagakure, what are you doing? Hurry up and eliminate those 3 kids. If reinforcements arrive, we won't be able to escape. Now that the smoke had cleared, Iwagakure could see both Naruto and Sasuke clearly. Kakashi, Witnessing your disciples perish will surely bring you anguish. Today, I shall let you experience that pain. With a sinister smile directed at Kakashi, Iwagakure summoned his chakra, preparing to eliminate Sasuke and the others with utmost speed. 5 miles from the border of the Land of Fire, a stretch of open land lay before 3 figures masked in umbu attire, racing swiftly. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion reverberated through the air, causing them to halt. An umbu signal flare? Recognizing the flaming cloud as a signal from their comrades, the trio understood its significance. Could it be? One of the shorter umbu members trembled, a hint of panic evident in his demeanor. Our allies may be in trouble, approximately 5 miles from here. We must provide support. The squad leader, clad in a beige cloak, commanded after a moment of contemplation. But Captain, our mission to track the rogue ninjas is still ongoing. Delaying could jeopardize our success, one female teammate protested. Kakashi previously mentioned that saving the lives of comrades outweighs any mission. Execute the order. The squad leader replied somberly, then sped toward the rocky forest. As the leader departed, the other 2 members quickly followed suit. Sasuke, you must be safe. I'm coming. The shorter umbu member murmured under his breath, his Sharingan visible through his mask. Chapter 27. The Blooming Chidori. Sakura, take action. In the rocky forest, Sasuke urged as he glanced at Iwagakure, who was gathering chakra. Understood. Understanding the necessity to secure offensive time for Sasuke, Sakura Haruno swung her arms vigorously and immediately hurled a dozen shuriken towards Iwaya. Futile. With a dismissive smile. Iwaya effortlessly dodged all the incoming projectiles with a few casual movements. Do not rejoice too soon. Observing Iwaya's smug expression, Sasuke suddenly retrieved a massive F-Ma shuriken from his back and launched it with unparalleled speed. The F-Ma shuriken whistled through the air, cutting through the atmosphere with a thunderous sound as it rushed toward Iwaya. They are employing that technique again. Let us hope it succeeds. Kakashi, confined within the water prison, was reminded of Sasuke and his companion's flawless coordination during the trial upon seeing the familiar F-Ma shuriken. This kid possesses some skills. Being able to manipulate the F-Ma shuriken. Gazing at the shuriken approaching rapidly, Iwaya couldn't help but exclaim. However, he believed he still had the upper hand. Narrowing his eyes, Iwaya crouched down and smirked. Relying on his combat experience, he deduced that Sasuke had thrown the F-Ma shuriken at a slightly elevated angle, providing him an opportunity to evade. Had it been thrown lower, he would have been in trouble. Yet unbeknownst to Iwaya, that evadable angle was precisely what Sasuke had intentionally allowed. Whoosh! The F-Ma shuriken narrowly whizzed past Iwaya's head, prompting him to rise once more. Kids, it is nearly time to set off. With his hands clasped, Iwaya prepared to unleash a ninjutsu to eliminate Sasuke and the others. However, just as Iwaya finished speaking, a dull thud resonated behind him, and the flying F-Ma shuriken halted midair, instantly transforming into Naruto's likeness. It worked. At that moment, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura simultaneously expressed their excitement. Naruto's action could potentially alter the dire situation. What? How is this possible? Iwaya turned around, his shock palpable upon discovering Naruto behind him. He had never anticipated that Naruto would employ a transformation technique to deceive him as the F-Ma shuriken. Shadow clone technique. In that fleeting moment suspended in the air, Naruto, refusing to be complacent, immediately conjured 6 shadow clones, directing them to pounce upon Iwaya. Damn it. Just as Iwaya attempted to react, Naruto's shadow clone seized him, rendering him immobile. Although Iwaya's strength far exceeded Naruto's, the sheer number of shadow clones granted Naruto a significant advantage. Sasuke, it is your turn. Once the shadow clones restrained Iwaya, Naruto landed and shouted excitedly. Chidori. Even without Naruto's prompt, Sasuke was aware of what needed to be done. As he completed the hand signs, silver lightning materialized in his right hand. The lightning coiled around him, radiating a brilliant, blinding light that enveloped his entire being, emanating an exceptionally violent aura. Indeed, he has invoked Chidori, Kakashi murmured, fixated on the dazzling lightning in Sasuke's hand. As Sasuke performed the hand signs, Kakashi anticipated his use of the Chidori technique. Although he had previously insisted that Sasuke should activate his Sharingan to execute it, he understood the dire circumstances necessitated this choice. Sasuke is truly impressive. Observing Sasuke, who was partially obscured by the lightning, Sakura smiled softly and remarked, "When did Sasuke learn such a dazzling technique? I must ask Kakashi-sensei to teach me next time." Staring in awe at Sasuke unleashing Chidori, Naruto, somewhat enviously, chuckled. "Hey, Iwaya, be careful." Although they were at a distance, the trio could sense the extreme danger emanating from the lightning in Sasuke's hand, prompting a loud warning. This kid can even wield lightning release. Iwaya's expression turned grave as he observed the lightning coalescing in Sasuke's hand, his eyes betraying his anxiety. As a Earth Release ninja, Iwaya knew that lightning overcomes Earth. Even if he were to petrify his body with chakra, he could not withstand Sasuke's attack. "You will pay the price for harming my comrades." With a low growl, Sasuke surged forward, radiating a fierce and domineering lightning aura as he charged recklessly towards Iwaya. As Sasuke unleashed his lightning strike, the ground beneath was deeply scarred, a testament to the sheer force of his power. The lightning flickered and expanded rapidly within the eyes of the rock warrior, yet bound by Naruto's shadow clone. He found himself unable to evade, his gaze fixed with an icy intensity upon Sasuke's figure. With no alternative left, he was compelled to resort to that technique. However, the rock warrior was not one to succumb easily. He began to form hand seals, preparing to counter the impending assault. Perish! Sasuke blinked and appeared before the casting Wano, his arms suddenly quaking as the thunderous energy in his right hand radiated a destructive aura, crashing toward Wano's heart. However, just as Sasuke was about to strike, Wano's body underwent a drastic transformation, swiftly turning black until it morphed into a figure of clay. The unexpected turn of events left Sasuke momentarily stunned, but before he could regain his composure, his Chidori struck fiercely against the clay figure. The deep rumble of thunder echoed through the rocky forest as the clay figure was utterly shattered by the electric force. Simultaneously, the terrifying power of lightning obliterated Naruto's shadow clone, which dissipated into a cloud of white mist. Oh no, he has escaped. Gazing at the shattered earth below, Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and a sense of dread settled in his heart. Alas, Wano's strength is formidable with his earth clone. Observing Sasuke's futile effort, Kakashi, trapped in the water prison, sighed softly. Through the lens of his Sharingan, he had clearly witnessed Wano's use of the earth clone to evade capture. At that moment, Sanri smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Sasuke as he remarked, "This little brat has managed to force Wano to resort to an earth clone. A sight I have not witnessed in many years. Sasuke, where has that fellow gone?" Aware that Wano had utilized a certain ninjutsu to escape, Naruto raised his head and scanned the surroundings. Sasuke, however, paid no heed to Naruto, as he was intently searching for Wano's presence. A moment's carelessness could lead to a sudden ambush. Suddenly, as Sasuke searched, Naruto let out a pained scream, followed by an invisible force violently propelling his body backwards, crashing him against a distant rock. With a thunderous crash, Naruto collapsed onto the ground, having been gravely injured prior, and now, after this brutal blow, he was completely unconscious. Naruto, filled with concern for Naruto's condition, Sasuke shouted and prepared to fly towards him. Yet, just as Sasuke was about to move, that same invisible force struck him with full force. Under the impact of this overwhelming power, Sasuke's face flushed red, and moments later, he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, his body falling helplessly to the ground like a kite severed from its strings. With several pairs of eyes watching, Sasuke skidded along the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt, a testament to the immense power he had just endured. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura cried out in pain at Sasuke's precarious state, wishing instead that the blow had struck her. If only I hadn't been restrained. Seeing Sasuke felled by a sneak attack, Kakashi in the water prison sighed in resignation. Ordinary people might not understand why Naruto and Sasuke were inexplicably attacked, but Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, could see clearly that it was Wano who had used a stealth technique to strike. To fall victim to my camouflage technique. You should feel proud. As Kakashi's lament faded, Wano's translucent form returned to normal, a sinister smile playing on his lips. It is not over yet. I cannot perish here. Shursui, brother, mother, and father are waiting for my return. Hearing Wano's malevolent laughter, Sasuke's hazy mind began to clear, and with trembling determination, he slowly rose to his feet under the weight of several gazes. How tenacious. Wano's face revealed a chilling smile as he observed Sasuke's gradual ascent, and he drew a kunai, stepping closer to Sasuke. Yet, after only a few strides, a frail figure swiftly positioned herself in front of Sasuke. From this moment onward, I will no longer allow you to harm Sasuke. With a kunai drawn, a cold voice emerged from Haruno Sakura. Sakura, get out of the way. Sasuke gazed at the scene before him, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted urgently. He understood all too well that with Sakura's abilities, facing the formidable Uchiha was tantamount to courting death. No need to shout. I have already proclaimed that you will both embark on this journey together today. Uchiha chuckled at Sakura's brave attempt to protect Sasuke, then swiftly charged towards her. As Uchiha approached, Sakura chose not to evade but instead engaged him directly. Wielding her kunai in defense, the sharp clinks of their weapons colliding echoed in the air. However, the disparity in their strengths became evident after several exchanges. Sakura could no longer withstand Uchiha's relentless assault. Noticing Sakura's struggle, Uchiha smirked coldly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right before her. His kunai descending without hesitation, a lethal black flash aimed directly at the unprepared Sakura. With a piercing sound, Uchiha's kunai pierced into Sakura's left arm. With no other choice, she used her arm as a shield to withstand Uchiha's onslaught. Though I may be weak, I shall fight on to protect my comrades. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Sakura shouted, and with a determined tremor, she thrust her kunai fiercely towards Uchiha. Due to their proximity, this was Sakura's sole opportunity to strike Uchiha. Her sudden attack momentarily caught him off guard, yet being a seasoned warrior, he quickly regained his composure and retreated a few steps. Die. After evading Sakura's strike, Uchiha unleashed a powerful kick to her abdomen. A dull thud resonated as Sakura spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying as if struck by a bull. Sakura. Sasuke. witnessing her frail form soaring through the air, cried out with anguish. In the next moment, disregarding his own weakened state, he leapt forward and caught Sakura midair. Sakura, are you alright? Upon landing, he looked down at her pale face, panic gripping his heart. I'm sorry, Sasuke, Sakura murmured, her eyes narrowing as she beheld Sasuke's anxious expression, summoning her last vestiges of strength to speak. I tried my best. Her fading consciousness rendered her unable to continue, and her weak whispers dissipated as her eyes fluttered shut. Damn it, I must break free. Within the water prison, witnessing Sakura's dire condition, Kakashi renewed his efforts to escape. While Sasuke and the others battled Iwaya, he had relentlessly attempted to break free from the watery confines. Yet, each attempt only met with increased pressure. The pain from the water's weight nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Still struggling, are we? Sani sneered, sensing the commotion within the water prison. However, before his mockery could fully escape his lips, a thunderous roar erupted. Sasuke's voice was hoarse, and he felt as though his chest had been crushed by a boulder, overwhelming him with agony. Staring blankly at Naruto's silhouette, then glancing at Sakura in his arms, he murmured to himself, Why? Why must you harm my comrades? His body trembled incessantly under the weight of this torment. He bowed his head and shut his eyes. At that moment, a unique chakra within him began to awaken, seeping into his mind. What's that ghostly wail? It's your turn now, chuckled Iwaya, a sinister smile on his lips. Yet, in the face of Iwaya's malevolent grin, Sasuke remained silent, his hands coming together as he swiftly formed hand seals. With a crackling sound, silver lightning erupted from Sasuke's hands. The lightning coiled around him, its blinding brilliance enveloping his entire being, radiating an extraordinary, violent energy. Simultaneously, Sasuke abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a startling transformation. His once black pupils turned a vivid crimson, and within them appeared 4 black tomo. However, the dazzling light of the lightning obscured this change from Iwaya and his companions. Chapter 29, The Appearance of Itachi. Sasuke's chakra was running low. If he continued to use Chidori, he risked his life. Kakashi, trapped in the water prison, watched with mounting concern as Sasuke prepared to use Chidori again. Precise control of chakra is vital for a ninja. Using 40% of one's chakra when only 30% is needed leads to an indirect depletion of energy. When both physical and chakra reserves are exhausted, a ninja faces death. Currently, Sasuke was draining his chakra to execute Chidori, a perilous gamble. This kid can still use that technique. Iwaya observed Sasuke with a grave expression, anxiety swirling in his eyes. Having already expended much of his chakra utilizing the Earth Clone technique, he found it increasingly difficult to defend against Sasuke's imminent Chidori attack. In that case, I have no choice but to resort to a secret technique, he muttered to himself, slowly raising his hands to complete a series of complex and obscure hand seals before extending his fingers upward. At that moment, Sasuke's Chidori had fully formed, the brilliant lightning flickering wildly in his grasp, sending forth waves of incredible energy. A deep growl erupted from Sasuke's throat as he lunged towards Iwaya, the lightning trailing behind him, an awe-inspiring force. Could he succeed this time? Kakashi could not help but ponder as he watched Sasuke charge forward. He understood that this was Sasuke's last chance, and indeed, their team's final opportunity. Failure would mean the end of everything. Camouflage technique. On the other side, Iwaya's gaze turned indifferent. As Sasuke closed in, Iwaya's form suddenly became ethereal, resembling a ghost as he swiftly evaded his original position. Previously, he had successfully ambushed and severely injured Naruto and Sasuke, using this very technique. This time, he intended to employ the same strategy. Just as Sasuke reached Iwaya's former location, Iwaya's spectral form had already materialized behind him. With a cold glare fixed on Sasuke's back, Iwaya clenched his fist, drawing back with a surge of energy, ready to deliver a devastating blow. However, just as Iwaya believed he had the upper hand, Sasuke's body reacted with remarkable agility. He pivoted, extending his right hand, and with a swift motion, his Chidori pierced through Iwaya's heart. The transition occurred in the blink of an eye. Sasuke, who had been in dire peril mere moments before, had effortlessly turned the tide, striking Iwaya with incredible swiftness. Blood gushed forth as Iwaya stared, wide-eyed and horrified, at the youthful face mere inches away, a visage more savage than his own. In Sasuke's eyes, the gleaming Sharingan shone ominously. I never expected you to be from the Uchiha clan, Iwaya gasped, his face marred by the terror of death. He finally grasped why Sasuke could see through his invisibility. But it was too late for regrets. Iwaya. As blood bubbled from Iwaya's lips, Sanli's eyes widened in disbelief from a distance. Sasuke, he has awakened the Sharingan. Swallowing hard, his throat dry, Kakashi, trapped in the water prison, fixed his gaze on Sasuke's blood-red eyes, hesitating for a moment before murmuring, "This is it. Die." Sasuke's crimson gaze bore down on the doomed Iwaya. He withdrew his right hand and clenched his fist, striking fiercely at Iwaya's chest. With a resounding impact, a torrent of energy surged from Sasuke's fist, eliciting a guttural groan from Iwaya, who then coughed up another mouthful of blood. Finally, Iwaya's body was sent crashing to the ground, as if struck by a bull. Having endured the fatal blow of Chidori, Awaya lay motionless, devoid of any sign of life. He is dead. Under the watchful eyes of Sanli and Kakashi, the formidable Awaya had been utterly defeated by Sasuke. In that instant, a profound shock washed over Sanli's face. He gazed at Awaya's lifeless form, his heart racing with disbelief. No one had anticipated such an outcome. No one could fathom the reality of it. Sanli had thought Sasuke's earlier declaration, that those who harmed his comrades would pay a price, was merely the boast of a brash youth. Yet here stood a boy who had unleashed an unbelievable power to protect his friends. As Sanli was engulfed in astonishment, a sudden rush of wind caught his attention from behind. He turned to see a masked figure drawing a small blade, poised to strike him down. Not good. Realizing the danger, Sanli retracted his hand from the water prison and swiftly dodged. As Sanli's hand withdrew, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Had he delayed any longer, he too might have succumbed to suffocation from the lack of oxygen in the water prison. Reinforcements? Glancing at the shadowy figure who had just attacked him, Sanli gritted his teeth. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Sanli was astute. He understood that reinforcements typically comprised several members, and he was no match for them. Evading was the wisest choice. As he glanced back at the retreating Sanli, the masked figure remained still, seemingly disinclined to pursue him. After running a short distance, Sanli instinctively turned to check his pursuers, only to be struck by a sudden, agonizing pain in his chest. Slowly, he turned back to find another masked figure standing before him, a blade mercilessly piercing through his heart. So swift. Before he could utter another word, Sanli's vision began to fade, and he collapsed to the ground, his body growing limp. Am I truly going to die? As soon as Sanli collapsed, Sasuke, who had been desperately holding up his body, could not help but let out a bitter smile. He felt many of his internal organs slowly ceasing to function due to the depletion of chakra. Even the beating of his heart had weakened. In the world of Hokage, I have a father, a mother, an elder brother, and companions. I truly do not wish to perish. However, it would be wonderful to see my brother before I depart this life. With a soft sigh, a wave of weakness washed over him, an overwhelming fatigue quietly enveloping his heart. Moments later, his legs buckled, and Sasuke fell backward. Sasuke, just as his body was about to hit the ground, a familiar voice reached his ears. His eyelids slowly drooped, and faintly, it seemed as though he saw Itachi standing before him. Yet, as his eyes closed, Sasuke ultimately lost consciousness. Dear brothers and sisters, I am grateful for your understanding. I can only repay you by writing earnestly. Thank you all. Chapter 30, Sasuke Awakens. 5 days later, in the hospital of Konoha, in a quiet ward, Sasuke lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, and after a long while, a faint breath escaped him. Sasuke has still not awakened. Glancing at Sasuke's still pale face, Sakura Haruno furrowed her brow, visibly vexed. Indeed, it has been 5 days. Nodding, Naruto observed that Sasuke's injuries seemed rather grave. It is worth noting that both Naruto and Sakura had also sustained serious injuries. Yet after receiving treatment and resting for 2 days in the hospital, they had been discharged without issue. Let us step outside for now. We must not disturb Sasuke's rest. Kakashi, shaking his head in resignation, softly remarked, then led Sakura and Naruto out of the room. Not long after the door closed, Sasuke's fingers suddenly trembled slightly, showing signs of awakening. Alongside the movement of his fingers, his weak breaths grew a bit stronger. After a while, his eyelids fluttered open, struggling against the heaviness. Until at last, his eyes slowly opened. Where's this? The bright light pierced his eyes painfully. After surveying the room, Sasuke hazily pondered to himself. Taking a few shallow breaths, as his mind cleared, a rush of memories surged forth from the depths of his consciousness, reminding him of certain events. I wonder how Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, and Sakura are faring? He murmured, recalling the battle with Awaya. Sasuke, you have finally awakened. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, the door to the room opened. A familiar voice suddenly resonated, and Sakura hurried to Sasuke's side, her face beaming with joy. Sakura, I'm glad you're all right. Sasuke smiled at Sakura, filled with happiness. As long as Sakura was safe, it meant that their team was unharmed. His earlier worries were finally alleviated. Haha, Sasuke, you were such a slacker. You have been sleeping in the hospital for a full 5 days. If it were me, I would have been up and about the same day. At that moment, Kakashi and Naruto entered, with Naruto teasing Sasuke. Hehe, I admit my recovery abilities do not match yours. Sasuke responded with a smile. Sasuke's words were not spoken lightly. Naruto, with the nine tails sealed within him, possessed an almost indomitable resilience, resulting in an extraordinary capacity for recovery. By the way, what transpired in the end? How did we manage to escape? Gazing at Kakashi, Sasuke suddenly recalled this crucial matter and hurriedly inquired. Thanks to your signal flare, a team of Konoha's AMBU came to our aid, and one of them was skilled in medical ninjutsu. That is how you all managed to survive. Kakashi replied with a light smile, observing the look of relief that washed over Sasuke's face. He then added, Itachi was also part of that AMBU team. Startled, Sasuke exclaimed in disbelief, is it really my brother? Sasuke retained a faint recollection of the moment he finally succumbed, remembering vaguely that he had seen Itachi, though at the time he believed it to be a mere hallucination. Little did he know, it was indeed Itachi, a most fortuitous encounter. Kakashi nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your return from the brink of death is largely thanks to Itachi. Had he not tirelessly carried you back to Konoha, the consequences would have been dire." Kakashi was not exaggerating. At that moment, Sasuke had reached the brink of exhaustion. And although a member of the Umbu had employed medical ninjutsu to stabilize him, it merely served to prolong his life temporarily. Ultimately, Sasuke was transported to the ninja hospital, where, after several hours of intensive care, he was finally out of danger. Brother. The thought of Itachi carrying him with unwavering determination caused Sasuke's eyes to redden instantaneously. In truth, even without Kakashi's elaborate explanations, Sasuke was acutely aware of the arduous journey Itachi undertook to bring him back to Konoha. It is well known that an ordinary person would feel fatigued after carrying even a lightweight object for several hours. Thus, it is inconceivable that anyone else could have sustained such a relentless pace for an entire day without respite. Sasuke, once you have recovered, we shall engage in a spar. Recently, I have been learning new ninjutsu under Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. With this new ninjutsu, I am certain I will triumph over you. While Sasuke was lost in contemplation of Itachi, Naruto's exuberant voice broke through his thoughts. Hige, what new ninjutsu have you learned? Sasuke gazed at Naruto with keen interest and inquired. Kakashi-sensei mentioned a technique called the Rasengan, which apparently took the 4th Hokage 3 years to develop. And it is classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. With a shrug, Naruto elaborated. The Rasengan, indeed. I look forward to seeing you master it swiftly. Sasuke remarked with a slight pause, followed by a smile. He was not particularly surprised by this revelation, as he understood that Naruto, being a ninja who feared hand seals, would naturally be guided by the astute Kakashi to practice the Rasengan, a technique reliant solely on chakra. This also explains why Jiraiya would teach Naruto the Rasengan in the anime. Yes, Naruto nodded confidently, assured that he would soon grasp the Rasengan. After a brief discussion, noticing that Sasuke appeared somewhat fatigued, Kakashi led Naruto and Sakura away. Sasuke's body had not fully recovered. After a brief conversation, he felt overwhelmingly fatigued. Once Kakashi and the others departed, he squinted his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. It wasn't until noon that he awoke to the arrival of Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha. Like Kakashi and his companions, Fugaku and Mikoto visited Sasuke daily. However, the fact that Sasuke had shown no signs of awakening for 3 or 4 days had caused them considerable concern. Fortunately, his awakening today brought them immense relief. From Itachi, they had already learned of Sasuke's ordeal, and Fugaku felt an immense sense of pride in Sasuke for having triumphed over a rogue ninja of Genin caliber. Throughout their conversation, Fugaku wore a warm smile. Mikoto, less loquacious than her husband, prepared an array of delectable and nutritious dishes for Sasuke, hoping he would eat well to aid in his recovery. Naturally, Sasuke was overjoyed by his parents' visit, though it was somewhat bittersweet that Itachi was unable to join them due to a mission. Yet, as a fellow ninja, he understood, concerned that Sasuke might feel bored. Fugaku and Mikoto stayed for nearly 2 hours before taking their leave. As he watched his parents depart, Sasuke found himself feeling rather dull again. Just as he was about to drift back to sleep to recuperate, a figure suddenly appeared at his side. Truly, the moniker of Shursui the teleporting man was well-deserved. If you intended to assassinate me, you have succeeded, Sasuke quipped, eyeing the figure before him. Haha, Sasuke, you have been unconscious for 5 days. It seems that, as Itachi said, you were willing to risk your life to protect your comrades. Shursui chuckled lightly, unfazed by Sasuke's jest. Under such circumstances, what choice did I have? Not exerting myself would have led to my demise. Sasuke replied with a slight smile. Indeed, great calamity often brings great fortune. Did you not gain the power of the Sharingan during this crisis? Shursui remarked, smiling at Sasuke's words. Sasuke's awakening of the Sharingan was revealed to Shursui by Itachi. Upon hearing this, Shursui found it hard to believe, considering Sasuke's tender age and the fact that he had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Of course, Shursui understood that the ability of Uchiha clan members to awaken the Sharingan was not necessarily tied to their age. Yet the reality of Sasuke having already manifested this power struck him profoundly. Sharingan. A moment of astonishment washed over him, thanks to Shursui's earlier hint. Sasuke recalled that during his last attack on Iwaya with the Chidori, his eyes had indeed undergone a transformation. Otherwise, how could he have discerned Iwaya's camouflage technique? I finally possessed the Sharingan. The realization that he had awakened this legendary, I nearly made Sasuke leap from his bed in excitement. Any true fan of fire would understand the significance of the Sharingan. As one of the 3 great dojutsu, it is a power coveted by every ninja. For Sasuke, who was in dire need of strength, this revelation was nothing short of a dream come true. He had longed for the day he could unlock the Sharingan. Sasuke, possessing the Sharingan does not guarantee your prowess. To become an exceptional ninja, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training. Concerned that Sasuke might become complacent with this newfound advantage, Shursui quickly cautioned him. Understanding Shursui's intent, Sasuke smiled faintly. Rest assured, Shursui. I was merely overwhelmed with joy. I won't let this make me arrogant. Now, activate your Sharingan. Let me see. Shursui urged softly, nodding in encouragement. Without questioning further, Sasuke promptly complied, closing his eyes to concentrate and summon the Sharingan's form before opening them once more. How is this possible? Shursui exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the double tomo pattern in both of Sasuke's pupils. What's wrong? Noticing Shursui's expression, Sasuke was taken aback, fearing something was amiss with his Sharingan. Sasuke, when members of the Uchiha clan awaken the Sharingan, their eyes turn red, and a tomo appears within the iris, signifying its initial form. However, your Sharingan has manifested in a double tomo state right away, which is exceedingly rare. This is the first time I have ever witnessed such a phenomenon, Shursui remarked after a moment of contemplation, gradually calming the astonishment within him. Double tomo state? Sasuke swiftly seized the mirror from beside his bed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld his own double tomo Sharingan. It was unfathomable to him. In the Naruto anime, Sasuke's initial awakening of the Sharingan was in its single tomo state. Could it be that his transposition had altered this? At that moment, Sasuke was blissfully unaware. After his arrival in this new realm, he had diligently practiced through shadow clones, reaping the greatest benefits within this body. His skeletal structure, meridians, and chakra had all gradually strengthened through rigorous training. With his enhanced prowess, coupled with the intense stimulation he had experienced, it was entirely natural for Sasuke's Sharingan to manifest an additional tomo, akin to Obito, who had also awakened his double tomo Sharingan in a moment of desperation to save Rin. Sasuke, fret not. Although the reason behind your immediate awakening of the double tomo Sharingan remains unclear, it is certainly not detrimental to you, Shursui reassured him, noting the astonishment on Sasuke's face. The evolution from a single tomo to a double tomo requires time and effort to enhance one's chakra and to utilize the Sharingan extensively. Eagerly, Sasuke inquired, so, does evolving to the triple tomo Sharingan also necessitate diligent training? Having watched Naruto, he was aware that the double tomo state could discern certain ninjutsu and replicate various techniques. Yet it was not the ultimate form. Sasuke aspires to possess the full capabilities of the Sharingan, which necessitates an evolution to the three-tomo state. This is an undeniable truth. Furthermore, the transition from the two-tomo state to the three-tomo state presents a challenge that far surpasses the previous evolution. Thus, one must be mentally prepared. A mere 10 or even several dozen days of training will undoubtedly prove insufficient for this transformation. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shursui replied candidly. Sasuke furrowed his brow, contemplating the lengthy duration required for the evolution of his Manjiki Sharingan. Even with the aid of shadow clones to expedite his training, it would likely take a month. With tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha on the brink of eruption, he had no time to squander. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our training. Upon realizing this, Sasuke sprang up and shouted. However, just as he rose, a heavy sensation engulfed his entire body, his legs buckled, and he collapsed back onto the bed. Haha, Sasuke, given your current condition, it seems you will need to remain in bed for a few more days before you fully recover. Perhaps it would be wise to set aside your training for now, Shursui remarked with a gentle smile, observing Sasuke's predicament. I shall visit you at the training grounds the day after tomorrow. With that said, Sasuke's vision darkened, and he drifted into slumber, having exhausted his energy activating his Sharingan, leaving him reliant on sleep for recuperation. Noticing Sasuke's swift descent into sleep, Shursui chuckled softly and vanished from the room. The medical standards at the Konoha Ninja Hospital were exceptionally high. After 2 days of recuperation, Sasuke's health was entirely restored. Early in the morning, he completed the discharge formalities and departed from the hospital, officially rejoining his team. In the aftermath of the Iwagakure incident, for safety's sake, the third Hokage assigned Kakashi's team a D-rank mission. Despite Naruto's fervent objections, he ultimately yielded under the pressure of the old man's authority. Sasuke harbored no objections to undertaking D-rank missions, for upon their completion, he would have the opportunity to train alongside Shursui, preparing himself for the evolution of his Sharingan. After successfully accomplishing 3 D-rank tasks in the morning, fulfilling the team's objectives, Kakashi took Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura to the woods in the afternoon for chakra control training, involving the art of tree climbing. Perhaps due to their experiences in life and death battles and their desire for greater strength, Sasuke and his companions trained with extraordinary diligence. From the beginning to the end of their practice, they exhibited no signs of laxity, which pleased Kakashi immensely. Once the training concluded, Sasuke bid farewell to Kakashi and the others, adhering to their prior arrangement to meet Shursui at the training grounds. Showing a particular concern for Sasuke, Shursui was punctual, having arrived early to await him. Upon Sasuke's arrival, Shursui observed his favorable condition and proceeded to conduct a test of the body flicker technique to determine the subsequent training regimen. The test was remarkably swift, taking merely half an hour, yet the results left Shursui astounded. Sasuke, your body flicker speed is astonishingly swift, nearly rivaling my own teleportation technique, Shursui exclaimed, taking a deep breath as he announced the results. Of course, this assessment was made with Sasuke still wearing his belt. Should he remove it, his speed might prove even more formidable. Sasuke, however, was not surprised by the outcome, as he had always been an agile ninja in the Naruto series. Coupled with 6 months of arduous practice in the body flicker technique, it was only natural that he earned Shursui's high praise. Having mastered the body flicker technique, I would like you to teach me a set of taijutsu techniques as well. I realize that I lack such offensive means in combat, Sasuke remarked, rubbing his forehead as he recalled his battle with Iwagakure. Taijutsu? Shisui was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Sasuke was aware of this as well. Generally, the execution of ninjutsu requires the refinement of chakra followed by hand seals, whereas taijutsu can be executed without chakra refinement or hand seals. The unique aspect of nin taijutsu is that it necessitates chakra refinement but does not require hand seals, with certain exceptions for specialized techniques. With a cheerful smile, Sasuke remarked, Shisui is undoubtedly an elite ninja, well-versed in numerous ninjutsu techniques. There's no need for you to flatter him, little one. Shisui, somewhat bemused, shook his head in resignation. After a brief silence, he suddenly drew the tanto from his back and softly said, Sasuke, in conjunction with your body flicker technique, I believe the Uchiha-style Gale Blade ninjutsu would be particularly well-suited for you. Uchiha-style Gale Blade. It certainly sounds impressive. Sasuke was filled with anticipation. Shisui remained silent. With a single step, his figure instantaneously appeared in midair. Subsequently, he wielded his small dagger with great force, striking towards a colossal tree. Why did Shisui not make contact? Observing that Shisui's dagger was still some distance from the tree, Sasuke inquired in confusion. Boom. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, a resounding explosion echoed, and under Sasuke's gaze, a colossal blade of fire suddenly manifested before the small sword, cleaving the giant tree into charred remnants. Gazing at the smoldering tree exuding black smoke, Sasuke swallowed hard, exclaiming in awe, Incredible! How about it? Do you wish to learn this technique? The calm voice of Shisui, now back on solid ground, broke the moment of astonishment. Of course, I want to learn. Sasuke replied eagerly, nodding excitedly. Although the Gale Sword was not a ninjutsu, its power was likely comparable to that of an A-rank technique. The essence of the Gale Sword lies in channeling fire nature chakra into the ninja blade and then utilizing the blade to unleash a massive flame. Shisui explained with a gentle smile, the attack range of the Gale Sword is extensive. Employing the body flicker technique to ambush an enemy and following it up with this move makes evasion exceedingly difficult. This truly is an exceptional ninjutsu. I must master it. After hearing Shisui's explanation, Sasuke felt a surge of determination, eager to grasp the Gale Sword at once. Then begin your training, Shisui said, passing the small sword to Sasuke with a smile. Without hesitation, Sasuke took the small sword and leaped into the air, mimicking Shisui's previous movements as he struck down toward a tree with all his might. Despite his precise movements, the outcome was disappointing. The small sword failed to condense into a formidable blade of fire. Only a thin layer of flame clung to the blade's surface before extinguishing. Sasuke, your fire nature chakra is insufficient. Recognizing the reason for Sasuke's failure, Shisui promptly advised him. I understand. Sasuke nodded slightly, aware that the path to power was fraught with challenges. Casting aside his emotions, he gradually calmed his mind, and after a brief moment, he extracted the fire-natured chakra once more, soaring into the air to strike again. Though he failed a second time, he noticed a marked improvement in the flames enveloping the small sword, bolstered by the experience of his initial attempt. Encouraged by his progress, Sasuke redoubled his efforts, persevering through failures without a hint of complaint. Time slipped by quietly in the training grounds, since Sasuke had entered his practice state. Shisui had not disturbed him, providing Sasuke with a remarkably tranquil environment for training. Gale Sword. After countless repetitions, a powerful shout accompanied the descent of Sasuke's small sword, which suddenly ignited in fierce flames. Just as he hoped the flames would coalesce into a blade of fire, they dissipated like a fleeting blossom. What a pity! Shisui, observing nearby, expressed his regret. Returning to the ground, Sasuke shook his head in frustration, plopping down on a stone, breathing heavily. The chakra required for practicing the Gale Sword was so demanding that he could not sustain his training indefinitely. After consuming several soldier pills, he readied himself to rise again. Sasuke, it seems you have fully recovered. Just as he prepared to leap, a familiar voice called from behind him. Turning around, he saw Itachi returning from a completed mission. Upon seeing Sasuke, a rare, radiant smile blossomed on Itachi's face, filled with warmth. Brother, thank you, Sasuke exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop Itachi in a tight embrace. His voice trembling with emotion. Had it not been for you, I might not have survived. All that is in the past. No matter what difficulties you face in the future, I will always protect you. Itachi reassured him, patting Sasuke's shoulder with a gentle smile. Sasuke nodded happily, removing the concealed blade from his back. Itachi suddenly spoke. Sasuke, the ninjutsu you are practicing requires a sword. I gift this blade to you. Itachi had just witnessed Sasuke's practice of the Gale Sword technique, and, knowing that the small tanto in Sasuke's possession belonged to Shisui, he intended to present a new sword to his brother. No, how can I accept my brother's sword? Sasuke shook his head and immediately declined. The missions of the Umbu are perilous, and a blade is of utmost importance to an Umbu, sometimes playing a crucial role in life and death battles. Sasuke, it's all right. You can rest assured and take it, Itachi interjected, for he could retrieve another blade from the Umbu at any time. Before Itachi could respond further, Shisui approached and chuckled lightly. In truth, it mattered not whether Itachi bestowed a blade upon Sasuke. Shisui had originally intended to present a short sword to Sasuke upon the completion of his training. Brother, is that true? Upon hearing Shirsue's words, Sasuke turned his gaze towards Itachi and inquired. Indeed. A gentle smile graced Itachi's face as he nodded. Hiki. Then I shall consider this blade as my birthday gift from you this year. Returning the short sword to Shisui, Sasuke took the blade from Itachi's hand and smiled. Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances, both sharing a laugh. Please note that the Uchiha-style Gale Blade is not a mere fabrication. Those who have played Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm, Revolution will recognize this technique, which was personally designed by Masashi Kishimoto for Shisui, due to narrative necessities. Shisui's appearances in Naruto are limited, and thus many fans may be unaware of this technique. Furthermore, I extend my gratitude to Shout for their generous support. As for the recommendation votes, achieving 500 votes in a week is indeed quite modest. With several thousand of us, if each person cast a single vote daily, we would easily meet the requirement. Of course, gaining recommendation votes is also simple. Just check in for a few days. Therefore, I implore my brothers who wish for additional updates to assist me with recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 33, The Ninja of the Grass Village. With the blade gifted by Itachi, Sasuke found it all the more convenient to practice the Gale Blade technique. Whether day or night, whenever he had a moment, he would unsheathe the sword and strike fiercely, vowing to condense that immense flame blade. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed quietly amidst Sasuke's fervent training. As dusk approached, in the training grounds of the Uchiha clan's wooded area, a flame blade suddenly materialized in midair, accompanied by a terrifying sound of wind. As it struck a massive tree with great force. Boom. In an instant, with a resounding explosion, the giant tree split in two, and the intense flames began to engulf its surface. As Sasuke descended to the ground, his face slightly pale, he gazed at the destroyed tree, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. After 20 days of relentless practice, he had finally succeeded in executing the Uchiha-style Gale Blade technique. Although the flame blade he conjured was not as grand as Shisui's, Sasuke was confident that, given enough time, he would be able to perfect the Gale Blade technique. And at that moment, its power would surely surpass what it was now. Just as Sasuke intended to sit down and recuperate the chakra he had expended, he suddenly sensed the approach of an outsider. In the next moment, a bloodied middle-aged man, his face etched with terror, darted towards him. Are you a ninja from Konoha? Upon seeing the symbol on Sasuke's forehead protector, a surge of elation washed over the middle-aged man. Who are you? Sasuke did not deny it and then replied with a question. I am the envoy of the Land of Grass. Please deliver this to Lord Hokage. After a brief introduction, the middle-aged man immediately produced a box and handed it to Sasuke. The envoy of the Land of Grass? Furrowing his brow, Sasuke recalled that the Land of Grass was situated to the west of the Land of Fire, near the Land of Earth, quite a distance from here. Moreover, why did this envoy appear so disheveled, as if being pursued? Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. This is bad, Sasuke thought, sensing danger, and quickly retreated. Just as he left, several shuriken embedded themselves into the ground surrounding the middle-aged man, each attached to an explosive tag. The box must be delivered to the Hokage. I beg you. At that moment, upon seeing the explosive tags, a look of horror crossed the middle-aged man's face, yet he knew escape was futile. He tossed the box towards Sasuke and shouted, "Run!" Boom. Accompanied by his cry, a tremendous explosion resonated throughout the forest. Thick dust and flames surged forth from the center of the blast. Grasping the box, Sasuke's gaze shifted towards the site of the explosion, where the dispersing smoke revealed a scene of devastation in the lifeless body of the middle-aged man, sending a chill through Sasuke's heart. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have ended up like that man. Hey, kid, hand over the box. Just as Sasuke began to breathe a sigh of relief, a deep voice emerged from above. Two figures, wearing forehead protectors, suddenly leapt from the trees and landed before Sasuke. The one on the left was robust, with a physique that suggested immense strength, while the other was relatively lean, his unremarkable face marred by intersecting scars. Are you from the Land of Grass? Recognizing the elongated symbol on their forehead protectors, Sasuke immediately identified them as ninjas from the hidden grass village. Heh, I didn't expect a little brat like you to be so perceptive, the burly ninja smirked. It seemed the middle-aged man was indeed an envoy of the Land of Grass, but why were the ninjas from the hidden grass village pursuing him? Could there be vital information contained within that box? Seeing their tacit agreement, Sasuke's heart sank. Heh, Okada, stop wasting time with him. Just kill him. The lean ninja, eager and impatient, cackled. Ase, don't underestimate him. Look at the forehead protector on his head. He's a ninja too. And becoming a ninja at such a young age indicates he possesses some skill, Okada warned. Clearly not the simpleton he appeared to be. Haha, no matter his abilities, he will still perish under my secret technique. Ase laughed heartily, drawing a kunai and launching himself at Sasuke. The kunai transformed into a swift, white shadow, aiming for Sasuke's neck with deadly precision. In response to Ase's vicious onslaught, Sasuke stepped back and drew his own kunai to counter the attack. Clang, clang, as they moved. Each clash of their kunai sent sparks flying and echoed throughout the air. After a brief skirmish of ordinary attacks, Ase finally realized that this little brat indeed possessed some capability, as Okada had claimed. Heh, resistance is futile. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Ase's lips as he hurled his kunai at Sasuke and swiftly formed hand seals. Watching the lethal kunai soar towards him, Sasuke leaned back, his foot striking the ground to create a sound as he deftly evaded the attack with his agile movements. After dodging the assault, he regarded Ase, who had completed his hand seals, with a furrowed brow. Ninja art, binding grasses. As Ase shouted, for chains of grass materialized from the ground beneath Sasuke, rapidly ensnaring his feet. Sasuke leapt into the air, attempting to sever the grass chains binding him. However, the chains were remarkably sturdy, and even as he soared, the elasticity pulled him back down. What a bizarre ninjutsu. A chilling thought flashed through his mind as he hastily drew the blade strapped to his back, swiftly slicing through the binding grass. Just as he severed the last of the chains, the long-prepared Aoshin suddenly grinned wickedly and declared, "Little brat, it all ends here. Today, you shall witness my secret technique." The grass demon descends. Upon hearing Aoshin's sinister laughter, Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Aoshin possessed even more formidable skills. Roaring. Just as apprehension gripped Sasuke, a towering giant composed entirely of grass materialized behind him, its massive arms tightening around his neck. How is this possible? Pain etched across his face, Sasuke could hardly believe that the grass giant could manifest so swiftly. The most thrilling part of the story is about to unfold. Next week, we aim for 500 recommendations for an additional update, and 1,000 recommendations for continued updates. I hope all my brothers will rally. Chapter 34. Secret Techniques. Aoshin. Is it excessive to employ illusions against a mere child? Observing Sasuke's closed eyes and pained expression, Okada teased. Retrieving a shuriken from his pocket, Aoshin smirked. Didn't you say not to be careless? Without waiting for Okada's reply, he approached Sasuke, a sinister smile on his lips. Little brat, farewell. As his laughter faded, Aoshin's arm quivered, and he thrust the shuriken towards Sasuke's heart. Yet, just as Aoshin moved, Sasuke abruptly opened his eyes, revealing his blood-red Sharingan. In an instant, Sasuke's form vanished like a specter before Aoshin. What? How is this possible? Aoshin gasped, his shuriken piercing only air, utterly astonished by the sudden turn of events. In that moment of shock, like a bolt of lightning, Sasuke appeared behind Aoshin, whispering softly, "Since you've come to know how to kill, you must be prepared to be slain as well." With that murmur, Sasuke's blade unhesitatingly pierced through Aoshin's body. A dull thud resonated as Aoshin's eyes widened in terror. Vibrant blood gushing forth from the wound. Such is the brutality of the ninja world. Sasuke sighed resignedly as he withdrew his blade. A pained cry escaped Aoshin as he lurched forward, his legs buckling beneath him, yet his face remained etched with disbelief as he closed his eyes for the last time. I never imagined you possessed those eyes. Aoshin's illusions are ineffective against you, Okada remarked, unfazed by his companion's demise, gazing at Sasuke's Sharingan with a smirk. Even without the Sharingan, he could not kill me, Sasuke replied, slightly taken aback by Okada's indifference towards his partner's death, yet he quickly regained his composure. What an intriguing little fellow you are. If it weren't for the box in your possession, I truly would not wish to kill you. Okada chuckled, exposing his well-defined muscles. Is there a significant secret hidden within that box? Sasuke cautiously inquired. Indeed, if you were to hand me over to the Hokage, the hidden grass village might very well face annihilation. A profound aura of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as Okada unabashedly stated, in that case, I shall take this seriously. Sensing the gravity in Okada's words, Sasuke's curiosity about the contents of the box intensified, compelling him to prepare for a formidable confrontation. Come on, you little brat. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon his lips as Okada ominously chuckled, his foot striking the ground with force, akin to a colossal beast charging forth. With a cold gaze fixated on the ferocious Okada barreling towards him, Sasuke brandished his blade and swung it fiercely. His once bronze skin rapidly darkened, and without evasion, Okada met Sasuke's sharp blade head-on. The gleaming edge struck Okada's rushing form with a resounding clang, reminiscent of a blade cleaving through stone. A ninja of the earth attribute? Though Sasuke was unaware of the technique Okada employed to harden his body, he was certain of Okada's affiliation with the earth element. Such a feeble attack. Sasuke's attack proved futile as Okada retaliated with a powerful punch that struck Sasuke's body at close range. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Sasuke was forcefully propelled backward, his feet desperately clawing at the ground until he carved a deep trench several meters long before finally coming to a halt. Wiping the blood that spilled from his mouth, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. There was no need to waste effort. Observing Sasuke's seals, Okada took a step forward, bending slightly as he launched himself at Sasuke like a leopard. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Just as Okada charged, Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth, resulting in a direct collision with Okada. Boom. The ground where they collided erupted with a thunderous roar, sending countless fragments of stone and flames shooting forth from the swirling dust. Sasuke stood resolutely, gripping his short blade, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. His chakra was considerably depleted, and at this moment, he could only hope that his fireball would be sufficient to vanquish Okada. However, Sasuke's aspirations were abruptly shattered as a figure emerged from the swirling dust. Haha, physical attacks are utterly ineffective against me, Okada proclaimed with a smug grin. stepping forth from the haze, relishing Sasuke's astonishment. Do not be so self-satisfied. Every technique possesses its weaknesses. Sasuke furrowed his brow upon hearing Okada's triumphant laughter and responded slowly. Then we shall see what you are capable of. With a dark gaze fixed on Sasuke, Okada formed a hand seal. Earth release, mudboard coffin. He intoned in a deep voice. Instantly, the ground beneath Sasuke's feet manifested several slabs of compacted earth, swiftly encasing him within. The ninjas of the grass-hidden village excelled in mimicking the techniques of other nations. And Okada's mudboard coffin was a replication of the rock-hidden village's rockboard coffin. While its power did not match that of its original, it was still a commendable ninjutsu. Everything is over, Okada exclaimed with a sinister grin as he beheld Sasuke completely ensconced in the mud slabs, his voice chilling and eerie. You wish for my demise? It will not come so easily. However, just as Okada prepared to depart, a low voice resonated through the air. Impossible, that brat clearly. Sasuke has already been buried. How can he still speak? Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Okada was struck with shock and involuntarily exclaimed, quickly turning around. Chidori. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, as Okada turned, Sasuke's face was already within arm's reach, his right hand crackling with lightning. Then he lunged forward. Do not kill me. I concede. Spare me. A chill ran down Okada's spine, his body bristling with fear. Having endured countless bloody battles, he sensed a potent aroma of death in the air, and he hastily called out. Based on past experiences, when Okada uttered those words, his adversary would typically pause to gloat, allowing him the opportunity to mount a counterattack and reverse the situation. However, Sasuke's expression remained impassive, showing no signs of hesitation. The Chidori in his hand transformed into a streak of lightning, mercilessly piercing through the position of Okada's heart. Do not underestimate me, even if I spare you. You would still kill me. The searing pain surged, and Okada heard Sasuke's low murmurs beside him. Chapter 35. Uchiha Bito. Sasuke's strike was executed without the slightest hesitation, leaving even Okada astonished. The young ninja before him, despite his apparent youth, displayed a ruthless efficiency devoid of any hesitation. How did you evade my attack just now? The excruciating pain radiating from his chest made Okada acutely aware of his impending demise. His voice tinged with bitterness reached Sasuke's ears. After launching the fireball attack, I merely summoned a shadow clone, Sasuke explained, his hand retracting as he spoke, ensuring Okada's eyes would close peacefully. What an impressive little brat. He mused as Okada's vision rapidly faded into darkness, his body slowly crumpling to the ground. Alas, such is the fate of a ninja, Sasuke lamented, reluctantly acknowledging the necessity of eliminating the two grass village ninjas. In truth, he had no desire for such outcomes. Yet, to show mercy would only invite his own demise. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Sasuke approached a large tree and slowly retrieved a box from his pocket. I wonder what lies within, he murmured, swiftly opening the box. Inside, he discovered two golden scrolls. Extracting one, he untied the delicate string binding it and carefully unfurled the scroll for inspection. The leader of the grass village, Bailuyu, is exceedingly greedy, daring to imprison the daimyo and manipulate the finances of the land of grass. Sasuke exclaimed upon reading the scroll's contents. This document was, in fact, a commission letter from the daimyo of the land of grass, who sought assistance from the third Hokage to dispatch elite teams to eliminate the tyrannical Bailuyu. Notably, the promised reward for this mission was exceptionally high, potentially exceeding 2 months' worth of missions from Konoha, given that the task was classified as SSS rank. Evidently, the daimyo had bided his time, gathering intelligence that required considerable effort. Setting the commission letter aside, Sasuke opened the second scroll, which contained a detailed map of the land of grass, along with information on Bailuyu and his subordinates. Armed with this intelligence, targeted ninja could be dispatched, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success. Ah, those two are indeed present. A mere glance revealed Okada and Ase's profiles on the scroll. Okada's specialty lay in utilizing the hardening technique to fortify his body, alongside a mastery of earth-release ninjutsu, while Ase excelled in illusion techniques. Given this description, Sasuke recognized the accuracy of the information. No wonder Bailuyu had dispatched 2 skilled fighters to pursue the messenger to Konoha, should these scrolls fall into the Hokage's hands and he agree to undertake the mission. Bailuyu's days of prosperity would surely come to an end, as the grass village represented merely a minor force incapable of withstanding Konoha's might. Piecing everything together, Sasuke finally comprehended the rationale behind Okada and Ase's pursuit of the messenger. Perhaps one day I shall deliver this to the old Hokage, he mused, initially contemplating whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would accept the task, but realizing it bore little relevance to him. After securing both scrolls, Sasuke noted the encroaching dusk and slowly turned to depart towards the Uchiha clan district. As twilight enveloped the Uchiha territory, the azure and white sky was streaked with mottled crimson clouds, resembling bloodstains upon a gray sea. In contrast to the blue of the heavens and the fiery hues of the sunset, the ground lay shrouded in inky darkness. At this moment, having returned from the training grounds, Sasuke found himself within the Uchiha clan area. Casting a glance at the solitary shrine ahead, he came to a halt. Before Sasuke stood the Nanga Shrine, an edifice of great significance to the Uchiha clan. Beneath the seventh tatami mat from the innermost right corner of the main hall lay the entrance to the Uchiha's clandestine assembly. Additionally, the basement of Nanga Shrine housed stone tablets inscribed by the Sage of Six Paths, containing myriad secrets unknown to the world, with their content expanding in accordance with the progression from the Sharingan to the Manjiki Sharingan, and finally, to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. However, having witnessed the events of Naruto, Sasuke was already aware of the tablet's content without needing to employ any ocular powers. Black Zetsu, in a bid to resurrect his mother Kagaya Tsutsuki, had incited a confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Shinju Hashirama, manipulating the information left by the Sage of Six Paths in the Nanga Shrine to mislead the path to salvation into the infinite Tsukuyami. Had Black Zetsu not tampered with the inscriptions, one could only wonder how the ninja world might have unfolded differently. Reflecting on the alteration of the inscriptions, Sasuke could not help but feel a pang of regret as he pondered. A mysterious figure clad in a black robe and an orange mask with black stripes appeared on the stone steps of the shrine's main hall. Who was that? The sight of this enigmatic individual left Sasuke astounded, for such an attire could only belong to one person, Uchiha Obito. Obito was a figure of much discussion among fans, often considered an unconventional protagonist of Naruto. His childhood bore striking similarities to Naruto's, both being underachievers seeking attention, and both having a Kakashi as a rival akin to Sasuke's relationship with Naruto. Yet, unlike Naruto, Obito was not graced with the protagonist's fortune. He was struck by a rock at the moment he awakened his Sharingan, subsequently falling victim to Madara's schemes, ultimately becoming a tragic figure. In essence, Obito was an unfortunate yet good-hearted individual, marked by tragedy and drama throughout the series. Nonetheless, this did not diminish his appeal among fans, who tirelessly penned odes in his honor day and night. Perhaps sensing Sasuke's gaze, the masked figure turned to glance at him before continuing toward the shrine's interior. Don't go. Witnessing Obito's figure swiftly vanish, Sasuke hurried to follow. 6 years prior, Obito had demonstrated strength capable of contending with Minato Namikaze, and Sasuke longed to become acquainted with him, hoping to communicate in times of need, just as Itachi had sought Obito's assistance to swiftly eliminate the Uchiha clan. Alas, after searching in vain, Sasuke sighed and reluctantly returned home. Once Sasuke had departed, the distorted silhouette of the mysterious figure materialized amid the debris of the shrine. A low voice resonating. Itachi's younger brother, seems rather intriguing. Chapter 36, Danzo's Plan. As night fell, a luminous moon hung in the inky sky, casting a silvery veil over the earth, imbuing the surroundings with an air of mystery. At that moment, in a dimly lit chamber within Konoha, anguished cries echoed. Danzo, leaning heavily on his cane, pressed his left hand against his bandaged eye, his expression fraught with agony. Lord Danzo, upon witnessing his distress, 2 masked members of Root rushed to his side. Do not concern yourselves with me. My right eye's Manjiki Sharingan is beyond saving. After a bout of heavy breathing, Danzo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, lifting his head to speak with a grimace. The Manjiki Sharingan is an advanced form of the Sharingan, attainable only by Uchiha clan members who have endured profound emotional trauma, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, thereby generating a unique chakra. This ocular power not only amplifies the original abilities of the Sharingan but also bestows formidable techniques. However, the immense strength of the Manjiki Sharingan comes with great peril. Its use incurs various side effects, and each activation deteriorates one's vision. The more it is employed, the closer one draws to blindness. What are the intelligence I tasked you with gathering? Slowly settling into a stone chair, Danzo inquired of one member. According to our spies infiltrating the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan possesses an exceptional genjutsu known as Kodoamatsukami, capable of infiltrating an opponent's mind undetected and altering their will. Upon hearing this, Danzo's left eye gleamed with interest, a flicker of excitement crossing his face as he chuckled darkly. Such tremendous power is precisely what I require. Is Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan truly that formidable? Another masked member asked in a hushed tone. Indeed, the Manjiki Sharingan may be regarded as the pinnacle of ocular techniques, harboring countless mysteries. Danzo replied greedily, a smile creeping onto his face as he relished the thought of wielding such power. Tomorrow, I will arrange a meeting with Shirsue. You must inform the Root members to prepare for battle. He must not escape. Driven by his insatiable desire for Shirsue's eyes, Danzo promptly ordered. Understood. The 2 members nodded in agreement. Moreover, keep a vigilant eye on the Uchiha clan. Report any intelligence promptly, Danzo commanded, his tone leaving no room for negligence. Yes, they replied dutifully. Now go. Prepare for tomorrow. We must not allow any discrepancies. Danzo instructed, his voice steady. Nodding, the 2 members rose and exited the room. If I can acquire Shirsue's eyes, who in Konoha will dare oppose us? Even Sarutobi will be powerless against me. In the dim room, Danzo's twisted visage hinted at a sinister intent. The following day, as the dawn broke through the clouds, illuminating the earth, Konoha erupted into a lively commotion, the atmosphere brimming with excitement. I have splendid news for everyone. Next month, we can undertake C-rank missions. Furthermore, today there are no other tasks, so you may enjoy some leisure. Kakashi announced, surveying Sasuke and the others with a smile. Fantastic. Finally, no more tedious assignments. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Since the incident with Uncle CHJR's mission, they had been relegated to nearly a month of D-rank tasks. Had it not been for Naruto's training in the Rasengan during his spare time, he would have sought counsel from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Well then, I have matters to discuss with Lord Hokage. You all may arrange your time as you wish. Kakashi remarked lightly, watching Naruto's exuberance before swiftly departing. Sasuke, Naruto. I'm heading to the hospital. If you need anything, feel free to find me there. After Kakashi's departure, Sakura Haruno turned to Sasuke and Naruto, who flashed a sweet smile, indicating their intention to leave as well. Naruto devoted himself to mastering the Rasengan, while Sasuke honed his skills with the Gale Sword, determined not to fall behind. Sakura chose to learn medical ninjutsu during her spare time, recognizing its vital importance in saving the lives of comrades. Although she longed to spend time with Sasuke today, she resolutely decided to head to the hospital for further practice. Acknowledging her plans, both Sasuke and Naruto nodded in understanding. Once Sakura departed, Naruto summoned a shadow clone using the shadow clone technique and exclaimed, Sasuke, witness the fruits of my training. With that, he opened his right palm, and the clone rapidly scratched at it, resulting in a beautiful chakra sphere materializing. Behold my Rasengan. Naruto shouted as the chakra sphere, resembling a miniature typhoon, emerged. He then hurled the sphere at a nearby tree. With a sharp sound, the tree's trunk was marred by a spiraling gash due to the Rasengan's destructive force. Remarkable! Sasuke remarked in awe at the sheer power of the Rasengan, acknowledging that had it struck a person, it would have caused grave injury or even death. Heh, I'm glad you noticed. Naruto replied with a proud smile. Congratulations, Naruto, you have finally mastered the Rasengan. Sasuke encouraged, genuinely happy for his friend and clapping him on the shoulder. Haha, Kakashi-sensei said I've grasped 90% of the Rasengan. If I master it completely, its power will increase even more. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, thrilled with his progress after so much diligent practice. Sasuke, contemplating the Rasengan's potential, suggested, Naruto, your Rasengan is rather small. Perhaps you should consider infusing it with more chakra. The new Rasengan will then possess greater destructive capability and a wider range. You're right. I can infuse more chakra. Naruto agreed enthusiastically with Sasuke's advice. However, he furrowed his brow, adding, but the small Rasengan is already challenging to control. If it grows larger, I fear I might lose control. Given that you have mastered such a difficult technique as the Rasengan, you will undoubtedly overcome any other challenges. Sasuke reassured him with a light chuckle. Indeed, as long as I continue to train hard, I can conquer any obstacle, Naruto declared confidently, his competitive spirit ignited by Sasuke's words. Keep at it. You will surely succeed in developing your own unique jutsu. Sasuke encouraged him with a smile. Time swiftly passed. And after a morning of training with Naruto, Sasuke had lunch before heading to the Uchiha clan's training grounds to seek out Shisui. Arriving early, he found Shisui absent but seized the opportunity to continue practicing the Uchiha-style Gale Sword technique. Although Sasuke had already mastered the technique, he understood the value of continual improvement and tirelessly persisted in his training. After several hours, Shisui finally appeared at the training ground, but instead of revealing himself immediately, he chose to observe from the shadows. Once Sasuke completed a round of the Gale Sword technique, Shisui stepped forward. Shisui, you're here. Sasuke greeted with a slight smile. Sasuke, you're incredible. In less than a month, you've mastered the Gale Sword. Shisui remarked, glancing at the massive tree that Sasuke had felled with the technique. Unable to contain his admiration. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go, Sasuke replied, shaking his head modestly at Shisui's praise. You've always been so humble, Shisui said with a smile. I just returned from a mission and saw Itachi in town. Itachi's back? I haven't seen him in days, Sasuke exclaimed, his face lighting up at the news. Perhaps he will come to see you soon, Shisui said, smiling at Sasuke's excitement. Sasuke believed this wholeheartedly, as Itachi usually visited him after completing missions, regardless of the weather. It might take some time for him to arrive. In the meantime, how about we spar? It would be a good way to stay active, Sasuke suggested. Sounds good, Shisui replied with a smile, but just as he began to speak, he noticed two figures approaching swiftly. The Umbu are coming, Shisui said, his gaze shifting to the figures drawing near. At Shisui's words, Sasuke froze for a moment. Then his expression shifted to alarm. Realizing that 6 months had passed, he feared that Danzo might be planning to take action against Shisui. Shisui, if it's Danzo seeking you, please be cautious, Sasuke urged anxiously. Sasuke's transformation caused Shisui to furrow his brow slightly, inquiring, what is happening? As Sasuke was about to explain, 2 members of the Umbu suddenly appeared beside Shisui, and one of them gravely stated, Shisui, Lord Danzo wishes to speak with you. It was indeed Danzo. Shisui looked at Sasuke, somewhat incredulous. How could Sasuke possibly know that Danzo would seek him out? Shisui, do you recall what I told you earlier? If Danzo intends to make a move against you, use the body flicker technique to escape. Amid Shisui's confusion, Sasuke suddenly pulled him aside and whispered. Initially intending to advise Shisui to decline the meeting with Danzo, Sasuke realized that such a course of action was futile. as Danzo was a high-ranking official and could not be evaded indefinitely. Since evasion was not an option, they would have to confront the situation directly. Understood. Shisui nodded, recognizing that if Danzo truly intended to harm him, he could not resort to killing Danzo. Fleeing would indeed be the wiser choice. Can we go now? Lord Danzo is waiting. An impatient Umbu member interjected as he noticed Sasuke whispering in Shisui's ear. Let us proceed. Shisui smiled faintly at Sasuke, unafraid, and then followed the two Umbu members. No, I cannot allow Danzo to harm Shisui. Watching Shisui's silhouette vanish swiftly, Sasuke was filled with deep concern. Having already given Shisui a warning, he still feared unforeseen complications and resolved to follow. Although he was aware that his impulsive approach could be perilous, Sasuke felt he could not afford to hesitate. Sasuke, you are alone. Just as he was about to set off, Itachi, still clad in Umbu attire, suddenly appeared. In this critical moment, Itachi's arrival filled Sasuke with excitement, wishing to shower his brother with affection. Brother, Shisui is in danger. Danzo intends to harm him, calming his exhilaration. Sasuke quickly conveyed the urgency. What is the situation? Why would Lord Danzo wish to harm Shisui? As Sasuke's words echoed, Itachi was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Brother, there's no time for explanations. With urgency in the air, Sasuke seized Itachi's hand, propelling them in pursuit of Shisui. Navigating through the forest, it wasn't long before they arrived at a tranquil, deserted temple, where a magnificent statue of Ashura with 3 heads and 6 arms loomed before them. Observing the desolate surroundings, Shisui inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where is Danzo?" "He will be here shortly," a member of the Umbu responded. Yet, before he could finish, another Umbu suddenly brandished a shuriken, sending it whistling through the air towards Shisui. Instinctively, Shisui evaded the incoming projectile, regaining his composure with a slight sense of urgency. He gazed at the Umbu member before him, his eyes filled with disbelief, and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" His alarmed cry reverberated like thunder. "Shisui, the Uchiha clan is plotting a coup. As a member of that clan, you must face the village's judgment." Danzo emerged from the temple, his presence casting a shadow over Shisui's expression, which twisted in fear as he realized he had fallen into Danzo's trap. "Step back." Danzo waved his hand, instructing the two Umbu members to withdraw without hesitation. They promptly retreated behind him. "Stop with the pretense. What is your true objective?" Shisui demanded, his gaze piercing into Danzo's. "To possess your extraordinary ability, the Kodo Amatsukami, which can infiltrate an opponent's mind and create an illusion indistinguishable from reality, is a waste on you. Moreover, as a master of the Uchiha clan, eliminating you would make extinguishing the Uchiha far simpler. This is for the sake of the village." Danzo's words dripped with a sinister desire for Shisui's power, revealing his ulterior motives. "Danzo, did you always intend to annihilate the Uchiha clan?" Initially, Shisui believed the higher-ups of Konoha would prefer a peaceful resolution, but Danzo's words filled him with profound disappointment. The so-called peace agreements were futile. The Uchiha and Konoha's conflict was merely a matter of time. It would be better to eradicate them entirely now to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing Shisui's question, a flicker of malice crossed Danzo's eyes as he replied in a low voice, "Thanks to the generous donations from Muxian, the leader of the Du family, and the fans of Shuqing. To craft the upcoming narrative, I write until around 3 a.m. daily. I hope everyone can support me with votes to reach 500. I desire to enhance the story." Chapter 38. Shisui's Susanoo. Sasuke was indeed correct. Listening to Danzo's words, Shisui recalled Sasuke's repeated warnings not to trust the Konoha elite, but rather to protect the Uchiha clan. Without Sasuke's admonitions, Shisui would have attempted to quell the coup with his strongest genjutsu. But now he realized that would have been a grave error. No matter how much the Uchiha compromised, the higher-ups of Konoha would still strike. Reflecting on how his ignorance nearly doomed the Uchiha clan, Shisui felt a wave of dread. "Shisui, for the village, do not resist. Surrender your eyes." Just as turmoil churned within Shisui, Danzo suddenly drew a kunai and launched an assault, transforming into a blur as he charged towards Shisui with blinding speed. "Danzo, I shall not let you succeed." Shouting defiantly, as Danzo closed in, Shisui activated his Sharingan, his feet shimmering with silver light as he retreated several meters, as if teleporting. Quickly, he unsheathed his tanto, swinging it with ferocity, a blade of fire manifesting and slicing toward Danzo. The sudden distance created in such a brief time shocked Danzo. Yet he met the fiery blade with a cold chuckle, leaping into the air. Wind release, vacuum wave. The fiery blade sailed past Danzo, who then puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a straight-line wind blade. Shisui's Sharingan had already predicted the transparent wind blade's trajectory. He swiftly evaded, retreating a few steps. Upon regaining his stance, he found Danzo safely standing before him, unfazed. With 2 fingers raised, Shisui activated the body flicker technique. In an instant, he appeared behind Danzo, thrusting his tanto into Danzo's flesh. "What?" Shisui's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He had not expected such a simple attack to connect. When he struck, he had fully anticipated Danzo would evade, but he did not, nor did he defend himself. "Truly remarkable, Shisui." Ignoring the blade piercing his body, Danzo spoke in a low tone. Shursui's gaze remained fixed on Danzo's face, which bore no trace of pain, only a subtle smirk, causing a chill to run down Shursui's spine. Yet, Shursui's realization came too late. Danzo, seemingly wounded, suddenly vanished and reappeared beside him. Impossible? As the scene unfolded before him, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Shursui's forehead. He was entirely convinced that the Danzo he had just struck was the real one, not a shadow clone. Yet, here stood the unscathed Danzo beside him. The shock lingered in Shursui's mind for only a few breaths before a powerful gust of wind erupted. Die? In such close proximity. Shursui had lost all chance to evade as terror and despair enveloped his face. With a swift motion, Danzo's kunai pierced through the air, striking Shursui squarely in the chest. The searing pain surged through Shursui, his face flushing with an unusual hue of crimson. Moments later, he could no longer contain himself, spewing a torrent of crimson blood. Enduring the agony, Shursui stumbled backward, determined to continue fighting. Slowly, Danzo approached, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the pale Shursui. His calm voice resonated in the air. Eliminate him. As Danzo's command echoed, numerous root members, masked and ready, surrounded Shursui, unleashing a barrage of kunai and shuriken, intent on extinguishing his life. As the deadly projectiles rained down upon him, Shursui's Sharingan underwent a transformation. His once three-tomo red pupils morphed into a form resembling a four-leaf clover. Countless kunai and shuriken struck the ground where Shursui stood, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped his position. Is it over? A root member contemplated. Fixated on the dust-laden area where Shursui had been, Danzo narrowed his eyes, and moments later, he muttered darkly, "This fellow is indeed not so easily dealt with." As the words of Danzo fell, the swirling dust gradually began to dissipate. Ultimately, under the gaze of numerous eyes, a colossal green silhouette emerged from the haze. The immense figure stepped forth from the dust-laden area, and as the members of Root beheld its towering form, astonishment washed over them. The shape was skeletal. Enveloped in a cloak of chakra, exuding an aura of formidable might, wielding a gigantic spiral sword in its right hand. Within the heart of this gargantuan green apparition stood Shursui, panting and appearing quite feeble. Gazing upon the azure energy giant that had materialized before them, silence enveloped the arena. Although the members of Root were uncertain of what had transpired, they recognized the perilous nature of the giant before them. Was this the other power of the Manjiki Sharingan? The Susanoo? The glint in Danzo's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he murmured, "The Susanoo, a third power that can only be unlocked with a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, is also known as the power of the gods. The essence of Susanoo is a physical manifestation of chakra, forming a human-like figure that surrounds the caster. Susanoo possesses terrifying destructive capabilities and unparalleled defensive strength, and it can also unleash formidable techniques. However, the abilities of each Manjiki Sharingan differ, as do the forms and techniques of their Susanoo. Danzo, for the Uchiha clan, I will not concede." A faint but resolute determination surfaced on Shursui's pallid visage as he slowly raised his head and shouted at Danzo. Upon the utterance of Shursui's words, the chest armor of his Susanoo opened instantaneously, unleashing a barrage of green chakra arrows aimed at Danzo and his associates. "Retreat. Do not let the green arrows strike you." Recognizing the danger posed by the arrows, Danzo hastily warned his subordinates. Yes, the members of Root responded in unison to Danzo's command, promptly retreating without hesitation. Observing Danzo and his group withdrawing, Shursui pressed his hands together, swiftly forming seals, and then his Susanoo expelled a massive fireball. The fireball descended like a meteor from the heavens, crashing violently into the ground. Thanks to the generous donation from the deceased, the LOL fool, Shursui's Susanoo was said to be the most exquisite. Everyone could search for it and see. Once we reach 500 votes, we will increase updates. Let us strive together. Chapter 39, The Fleeing Shursui. Boom. The colossal fireball erupted, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, as searing flames surged forth from the explosion, engulfing the surroundings. With a flick of his sleeve, Danzo dissipated the wave of heat that threatened to engulf him, squinting at the expanding flames, reluctant to advance. The explosive storm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving the ground in ruins before the blazing wave gradually subsided, ultimately vanishing entirely. As the storm dissipated, the once overcast sky regained its clarity, leaving behind a scene of devastation. "Lord Danzo, Shursui is nowhere to be found," one of the Root members reported. Staring at the empty space where Shursui had stood, "Shursui is severely injured. He cannot have escaped far. Pursue him." Danzo, his countenance darkened by disbelief at Shursui's unexpected escape utilizing the fireball's force, commanded sharply. Yes. Following Danzo's command, a dozen members of Root vanished in an instant. Removing the bandage that obscured his right eye, revealing the pale, blind orb, Danzo's tightly closed left eye suddenly opened wide, to inflict injury upon Shursui. Danzo had evaded his previous attack using his Anaji, but the price was permanent blindness in his right eye. He had believed he could swiftly eliminate Shursui, only to find that Shursui had managed to escape using Susanoo, a reality that was difficult for the proud Danzo to accept. Raising his head slightly, Danzo's withered face contorted with rage and madness. "Shursui, I must have your eyes in the dense forest," in eerie tranquility prevailed. occasionally disrupted by a few birds flitting through the trees, but this serene atmosphere was soon shattered by a disheveled figure. The figure kicked against a tree trunk, executing a mid-air somersault before landing on one knee, hands braced against the ground. With a cough, blood erupted from Shirsue's mouth. His vision was becoming increasingly blurred. If he did not receive timely medical attention, his life would soon be forfeit. Shirsue fled with all his strength, not out of fear of death, but to prevent Danzo from acquiring his Manjiki Sharingan. Simultaneously, he aimed to transfer the power of his eyes to the Uchiha clan, entrusting his abilities to the two individuals he trusted most, Sasuke and Itachi. No matter what, I must see Itachi and Sasuke, he murmured softly, casting a glance over his shoulder into the dark woods behind him. Ignoring the pain, Shirsue surged forward, propelling himself through the foliage ahead. As Shirsue vanished, the area slowly fell into silence. Approximately 5 minutes later, 3 figures burst forth from the thicket. This must be Shirsue's trail. He is just ahead. Let us pursue. One of the root members, having noticed bloodstains on the ground, stated quietly. Nodding in agreement, the other 2 members immediately followed suit, soaring forward. In the forest, Shirsue's figure darted swiftly between the tree trunks. Each time he lightly tapped a branch with his toes, using the momentum to propel himself over great distances. However, behind him, 3 figures pursued just as rapidly, their speed surpassing that of Shirsue, thus narrowing the gap between them. Damn it. I didn't expect the root members to pursue so swiftly. Shirsue glanced back at the 3 figures hot on his heels, gritting his teeth in frustration. Were it not for his injuries, he could have dispatched them in a minute. Attack. Noticing Shirsue had entered their attack range, one of the root members produced several kunai inscribed with explosive tags and hurled them towards him. Whoosh. The tearing sound of the air made Shirsue's heart sink, and he instinctively dodged. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening blast and flames erupting in the air, the sound resonated throughout the forest, startling the nearby beasts into a panicked frenzy. At that moment, on the opposite side of the forest, Sasuke and Itachi, who had been leaping between the branches, suddenly halted upon hearing the explosion. Brother, there is something happening over there. Let us go check it out. Sasuke, sensing that a battle was underway, expressed his concern for Shirsue. It sounds quite close. Nodding, Itachi replied softly, Sasuke, be cautious. Do not rush in recklessly. I still have lingering fears from the last time you were gravely injured. Thus, Itachi wished to protect Sasuke from any harm. Brother, don't worry. I won't hold you back. With a slight smile, Sasuke instantly activated his double Tomo Sharingan. Fully aware that Danzo's subordinates were elite ninjas, and he would not underestimate them. Upon seeing Sasuke's Sharingan activated, Itachi fell silent, and both accelerated towards the direction of the explosion. As the sound of the explosion gradually faded, the forest descended once more into silence. 3 members of Root fell to the ground and began to search meticulously, confirming that Shirsue, who had not perished in the explosion, was nearby. Though his exact location remained unknown, eyes fixed on their surroundings, the eerie stillness caused a member named Toryun to feel a shift in his thoughts. Logically, Shirsue, who could not escape, should emerge for a final confrontation to buy time, which would only worsen his predicament, especially since the recent explosion would undoubtedly attract more Root members. However, just as Toryun was lost in contemplation, a rustle from a nearby shrub caught his attention, and he saw a kunai suddenly shoot out. Is he hiding there? Sensing the movement, Toryun quickly evaded the kunai's attack, suspecting that Shirsue was concealed within the foliage, and cautiously approached the small thicket to launch a surprise attack. However, before he could advance further, a chilling scream rang out. One of his comrades was stabbed by the revealed Shirsue. Earth release, earth binding. To his astonishment, Shirsue's speed was astonishingly swift, prompting Toryun to clasp his hands together and hastily perform hand seals. This is bad. Having swiftly eliminated a Root member, Shirsue intended to flee. But suddenly, hands made of earth emerged from the ground and seized his feet tightly. Under normal circumstances, Shirsue's body flicker technique would have allowed him to evade this binding. But his chakra was completely depleted, forcing him to rely on taijutsu for his attacks. This is truly dire. Struggling against the grip of the earth hands proved futile, and a sense of despair began to envelop Shirsue. Shirsue, there's no need to struggle, just accept your fate. Toryun's comrade, Kiryu, suddenly drew a kunai and dashed towards Shirsue, who was trembling in his futile attempts to escape. Sigh, it's over. Gazing at the sharp kunai approaching him, Shirsue resignedly prepared to close his eyes. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a figure materialized before him, activating his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Itachi. At the sight of that familiar silhouette, Shirsue momentarily froze, only for a wave of joy to wash over his despairing face. No, it's Itachi. Kiryu was equally taken aback, clearly unprepared for Itachi's sudden appearance at such a critical juncture. Just as Kiryu stood stunned, his body was abruptly pierced by a massive wedge. His kunai, poised to strike Itachi, halted midair. Is this an illusion? Although aware that he was ensnared in Itachi's genjutsu, Kiryu found himself immobilized, experiencing a pain so real it was unbearable. The genjutsu, known as Kagetsuchi, creates the sensation of being impaled by a wedge in the victim's limbs, rendering them completely motionless while simulating physical pain. Itachi's Genjutsu required no hand seals, merely a gaze into his Sharingan to activate. Once Kiryu was ensnared in the illusion, Itachi swiftly drew his blade and plunged it into Kiryu's heart. As a member of the Umbu, Itachi was no stranger to decisive actions. If Kiryu were to remain alive and reveal who had rescued Shisui, it would be detrimental to Itachi. Kiryu! Torian shouted in panic upon witnessing Kiryu's collapse. Mind your own business. A low voice interrupted as Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Torian, bringing his blade down fiercely. Torian, being a capable ninja, sensed the impending danger and swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding Sasuke's attack. However, his movement caused him to lose control of the binding technique, and the earth hands that restrained Shisui crumbled away. As the hands shattered, Shisui fell to the ground, but thankfully, Itachi caught him just in time. Sasuke, let me handle him, Itachi urged, concerned that Sasuke might not be a match for Torian. Brother, just take care of Shisui. I'll deal with this. Sasuke replied confidently with a subtle smile. Torian, enraged by Sasuke's words, retorted sharply, you little brat, do you dare to underestimate me? Although he lacked confidence against Itachi, the fact that a mere child like Sasuke sought to challenge him ignited his annoyance. Enough chatter, come at me. As the Sharingan began to whirl, Sasuke gripped his blade tightly, stomping the ground as he charged at Torian. I will capture Itachi's little brother and use him to threaten Itachi into surrendering Shisui. A brilliant plan flashed through Torian's mind, and he smirked, suddenly manifesting a massive rock arm. After using the rock fist technique, Torian stood his ground against Sasuke's assault, stepping forward to meet Sasuke's blade with his rock fist. Clang! The sharp sound of their clash resonated through the air. Torian's rock fist intercepted Sasuke's attack, but Sasuke remained undeterred, continuing to strike with his blade. Torian, too, did not falter, using his rock fist as a shield to defend against Sasuke's relentless onslaught. As their battle intensified, the once dismissive Torian found himself slightly astonished by Sasuke's speed. He had not anticipated that Sasuke could strike so quickly, and he began to struggle against the escalating demands on his stamina, as wielding the heavy rock arm was exhausting. We must end this swiftly. I cannot allow myself to be ridiculed by my peers for being delayed by a child. The thought flashed through Torian's mind as his expression hardened. Clang! Torian's fist deflected Sasuke's blade once more as he suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, using the body flicker technique. Little brat, it's over. Confident in his ability to knock Sasuke out with a single blow, Torian raised his fist to strike down. Sasuke, watch out! Shisui and Itachi shouted in unison, realizing the grave danger Sasuke faced. Boom! As the colossal rock fist collided with Sasuke, his body instantaneously transformed into a piece of wood amidst the enveloping mist. A substitution technique? Gazing at the wooden replica, TR's eyes initially flickered with confusion, only to abruptly contract to pinprick size, horror etched across his pallid visage, rendering him particularly ghastly. Uchiha Scaleblade. A low exclamation echoed as Sasuke, having deceived TR with the substitution, appeared behind him, wielding a fiery blade that struck fiercely upon TR's form. A piercing scream erupted from TR as he fell heavily to the ground, his face still marked by a lingering shock, appearing before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Sasuke has grown immensely. Itachi nodded in approval at Sasuke's earlier display. Your application of the Gale Blade was exceptional. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Shisui inhaled deeply and smiled at the approaching Sasuke. Shisui, I apologize for our tardiness. Observing Shisui's pale complexion and myriad of injuries, Sasuke's eyes reddened, his voice slightly hoarse. Before he could respond, Shisui's body suddenly trembled violently, a copious amount of blood spilling from his lips. Brother, do you know who in the Uchiha clan possesses medical ninjutsu? Realizing Shisui's dire condition, Sasuke inquired urgently. Let us find Izumi. Without hesitation, Itachi lifted Shisui onto his back and departed. Uncertain of who Izumi was, Sasuke quickly followed suit. Once Sasuke and Itachi left, the area returned to silence, the lingering scent of blood a stark reminder of the recent battle. This tranquility, however, was soon shattered by the rustling of leaves, as various members of the Root organization descended upon the scene. Eventually, Danzo's figure emerged slowly, his eyes incredulously fixated on the three lifeless bodies on the ground. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled sharply. Lord Danzo, before his demise, Kairi fell victim to a genjutsu. It is likely that it was members of the Uchiha clan who rescued Shisui. A diligent Root member examined the corpses, swallowing hard as he spoke in hushed tones. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes narrowed momentarily before reopening, filled with a chilling resolve. The Uchiha clan. No one shall know of their existence any longer. With that, Danzo turned and departed, his countenance shrouded in an ominous darkness. Chapter 41. Uchiha Izumi. In the western corner of the Uchiha clan's territory, a modest yet elegant wooden cottage stood out. At that moment, in the kitchen of the cottage, a young girl clad in a black dress was meticulously preparing dango. Despite a small black mole beneath her right eye, it did little to diminish her refreshing and ethereal aura. I hope Itachi enjoys this. She wiped the sweat from her brow, eagerly anticipating the completion of the dango. Suddenly, urgent knocks echoed through the air. The girl frowned at the sound, but concern for a potential emergency prompted her to abandon the dango and hastily rush to the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of Itachi, cradling the unconscious Shisui. Shock washed over her. At that moment, Sasuke, standing beside Itachi, also paused in astonishment, finally realizing who Izumi was. In the anime, after Itachi saved Uchiha Izumi, her admiration for him blossomed due to his charisma and talent. Following Itachi's promotion to CH Nin, she had even prepared Dango as a gift for him. Itachi harbored feelings for Izumi as well. Had it not been for Danzo's orchestration of the clan massacre, she might have become Sasuke's sister-in-law. Izumi, Shisui is gravely injured. Please use your medical ninjutsu to treat him. Itachi briefly explained, then entered the house, gently placing Shisui in a comfortable position. Indeed, this is quite serious. Izumi, having rushed in, assessed Shisui's internal injuries and spoke softly. Internally, she was astounded, for she recognized Shisui as the Uchiha clan's foremost expert. The severity of his injuries indicated he had encountered a formidable opponent. It's my fault for not arriving sooner, Sasuke murmured, lowering his head in self-reproach. As a ninja, one cannot avoid injury, and with Izumi here, she will surely find a way to heal Shisui. Noticing Sasuke's guilt, Itachi comforted him by gently ruffling his hair. Sasuke fell into silence, and after a brief moment, he nodded slightly and whispered, Sister Izumi, I entrust this to you. Uchiha Izumi nodded, exhaling slowly. Although Shisui's injuries were grievous, she had expended a significant portion of her chakra and believed she could save him. She placed her hands over Shisui's wounds. Healing technique. With a gentle incantation, her soothing chakra immediately coursed through Shisui's meridians. His veins were severely damaged, resembling countless cracked and desiccated rivers, with a tendency to worsen further. Fortunately, Izumi's chakra arrived just in time, akin to a warm spring gently revitalizing the parched land. As Izumi's chakra continuously flowed, the veins and bones within Shisui began to mend, ultimately returning to their former state. As his internal condition improved, the anguished expression on Shisui's face gradually eased, and his curled body lay comfortably at rest. It is finally complete. Shisui would likely awaken by evening. Withdrawing her hands, Izumi wiped away the fragrant sweat, seated herself nearby, and took a few deep breaths before speaking softly. Sister Izumi, you are truly remarkable. When I have the chance, I shall treat you to a feast at the food street. As soon as Izumi's words fell, Sasuke leaped up in excitement. Sasuke, remember, you said it. My appetite is quite large. Having successfully completed Shisui's treatment, Izumi felt elated, a smile gracing her lips as she playfully teased, hee hee, no problem. As long as you are not afraid of gaining weight, we can eat all day long. Sasuke felt considerably lighter and immediately responded with a smile. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I just made some dango. Let us eat together. Upon mentioning food, Izumi suddenly recalled the dango she had prepared and disregarded her fatigue as she hurried to the kitchen. Brother, is Izumi Nichin your girlfriend? Sasuke tentatively inquired after she departed. No. We are merely friends. Itachi, taken aback by Sasuke's unexpected question, hesitated before answering. Sasuke chuckled at Itachi's response and chose not to pursue the matter further. As dusk approached, four figures gathered around a square table in the Hokage's meeting room. Danzo, is there something urgent that requires your attention at this late hour? Asked a weary Tsunade as she settled into her seat, directing her gaze at Danzo. Like Tsunade, both Mito and Hiruzen shared her confusion regarding Danzo's sudden summons. Without uttering a word, Danzo slowly removed the bandage from his right eye, revealing his blind eye. What? How did this happen? The expressions on Hiruzen and the others' faces were a mix of shock and disbelief as they stared at Danzo's sightless eye. You all should know that my Sharingan was gifted to me by our late comrade, Uchiha Kagami, and I have used it to protect the village. Exhaling deeply, Danzo spoke solemnly under their scrutinizing gazes. We are aware of that, but how did your Sharingan suddenly go blind? Hiruzen, still reeling from the revelation, immediately asked. This afternoon, I met with Uchiha Shisui, intending to discuss the Uchiha clan's coup. Unexpectedly, Shisui attacked me, attempting to control me with his strongest Jinjutsu, Kotoame Tsukumi. I had no choice but to rely on his Anaji to escape. Danzo's demeanor was grave as he recounted the battle that had unfolded earlier. What? Uchiha Shisui attacked you? The gravity of Danzo's words left Tsunade and the others in stunned silence, clearly shaken by such an unbelievable turn of events. Danzo squinted his left eye, his expression darkening as he continued, I have always taken a firm stance regarding the Uchiha clan's coup. Had Shisui succeeded in controlling me today, the Uchiha clan would have ascended to power without a struggle. He intended to convey to Hiruzen, Mito, and Tsunade the implications of Shisui's actions. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, falling into deep contemplation. He had always hoped to resolve the Uchiha situation peacefully, yet their sudden aggressive move caused him to second-guess his approach. While he harbored some skepticism about the authenticity of Shisui's attack on Danzo, he ultimately chose to trust Danzo's account, believing he wouldn't fabricate such a grave incident at the expense of his own Sharingan. Tsunade, Mito, if the Uchiha clan were to seize control of Konoha, would you still be able to maintain your positions as advisors? Danzo's somber voice cut through the silence as he addressed them. Tsunade and Mito exchanged glances, understanding that such an outcome would spell disaster for them, as they had no desire to relinquish their positions after decades of service. Moreover, the interests of their families were at stake. As long as they remained esteemed advisors in Konoha, their clans would thrive. Hiruzen. Since the Uchiha clan dared to strike at Danzo, they would not hesitate to do the same to you. If anything were to happen to you, Konoha would truly be doomed, Tsunade cautioned, weighing the situation carefully. Mito nodded in agreement, adding, recently, the villagers have expressed discontent with the Uchiha clan's police force. It seems the sentiment regarding the coup is growing. Hiruzen's brow furrowed at their words, and he replied quietly, although the Uchiha clan has weakened significantly in recent years, eliminating them will still prove challenging. Hiruzen's voice was low, yet Danzo understood that he had reached a decision. Do not worry. The task of eradicating the Uchiha clan can be entrusted to Itachi, who is both an Umbu member and a member of the Uchiha clan. He will fulfill the mission with excellence. Danzo's tone was cold and calculating, suggesting he had anticipated such a plan all along. Isn't it a bit cruel to assign such a task to Itachi? Hiruzen's face darkened at the thought. If he were in Itachi's position, he would struggle to carry out such an order against his own kin. As a ninja, one must be prepared to undertake any mission. And Itachi possesses a mindset unbound by narrow familial ties. For the sake of Konoha, I believe he knows what must be done, Danzo responded after a thoughtful pause. Hiruzen remained silent, his mind in turmoil. He glanced at Tsunade and Mito, who both nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, he declared, if that is the case, then I leave it in your hands. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky, mirroring the lights of countless homes in Konoha. With a creak, the wooden door of the Uchiha household swung open. Shursui, take the next few days to rest. It will aid in your recovery. As they watched Shursui, supported by Itachi and Sasuke, step out the door, Izumi offered her gentle reminders. After Izumi's treatment, Shursui had awakened, though his complexion remained pale. He was now able to walk. Thank you, Izumi. Shursui expressed with a smile, fully aware that his survival from this dire ordeal was largely thanks to Uchiha Izumi. It's nothing. Izumi replied with a sweet smile in response to Shursui's gratitude. Izumi, we shall take our leave now. Noting that time was of the essence and they needed to assist Shursui back home, Itachi exchanged farewells with Izumi before departing with Sasuke. Izumi stood at the doorway, gazing at Itachi's retreating figure until it vanished completely, before reluctantly returning inside. Shursui, what exactly transpired this afternoon? Why were the root members pursuing you? Itachi inquired as they leisurely walked along the path home, supporting Shursui. In Izumi's house, he had refrained from broaching this sensitive topic. Danzo summoned me for a discussion today, but his true intention was to obtain my Sharingan. Shursui replied, pausing momentarily before speaking somberly. What? Itachi exclaimed, a look of astonishment flooding his face. Clearly, he was taken aback by the despicable actions of Danzo, a high-ranking official of Konoha. I knew that scoundrel Danzo would resort to such measures. Sasuke shouted, clenching his fist in fury. Observing Sasuke's indignation, Shursui chuckled softly. Sasuke, you truly are remarkable. Able to discern the thoughts of Konoha's elite, while I, in my foolishness, believed they might spare the Uchiha clan. Shursui, you are not foolish, you are simply too kind. Just like your brother. Sasuke earnestly replied, shaking his head. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, both Shursui and Itachi gazed at him with perplexity. We cherish Konoha village, regarding its inhabitants as indispensable companions. However, following the Ninetales incident, the higher echelons of the village have placed the Uchiha clan under surveillance, no longer extending their trust to us. Thus, even when we sacrifice the interest of our clan for the sake of the village, the only outcome we receive is a heartless abandonment by the very village we sought to protect. Sasuke's words were delivered with remarkable candor, articulating the plight of the Uchiha clan without any circumlocution. Simultaneously, he sought to dismantle the notions held by Shursui and Itachi regarding the sacrifice of their family for the preservation of the village through sheer facts. It must be acknowledged, however, that his words had a significant impact. Although Shursui and Itachi's expressions were grim, the furrowed brows indicated a deep contemplation of their own beliefs. Under the weight of Sasuke's statements, Shursui succumbed to silence, and after a brief pause, he exhaled softly, saying, Itachi, though Sasuke is still young, I find great merit in his words. Regardless of our actions, we cannot alter the village's animosity towards us. Thus, we shall focus on safeguarding our family. Nodding in agreement, Itachi resolved to amend his previously flawed perspective. Upon witnessing Itachi's assent, a smile graced Sasuke's face, though Itachi did not overtly express his stance. Sasuke was confident that he would henceforth align himself with the Uchiha clan. Following their discussion, the trio quickened their pace and swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 43, A Difficult Choice. In the world of Naruto, Danzo successfully extracted Shursui's right eye. However, in this altered ninja realm, Sasuke's intervention prevented Danzo from achieving that goal, enlightening Sasuke to the fact that with determination, one could indeed alter the course of impending events. As for the tragic annihilation of the Uchiha clan 2 years hence, Sasuke pledged to exert greater effort to prevent it. The day after the Shursui incident, Sasuke found himself on a mission under Kakashi's guidance. Their team now exhibited remarkable synergy, swiftly resolving any task at hand. After completing their morning mission, Sasuke temporarily halted his training to visit the Uchiha clan's South Heg Shrine. Upon arriving at the shrine, Sasuke's singular objective was to locate Obito. The previous day's near-fatal encounter with Danzo had served as a wake-up call for Sasuke. In the ninja world, lacking formidable strength meant that death lurked perpetually nearby. To put it succinctly, survival became exceedingly precarious. Having traversed from the real world less than a year ago, despite having awakened his Sharingan and mastered Chidori, Sasuke understood that these abilities were far from sufficient. Aspiring to become an exceptionally powerful ninja in such a short span of time was undoubtedly unrealistic. Sasuke was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, in order to protect the Uchiha clan, he resolved to seek assistance from Obito. Although he was uncertain whether Obito would acquiesce, Sasuke was determined to make the attempt. "Hey, masked man, are you there?" he called out rather foolishly as he entered the South He Shrine, addressing the vacant space. In truth, Sasuke wished to shout Obito's name directly. But considering the explanations he would need to provide upon Obito's appearance, he opted for the moniker Masked Man. "Masked Man, I know of your existence." Noting the silence, Sasuke persisted, scanning the vicinity as he shouted, "I saw you that night. Come out and let us be friends." This was somewhat awkward. After calling out for quite a while without seeing Obito emerge, Sasuke could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Perhaps Obito truly isn't here, he murmured to himself as he surveyed the desolate South He Shrine once more. After uttering this slightly exasperated remark, Sasuke turned and began to leave. However, after his departure, a distorted, ethereal figure materialized atop the shrine. "Little one, we shall meet again if fate permits," a deep voice resonated, and the figure swiftly warped away. Although Konoha was merely a village, its expanse was quite substantial. To thwart enemy incursions, Konoha had established spherical barriers beneath and above the village, significantly reducing the need for guards. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, reconnaissance teams were stationed outside the barrier, patrolling at regular intervals to ensure Konoha's security. As members of the Umbu often ventured out to familiarize themselves with the barrier's codes, they were occasionally dispatched to patrol outside the barrier even without specific missions. At this moment, as dusk approached, Itachi had just completed his handover with the patrolling ninja returning from outside. Just as he was about to report back to the Umbu, two masked members from Root suddenly appeared. "Itachi, Danzo-sama wishes to see you." Upon hearing the words of the Root members, Itachi's heart skipped a beat, and his mind raced. Could Danzo be after my Sharingan? Given that Danzo had acted against Shursui the previous day, Itachi's thoughts were not unfounded. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded, deciding to meet with Danzo. As one of Konoha's higher-ups, Itachi found it difficult to refuse. The dimly lit underground passage was filled with a labyrinth of pipes. Though this place appeared inconspicuous, it served as the base for Konoha's important organization, Root. When the second Hokage first took control of Konoha, he established the Umbu, gathering many exceptional ninjas. Root, organized by Danzo, represented the darker side of Konoha. While the village appeared vibrant, it also engaged in clandestine affairs, which were handled by Root. After escorting Itachi to this location, the two Root members quickly departed, and Danzo emerged step by step from the shadows. "Itachi, I know you are puzzled as to why I have summoned you." Danzo paused at a distance, then spoke in a low tone. Itachi fixed his gaze on Danzo, but offered no response. "Very well, I shall be direct." Danzo's left eye narrowed as he suddenly declared, "Last night, the third Hokage decided that Konoha will mobilize all its forces to annihilate the Uchiha clan." Annihilate the Uchiha clan? At Danzo's words, Itachi's body trembled, and his expression turned ghastly with shock. Although he was aware that the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha had deteriorated beyond reconciliation, Itachi could hardly believe that the third Hokage would make such a decision. "Itachi, you must understand that the Uchiha clan, in its current state, cannot contend with the village. The only fate that awaits the Uchiha clan is destruction." Observing Itachi's stunned and frantic expression, Danzo continued, "You are well aware that Konoha possesses the Umbu, the Root organization, as well as formidable clans such as the Hyuga, Nara, and Yamanaka, among others. All these forces combined would be insurmountable even for the Uchiha at their peak. Given this, what is the purpose of your summons today?" Itachi's gaze remained fixed on Danzo, his breathing rapid, his voice hoarse. "With conflict comes casualties. To minimize Konoha's losses, both the third Hokage and I hope you can undertake a task." As Itachi pressed for the crux of the matter, Danzo did not hesitate. His expression stern as he replied, "The village intends to take action against the Uchiha clan, and should it do so, the Uchiha will be eradicated, including your naive younger brother. However, if you act first to eliminate the Uchiha clan, your brother may yet be saved." Danzo's eyes glimmered with a ruthless intensity as he spoke. "You mean the task is for me to eradicate the Uchiha clan?" Although Danzo had not explicitly stated it, Itachi understood his implication. "This is the only way to save your brother." Danzo did not deny it, adding, "Knowing that your brother is your weakness, my words carry greater weight. Are you threatening me?" Hearing Danzo continually mention Sasuke, Itachi's fist clenched as he coldly replied, "It is not a threat. I hope you will make the right choice. Should you complete the task, I guarantee your brother will be allowed to grow up in Konoha, and you can continue to live as a rogue ninja outside. Whether the Uchiha name is preserved and the bloodline sustained depends entirely on you. Danzo shook his head while gazing at Itachi, then sighed. Taking a deep breath, Itachi felt tumultuous emotions swirling within him. After a moment of silence, he finally conceded. I cannot make a decision at this moment. I need to think. Itachi, I shall grant you one day to contemplate. Danzo did not wish for Itachi to delay, responding coolly. After hearing Danzo's words, Itachi remained silent, dragging his heavy footsteps as he turned to leave. Chapter 44. The Urgent Clan Meeting. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow across the trees, as if gilding them with a layer of gold. At this moment, Sasuke darted through the woods, having just completed the training assigned by Kakashi-sensei. He hurried towards the training grounds within the Uchiha clan's territory. Since Sasuke's Sharingan was still in its double tomo state, he sought to find Shursui for further guidance, hoping to expedite its evolution into the three-tomo Sharingan. Shursui, you're here too. With one foot planted on a sturdy branch, Sasuke caught sight of Shursui below. However, to his surprise, Itachi was also present. Shursui. The third Hokage has resolved to eliminate the Uchiha clan, and Danzo wants me to take action first to ensure Sasuke's safety. Initially, Sasuke intended to leap down and greet them, but the words that suddenly reached his ears shocked him into halting his actions. Itachi, Danzo's scheme is exceedingly sinister. They aim to annihilate the Uchiha clan without a fight. Upon hearing Itachi's account, Shursui spoke with fervent indignation. After Shursui's words fell, Sasuke's fist clenched tightly. And within his obsidian eyes, traces of crimson began to seep forth. Moments later, a voice filled with unrestrained fury echoed within him. Danzo, you must perish. In Sasuke's perspective, Danzo's ire was undoubtedly provoked by his failure to acquire Shursui's eyes, leading him to employ treacherous means to persuade Hiruzen Sarutobi to issue a decree for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. This indicated that the plan for genocide, which was initially set to unfold 2 years later in the Naruto anime, had been advanced. Consequently, all of Sasuke's previous plans to save his family would be rendered futile, as those strategies were predicated on his considerable strength, which, at present, was manifestly insufficient to stir any significant turmoil. The atmosphere grew oppressive and somber. Listening to Shursui's furious words, Itachi sighed and, feeling helpless, inquired, what should we do now? At this moment, Shursui fell silent. He was acutely aware of Konoha's might, understanding that a confrontation between the Uchiha clan and the village would lead only to annihilation. Yet, if they did not resist, they would also meet their demise. As Shursui wrestled with his inner turmoil, unable to conceive a solution, Sasuke's figure descended from the tree. Brother, I heard everything you just said, but I believe the fate of the Uchiha clan should not be dictated by others. Fixating his gaze on Itachi, Sasuke took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his seething rage towards Danzo, and then spoke in a low tone. Sasuke, what do you mean by that? Sensing that Sasuke might have a better idea, Itachi promptly pressed for clarification. Quickly inform father about the imminent threat posed by Konoha's higher-ups against the Uchiha clan, urging him to convene a clan meeting so that we can devise a strategy together. Sasuke indeed conceived a plan, but its execution necessitated the cooperation of the entire Uchiha clan, thus it had to be presented at the clan meeting. Sasuke's reasoning was sound, with more minds at work. There would be an abundance of ideas, especially considering the fate of the Uchiha clan was at stake, making collective discussion imperative. Nodding in agreement, Shursui promptly endorsed Sasuke's proposal. Excellent. Let us set forth at once. Itachi, seeing Shursui concur, did not voice any objections and swiftly responded. Without hesitation, the trio Itachi, Sasuke, and Shursui immediately departed from the training grounds to seek out Uchiha Fugaku in the police department. Upon receiving intelligence from Itachi, the typically composed Uchiha Fugaku found himself in a state of disarray, prompting him to urgently convene a clan meeting. Such gatherings usually took place at the end of the month, so the sudden summoning by the clan leader made it clear to all Uchiha members that significant events were forthcoming. Consequently, representatives from every household within the Uchiha clan attended. Within an hour, the secret chamber of the Nanya Shrine was filled to capacity with clan members ready for the meeting. The urgency of the summons stemmed from Itachi's critical information. The third Hokage had issued orders to eliminate them. Standing at the forefront of the dim chamber, Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the room before solemnly declaring, What? The third Hokage has given such orders? Are the higher-ups of Konoha intent on exterminating us? Why fear? We intended to stage a coup anyway. Now, we can act decisively. As Fugaku's words resonated, the chamber erupted into chaos, a cacophony of voices reflecting panic and confusion. Spiraling into a disorienting din, Fugaku, troubled by the tumult, furrowed his brow and commanded, Silence. How can we devise solutions amid such clamor? Upon hearing Fugaku's plea, the noise gradually subsided until the chamber was completely quiet. With the atmosphere restored, Fugaku encouraged each member to express their thoughts. Leader, what other options do we have? The Konoha elite are poised to strike. We cannot remain passive. We must initiate our coup. A clan member named Uchiha Hakudai, known for his belligerent nature, rose to voice his eagerness for seizing power. The probability of failure in a coup is exceedingly high, interjected Shursui, analyzing the situation with gravity. We would not only confront the elite Umbu and Konoha Jonin, but also face opposition from other clans who would benefit from our downfall. They will assuredly side with the Konoha higher-ups. Following Shirsue's statement, the faces of nearly all present, including Fugaku, contorted with concern. Even a single clan, the Hyuga, would pose a formidable challenge to the Uchiha, and the addition of other clans could spell their doom. Since we cannot triumph, we cannot simply await our demise. Uchiha Yukumi spoke somberly after a moment of silence. A loyal Uchiha who dutifully supported Fugaku within the police force, Yukumi typically remained reticent. Yet the stakes of this meeting compelled him to contribute. Our Uchiha clan wields the power of the Sharingan. In a confrontation, we might not be defeated. Some of the more radical members, invigorated by Yukumi's words, began to murmur in spirited discussion, raising a hand to quell the rising debate. Fugaku's gaze flickered as he declared with solemnity, "Everyone must consider carefully. The decisions we make tonight will affect every family member. My child has just been born. If conflict erupts, it would be cruel for him. What then? I cannot stand idly by as my elderly mother is slain before my eyes." Fugaku's sentiments ignited concern among the clan members for their families. While they might not fear death, their loved ones were paramount in their thoughts. The incessant updates had frustrated many brothers. Today's additional content was a gesture of gratitude, though some had withdrawn their support due to repeated updates. I remain thankful to those who continue to read my novel. Of course, my deepest gratitude goes to the steadfast supporters. I am proud of you all. I love you. Once the reader group is established, I will join you in playing Honor of Kings. Chapter 45, Sasuke's Plan. In previous clan meetings, most members had advocated for a coup to seize power. Yet, when the moment for action arrived, familial concerns caused hesitation. Perhaps this is the emotional bond that is difficult to sever. How vexing. Whether to fight or not to fight is troubling. What course of action should we take? After prolonged deliberation without resolution, many clan members grew increasingly restless. Like the others, Fugaku's brow was furrowed, his mind tormented by indecision. As clan leader, his judgments bore enormous weight, and a misstep could lead the entire family to ruin. Thus, in this critical moment, Fugaku refrained from proposing any ideas and instead listened attentively to the opinions of his clan members. However, he truly had not conceived a viable solution to the Uchiha clan's predicament. I possess a plan that could extricate the Uchiha clan from this crisis. But it requires the collective action of all members. Just as confusion enveloped the assembly, Sasuke stepped forward from beside Itachi and earnestly addressed the gathered clan members. "Hey, what does this little brat think he is doing up there speaking? Indeed, how dare he attend the clan meeting? Someone remove him," as Sasuke boldly asserted himself. Discontent rippled through the assembly. Fugaku felt a surge of anger at Sasuke's unexpected intrusion. As a strict father, he not only desired Sasuke to become an exemplary ninja, but also hoped he would conduct himself with humility and respect. Sasuke's sudden appearance at such a pivotal meeting appeared thoughtless. Thus, Fugaku admonished, his voice serious, "Sasuke, return to Itachi's side." How could this be? Yet, before Fugaku's words had fully escaped his lips, disbelief filled his eyes, and he murmured in astonishment. At that moment, standing beside Fugaku, Sasuke's once black pupils transformed into the blood-red Sharingan. My heavens, a double Tomo Sharingan? This child is truly remarkable. As Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the members of the clan in the dimly lit chamber, save for Shirsue and Itachi, were struck with astonishment, quickly followed by a wave of dizziness. They had not anticipated that Sasuke, at such a tender age, would awaken his Sharingan, and in its double Tomo form no less. It was utterly breathtaking. One could scarcely imagine the overwhelming shock it must have caused Fugaku Uchiha, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, rendering him momentarily speechless. Unfazed by the astonishment of Fugaku and the other clan members, Sasuke's gaze fixated on a scarred Uchiha clan member standing in the corner. The man had exhibited a look of panic when Sasuke activated his Sharingan, prompting Sasuke to scrutinize his chakra with his newly acquired ocular power. To his surprise, he detected the flow of chakra within the man, indicating the use of a transformation technique. Sasuke, having confirmed his suspicions, shifted his attention away from the scarred man and declared with conviction, "The awakening of my Sharingan is not an exhibition of prowess, but a reminder that we should not judge by appearances. In the world of ninjas, strength reigns supreme. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I have every right to attend this clan meeting." The members nodded slowly in agreement. Sasuke's words, though lacking in gentleness, bore an undeniable forcefulness. Not a single person present felt any discontent with his statement. Many clan members had yet to awaken their Sharingan and possessed average abilities. Yet they were permitted to participate in the meeting, so why should Sasuke not be? Fugaku, taken aback by his son's boldness at such a young age, felt compelled to support him. He interjected, "Sasuke is still young, and sometimes his words and actions may lack consideration. I hope you will not hold it against him. However, as my son and a member of the Uchiha, he naturally has the right to be here." With a smile directed at his father, Sasuke felt emboldened and continued, "Regaining our dignity and reclaiming power in Konoha is a shared aspiration among all Uchiha. However, our current strength is insufficient. Confronting the higher-ups of Konoha would be akin to a fragile egg striking against a stone, only leading to our demise. Thus, preemptive coups are not feasible. In response to Sasuke's proclamation, a clan member retorted, "If a preemptive coup is impossible, how shall we counter the third Hokage's intent to annihilate us?" All eyes turned to Sasuke, eager to hear what the seemingly prodigious youth had to offer. "The only solution to our predicament is to depart from Konoha and establish our own ninja village in another land," Sasuke declared, exhaling softly before asserting, "We must create our own ninja village." A profound silence enveloped the room, an almost deathly stillness. All present, including Sasuke and Itachi, gazed at Sasuke in shock. Their expressions beyond words. Undeniably, Sasuke's notion, although seemingly simplistic, was indeed pragmatic. Should the Uchiha clan depart from Konoha, the higher-ups would find it unrealistic to exterminate them. After all, Konoha required numerous ninjas to maintain its defenses and could not mobilize entirely. As long as Konoha did not exert its full strength, the Uchiha clan could certainly withstand any assault. Your proposal sounds straightforward, but where shall we go after leaving Konoha? After a prolonged moment of astonishment, a clan member finally voiced a question filled with trepidation. Anticipating such inquiries, Sasuke chuckled lightly and produced a golden scroll. The scroll, distinctly unlike the ordinary ones of Konoha, caused everyone to pause in astonishment. This is a request written by the daimyo of the Land of Waterfalls, expressing discontent with the leader of Takigakure and seeking assistance from the third Hokage. We can seize this opportunity to travel to the Land of Waterfalls to resolve the daimyo's issues and subsequently establish our new ninja village there. After a brief explanation, Sasuke unveiled another scroll and continued, "This scroll contains a map of the Land of Waterfalls and intelligence on all ninjas from Takigakure. With this information, we can seize Takigakure without incurring excessive costs." Originally, these scrolls were intended for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it seemed the Uchiha clan required them more urgently. The idea is indeed remarkable. As Sasuke's words fell, Sasuke, after a moment of reflection, also exclaimed with excitement. In Sasuke's perspective, the migration of the Uchiha clan to the Land of Waterfall would effectively avert direct conflict with Konoha, thus minimizing losses for both sides. Casting a glance at the exuberant Sasuke, Uchiha Hakudai suddenly interjected, cautioning against premature elation. He remarked that, aside from the authenticity of the scroll in Sasuke's possession, the higher-ups in Konoha would certainly not permit our departure from the village without resistance. The expressions of the gathered clansmen shifted subtly, as they were acutely aware that the Uchiha clan posed a significant threat to Konoha, and the village's leadership would not allow a potential danger to fester. In response to Uchiha Hakudai's concerns, Sasuke nodded gravely and stated, "Before acquiring this scroll, I eliminated 2 shinobi from the grass village, and the techniques they utilized aligned perfectly with the intelligence contained within the scroll. Therefore, I can stake my life on its authenticity." Regarding the Uchiha clan's exodus from Konoha, we all understand that the higher-ups would take drastic measures. Hence, I have devised a meticulous plan. What plan? Sasuke's words undoubtedly captured everyone's attention. And as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the dimly lit room became tense. Some clan members, harboring dissatisfaction, silently wondered why this young boy spoke in such a tantalizing manner, withholding the entirety of his thoughts. In the early hours of the day after tomorrow, we shall set forth. By that time, the ninjas of Konoha will likely be resting, allowing us to first eliminate the guards stationed at the gate. Following that, my brother Itachi can dismantle the Konoha barrier outside, enabling our smooth departure from the village. There are 2 routes to the Land of Waterfalls. One traverses the rock forest, while the other crosses the Kato Island Bridge. We can dispatch a group of around 10 individuals to the Kato Island Bridge to deliberately lure the pursuing ninjas of Konoha, while the main force can take the alternative route into the Land of Waterfalls. This is the entirety of the plan. Its success hinges upon the cooperation of our entire clan. Having articulated his strategy, Sasuke felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaka stared blankly at Sasuke, inwardly amused and questioning whether this meticulous plan truly originated from his son. How could a mere 6-year-old conceive such a well-thought-out scheme? Sasuke is becoming increasingly remarkable. As he gazed at Sasuke standing before them, Itachi felt a surge of pride. In truth, Itachi had not formed many thoughts of his own. His sole desire was to protect his younger brother amidst the crisis facing the Uchiha clan. It can be said that Sasuke's plan was exceptionally flawless, addressing not only the means of escaping the village but also the measures to evade pursuit by Konoha afterwards. The clan members in the dim room fell silent, nodding in agreement. "I support this plan, and I am willing to take on the task of luring them away." Sasuke's idea and action plan for relocating the Uchiha clan from Konoha were indeed commendable. Sasuke, without a doubt, would lend his full support. He spoke up. "Are we truly going to leave the village? The Uchiha clan, like the Senju clan, is one of the founding families of Konoha. Now we are being forced to depart. Many of our kin will surely feel a sense of loss." Observing the solemn expressions of his fellow clansmen, Sasuke smiled gently and said, "I understand that everyone is reluctant to leave the village. I feel the same way. However, this is merely a temporary departure. Once the Uchiha clan grows stronger, we can return to Konoha and reclaim everything we desire. Just a temporary departure," he reiterated. "All right, I support Sasuke's plan." I concur. Perhaps moved by Sasuke's subsequent words, the clansmen, having come to terms with their situation, echoed their agreement, much like Shisui. Seeing the support from his kin, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, felt compelled to address them. He raised his hand for silence and spoke gravely, "Everyone, please listen. As I mentioned earlier, the decision we make tonight will shape the fate of our entire clan. We stand before two choices. One is to initiate a coup and clash with the village, and the other is the relocation plan proposed by Sasuke. Let us vote. Those in favor of Sasuke's plan, please raise your hands." As Fugaku's words resonated, nearly all clan members, save for a few belligerent souls, raised their hands in support. Compared to the exceedingly risky coup, the majority preferred Sasuke's plan. They believed that as long as they retained their strength, they could rise again and eventually return to Konoha. Seeing the affirmations from his kin, Uchiha Fugaku nodded approvingly and then instructed, "With Sasuke's plan approved, those who have time tonight should begin gathering their belongings. Remember to travel light, as we prepare to leave the village the day after tomorrow." "All right, this meeting is adjourned." "Yes," the clansman replied promptly, and as Fugaku waved his hand, they surged out of the dim chamber like a school of fish. Before exiting, a clan member with a scarred face cast a worried glance at Sasuke. But upon seeing that Sasuke was entirely unperturbed, he exhaled in relief and departed. As the clansman left, only Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, Sasuke, and Itachi remained in the dim room. "Sasuke, may I see your scroll?" Fugaku inquired as the silence settled once more. His request stemmed not from distrust, but from the responsibility he bore as the clan leader to safeguard the lives of all his kin. Of course. Sasuke smiled faintly and unhesitatingly handed over the scroll written by the daimyo to Uchiha Fugaku. "Sasuke, did you not claim it was the daimyo of the Land of Waterfalls? Why then does this scroll bear the signature of the daimyo of the Land of Grass?" Upon receiving the scroll, Uchiha Fugaku examined it closely, and when he discovered that the signature at the end belonged to the daimyo of the Land of Grass, he was utterly astonished. The scene before them also left Shisui and Itachi in shock. This error could significantly impact the Uchiha clan, and with the clan members dispersed, making amendments would prove quite troublesome. Observing their astonishment, Sasuke quickly elucidated. "I intentionally claimed it was the daimyo of the Land of Waterfalls because that individual standing in the right corner, with a scarred face, employed a transformation technique. He must be a member of the Umbu." Members of the Umbu? At this revelation, Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi were even more astonished. They had not anticipated that the higher-ups of Konoha were monitoring the Uchiha clan to such an extent. However, they subsequently breathed a sigh of relief. Had Sasuke not uncovered this spy tonight, his plans would have reached the ears of the higher-ups, placing the Uchiha clan in grave jeopardy. Indeed, having that spy is advantageous. He can mislead the Konoha higher-ups, allowing my true plans to unfold seamlessly, Sasuke remarked with a sudden smile. "Thank you for the generous support from the head of the Du family. We are close to 500 recommendations, just 3 days away. Let us all strive together. Any suggestions? Please leave a review, and I will read them carefully." Chapter 47, The True Plan. "Sasuke, what is your true plan? Was the previous plan merely a fade?" Uchiha Fugaku asked, momentarily taken aback as he regarded Sasuke with confusion. "My true plan is to have the Uchiha clan members travel to the Land of Grass. However, with several hundred people departing together, the pace will be sluggish. A journey that should take 1 day will extend to 2, making it exceedingly easy for the ninjas of Konoha to catch up." Noticing Uchiha Fugaku's perplexed expression, Sasuke continued with deliberation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi nodded in agreement. Some members of the Uchiha clan were merely ordinary individuals, and their traveling speed would undoubtedly lag behind that of elite ninja squads. Even if they set off a day earlier, they could still be pursued. However, this issue could be resolved effectively after receiving intelligence from the spy. The higher-ups of Konoha would surely dispatch ninjas to set ambushes along the routes of Awagakure Forest and Kato Island Bridge, thus limiting the number of pursuing ninjas. Upon reflection, it makes sense that you did not expose that spy on the spot and deliberately leak the erroneous plan to address this very issue. Shisui remarked, enlightened. "Sasuke, you may be underestimating the situation. Some ninjas possess exceptionally strong tracking abilities. If they discover that there are no Uchiha clan members on the path to the Land of Waterfalls, they will realize they have been misled and will initiate a wider search. Even if the Uchiha clan is already en route to the Land of Grass, they may still be pursued." Itachi interjected suddenly. Hearing this, Sasuke's brow furrowed. Itachi's point was indeed valid. In Konoha, members of the Inuzuka clan, the Yamanaka clan, and even the Yamashiro clan possessed remarkable tracking and searching capabilities. Should they intervene, Sasuke's deliberate leak of the plan would be rendered futile. To ensure the Uchiha clan's safe departure, we can only dispatch 2 small teams to execute a diversionary mission along the route to the Land of Waterfalls. However, this would place both teams in considerable danger. Sasuke pondered for a moment before finally speaking. The task of luring the enemy could be described as perilous, fraught with danger, given the ambush ahead and the pursuing enemies behind. Moreover, the 2 squads would have to engage with the pursuing ninjas from Konoha for nearly an entire day to secure the Uchiha clan's chance for survival. This placed a considerable demand on the abilities of the squad members. If their strength was insufficient, they could be eliminated by the Konoha ninjas within mere hours. thus rendering the luring mission a failure. Indeed, Sasuke, I previously made a promise, and thus I shall lead the team to execute the luring task, Itachi acknowledged. Fully aware of the grave risks involved in this endeavor for the sake of the Uchiha clan, I can lead another squad, he added, following Shirsue's words. As long as it ensured the safety of their parents and beloved younger brother, Itachi was unafraid of life and death. Sasuke, brother, he said, glancing at the two closest individuals beside him, leaving Sasuke momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, Sasuke understood that the most suitable candidates to lead the luring mission were Shirsue and Itachi. However, the task was exceedingly perilous, and he hesitated to voice his concerns. Sasuke, no need for further discussion. With great power comes great responsibility. We have long been aware of this, Shirsue reassured him. Recognizing Sasuke's reluctance for Itachi and himself to undertake the luring mission, and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder with a smile. Observing Sasuke's unwilling expression, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up, Sasuke, rest assured, Shirsue and Itachi are the most exceptional ninjas within the Uchiha clan. With their prowess, they will undoubtedly return unscathed. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Sasuke reflected for a moment and ceased his resistance. Father, earlier at the clan meeting, I mentioned departing the day after tomorrow at dawn. Please arrange for trusted clan members to inform everyone to change it to tomorrow morning instead. Given the presence of the spy, Uchiha Fugaku nodded, fully aware of the necessary actions to take next. Once everything was finally arranged, Shirsue smiled and turned his gaze toward Sasuke, suddenly saying, Sasuke, I must commend your brilliance in devising a plan to alleviate the Uchiha clan's crisis. Should the entire scheme succeed and the Uchiha clan safely exit Konoha, you shall be the true hero of the Uchiha family. Oh, it was merely a fortunate coincidence, Sasuke modestly replied. Sasuke scratched his head awkwardly and slowly spoke. In truth, he did not desire the limelight. However, the blood of his clan flowed through his veins, and thus, safeguarding the Uchiha clan was an inescapable duty for him. In a brightly lit room within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Minin were seated at a long wooden table. Before them crouched a shadowy figure, illuminated by the light, who was none other than the Uchiha clan member with a scarred face who had just attended the clan meeting. Boha, you may dispel your transformation technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon the figure and spoke softly. Nodding, Boha promptly reverted to his true self, appearing even more handsome than before. Boha, recount what you heard at the Uchiha clan meeting. Eager to grasp the situation, Danzo spoke in a low tone. Yes, without hesitation. The remarkably sharp-witted Boa swiftly recounted the proceedings of the clan meeting, including every detail of Sasuke's plan. Sasuke, he is merely 6 years old. How could he conceive such an extraordinary plan? Upon hearing Boa's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the ever-confident, smiling Sasuke, his eyes filled with incredulity. Moreover, with the awakening of his Sharingan at such a young age, if he continued to mature, the Uchiha clan could potentially give rise to another figure akin to Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, Tsunade expressed her astonishment. Danzo suddenly rose, muttering, let us not concern ourselves with that little brat for now. It appears that Itachi, the traitor, has chosen to side with the Uchiha clan. We must devise a battle plan, initially intending to utilize Itachi to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Danzo was infuriated to discover that Itachi had reported the intelligence he shared with him back to the clan. Since the Uchiha clan intends to flee to the land of waterfalls, we shall set ambushes along both routes. Once they embark on their journey, we will encircle and attack them from behind, thereby neutralizing the Uchiha clan with minimal cost. After a brief silence, Mito Minion suddenly proposed a plan. Yes, that plan seems quite sound. Danzo nodded thoughtfully. Danzo had initially contemplated striking the Uchiha clan directly within the village, but recognizing that a clash between the two factions would inevitably harm the village and its inhabitants, he found Mito Minion's strategy to be more reasonable. The Uchiha clan departs early tomorrow morning. We must prepare our ninjas to ambush them along the route to the land of waterfalls. Upon hearing Mito Minion's words, Tsunade reminded them. It was evident that Tsunade also supported the notion of engaging them outside the village. Sarutobi, what is your opinion? Danzo's gaze shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose expression suddenly darkened as he spoke urgently. The three were merely advisors. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, had the authority to make a decision. As Danzo's words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance momentarily froze. The entire Uchiha clan's departure from Konoha would equate to their defection, and according to Konoha's regulations, it necessitated their complete extermination. Moreover, if the Uchiha clan were allowed to leave, given their formidable talents, they would undoubtedly emerge as a new force in the ninja world within a few years. With numerous adversarial factions already present in the Land of Fire, the addition of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly jeopardize Konoha's future. Contemplating this, an overwhelming thought surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen, engulfing him entirely. The Uchiha clan must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, should they grow powerful, they could very well lead to Konoha's ruin. Danzo, I entrust the ambush to you. You may command the Umbu ninjas and coordinate with the root members under your command. That should pose no issue, correct? After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and spoke sternly to Danzo, who had cast a piercing gaze in his direction. No problem. I shall ensure that not a single member of the Uchiha clan escapes the land of fire. Danzo, being inherently cunning and treacherous, was adept at executing ambushes. Minyan, Tsunade, you are to notify the various clans tomorrow, requesting them to allocate their elite members to assist us in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and remarked. Konoha must also retain a contingent of ninjas to guard the village, lest we find ourselves outnumbered in our pursuit of the Uchiha clan. Understood. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's directives, Mito Minyan and Tsunade promptly nodded. To ensure absolute certainty, I will convene the Jonin tomorrow and have them join the battle as well. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to issue orders. Although he was resolute in making these arrangements, his expression bore a hint of complexity. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish to be so ruthless. Yet his identity as the third Hokage compelled him to act in accordance with the village's interests. His heart always prioritized Konoha above all else. Now that everything is arranged, Boha, you may return to the Uchiha clan. Any developments must be reported immediately. Casting a glance at Boha, who awaited orders, Danzo spoke in a low tone. Yes. Without hesitation, Boha vanished from the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, fatigue flickering within them, and then spoke softly, it is getting late. Tomorrow's tasks are quite demanding. You should all return and rest early. Nodding, Danzo, Mito Minyan, and Tsunade gradually exited the room. Once they left, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the quiet room and let out a sigh. In that moment, he once again felt the weight of the burden upon his shoulders. It was not a light load. At his age, facing the issues concerning the Uchiha clan felt overwhelming. Yet, recalling the second Hokage's final words, entrusting Konoha to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen steeled himself, and a resolute declaration echoed within the room. Rest assured, my mentor, even if it costs me my life, I shall protect the village. In the night, Konoha village lay concealed in darkness, its lights twinkling like fireflies scattered throughout. Although the hour was late, Sasuke lay awake in bed, unable to find rest. With a sigh, he donned his clothes, opened the door, and stepped outside. Walking along the streets of the Uchiha clan's territory, illuminated by the streetlights, he gazed at the clan's emblem, a fan motif, displayed upon the walls. Sasuke's palms instinctively clenched tightly. Tomorrow at dawn, the Uchiha clan would depart from the village. What fate awaited them? Previously, in the world of Earth, Sasuke had read many novels about traversing worlds. To cater to readers and adhere to the trope of ostentatious displays of prowess, authors often portrayed protagonists as invincible, effortlessly overcoming any calamity. However, Sasuke understood that those were mere fictions, and he existed in a tangible ninja world. If he did not exert himself and remained careless, he could easily meet his demise here. Even considering the previous sea-level mission, had it not been for Sasuke activating his Sharingan at the last moment, his lifeless body might have already been interred within the earth. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the night breeze tousled Sasuke's hair. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips as he remarked, I never anticipated returning here. Before him stood the Southie Shrine, the very site of the recent clan meeting. Feeling somewhat fatigued from his journey, Sasuke stepped into the shrine and settled upon a stone step. Sasuke, this marks the third occasion. Do you truly wish to see me? No sooner had Sasuke taken his seat than a ripple in the space behind him heralded the emergence of a figure clad in a mask. As he turned to behold the masked individual, a wave of astonishment washed over Sasuke's face. You finally chose to reveal yourself? He exclaimed, body trembling slightly, his excitement palpable. Do you recognize me? The masked figure, Uchiha Obito, chuckled in response to Sasuke's words, as if he were indeed familiar with him. Of course I know you. You are the Uchiha Obito, manipulated by Madara, are you not? Sasuke silently mused, shaking his head before adding, though I do not know you personally. I am aware that you belong to the Uchiha clan and possess remarkable power. In an effort to avoid complications, Sasuke chose not to unveil the true identity of Uchiha Obito. Some matters are indeed challenging to elucidate. How did you ascertain that I belong to the Uchiha clan? A tone of incredulity permeated Obito's words as he promptly inquired. It's quite simple. You frequently appear at the Southie Shrine, a place seldom visited by outsiders. Furthermore, during your sudden disappearance last time, I surmised that you had activated your Manjiki Sharingan, which possesses the ability of space-time manipulation. Sasuke hastily retorted, fabricating an explanation. I did not anticipate that you possessed knowledge of space-time ninjutsu in the Manjiki Sharingan. Truly remarkable. Obito, without refuting Sasuke's assertion, could not help but express his admiration. Haha. A ninja can never go wrong by acquiring more knowledge. Sasuke responded with a faint smile, appreciating Obito's compliment. Well then, what brings you to seek my assistance? Obito suddenly asked, arms crossed over his chest. Sasuke, initially inclined to decline, suddenly recalled matters pertaining to the Uchiha clan and quickly amended his response. Actually, yes. I wish to request your help. Help? After Sasuke's words fell, Uchiha Obito expressed his confusion. Because the higher-ups of Konoha intend to take action against the Uchiha clan. And after the recent clan meeting, the decision to relocate the entire family from Konoha has been made. I am concerned that the pursuing ninjas will be numerous. Thus I wish to request your covert assistance. Sasuke's expression gradually grew solemn as he spoke. Hey, the higher-ups of Konoha certainly won't allow the Uchiha clan to leave easily. And many ninjas will be dispatched, Obito replied with a smile, firmly refusing. Engaging in combat with ninjas carries inherent risks. I cannot agree to assist you in this matter. Sasuke did not feel overly disappointed by Obito's response. He would have rejected such a request himself. After all, who would risk their life to aid a stranger they had known for only a few minutes? However, Sasuke was not inclined to surrender just yet, he continued. I am aware of your formidable strength. You would undoubtedly have no trouble dealing with certain ninjas. Moreover, you are also a member of the Uchiha clan. Now that the clan is in peril, it is only right for you to lend a hand. You needn't appeal to familial sentiments to persuade me. Although I am of the Uchiha clan, I have no ties to it anymore. Their life and death do not concern me. Obito replied coldly. Having lost his parents at an early age and having lived with his grandmother, he had never received substantial support from the clan, resulting in a lack of emotional connection. Furthermore, Obito was resolute in his ambition to realize the Eye of the Moon plan and create a dream world. Thus, the current Uchiha clan was dispensable to him. Even if they were annihilated, he could still resurrect them in his dream world. Upon hearing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow. He understood that Obito's words were not mere rhetoric. In the anime Naruto, Obito had shown no mercy when he massacred members of the Uchiha clan. If that is the case, then state your terms. What would it take for you to assist me? Sasuke stated plainly, realizing that further persuasion was futile. What do you possess that would warrant my assistance? Obito countered without responding directly. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, took a deep breath, and then said earnestly, my most precious possession is this pair of Sharingan. If you can help me, I would be willing to gift you one of my Sharingan. Sasuke was not jesting, in comparison to the safety of the Uchiha clan. What value does a single Sharingan hold? Sasuke's words plunged Uchiha Obito into a profound silence, his gaze filled with astonishment as he fixated on the former. Within his heart, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. Everyone understood the significance of the Sharingan to Sasuke. He was willing to relinquish his precious eyes to safeguard his clan. An act that seemed utterly inconceivable. For the sake of a trivial family, is it truly worth it? Contemplating a myriad of thoughts, after a brief pause, Uchiha Obito finally let out a soft chuckle. Indeed, in this world, the people I long to protect most are my father, mother, and brother. As the clan leader, my father must protect his kin, and thus, assisting him in safeguarding the Uchiha clan is also my duty. Naturally, the members of the Uchiha clan are my kin as well, sharing the same blood. I recall a phrase once uttered by Kakashi-sensei's teammate, those who break the rules and regulations are worthless. But those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. I believe both kin and comrades deserve to be treasured. Sasuke earnestly elucidated. Upon hearing the remark about those who do not cherish their comrades being inferior to mere waste, Uchiha Obito visibly trembled, murmuring to himself. Simultaneously, he recalled his past companions. Rin and Kakashi, despite the years that had elapsed, the memories of their time together remained indelible. Sensing that Uchiha Obito might be lost in thought due to his words, Sasuke refrained from further conversation, observing Obito's youthful, delicate features in silence. After a brief moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly spoke. Sasuke, you are merely 6 years old, correct? Yes. Although puzzled by Obito's sudden inquiry, Sasuke nodded. You remind me of my younger self, always considering others no matter the task at hand. Uchiha Obito said thoughtfully. Lost in reminiscence. Since that is the case, please assist me. Sasuke's expression tightened with urgency as he made his request once more, with a series of footsteps echoing. Uchiha Obito turned to leave without responding to Sasuke. Sasuke, only when you awaken your Manjiki Sharingan will you truly possess value. For now, I shall fend off a portion of the pursuing ninjas. Consider it a practice session. With the final syllables of his words fading, his form gradually dissipated into the ether. Excellent. Watching Uchiha Obito's vanishing silhouette, Sasuke exclaimed with exhilaration. With the assistance of such a formidable ally, the probability of the Uchiha clan's safe departure from the village had significantly increased. The burden of worry that had weighed upon him was greatly alleviated as he leisurely strolled home, hands clasped behind his head. As the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, illuminating the vast expanse of Konoha, the once deserted streets began to teem with life. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Danzo, leaning on his cane, abruptly opened his left eye. Before him, 60 to 70 masked ninjas knelt in silence. All members of the Umbu, the elite of the Root organization. Everyone, the task of exterminating the Uchiha clan is entrusted to you. Split into 2 teams and lay an ambush along the way. Remember, even if it means mutual destruction, do not allow a single member of the Uchiha clan to escape. The quiet atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Danzo's somber command. Understood. Responding to the chilling intent in Danzo's words, they quickly acknowledged and transformed into shadows, swiftly vanishing from sight. As the group departed, Danzo's features twitched, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes as he muttered to himself, Itachi, you made me waste a Sharingan. I shall demand the entire clan's eyes as compensation. With that, Danzo's figure swiftly disappeared from the scene. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. A brief note about last week's recommendation votes. We received 180, averaging only about 25 per day, which is quite disheartening. Many authors might give up under such circumstances. but I remain resolute in my commitment to craft the finest Naruto fan fiction for all enthusiasts. Chapter 50, Sasuke's Thoughts. Rasengan. In the training ground of the small forest, Naruto held a swirling energy sphere in his palm, which, with a resounding thud, struck a moderately thick tree, causing cracks to ripple outwards before the tree toppled with a loud crash. Though it was still early morning, Naruto had already been practicing alone for some time. Before long, Sasuke's figure appeared beside him. Perhaps due to a late night, Sasuke, who usually arrived early, was punctual for the first time. "Sasuke, you must seize the opportunity to train." Noticing Sasuke's late arrival, Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and paused his practice, grinning as he spoke. "Has Kakashi-sensei and Sakura not arrived yet?" Sasuke inquired with a smile. "They were both here early today, but Kakashi-sensei was called away by a masked ninja, so he instructed us to train independently. Sakura initially intended to wait for you, but after seeing that you had not arrived, she went to the hospital." Naruto explained slowly in response to Sasuke's question. Kakashi-sensei was called away? Furrowing his brow, Sasuke mused aloud, beginning to speculate. Could it be that Kakashi-sensei was also involved in the mission to hunt down the Uchiha clan? Given Kakashi-sensei's strength, the third Hokage would indeed consider him for such tasks. "Don't worry about them. We can focus on our training." Seeing Sasuke lost in contemplation, Naruto called out loudly to remind him. Gazing at Naruto, a smile unexpectedly graced Sasuke's lips, and he exclaimed, "Naruto, didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? Since I have some free time today, let us spar." That night, Sasuke was set to depart with the Uchiha clan, and before his departure, he wished to fulfill Naruto's desire, lest he miss the opportunity in the future. "Sasuke, then let us begin. Show me the difference between us." Naruto, who trained diligently day and night for the sake of recognition, had also set defeating Sasuke as a personal goal. Clenching his fist in excitement, he laughed heartily. Sasuke smiled faintly, his toes lightly tapping the ground before he swiftly darted to an open area, lifting his gaze with piercing intensity towards Naruto. "Sasuke, let the battle commence." Multiple shadow clone technique. Without hesitation, Naruto summoned forth a multitude of shadow clones. He then directed these clones to charge at Sasuke. Great fireball technique. Observing only the clones advancing towards him, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, and with a swift exhalation, unleashed a searing fireball, accompanied by the agonized cries of the clones. Those summoned by Naruto were instantly engulfed by Sasuke's fireball, dissipating into white mist. Boom. After obliterating the oncoming clones, the fireball fulfilled its purpose, exploding upon contact with the ground and scattering into countless embers, raising a cloud of smoke. As the smoke enveloped the battlefield, Sasuke sought to leverage it for a counterattack. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically, and Naruto's figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Sasuke, you have grown complacent." At that moment, Naruto erupted into laughter, clenching his fist and striking towards Sasuke's chest. Impossible. Caught off guard by Naruto's speed, Sasuke could only endure the blow in shock. Thud. However, before Naruto could revel in his triumph, the Sasuke he had struck transformed into a wooden log. "Curse Sasuke," employing the substitution technique. Naruto exclaimed in frustration, glaring at the fallen log. "Heh, Naruto, did I not previously advise you? In combat, a ninja must maintain their composure." As Naruto seethed with anger, a light chuckle emerged from behind him, and suddenly, his pupils constricted in surprise as he felt a kunai pressed against his back. "Heh, of course, I remember." The unexpected laughter startled Sasuke, realizing it emanated from behind the smoke. Before he could react, the Naruto before him transformed into a cloud of mist, another shadow clone. "Sasuke, I am no longer the naive Naruto you once knew." At that moment, as the obscuring smoke dissipated, Naruto, with the assistance of one clone, gathered a swirling energy sphere in his right palm. Gazing at the expression of unwavering confidence on Naruto's face, Sasuke inhaled a breath of warm air and declared, "Naruto, let us settle this with one decisive blow." With those words, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, and a brilliant surge of lightning erupted from his right hand. Whoosh. As Sasuke prepared to unleash his Chidori, Naruto, having completed his Rasengan, dashed forward, the swirling sphere pulsating in his palm, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. "Sasuke, be careful," he warned as he approached, thrusting the Rasengan towards Sasuke. Sasuke lifted his gaze, observing the rapidly enlarging Rasengan within his pupils. He exhaled softly, maintaining an expression of calm composure. Subsequently, he raised his hand, crackling with lightning, and struck forcefully against the Rasengan. Boom. The clash of two formidable energies resulted in the formation of two arc-shaped energy shields, equally matched before Sasuke and Naruto. However, as the energy waned, the brilliance of the lightning emanating from Sasuke's hand diminished, while the Rasengan, though also weakening, clearly gained the upper hand. In the face of this stalemate between the Rasengan and the lightning power, Naruto shouted, summoning strength in his arm once more. The rapidly dissipating Rasengan pierced through the barrier of lightning, finally colliding with Sasuke. Although the Rasengans might have lessened, its ferocious thrust propelled Sasuke backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. He had actually won. When this surreal conclusion unfolded before Naruto, he found it hard to believe. Sasuke, despite the inevitable scrapes that accompany such sparring, stood up with a pallid visage, causing concern to well up within Naruto, who hurried over. Naruto, congratulations on your victory, Sasuke remarked with a smile, rubbing his chest where pain lingered. He harbored no sense of disappointment at being bested by Naruto, as this had been the outcome meticulously orchestrated. Earlier, the Chidori Sasuke had wielded possessed only 2/3 of its usual power. A deliberate choice to enable Naruto to triumph with his Rasengan. Sasuke deliberately conceded defeat to Naruto with a singular purpose, to bolster Naruto's confidence before departing, encouraging him to strive toward his aspiration of becoming Hokage. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Once we surpass 500 votes, I shall honor my promise with additional content. Chapter 51. Kakashi's Dilemma. Haha, Sasuke, I truly never anticipated that I would triumph over you. Naruto, scratching the back of his head, chuckled sheepishly as he absorbed Sasuke's congratulatory words. At that moment, a wave of elation surged within Naruto, having been scorned and labeled a loser throughout his childhood. He now stood victorious over the so-called genius ninja, Sasuke. From this point forward, he could hold his head high, wherever he went. Naruto, I previously mentioned that so-called geniuses are merely the result of relentless effort. Your victory over me is a testament to your hard work, Sasuke asserted, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. His voice, though somewhat youthful, radiated warmth. Yes, Sasuke, I will continue to strive. Empowered by his recent triumph, Naruto nodded vigorously, his confidence soaring. With the necessary words exchanged, Sasuke exhaled in relief and softly suggested, Naruto, let us resume our training. I shall treat you to Ichiraka ramen at noon. Haha, then I shall indulge in several bowls. Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration upon hearing Sasuke's generous offer. Absolutely, eat as much as you desire. Sasuke smiled, promising with sincerity. Thus, they commenced their training, unaware that this may well be their final session together. In the Hokage Tower, within the Hokage's office, all but a few absent jonin gathered, representing the pinnacle of strength in Konoha. The assembly convened to unveil grave intelligence. The Uchiha clan planned to betray the village in defect at midnight tomorrow. As Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and the others, his voice bore a heavy weight. The Uchiha clan intends to abandon the village? How is this conceivable? Kakashi's complexion shifted dramatically as he uttered in disbelief. While whispers of potential insurrection had reached him, he never anticipated such an outcome. This is utterly unforeseen. Why would the Uchiha family resort to this? The other jonin echoed his incredulity, their expressions mirroring shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened as he surveyed the astonished faces of his comrades. After a brief pause, he urged, as shinobi, we must remain composed in the face of unforeseen events. Do not dwell excessively on the Uchiha's betrayal. Understood. The jonin replied in unison, nodding in agreement. Then, Hokage-sama, how shall we address this Uchiha predicament? Guy inquired suddenly. This question aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen's forthcoming statement, prompting him to respond coldly, after deliberation with several advisors. We have resolved to eliminate the entire Uchiha clan in accordance with village protocols. Upon hearing this, Guy swallowed hard, exchanging alarmed glances with his fellow jonin, their faces etched with horror. The Uchiha clan comprised hundreds. To annihilate them would undoubtedly be a bloodbath. While they could accept such measures against foreign nations, the Uchiha were villagers, some even their friends, making the prospect feel excessively cruel. Kakashi remained silent, his expression clouded with despair. In his heart, turmoil reigned. Sasuke was his pupil, and the thought of having to confront him was unbearable. Ignoring Kakashi's turmoil, Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a map and continued. The Uchiha planned to flee to the land of waterfalls. To mitigate damage to the village, we must act during their escape. This morning, Danzo has dispatched Umbu to ambush the two routes to the land of waterfalls. Your task is to join the pursuit team and pressure them once they leave Konoha, driving them into the ambush before launching a full-scale attack. As seasoned shinobi familiar with the tactics of the previous Ninja World War, they understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy and nodded in acknowledgement. Once the Uchiha leave the village, they will no longer be our allies. I expect you to carry out the mission entrusted to you without hesitation. Yes. The jonin responded, a chill running through them at Sarutobi Hiruzen's authoritative tone. This matter is confidential. Do not disclose it to others. That is all. Prepare for tomorrow's battle. Having ensured that all was in order, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief and gestured for them to depart. Except for Kakashi, Guy, and Shino, the others gradually exited the room. As they left, silence enveloped the space once more. Hokage-sama, Kakashi began, only to be interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, I know what you wish to say. You want to protect Sasuke, do you not? Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had discerned his thoughts, Kakashi persisted, Hokage-sama, Sasuke is my student. His talent is exceptional, and he may become Konoha's finest ninja. If he is punished for his family's transgressions, I cannot accept it. Kakashi, I once had a brilliant student, one you likely know. He inflicted tremendous harm upon the village, and in the end, I could not bring myself to kill him. I let him go. So, I understand your feelings. However, you may not be aware that the Uchiha's defection was orchestrated by Sasuke himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, approaching Kakashi. Sasuke orchestrated this? How can that be? The revelation left Kakashi astounded, his body feeling as though it were struck by lightning, numbness overtaking him. I find it hard to believe regarding Sasuke as well. But the truth remains. Kakashi, do you truly think Sasuke would heed your words and remain in Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, offering a bittersweet smile at Kakashi's stunned expression. Kakashi remained silent, yet he comprehended that if Sasuke indeed devised this plan, he would not stay. Kakashi, if you fear confronting Sasuke, you are permitted to abstain from tomorrow's battle. Understanding the pain of having to face a former student, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to alleviate Kakashi's burden. No need. I shall participate in the battle and fulfill my mission. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, rousing Kakashi from his momentary stupor. Once he regained his composure, Kakashi, with a pained expression, uttered a solitary remark before departing slowly. Sighing as he watched Kakashi's retreating figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes gradually. Chapter 52. Farewell to Haruno Sakura. In the brightly lit practice room of the Konoha hospital, Haruno Sakura was diligently tending to an injured fish on the operating table. As a novice in medical ninjutsu, her initial experiences were limited to these small creatures. Only through honing her skills would she be able to treat humans or fellow shinobi. At last, she succeeded. Through her efforts, the fish, which had been on the brink of death, was now lively and spirited, prompting Sakura to beam with pride. After placing the healed fish back into the tank, she wiped the sweat from her brow. Noticing the evening sky outside, Sakura decided it was time to head home. In truth, she had completed the task assigned by her medical mentor an hour prior. However, feeling a twinge of rivalry as she thought of Naruto and Sasuke, whose abilities had surpassed her own, Sakura resolved to set an additional task for herself, eager to master medical ninjutsu as swiftly as possible. After spending some time tidying up the practice room, she finally stepped out of the hospital. As she observed the sparse flow of people at the entrance of the medical facility, Sakura turned and began her journey homeward. Sakura, yet, she had scarcely taken a few steps when a familiar voice called out from behind. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke approach with his hands clasped behind him, Sakura was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering him here. I've been waiting for you for an hour. You finally emerged, Sasuke remarked. A light smile gracing his lips as he observed Sakura's dazed expression. The thought that Sasuke had specifically waited for her filled Sakura with joy, prompting her to respond with a smile. Sasuke, you could have come to find me. I didn't want to interrupt your practice with medical ninjutsu, Sasuke explained, before producing a small plush toy from behind his back. By the way, Sakura, this is for you. The plush toy in Sasuke's hands is exceptionally unique, as its appearance mirrors that of Sasuke himself, signifying that it is a custom-made creation. Upon seeing the plush toy, Sakura Haruno's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Sasuke would present her with a gift, let alone a doll fashioned in her likeness. Sakura, do you not like it? Sasuke inquired, bemused by her astonished expression. In truth, he had selected numerous gifts, but he believed that leaving an alternative version of himself to accompany Sakura after his departure from Konoha would be more meaningful, prompting him to commission the plush toy. It is worth noting that Sasuke had spent an entire afternoon in front of the doll maker to ensure its perfection. Sakura, initially lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Sasuke's words, and almost instinctively, she snatched the plush toy from him. Once the doll was in her possession, she realized that her eagerness may have been a tad excessive, and a faint blush appeared on her fair, delicate face. Nevertheless, Sakura truly cherished the plush toy. After a moment of shyness, she graciously embraced it and looked up at Sasuke with a smile, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sasuke. I absolutely adore it. That's wonderful to hear. Come, let me walk you home." It was evident that Sakura's delight was genuine, and Sasuke smiled softly in response. With a nod, Sakura and Sasuke strolled side by side, their silhouettes resembling a young couple, radiating warmth and tenderness. Sasuke, what prompted you to unexpectedly gift me something? Sakura asked, a smile lingering on her face as they leisurely walked down the street. Consider it an early birthday present. Sasuke hesitated briefly before explaining. But my birthday is still quite far off. Sakura pouted adorably, believing that birthday gifts should ideally be given on the actual day. Hige, sometimes my missions are quite demanding, and I worry you might not have time to prepare for your birthday, Sasuke replied, offering a half-hearted excuse with a sheepish smile. Sasuke, you were too kind. Sasuke's ability to reach such heights truly moved Sakura Haruno, and her eyes curved into gentle crescents as she smiled. Sakura, if I am not by your side in the future, I hope you will find joy each day. Gazing at Sakura's radiant smile, Sasuke momentarily lost his thoughts, then expressed his hope. Sasuke will always be by my side. Sakura replied shyly, shaking the plush toy in her hand. In response to her words, Sasuke could only manage a faint smile. The Konoha hospital was not far from Sakura's home, and even though she deliberately slowed her pace to prolong their time together, she soon spotted her house. Sasuke, I've arrived home. She paused, casting a light laugh in Sasuke's direction, as they were about to part ways. A profound sense of reluctance welled up within Sasuke. He even entertained the notion of taking Sakura away from the village. Yet, he understood that such a childish act would only bring harm to her. Then I must return home too. Sakura, farewell. He gently brushed his fingers against her forehead, and with a resigned wave, he turned and walked away. Watching his figure gradually disappear around the corner, an inexplicable sorrow surged within Sakura's heart. As night fell, the darkened sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, with occasional shooting stars streaking across the heavens, infusing the tranquil night with a touch of vitality. After the day's clamor, the village of Konoha succumbed to a profound stillness and darkness in the late hours of the night. In the courtyard of the Uchiha clan, 40 fully armed members stood in 2 organized formations, with their leaders, Sasuke and Itachi, positioned at the forefront. As the Lure Squad, your task is the most arduous. However, for the future of the Uchiha clan, I hope you can delay for a day. Uchiha Fugaku, clad in armor, solemnly remarked as he observed the newly formed Lure teams. Rest assured, clan leader, we vow to fulfill our mission. The 40 members shouted in unison, fully aware that facing several hundred elite ninjas from Konoha would likely lead to their demise. Yet they were prepared to sacrifice their lives to protect the Uchiha clan. Standing beside Fugaku, Sasuke felt a surge of fervor at their resolute words. Although he had suggested joining the Lure Squad, Sasuke and Itachi had unanimously rejected the idea, leaving him somewhat displeased. Indeed, my Uchiha clan boasts the most exceptional members. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction before turning to Uchiha Yakumi. Yakumi, have you dealt with that spy as instructed? How are the preparations for our clan members? As per your directive, the spy has been handled. He will awaken only tomorrow morning and will not hinder our operations. Furthermore, all 471 clan members are fully prepared for night travel. Yakumi, reputed as the most loyal clan member, promptly responded. Excellent. Now, we await the arrival of dawn, Fugaku murmured, gazing up at the starry sky. Chapter 53, The Midnight Operation. At the break of dawn, nearly all the villagers of Konoha were ensconced in slumber. However, at the village's entrance stood 2 vigilant guards, alert and spirited. Although the visible defense appeared somewhat weak, it was merely a fade. The true guardianship lay in the shadows, with 4 concealed sentries surrounding the entrance. At that moment, atop a building directly opposite the village gate, a guard named Hu, clad in black and equipped with night vision goggles, blended seamlessly into the night. His keen eyes scanned the vicinity, ready to signal any disturbances with a flare. Suddenly, as Hu focused intently on his watch, a small pebble rolled across the debris behind him. Instinctively turning to investigate, he found nothing amiss and returned to his post. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a shadowy figure materialized before him, locking eyes with him through the Sharingan. Wah! Shock coursed through Hu as darkness enveloped him, his body collapsing silently. The same fate befell the other 3 sentries, who were swiftly dispatched without a sound. Following the quiet elimination of the sentries, the 2 guards at the entrance also fell, struck down by the incredibly swift Uchiha Sasuke. As the guards fell, 4 figures emerged from the shadows, clearly the ones responsible for neutralizing the sentries. With a soft creak, Sasuke pushed open the massive wooden door of Konoha. As the heavy door swung wide, a neatly organized line of Uchiha clan members, young and old alike, moved quietly under Fugaku's lead, crossing the street and approaching the entrance. In a matter of 5 minutes, over 400 Uchiha clan members had passed through the gates of Konoha. With the clan members safely outside, Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Father, all the clan members have evacuated. We must leave swiftly. Sasuke, standing nearby, cautioned, concerned about potential complications. Nodding in agreement, Fugaku addressed Itachi and Sasuke. I will lead our clan members to the land of grass. The rest is in your capable hands. Understood. Sasuke and Itachi responded immediately. Sasuke, we shall take our leave. Glancing at the moonlight, Fugaku called to Sasuke before proceeding forward without hesitation. Brother, Sasuke, I am leaving. Take care. Sasuke said with a gentle smile as he looked at Sasuke and Itachi. Go on, but remember not to wander off and listen well to your parents. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair, offering a soft admonition. Nodding obediently, Sasuke quickly followed the clan members as they began their journey towards the land of grass. Itachi, let us depart as well. After witnessing the Uchiha clan members gradually vanish into the moonlight, Sasuke took a deep breath and softly spoke. Indeed, Itachi nodded lightly and gestured for his squad to leave. Simultaneously, Sasuke led his team into the shadows, departing in another direction. Though their paths diverged, both routes would lead to the land of waterfalls. Under the moon's glow, the Uchiha clan moved silently through the tranquil forest. The clan's guards, donned in night vision goggles, scanned the darkened spaces among the trees with vigilant eyes, weapons firmly gripped at their sides, ever prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. Despite the fatigue of traveling at night, they understood the significance of this departure from Konoha for the Uchiha clan, and each individual persevered resolutely. At the rear of the procession, Sasuke calculated the time. Believing Itachi had likely set off by now, he deliberately slowed his pace, using the body flicker technique to slip into the nearby thicket. Success. Rising slowly, he chuckled at having distanced himself from the main group. However, just as his laughter echoed, a graceful figure appeared before him. Izumi-ne, what are you doing here? Sasuke awkwardly inquired, gazing at Uchiha Izumi. Sasuke initially believed he could depart from the group unnoticed, but to his surprise, he was caught the moment he stepped out. Sasuke, are you planning to seek Itachi? Uchiha Izumi questioned, her eyes narrowed with mild irritation. Really? Is he that formidable? Sasuke found it hard to believe that Izumi had discerned his intentions. Indeed, his true purpose for leaving the team was to find Itachi. As the mission he was undertaking was perilous, and Sasuke felt he must be by his brother's side. Alas, Itachi anticipated that you would leave the team to find him, which is why he instructed me to keep an eye on you. Izumi sighed, continuing before Sasuke could respond. No wonder he asked my brother. He knows me too well. Sasuke replied with a faint smile, indirectly acknowledging his motive. Sasuke, let us return. The mission Itachi is executing for the clan is exceedingly dangerous, and he would not want any harm to come to you. Izumi implored, her gaze fixed on Sasuke. Shaking his head, Sasuke replied resolutely, precisely because the mission is perilous. I must seek out my brother. Absolutely not. I will not allow you to go. Izumi shouted, arms outstretched. Aware of the significance Itachi held for Sasuke, she knew that if she permitted him to leave, Itachi would surely not forgive her. In that case, you may as well kill me, Sasuke declared, drawing a blade from his back. Sasuke, why must you put me in such a predicament? Izumi gasped, startled by the sudden turn of events. She had expected him to charge forward, but never anticipated he would utter such words. Sister Izumi, I do not wish to trouble you. My brother means everything to me. If anything were to happen to him, my existence would be rendered meaningless. To be frank, with your strength, you cannot stop me. Yet I truly do not wish to harm you, Sasuke responded somberly. Izumi's lips parted as she contemplated a response, yet words eluded her. With her wisdom, she could clearly see Sasuke's unwavering determination to find Itachi. After a moment of silence, gazing at Sasuke's youthful visage, she softly asked, Sasuke, do you truly intend to seek Itachi? Yes, he affirmed with a nod. Then let us go together. I wish to apologize to him once we meet. Izumi waved her hand, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Of course, accompanying Sasuke in search of Itachi was also to ensure his safety along the way. Thank you. Sister Izumi, let us set forth swiftly, Sasuke exclaimed, realizing that as an exceptional medical ninja, Izumi would undoubtedly prove invaluable in critical moments. Very well, with a slight nod. Izumi and Sasuke vanished into the thicket. Chapter 54, The Wrath of Naruto. At 4 a.m, before dawn broke, two masked Anbu members suddenly knelt outside Sarutobi Hiruzen's sleeping quarters. Lord Hokage, there is grave news. The entire Uchiha clan has departed the village. Although aware that Hiruzen was resting, the urgency of the situation compelled one Anbu to raise his voice at the door. What? They left early? Within a minute, the startled Hiruzen donned his clothing and opened the door, shocked at the revelation. Indeed, all clan members have left, except for Uchiha Boha, who was asleep. The Anbu confirmed. How could Boha, a spy, be asleep amid such a significant upheaval? It seemed that the Uchiha clan had vacated the village due to the exposure of Boha's identity. Hiruzen murmured to himself, then quickly commanded, inform everyone. Summon all the ninjas we arranged yesterday. We must pursue the Uchiha clan before they leave the land of fire. Yes. The two Anbu nodded, vanishing instantly. Following Hiruzen's command, the village of Konoha sprang into action. Within half an hour, elite ninjas, including Kakashi and Guy, gathered in front of the Hokage building. Everyone, the Uchiha clan has fled the village, and they have now become traitors to Konoha. By my authority as the third Hokage, I command you to pursue and eliminate the traitors, ensuring they receive the punishment they deserve. Hiruzen addressed the assembled elite ninjas solemnly. Yes, hundreds of ninjas responded in unison. Accepting the task, go. Hiruzen nodded lightly, gesturing for them to disperse. As his words faded, the pursuing ninjas turned swiftly, scattering into the shadows like bats, rapidly exiting Konoha. Standing still, Hiruzen gazed at the now silent ground, exhaling softly as he murmured, Uchiha Fugaku, this situation is of your clan's own making. As dawn broke, Konoha began to stir, yet unlike usual, the streets were filled with clusters of villagers, all discussing the same topic, the Uchiha clan's defection. Why did the Uchiha clan leave the village? Some villagers murmured. I heard they plotted a coup to seize power and were exposed by the third Hokage. Prompting their desperate flight, speculated others with insider information. It is said that the third Hokage mobilized hundreds of ninjas to hunt the Uchiha clan, akin to a small-scale war. Sighing, many villagers, after processing the shocking news, shook their heads in pity for the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, you wouldn't leave the village, would you? On the street, Naruto, who was on his way to the training grounds, clenched his fists upon hearing the villagers' discussions. He swiftly turned and raced toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Although shocked by the Uchiha clan's departure from Konoha, Naruto cared little for the details. All he wished for was that his teammate Sasuke would remain. Arriving at the Uchiha district, he found the area swarmed with curious villagers, yet numerous ninjas guarded the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. This place is off limits. Everyone, please disperse. A team leader shouted, trying to manage the crowd. Sasuke, Sasuke. Ignoring the leader, Naruto shouted as he attempted to push through. Hey, move aside. But as he approached, a ninja blocked his path. What are you doing? I need to find Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, frustrated by the obstruction. The Uchiha clan has already left the village. There is no one inside. The ninja who obstructed Naruto immediately reprimanded him. It's impossible. Sasuke won't leave. I must go in and find him, Naruto insisted loudly. Seeing that Naruto was unyielding and causing a commotion, the ninja angrily warned, "Kid, if you keep this up, I will take action. That should be my line." Naruto glared at the ninja, his fists clenched, prepared to charge forward. However, just as tensions escalated, a graceful figure suddenly appeared and pulled Naruto away. Stopping in a corner not far from the Uchiha clan's territory, Naruto exclaimed, "Sakura, why are you pulling me? I need to find Sasuke." At that moment, Sakura Haruno's eyes were slightly red, and her expression was grim, as if she had recently been in tears. "Naruto, there's no need to search. Sasuke has truly left the village." Though reluctant to accept this reality, Sakura spoke softly. "How could Sasuke leave us?" Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto's expression changed dramatically. "Sasuke came to see me yesterday afternoon and even gave me a gift. He said it was an early birthday present, but it was really a memento for me." Under Naruto's piercing gaze, Sakura hesitated for a moment before finally murmuring with a bittersweet smile. As Sakura spoke, Naruto recalled the previous morning when Sasuke had invited him to battle, and how easily he had triumphed over him. Although not particularly astute, Naruto now fully understood why the victory had come so effortlessly. It was clear that Sasuke had intentionally let him win before departing, hoping to bring him joy. "Sasuke, that jerk, he just left us like this." Naruto slammed his fist against the wall in fury. "Naruto, don't be angry with Sasuke. I believe he didn't want to leave us either. After all, he is a member of the Uchiha clan and must obey their arrangements." Sakura gazed at the enraged Naruto, her voice lowering in seriousness. "Sasuke is my teammate and the first to acknowledge me as a companion. I cannot allow anyone to harm him." Thinking of the Hokage dispatching hundreds of ninjas to pursue the Uchiha clan, Naruto trembled with urgency. Moments later, he suddenly turned, only to be hastily restrained by Sakura. "Naruto, where are you going?" "To find Sasuke," he replied without hesitation. "Then I will go with you." Naruto's determination took Sakura by surprise, but she quickly asserted her resolve. "All right." Nodding, Naruto and Sakura departed from the Hidden Leaf Village together. Chapter 55, Pursuit. In the boundless expanse of the vast forest, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, causing their branches to sway and creating waves of green that spread to the horizon. At that moment, in a clearing within the woods, 3 figures huddled around a map laid out on the ground, while a dozen others stood scattered around them, vigilantly observing their surroundings. "We have arrived at the Endless Forest, a vast area that is difficult to track, making it ideal for evading our pursuers." Itachi pointed to a spot marked with trees on the map, speaking in a low tone. "Although it will be exceedingly challenging to hold out here until dawn, we have no other choice." To Itachi's left, a clan member named Uchiha Onoka nodded in agreement, remarking, "Let us employ a suicide tactic. When the pursuers arrive, we can have a few clan members stay behind to fight while the others continue to circle the forest." Uchiha, positioned beside Onoka, suggested in a somber tone, "Be cautious. Someone is approaching." Before Itachi and Onoka could respond, one clan member suddenly seemed to sense something and shouted, "The pursuers have tracked us here?" The other clan members froze for a moment before swiftly drawing their short blades, preparing for battle. Itachi, Uchiha Onoka, and Uchiha stood up, refusing to be careless. "Haha, hold your fire, comrades." Just as everyone felt the tension rise, Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi suddenly leaped down from the tree branches, with Sasuke cheerfully greeting them. "Sasuke? Izumi?" Upon seeing the two, even Itachi, known for his composure, was taken aback. He had previously worried that Sasuke might stray from the group, so he had assigned Uchiha Izumi to keep an eye on him. However, Itachi had not anticipated that they would both arrive together. "Brother, we finally found you." Sasuke approached Itachi's side, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Izumi, please tell me what happened." Ignoring Sasuke, Itachi's expression darkened as he directed his question at Uchiha Izumi. Taken aback, Uchiha Izumi averted her gaze from Itachi's piercing eyes, expressing her regret. "Itachi, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop Sasuke. Brother, please don't blame Sister Izumi. I threatened her and insisted on coming here." Sasuke quickly interjected, knowing that Itachi might hold Izumi responsible. "Sasuke, do you understand what coming here entails? Why are you being so disobedient?" Itachi's eyes fixed intently on Sasuke, a rare trace of anger lacing his tone, leading a team into this perilous situation. Itachi himself was uncertain of escaping. He had prepared himself for sacrifice. How could he not feel anger at the thought of his beloved younger brother joining him in danger? Understanding that Itachi's fury stemmed from his deep love and fear for him, Sasuke lowered his head and softly replied, "Brother, now that I am here, if you ask me to return, the pursuing ninjas from Konoha will follow. Allow me to stay and fight alongside you." Gazing at Sasuke, who bore a look of stubborn determination, Itachi, despite his frustration, could only nod in resignation. "Thank you, brother. I won't hold everyone back." Sasuke exclaimed joyfully upon receiving Itachi's nod. "All right, everyone prepare yourselves. We must continue our journey." Without further delay to converse with Sasuke, Itachi commanded as the leader. "Yes." The other clan members immediately sprang into action at the order. Just as they were about to depart, a hawk that had been circling overhead suddenly shrieked, as if awakening from a trance, before swiftly flying away. They found themselves in a desolate area strewn with rocks, where numerous ninjas were either seated or standing. Slowly opening his eyes, Yamashiro Kai exhaled softly. He had just employed his clan's secret technique, the mind transfer technique, to send his spirit into a hawk to scout from the sky. Although this technique consumed a significant amount of chakra, it was worth it to uncover the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan. Nara Shikaku, seeing his old teammate awaken, immediately inquired, "What did you find?" "In the endless forest, I discovered around 20 members of the Uchiha clan heading deeper into the woods." Yamashiro Kai promptly responded with a nod. "Only 20? It seems they are a protective rear guard for the Uchiha clan, which means the rest of the clan should be ahead of them." Nara Shikaku contemplated before softly articulating his thoughts. "Shikaku, what shall we do now? Our team consists of only 15 members, they have around 20. We would not have the advantage in a confrontation," the tall Akimichi Chuji questioned. Let's not forget that we have 7 other teams for mutual support. Once we enter the endless forest, we will fire a signal flare to summon the others," Nara Shikaku replied with a slight smile. "In that case, let us depart. We still have a distance to cover to reach the endless forest." Yamashiro Kai stood up and declared, "Agreed." Nara Shikaku nodded, calling on the other members to gather. And together they set off toward the endless forest. In a dense thicket not far from the endless forest, beneath a large tree, a group of ninjas from Konoha was taking a brief rest. Having pursued since 4 in the morning, their bodies were weary. A short respite would enable them to prepare for the battles ahead. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a signal flare erupted in the sky above the endless forest. "There is activity over there. We must hurry to provide support." The captain, Nara Shikaku, immediately sprang to his feet, pointing towards the endless forest and shouting, "Yes." Responding to the captain's command, the team members quickly rose. However, just as they were about to set off, a distortion appeared in the space before them, and a figure wearing a mask adorned with flame patterns emerged to block their path. "Who goes there?" Nara Shikaku demanded, glaring at the oddly dressed figure. "I was commissioned by a small child to prevent you from pursuing the Uchiha clan. As for my name, that is unnecessary for you to know." The figure was none other than Uchiha Obito, whose right eye glowed with a crimson hue through the mask's opening. "Attack!" Realizing the masked man was an enemy, Nara Shikaku decisively commanded. With the captain's order, the Konoha ninjas swiftly drew their shuriken and hurled them towards Uchiha Obito. The shuriken flew in a dense swarm, encircling Obito rapidly, leaving him no chance to evade. Fixating on the rapidly approaching shuriken, Uchiha Obito neither dodged nor defended himself. The projectiles, propelled by an unyielding gust, struck him. Yet, to the astonishment of onlookers, the expected spray of blood did not occur. Instead, they passed through him and embedded themselves in the ground. What? How is this possible? The Konoha ninjas were left in sheer disbelief, baffled by the technique Obito had employed. Such a level of attack is pitiful." Uchiha Obito scoffed, arms crossed over his chest. Just as his laughter echoed, Nara Shikaku's figure suddenly appeared behind him. As a captain, Nara Shikaku possessed exceptional skills. While his teammates were throwing shuriken, he had already begun to prepare a new attack. "What incredible speed!" Uchiha Obito exclaimed, sensing the presence behind him. "It's all over." The blade in Nara Shikaku's hand glimmered menacingly as he lunged toward Obito's vital points. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the gleaming edge of the blade. Should Nara Shikaku succeed in his strike, no matter how formidable the masked man was, he would meet his demise on the spot. Under the gaze of those watchful eyes, a swift and forceful strike finally pierced through Uchiha Obito. A low, thunderous sound of wind cutting through the air echoed across the sky, rendering the faces of the Konoha ninjas ashen. Had he truly been struck? At that moment, the expression of Obito's assailant turned grim, his voice trembling in disbelief. "How can this be? You know nothing of the Uchiha clan's power. Would release, cutting technique?" As Obito's voice resonated, his opponent's pupils dilated. He was too close to react. When he sensed a foreign energy invading his body, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his form plummeting to the ground like a bird with broken wings. The Konoha ninjas fell into an eerie silence as they watched the falling figure. When their gazes fell upon the assailant's chest, their minds erupted in chaos. For on the chest of the masked man were branching tree thorns. A dozen pairs of eyes stared blankly at the masked man, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. The masked man had employed would release ninjutsu, a skill known only to the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, in the entire Hidden Leaf Village, and indeed the ninja world. Who could this masked man be? As the Konoha ninjas grappled with their confusion, Uchiha Obito swiftly formed hand seals. Would release, Hell's Chaos? With a low shout, the ground beneath the Konoha ninjas erupted, sprouting trees bristling with thorns that spiraled upward, ruthlessly strangling them. The agonizing pain from their bodies elicited piercing screams, and soon after, they lost consciousness, their lives extinguished upon the ground. In this cursed world, your very existence is a torment. Seek liberation sooner. Glancing at the lifeless bodies below, Uchiha Obito muttered darkly before his form twisted and vanished. As noon approached, Itachi led his team through the towering trees of the forest like a raging flood. The dangerous aura emanating from them deterred some foraging beasts from approaching, who could only watch from a distance with fearful eyes. Following Itachi's team was another squad of about 10, their numbers comparable as they traversed the woods, separated by merely a kilometer. in a clearing within the forest. Itachi halted his team, his expression serious as he addressed a scouting clan member. Is there any movement ahead? Captain, there are signs of figures on the path directly ahead. They should be Konoha's pursuing ninjas, the clan member quickly responded. Konoha ninjas? Itachi's expression shifted slightly. It seems the signal flare has alerted all pursuing teams to the endless forest. Their tracking abilities are formidable. We may soon be surrounded. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hayashi cautioned. If we are encircled by Konoha's pursuers, our 20 or so will surely meet our end here. It is necessary for someone to step forward and sacrifice. Uchiha Yu declared resolutely. You all should go right. I will remain here with the other 4 clan members to buy you time. Although reluctant to leave Uchiha Yu to face death, Itachi understood there was no alternative to resolve their current crisis. He solemnly waved his hand and led the others away. Once Itachi and his team departed, only Uchiha Yu and the 4 remaining clan members were left. Prepare for battle. We shall fight for the honor of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yu shouted passionately, scanning the fearless faces of his comrades. To defend the Uchiha clan to the death. The 4 clan members responded. Their faces flushed with determination as they raised their fists. Hearing the thunderous shouts from behind, Itachi and the others turned to gaze back towards Uchiha Yu's direction, deeply moved. Meanwhile, Sasuke clenched his teeth, vowing silently, Sarutobi, Danzo, you will pay for this blood debt. Chapter 57, Blood Battle. In the dense jungle. A dozen figures suddenly leaped down from the trees, with the strongest trio recognized in Konoha, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, leading the charge. Looking towards a clearing just 100 meters away, Nara Shikaku spoke softly, Inoichi, investigate. Understood. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded, raising his fingers to channel his chakra for sensory perception. In that moment, the surroundings within a radius of several hundred meters became vividly clear in his mind. I found them. They're in the trees. 5 Uchiha clan members were hidden among the branches of several towering trees behind the clearing, their presence detected by Inoichi. Then let us prepare for battle, Nara Shikaku declared, raising his hand in a gesture to attack. As they prepared to strike, Uchiha Yu, stationed in the trees, peered through the gaps in the branches to observe the clearing below, holding explosive kunai in hand, ready to throw them the moment Konoha's pursuers entered range. Are they coming? He murmured, his eyes sharpening with focus. Moments later, 3 figures indeed appeared in the clearing, scanning their surroundings as if searching for something. Hee. I didn't expect it to be them. Dying this time would be worth it. Upon recognizing Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, Uchiha Yu chuckled inwardly. As his laughter echoed in his mind, he launched several explosive kunai into the air, seeing Uchiha Yu initiate the attack. The other 4 clan members on the trees wasted no time in following suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The forest erupted with the sound of wind slicing through the air as countless glinting kunai, laden with explosive tags, surged forth like a torrential downpour. Explode. Without regard for whether the kunai would strike Nara Shikaku and the others, Uchiha Yu and his companions shouted in unison, their voices resonating like thunder across the sky. Boom. A voice thundered from the heavens, followed by a cataclysmic explosion as all the explosive tags attached to the kunai detonated, sending a deafening roar echoing through the sky. In an instant, a terrifying firestorm surged forth from the ground, engulfing everything in its path, including the towering trees that fell before the onslaught, unable to resist. What was once a pristine clearing was now transformed into a massive crater, the surroundings charred and desolate, as if struck by a meteor. As the acrid smoke began to disperse, Uchiha Yu and 4 other members of the Uchiha clan emerged swiftly from the depths of the pit. Did we annihilate them all? Scanning the area, you noted the absence of the bodies of Nara Shikaku and his companions, presuming they had been reduced to ashes and buried beneath the earth. However, before Yu's laughter could fade, they found themselves encircled by a dozen suddenly appearing leaf ninjas. Moments later, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza reappeared. What? How are you still alive? The sight of them left Uchiha Yu utterly astonished. They were merely shadow clones. Your ambush has long been sensed by us, Yamanaka Inoichi responded with a smirk, fixing his gaze on the stunned Yu. Attack. Yu's eyes glittered with malice as he stared at Inoichi, yet he remained silent, issuing a command instead. With that, Yu drew a kunai and hurled it towards a leaf ninja on his left. Yes. The 4 Uchiha clansmen responded in unison. Yet, as they unsheathed their weapons, their bodies were suddenly immobilized, their shadows ensnared by a serpentine dark shape beneath them. Now, Nara Shikaku commanded after successfully binding the 4 Uchiha with the shadow bind technique. As his words fell, several leaf ninjas rushed forward, striking them with their small blades. Accompanied by their anguished cries, the 4 Uchiha clansmen were swiftly dispatched. Bastards. I will make you all pay. After swiftly eliminating one leaf ninja, you turned to see his kin fallen, his voice a frenzied scream. Rolling bomb. Just as you shouted. Choza's enlarged form transformed into a rapidly spinning wheel, crashing down towards you. Eyes narrowed in fierce determination, you leapt back, narrowly avoiding the devastating attack as Choza crashed into the ground. Having evaded disaster, Yu was not inclined to remain on the defensive. He clasped his hands together, swiftly forming seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. As the final seal was completed, you expelled a torrent of searing flames, coalescing into a ferocious fire dragon that surged toward Shikaku and his team. Such a powerful fire technique was challenging to evade, yet fortuitously. 3 ninjas from Shikaku's team were proficient in water release. They quickly positioned themselves, forming seals in unison. Water release, water chaos waves. Upon completion, a formidable wave of water erupted from their mouths. The fire dragon and the water wave, both embodiments of devastating energy, collided with a thunderous crash under the watchful gaze of many. With a hiss, steam filled the air as the two forces met. Despite the higher rank of the great dragon fire technique, the water proved to be its counter, dissipating the dragon into vapor. Damn it, so close to annihilating them. Yu lamented, discontented as he watched his fiery creation extinguished. However, just as Yu's frustration subsided, the mist around him crackled with the sound of swift wind. Realizing a new offensive was imminent, Yu brandished his kunai, deftly deflecting the incoming shuriken. Lost in his concentration on the projectiles, Yu failed to notice the creeping shadow beneath him. No. By the time he realized, it was too late. The shadow had ensnared him, indicating that Shikaku had employed the shadow bind technique once more, successfully subduing Yu. With a grim whisper, blood erupted forth as 3 leaf ninjas appeared beside him, their sharp blades piercing Yu's body. The excruciating pain rendered him speechless, blood foaming from his lips. Aware that Yu was beyond saving, Shikaku released the binding, the dark shape retracting from the ground. Freed from the shadow's grasp, Yu collapsed to his knees, his vision fading into darkness. Struggling to maintain consciousness, he gasped, "For the Uchiha clan, I shall take you all with me." With that declaration, Yu propelled himself towards Shikaku and his comrades. "Everyone, retreat. He has explosive tags." Realizing that Yu was radiating a faint light, Shikaku quickly interpreted it as the impending activation of the explosive tags and yelled, leaping away to distance himself from Yu. "Explode." Prior to Shikaku's arrival, Yu had covertly adorned himself with explosive tags, intending to trigger them in his final moments. Suddenly, a chilling shout roared through the air like thunder. Boom. The heavens trembled as an earth-shattering explosion erupted, engulfing the surrounding area in a terrifying firestorm. The inferno swirled violently, some nimble leaf ninjas narrowly escaping, while others, caught off guard, were consumed by the flames. A few meters from the blast zone, Shikaku, Choza, and the others descended from above, their figures somewhat disheveled. The abruptness of the explosion had taken them by surprise, yet their agility spared them from severe injury. "Is everyone unharmed?" They assessed one another, and Shikaku inquired. However, as they counted their numbers, Yamanaka and Noichi's expression soured, realizing that 5 of their team members had perished. "Sigh. It was my negligence." With a glance exchanged between Shikahisa and Yamanaka and Noichi, a pang of guilt washed over Shikahisa. He had intended to lift the shadow binding technique once Uchiha had perished, thereby preventing the earlier incident. Suddenly, Inoichi sensed something amiss and alerted, "Someone approaches." As Shikahisa pondered his earlier misstep, he turned his gaze forward and felt relief wash over him upon seeing Kakashi and Guy leading a squad. "Have you encountered members of the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi inquired, surveying the remnants of the fierce battle around them. "Yes. We encountered 5 Uchiha members who had laid an ambush here," Shikahisa replied. 5 members? It appears the main force of the Uchiha clan is on this main road. "We must pursue them immediately," Guy declared, aware that there were 2 main routes to Takigakure. "Agreed. Let us move as one." The 2 teams merged, and moments later, Kakashi, Shikahisa, Guy, and other elite shinobi advanced at the forefront, followed closely by the rest of the Konoha ninjas. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the forest fell into a profound silence, yet an oppressive atmosphere hinted at an impending storm. Perched atop towering trees, Itachi orchestrated his squad's concealment. After several hours of evasion, they found themselves encircled by Konoha's pursuing team, prompting Itachi to prepare for a frontal breakout. The stillness lingered indefinitely until, suddenly, Itachi's eyes snapped open. Scanning the massive trees ahead where shadows emerged into view. "Everyone, be cautious. They are coming," he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing Itachi's warning, Sasuke, Uchiha Kaken, and Uchiha Izumi opened their eyes, nodding slightly as they braced for the impending confrontation. Shortly after Itachi's warning, the distant woods trembled violently, and a dozen figures surged forth, landing almost simultaneously on the open ground. "Itachi, I know you're up there," called Yamashiro Aoba, gazing up at the lush canopy above. "It's unexpected to see you, Aoba," Itachi exclaimed, momentarily stunned as he recognized Aoba among the Konoha ninjas. Both Itachi and Aoba shared a bond over their fondness for raising crows, often engaging in conversations about their avian companions whenever they crossed paths in the village. "Itachi, surrender. You cannot escape this forest," Aoba declared coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Itachi. "I'm afraid I cannot do that," Itachi replied, shaking his head before gesturing with his hand. In an instant, a flurry of figures darted forth, encircling Aoba and the other Konoha ninjas. "Then it seems we must engage in battle," Aoba declared, drawing a kunai as he prepared for confrontation. As Aoba's voice echoed, the Konoha ninjas surged into action. Their movements like a thunderclap, racing towards Sasuke and the others with lightning speed. Sasuke and his companions had long been prepared for battle, drawing their tanto and kunai. They ferociously struck at the oncoming leaf ninjas. Observing his comrades engaged in combat with the Uchiha clan, Yamashiro Oe propelled himself forward with a lightness that defied gravity. Swiftly arriving before Itachi, his arms moved like a whirlwind, the sharp kunai creating a flurry of afterimages as they surged towards Itachi in a dazzling flurry of thrusts. As a member of the Umbu, Itachi's reflexes were unparalleled. Upon Aoi's approach, he too unsheathed a kunai for defense. The clash of metal rang out amidst sparks. Yet Itachi effortlessly countered Aoi's rapid assault. Upon witnessing Itachi neutralize his attacks, Aoi couldn't help but marvel at the prodigious ninja before him. However, in his momentary distraction, Itachi, like a specter, appeared behind him, thrusting his kunai with lethal intent. A resounding thud echoed, yet there was no bloodshed. Aoi had suddenly transformed into a cloud of white mist, from which hundreds of crows erupted. Is this the thousand birds technique? Aoi, surrounded by the dark crows that obscured his vision, felt Itachi's eyes shift into the Sharingan. It ends here. With the activation of the Sharingan, Aoi re-emerged, aiming his tanto fiercely at Itachi's heart. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated, and the crows dissipated into mist. Why is this happening? Blood bubbled at the corner of Aoi's mouth as he knelt, staring in horror at the tanto that had unexpectedly pierced his own heart. Aoi, I am sorry. Behind him, Itachi, with his Sharingan aglow, gazed coldly, his voice laced with an unsettling detachment. The sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Itachi, who had just been in a precarious position, had deftly turned the tide and slain Yamashiro Aoi with uncanny skill. With a look of shock upon his face, Aoi's lifeless body slumped to the ground after Itachi's words fell silent. The sound of his fall was scarcely audible, yet several Leaf Ninjas and Uchiha clan members noticed, their gazes drawn to the scene. The Uchiha clan members displayed expressions of elation, while the Leaf Ninjas wore faces of panic. Aoi, as the captain of the squad, had suffered a blow to their morale. Despite the setback, the Leaf Ninjas did not surrender but chose to continue fighting. Meanwhile, on the chaotic battlefield's right flank, Uchiha Izumi swiftly dispatched a Leaf Ninja, yet failed to notice another approaching from behind, who struck her with a powerful blow. With a resounding thud, Izumi was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a glaring mark. Die. After incapacitating Izumi, the Leaf Ninja seized the opportunity to eliminate her, brandishing his kunai towards her. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, he was at her side, the kunai glinting ominously under her horrified gaze. A chilling sound echoed as blood gushed forth. The Leaf Ninja's arm froze mid-swing as he slowly looked down to see the tanto that had appeared from nowhere, piercing his own heart, followed by a spurt of blood. Extracting the blade, his body gradually fell lifeless to the earth. Sasuke turned to Uchiha Izumi, asking, "Are you all right, Izumi-ne?" "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, Sasuke." Grateful for her timely rescue, Izumi exhaled in relief. "Hey, no need for thanks. Perhaps one day, Izumi-ne will be my sister-in-law," Sasuke jested, hoping to ease the tension that had gripped her heart. "Don't say such things." Izumi's cheeks flushed crimson, her shyness evident, yet deep within, she felt a surge of happiness. Understanding the nature of young girls, Sasuke smiled gently before rejoining the fray. The Leaf Ninjas continued their resistance, but with Itachi now participating in the battle, the tide turned swiftly. Within minutes, the remaining Leaf Ninjas were entirely obliterated. After the conflict, Itachi counted the survivors, despite their victory. They mourned the loss of 4 clan members, leaving only 14 in their lure team. Having temporarily escaped encirclement, Itachi recognized that the battle had consumed precious time, and the pursuing ninja teams were closing in from all directions. A greater crisis loomed ahead. Fully aware of the perilous situation, Itachi remained determined to lead his team to safety, especially with Sasuke among them. He was resolute in his desire to protect his younger brother. "Let us escape before nightfall." With a rallying cry, Itachi surged ahead, and without hesitation, Sasuke, Uchiha Hokage, and Uchiha Izumi followed closely behind. Beneath the towering trees, thick blood stained the earth, and the acrid scent of carnage permeated the air as cold corpses lay strewn about. The silence of the scene was palpable, disrupted only by the lingering odor of the brutal conflict that had transpired. This stillness was shattered by the sound of rushing wind from the dim woods to the left. And moments later, numerous figures darted into view. Upon witnessing the fallen bodies, their expressions shifted dramatically. Have they been entirely annihilated? A figure clad in sunglasses and wrapped tightly in garments descended slowly, taking in the grim sight below, murmuring to himself, "Captain Shiwi. The Yamashiro Aoi squad has been wiped out. Captain Aoi has also fallen." A pale-faced Leaf Ninja approached Yamanaka Shiwi, speaking in hushed tones. "They cannot have gone far." Shiwi replied, his voice low, as a swarm of parasitic insects suddenly emerged from his sleeves. The Yamanaka clan's parasitic insects are renowned for their multifaceted capabilities: offensive, defensive, medicinal, and reconnaissance, making them invaluable in battle. Their small size allows them to go unnoticed, capable of altering the battlefield dynamics without alerting the enemy. "I will track them down. I refuse to let their lives be taken so easily." It seems that the conversation with the parasitic insects has begun. Once Y Ninja Shiwei's words fell, countless parasitic insects immediately flew towards the direction where Itachi had departed. Whoosh! As the insects took flight, Y Ninja Shiwei promptly followed with the members of her team. With the parasitic insects tracking ahead, she was certain she could locate Itachi and his companions. Chapter 60. Surrounded. As dusk approached, a golden ray of light cascaded down, painting the endless forest in vibrant hues. Within the sea of trees, Y Ninja Shiwei, Asuma, Kakashi, and Nara Shikaku, for teams tracking Itachi's lure, finally converged. At this moment, their figures scattered in an arc, responding to each other as they pursued the 14 silhouettes a mere kilometer ahead. Among these 14 figures, Itachi, leaping at the forefront, couldn't he help but furrow his brow. In his desperate attempt to evade the pursuing ninjas, he had changed directions several times. Yet the relentless pursuers seemed to anticipate his every move. After a day of frantic escape, Itachi and his companions were utterly exhausted. Evading their pursuers had become an impossibility. Itachi, if this continues, we shall all perish here. I will stay behind. In the midst of his turmoil, Uchiha H. Kai's somber voice reached Itachi's ears. Itachi understood H. Kai's intentions. He wished to sacrifice himself for the sake of their escape, much like Uchiha Y had done. No, I am the captain. It should be I who remains behind. As the captain of the lure team, Itachi felt it was his duty to protect his comrades. I too have a younger brother. Yet he sacrificed himself during a mission, H. Kai replied, his tone suddenly heavy. H. Kai, you Itachi paused, momentarily at a loss for words. I do not wish for such a tragedy to occur again, Itachi. Protect Sasuke. Glancing back at Sasuke, H. Kai made his declaration and halted on a tree trunk. You 7, follow me. Summoning 7 clan members, H. Kai darted towards the direction of the pursuing ninjas. Yes, the summoned Uchiha clan members showed no hesitation, following H. Kai without question. H. Kai's unexpected actions caught the attention of Sasuke, Uchiha Izumi, and the other clan members, prompting them to stop and gaze at H. Kai's retreating figure. Quickly, do not delay their sacrifice for our escape. Taking a deep breath, Itachi spoke firmly. Yes. Hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke and the others instantly understood H. Kai's purpose and departed swiftly, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shikaku, the target is heading our way. With his eyes narrowed, Yamashiro always suddenly opened them wide, scanning the forest ahead. He sensed 8 figures moving rapidly towards them. A counterattack before death? Recalling Uchiha Y's suicidal charge, Nara Shikaku frowned, then spoke in a low voice, informed the other teams to surround the target. This time, we must capture one alive to extract information about the Uchiha clan's main forces. However, a significant doubt lingered in Shikaku's mind. Logically, their speed should surpass that of the Uchiha clan's main forces, yet despite nearly a day of pursuit, they had seen no sign of them. Were they on a different route? To unravel these mysteries, Shikaku needed a live capture. Yes. Upon receiving the command, several Konoha ninjas swiftly changed direction, their silhouettes darting through the trees. Upon hearing the message, Kakashi, Asuma, and Y Ninja Shiwei followed Shikaku's instructions, swiftly organizing their teams to encircle H. Kai and the others in the center. As time passed, the encirclement grew tighter. H. Kai and his companions remained still, awaiting the arrival of the Konoha ninjas. Brothers, death is inevitable, but today we die for the Uchiha clan. H. Kai's rallying cry ignited the spirits of the 7 Uchiha clan members, who drew their short swords in preparation for a final stand. Just as the Uchiha clan members unsheathed their blades, a soft voice resonated through the air. H. Kai, surrender? Upon hearing this voice, H. Kai's expression shifted slightly. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared around them, enclosing him and his clan members in mere moments. Leading the charge was Nara Shikaku, with Kakashi, Asuma, Y Ninja Shiwei, and others quickly following suit. I genuinely did not expect such a number of elite shinobi to be mobilized just to hunt down the Uchiha clan. A cold smirk crept across H. Kai's face as he beheld Kakashi, Y Ninja Shiwei, and Might Guy, all exceptional ninjas. H. Kai, during the Great Ninja War, we were comrades. Why do you betray the village? Might Guy shouted, fixing his gaze on H. Kai. Betray the village? It is the village that has betrayed us. The Uchiha clan has served Konoha diligently, yet the 3rd Hokage and the higher-ups seek our destruction. Now that we wish to escape, you pursue us. Right and wrong. Weigh it well in your hearts. H. Kai retorted vehemently. It was your Uchiha clan that plotted a coup, prompting the 3rd Hokage to take such desperate measures. Shikaka shot back, his expression darkening at H. Kai's disparagement of the Hokage. Enough. No matter what I say, you will side with the Konoha higher-ups. This argument is futile. Let us fight. Shaking his head, H. Kai refused to continue the fruitless debate. Just as H. Kai's words fell, Might Guy surged forward like a flash of lightning, aiming directly at H. Kai. Humph. The moment Guy moved, H. Kai, ever vigilant, let out a cold snort, his form flickering as he left a shadow behind, appearing in midair. As H. Kai moved, 7 Uchiha clan members positioned themselves beside him, shielding him from harm, and together they charged towards Shikaku and his team. Stop them. Shikaku commanded, his expression dark as he gestured for several Konoha ninjas to leap into action, closing in on H. Kai. Clash. The two sides engaged in fierce combat mid-air. The sound of metal colliding, creating a symphony of sparks all around. Although many perceive my gratitude as mere formality, only I comprehend the sincerity that emanates from my heart. Without your support and encouragement, I might have long since faded into obscurity. The presence of my brothers is indeed a greater pride than the act of penning a novel. Chapter 61. The Fire Release. Great Fireball Storm. Despite being shielded by 7 clan members, Uchiha Hanaharu faced assaults from 2 Leaf Village ninjas. Nevertheless, he swiftly dispatched them. After evading the attacks, Uchiha Hanaharu bit his right fingertip and commenced hand seals. Summoning technique. With a commanding shout, Uchiha Hanaharu directed his right palm toward the ground, summoning a circular formation adorned with 6 runic lines. The summoning technique is a type of space-time ninjutsu, requiring a blood contract with the summoned entity for it to manifest. Boom. As the summoning array materialized, a cloud of white mist arose at its center. As the mist dissipated, a towering 3-meter-tall crimson fire eagle appeared. The fire eagle is an exceptionally rare summoning beast from the Summoning Island, capable of unleashing immense fireballs to assault its foes, instilling fear in other summoning beasts. Since you dare to pursue, you must also be prepared to face the consequences. In this battle, I shall make it known that the Uchiha clan will not allow itself to be humiliated. At this moment, Uchiha Hanaharu, standing behind the fire eagle, widened his eyes and bellowed. As his voice reverberated, Uchiha Hanaharu's palm rested upon the back of the fire eagle, channeling all the wind chakra within him into the creature. Simultaneously, the fire eagle opened its massive beak, gathering an enormous fireball that expanded in size and began to spin rapidly as the wind chakra flowed into it. This is bad. Scatter quickly. Upon witnessing the swirling fireball, Narashikaku's expression changed dramatically, prompting him to warn the others. The other Leaf ninjas looked up at the dangerously massive fireball, their instincts already sensing impending doom. Heeding Narashikaku's warning, they hastily retreated. Fire Release. Great Fireball Storm. Seeing their attempt to withdraw, Uchiha Hanaharu's face twisted into a grimace as he shouted. With his command, the spinning fireball descended like a meteor from the heavens, carrying an aura of destruction as it soared through the sky and crashed down. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, shaking the ground for miles around. The earth where the fireball struck erupted like a volcano, with scorching flames radiating outward in an arc. In that moment, the ground trembled violently, great fissures spreading across its surface, while trees ignited, presenting a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation. Behind Uchiha Hanaharu, several Leaf ninjas gazed in shock at the cataclysmic scene, their distance hardly mitigating the sudden surge of heat they felt in the air. They all simultaneously marveled at the terrifying destructive power of the combination technique executed by Uchiha Hanaharu and the Fire Eagle. At that moment, perched on a tree several dozen meters away from the explosion, Narashikaku, Kakashi, and others appeared, turning to witness the devastation. As they felt the searing waves emanating from the aftermath, they were taken aback. We were fortunate to retreat in time. Yamashiro always swallowed hard, the astonishment evident on his face. Not far from Yamashiro, Narashikaku nodded solemnly. He recalled how, during the Third Shinobi World War, Uchiha Hanaharu had utilized this very combination technique to eliminate numerous ninjas from other nations. Today, witnessing its power once more left them profoundly shaken. Nevertheless, the casualties are substantial. Casting a glance at the corpses strewn on the ground and hanging from nearby trees, Kakashi whispered, "Sigh, there was nothing we could do. In that situation, we couldn't save anyone else." With a soft sigh, Narashikaku turned his gaze toward the gradually dissipating explosion site, where the flames were slowly receding. As time passed, the fiery waves unleashed by the great fireball storm finally began to fade. Despite many anticipating the aftermath, they could not suppress their shaking heads at the sight of the devastation that remained. As the flames subsided, the gaze of the Leaf ninjas returned to Uchiha Hanaharu. Although he had successfully executed the technique, it was evident that it had taken a toll on him. His previously steady breathing had become noticeably rapid. However, compared to his breath, Uchiha Hanaharu's expression had turned entirely grim, his eyes brewing with fury. Moments ago, while Uchiha Hanaharu unleashed his ninjutsu, 7 Uchiha clan members had fallen to Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, and other Leaf ninjas, their bodies scattered across the ground. The third gate, the life gate, open. Just as Uchiha Hanaharu seethed with rage over the loss of his clan members, Might Guy suddenly shouted. His body radiated with green energy. Those familiar with Might Guy understood that he was now utilizing the 8 gates. The 8 gates is an advanced taijutsu technique that enhances one's strength with each gate opened. Opening all 8 gates releases all limitations of the body, granting the user power exceeding even that of the strongest ninjas. However, this power is temporary, and opening all 8 gates ultimately inflicts grave harm upon the body, risking death. Come forth. Aware that Might Guy intended to engage him in hand-to-hand combat, Uchiha Hanaharu activated his Sharingan. After countless sparring sessions with Kakashi, I have devised my own methods to counter the Sharingan. Undeterred by Uchiha Hanaharu's Sharingan, Might Guy transformed into a green blur and charged toward him. Leaf Hurricane. In an instant, he was before Uchiha Hanaharu, unleashing his self-created taijutsu technique. With his already impressive speed augmented by the opening of the life gate, the air crackled around his legs as he struck. Faced with Might Guy's fierce onslaught, Uchiha Hanaharu's expression turned serious, yet he had no intention of retreating. His taijutsu prowess was sufficient to engage Might Guy head-on. With determination, Uchiha Hanaharu utilized his Sharingan to perceive Might Guy's leg strikes, retaliating with powerful punches. Bang! Bang! The two engaged in a breathtaking exchange of blows, the sound of their clashes echoing in the air. Under the watchful eyes of many, the silhouettes of Uchiha Hanaharu and Might Guy intertwined in a fierce dance of combat. Uchiha Hanaharu was able to match Might Guy's taijutsu prowess without faltering. Observing the intense clash between the two, many Leaf ninjas could not help but exclaim in awe. Most of them knew that Might Guy specialized in taijutsu, a master of close combat. Typically, any ninja sparring with him would be utterly defeated. Yet Uchiha Hanaharu stood firm, demonstrating considerable strength in taijutsu as well. Thank you to the generous donations. Uchiha Hanaharu is not an original character, he is from Naruto. In the final 3 days, I hope the recommendation votes can increase. Chapter 62, Towards the Peacock. Undoubtedly, the self-proclaimed master of taijutsu showcases remarkable speed and strength. As his body flips gracefully through the air, Uchiha Hwaha steadily lands back on the ground, shaking off the fatigue in his fists, marveling inwardly. Although other Leaf ninjas perceive Uchiha Hwaha as having successfully blocked Might Guy's assault, only Hwaha himself understands that without the Sharingan, he might have succumbed to defeat countless times already. Haha, it has been a long time since I've engaged in such a fervent battle. With a resounding declaration, Might Guy opens the 6th gate, the Gate of Joy. At this moment, his feet tense, and the hair atop his head stands on end. This is not good. I cannot allow him to attack. Observing Might Guy's sudden surge in power, Uchiha Hwaha's expression grows serious, and he begins to form hand signs. My apologies for using you as a warm-up. Lifting his gaze, Might Guy offers a slight smile to Uchiha Hwaha, then swiftly dashes forward. The shadow before him flickers. And before Hwaha can react, Guy's voice booms in his ears, Aerial Peacock. With that exclamation, Might Guy's fist suddenly tightens, and amidst dozens of watchful eyes, he fiercely strikes the air. The rapid motion of his fist generates flames and shockwaves, and in an instant, the flames bloom like a peacock's tail. As the flames and shockwaves assail him, Uchiha Hwaha's body is uncontrollably thrust backward, his face flushed crimson. Then, a torrent of blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs, erupts from his mouth. Accompanied by a scream, Uchiha Hwaha is propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, skidding nearly a dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, Hwaha's clothing is nearly torn to shreds by the shockwaves, his body marked with burned scars from the flames. And the blood at the corner of his mouth renders him a pitiful sight. Following Hwaha's defeat, Nara Shikaku, Kakashi, Aburame Shino, Might Guy, and others surround him. Everyone, do not engage. Spare his life, for we can extract vital intelligence. Nara Shikaku cautions, observing the struggling Uchiha Hwaha. You think you can extract information from me? Trembling, Uchiha Hwaha slowly rises, suddenly shouting, I will not allow you to succeed. With a mournful cry, his summoning beast, the Fire Hawk, takes to the skies, soon unleashing a massive fireball toward Uchiha Hwaha's direction. Seeing the searing fireball descend, Kakashi, Might Guy, and the others swiftly evade, staring directly at the fireball's descent. Uchiha Hwaha stands resolute, unflinching. One day, the Uchiha clan will return to Konohagakure and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. With a chilling declaration, Uchiha Hwaha is engulfed by the fireball, the soaring flames swiftly consuming him. Oh, Uchiha Hwaha was truly an exceptional clansman. Observing the scene, Sarutobi Asuma laments. To prevent them from acquiring intelligence, Uchiha Hwaha chose to end his own life prematurely, a profound act of sacrifice that moves the other Leaf ninjas. Nearby, Kakashi and the others shake their heads in resignation. They had no desire to force Uchiha Hwaha into such a predicament. But the conflict between Konohagakure and the Uchiha had rendered them adversaries, compelling compliance with the third Hokage's orders. With Uchiha Hwaha's demise, the blood pact with the Fire Hawk is nullified. The Firebird, which could have returned to the summoning realm, circles a few times in the air before finally flying off into the distance. Let us proceed. We must continue our pursuit of the Uchiha's main forces, Nara Shikaku reminds, observing the enormous Firehawk's departure. Indeed, Oil Girl Shino, Kakashi, Might Guy, and the others nod in agreement, reorganizing their team before traversing the endless forest towards the direction of the rock forest. In the dense thicket, Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and Sasuke lean against the tree trunks, taking a brief respite, breathless and drenched in sweat, their chests heaving rapidly. They had been sprinting through the endless forest for an entire day. Without the sustenance of soldier pills to replenish their stamina, they would have faltered long ago. The sky is finally darkening. Glancing up at the sun, which has dipped significantly below the horizon, Sasuke exhales in relief. As long as we can hold out until nightfall, we can temporarily evade danger. After all, the pursuing team will slow down in the dark. Everyone, take some soldier pills to regain your strength. We must continue our journey tonight. To ensure the safe exit of the team from the endless forest, Itachi plans to utilize the cover of night as a safe period to advance. Addressing the 3 fellow clan members, Upon hearing this, the three clan members unhesitatingly retrieved soldier pills from their pockets and consumed them. Sasuke extracted a soldier pill and placed it in his mouth, gently closing his eyes to feel the chakra swirling within him. The slightly tingling muscles seemed to ease significantly at that moment. In the distant sky, the slanting sun slowly descended, finally disappearing completely as Sasuke had anticipated. Let us depart. After the sun had set, Itachi slowly opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and commanded. Just as Sasuke and the others were about to leap into action, a piercing cry echoed from above, followed by the descent of a massive red fire eagle landing before Itachi. Upon seeing the fire eagle, Itachi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled that the summoning beast of the Uchiha clan was indeed the fire eagle, and thus relaxed his guard. Since it was not a high-level summoning beast like the great serpent, the fire eagle could not speak but incessantly screeched before Itachi, seemingly trying to convey something. I understand. Thank you. You may return to the summoning island, Itachi replied in a low voice, having grasped the essence of the eagle's message. With a final farewell cry, the fire eagle flapped its enormous wings and transformed into a wisp of white mist, vanishing from sight. After the fire eagle's disappearance, Itachi stood in place, a wave of heartache washing over his face. Although he knew that the Uchiha Fire Corps would face sacrifice, the realization of this news still left him unsettled. After all, it was he, the captain, who was originally meant to face such a fate. Brother, what's wrong? What was that giant eagle? Noticing Itachi's pained expression, Sasuke approached him and inquired softly. It's nothing. Let us go. Upon hearing Sasuke's question, Itachi sighed, restoring his previously aloof demeanor before turning to leap into action. Since Itachi did not wish to elaborate, Sasuke refrained from pressing further, quickly following him along with the others. After 45 days, I still have not received the recommended position from the website. Yesterday, I was so disheartened that I did not eat. Perhaps my dear readers do not understand why I am particularly eager for a recommendation. Allow me to explain. With a recommendation, I could gain 20,000 fans weekly. But without one, only 700. This week, my goal of 1,400 recommendation votes is an attempt to prove that, despite lacking a recommendation, I can excel beyond other authors who have one. Yet, I have only received 700 votes this week, and an indescribable bitterness wells up within me. Having said all this, I still want to thank everyone for their support. Chapter 63, An Ambush. The border between the land of fire and the land of grass is marked by a shallow river. To the right of the river lies an endless expanse of grassland, the territory of the land of grass. The land of grass is a small nation and has not stationed any ninjas near the border. In contrast, the land of fire has deployed 20 ninjas who take turns guarding the border day and night, ensuring that the people of the land of grass cannot easily cross. At this moment, dawn had just broken, and only 5 ninjas from the Hidden Leaf stood guard near the border, while the remaining 15 were still slumbering in the small wooden cabins of their base. With a series of footsteps, a tall figure suddenly emerged from the nearby woods. The 5 guard ninjas were momentarily stunned as they beheld Uchiha Fugaku, dressed in the attire of the Uchiha clan. After a brief pause, the cold wind roused them from their stupor. Without hesitation, they quickly retrieved signal flares, but just as they were about to activate them, a sharp gust of wind rushed from behind. From behind them, 5 Uchiha clan members appeared seemingly out of nowhere, their small blades descending simultaneously, causing the 5 guard ninjas to collapse in pain. After silently eliminating the guard ninjas, more Uchiha clan members emerged from the woods behind Uchiha Fugaku. After a day and night of relentless travel, the Uchiha clan finally arrived at the border of the land of fire under Fugaku's leadership. Once they crossed the river before them, they would reach their destination in the land of grass. Everyone, from now on, the land of grass will be the territory of our Uchiha clan. We shall begin a new life here. Gazing at the grassland beyond the river, Uchiha Fugaku exhaled in relief and called out loudly. As Fugaku's words echoed, smiles broke out on the weary faces of the Uchiha clan members. Upon reaching the land of grass, they could evade the pursuit of the Hidden Leaf, and nothing was more joyous than the prospect of survival. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Fugaku wasted no time and directed his clan members to cross the river. Under Fugaku's guidance, hundreds of Uchiha clan members crossed the river in an orderly fashion. Due to the shallow water, many passed through with ease, while only a few elders and children required assistance. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku naturally stayed behind to ensure everyone crossed safely before he would proceed himself. Fugaku, what should we do? Sasuke has yet to return. Uchiha Mikoto suddenly approached Fugaku, her brow furrowed with concern as she spoke. Hearing her question, Fugaku sighed. Ever since that night when Sasuke left the main force, he too had been troubled. The prodigious talent and innate abilities exhibited by Sasuke have led Uchiha Fugaku to regard him as more precious than his own life. Thus, when Sasuke departed from the main force, Fugaku's concern surpassed that of Uchiha Mikoto. After a moment of silence, in an effort to comfort Mikoto, Fugaku softly assured her. Sasuke must be seeking Itachi. Do not worry. With Itachi's presence, he will undoubtedly safeguard Sasuke. Itachi, Sasuke, may you both return safely. Mikoto nodded, inwardly offering her prayers. After a night of relentless travel, Itachi and his group of 6 emerged from the dimly lit, infinite forest and arrived at the rocky terrain close to the national border. Brother, had you not arrived in time last time, I fear I would have perished here. As they sprinted along the path, the surrounding rocks seemed familiar, prompting a fleeting recollection in Sasuke of their previous C-rank mission, followed by a soft chuckle. Itachi, too, smiled as he replied. I happened to be nearby on a mission with my teammates. Otherwise, if I were too far away, even the sight of a flare would not have allowed me to reach you in time. Have you been here before? Uchiha Izumi, listening to their exchange, cast a curious glance at the rocks and inquired. Yes, I accompanied Kakashi-sensei on a mission and did not anticipate falling into an ambush set by the client here. Sasuke explained succinctly with a nod. Suddenly, as he was about to warn Itachi, Sasuke recalled something crucial, his brow furrowing. I almost forgot, he began, but was interrupted by the thought of an ambush. Due to the relentless pursuit, he had momentarily overlooked the possibility that Konoha might also have operatives lying in wait along the route. With the national border drawing ever closer, an ambush was highly likely in this rocky forest. Just as Sasuke was preparing to alert Itachi, a flurry of whistling sounds pierced the air around the rocks, revealing several shurikens embedded with explosive tags hurtling towards them. Quick, evade. Itachi's eyes twitched, suppressing his astonishment as he swiftly darted towards a nearby rock. Even a formidable warrior like him had to retreat from explosive tags. In the midst of Itachi's evasive maneuver, both Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi were startled by the sudden assault. Fortunately, they maintained their composure and promptly took cover together. Boom. Though Itachi, Sasuke, and Izumi reacted swiftly, the other three Uchiha clan members were a moment too late. The explosive tags, now fully activated, detonated with a resounding blast. Accompanied by the explosion, searing flames erupted wildly, engulfing the entire area as if it had transformed into a steamer. The intense heat ignited the ground beneath them. Although Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi had already distanced themselves from the epicenter of the explosion, the ensuing shockwaves still hurled them away, causing them to land awkwardly on the ground. Sasuke, Izumi, are you alright? Upon seeing them fall, Itachi hurriedly leaped over and inquired with concern. Sasuke, Uchiha Izumi rose swiftly and shook her head, reflecting that compared to the three clan members who had perished in the flames, their superficial injuries were trivial. Following the explosion of the explosive tag, Itachi, Sasuke, and Uchiha Izumi found themselves surrounded by more than 30 masked Konoha ninjas. We've fallen into an ambush, Itachi murmured, casting a glance at the surrounding Umbu ninjas. Brother, there's no way out. We must force our way through, Sasuke asserted, drawing his tanto from his back. Sasuke, Izumi, I will create a path for our escape using the Great Fireball technique. You seize the opportunity to flee. Itachi, aware that it would be impossible for the three of them to escape unscathed, whispered his instructions. Brother, what about you? Sasuke's heart raced at his words, and he frowned with concern. I will hold them off from behind to buy you time. Sasuke, Izumi, remember, do not look back. A complex expression crossed Itachi's face as he spoke softly. On the last day of this week, I hope to reach 1,000 recommendation votes. I'm still short by over 200. Brothers, let us push forward. Chapter 64, The Support of Uchiha Ibito. Brother, if we are to die, let us die together. I will not let you face this alone. Understanding the gravity behind Itachi's words, Sasuke shouted resolutely. Sasuke, you must listen to me this time. Itachi's tone turned firm, knowing that Sasuke's life was at stake. You will not escape. Their exchange was overheard by the ambush team leader, Kawaki, who commanded his team to draw their tantos. How shameful to attack with such numbers. This is not the way of Konoha ninjas. Just as they prepared to strike, a mocking voice rang out. The faces of all present shifted as they turned towards the source of the taunt, their pupils narrowing in shock at the sight of a figure clad in black, wearing a mask, standing atop a massive rock. Ibito has truly come to aid us, Sasuke exclaimed, excitement surging through him as he recognized Uchiha Ibito. After not seeing him on their escape route, Sasuke had feared he would not arrive. Now, in this moment of peril, his arrival filled Sasuke with elation. Kawaki's gaze darkened as he glared at Uchiha Ibito, his voice cold as ice. Who are you? Do you intend to interfere in the affairs of Konoha? Ibito smiled, unfazed by Kawaki's hostility, and casually replied, Is Konoha truly so formidable? 6 years ago, it nearly fell to a mere fox demon. The audacity of the current generation knows no bounds. Kawaki, infuriated, laughed bitterly, his laughter laced with murderous intent. I care not who you are. I must inform you that this rocky forest shall be your grave. Sasuke, you must go ahead. I will handle things here. Ignoring Kawaki's threat, Ibito spoke lowly to Sasuke. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. As Ibito's words fell, Sasuke swiftly formed hand signs and expelled a blazing fireball. What? The Umbu members, astonished by Sasuke's rapid hand seals, could only stare in shock as the fireball hurtled towards them. Get out of the way. Despite their skills, they reacted quickly, turning to flee just as the fireball exploded, filling the air with smoke. As the smoke cleared, Itachi, Sasuke, and Uchiha Izumi had vanished from the scene. Damn it, they've escaped. Pursue them, Kawaki shouted in fury, knowing that failing to capture the Uchiha would result in dire consequences for him. Yes, His subordinates responded in unison. Although Itachi, Sasuke, and Izumi had not fled far, they were still within reach. You will face me. But as they prepared to pursue, Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared before them, having leaped down from the rock. Eliminate him. With no time for further discussion, Kawaki decisively commanded his team. As soon as he spoke, his team surged forward to engage Obito in combat. Summoning technique. As his team clashed with Obito, Kawaki swiftly formed hand signs. Bang! With a soft sound, a gigantic eagle was summoned by Kawaki. Zifeng, Shinmu, follow me, he shouted, leaping onto the eagle's back. Without hesitation, the two Umbu members joined him, and as they settled in, the eagle flapped its wings and soared into the air, pursuing the direction Itachi had taken. TCH. I was careless. Glancing at the eagle flying overhead, Obito realized he could not intercept it while surrounded by dozens of Umbu. Just as he looked up, several Umbu members lunged at him. Easily evading their attacks, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Obito's visage. You wish to kill me? Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, Uchiha Obito commenced a brutal slaughter. Sasuke, do you recognize that masked individual? As they raced through the rocky forest, Itachi inquired, glancing at Sasuke. Yes, I encountered him at the South Shrine. He is a formidable member of the Uchiha clan. Knowing that Obito had not yet crossed paths with Itachi, Sasuke nodded with a smile. A formidable member of the Uchiha clan? Itachi paused, well aware that the distinguished members of the Uchiha did not typically wear masks. Do not worry, brother. Those Umbu ninjas are no match for him. With him here, we can proceed with peace of mind. Sasuke expressed his confidence in Obito's abilities. However, just as Sasuke finished speaking, a giant eagle appeared overhead, with Kawaki and his team standing atop it, leaving Sasuke momentarily embarrassed. Itachi, you cannot escape. Spotting Itachi and the others, Kawaki commanded the eagle to descend, landing directly in their path. Zifeng and Shinmu continued on the eagle, surrounding Itachi and the others. With no escape routes blocked, Itachi, Sasuke, and Uchiha Izumi halted their steps. Sasuke, protect Izumi. Knowing that Izumi was not skilled in combat, Itachi warned before charging at Kawaki. Izumi, step back. I will handle this alone. After Itachi departed, Sasuke drew his tanto and addressed Uchiha Izumi, who stood beside him. Sasuke, are you alone? Her face twitched, as if she thought she had misheard his words. She then replied in a hushed tone, Sasuke, they are not ordinary ninjas. Let us defend ourselves together. No need, Sasuke replied with a smile. Brother specifically instructed me to protect you. Shaking his head, he continued, such a presumptuous young scion of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's words reached the ears of Zifeng and Shinmu, eliciting a cold chuckle from both. Paying no heed to their laughter, Sasuke firmly planted his foot on the ground and soared into the air with his blade drawn. In an instant, his figure split into three, with two shadow clones swiftly attacking Zifeng and Shinmu. The 65th chapter, the duel between Kawaki and Uchiha Itachi. What? The shadow clone technique? Zifeng, who had been composed, was suddenly taken aback. In their astonishment, they hastily drew their small blades to engage in combat. As Zifeng clashed with Sasuke's shadow clones, the real Sasuke swiftly appeared behind him, and with a swift motion, he plunged his small blade deep into Zifeng's chest. This transformation was executed in the blink of an eye. Sasuke summoned his shadow clones and then utilized the body flicker technique to eliminate Zifeng. Upon witnessing Zifeng pierced by the blade, Shinmu's pupils contracted, and his expression twisted into a terrifying grimace. He swung his small blade fiercely at Sasuke. As Shinmu charged, Sasuke withdrew his blade and retreated several steps. After this, he coldly regarded Zifeng, who was slowly collapsing to the ground, along with the enraged Shinmu. You have killed Zifeng. Beneath his mask, Shinmu's face contorted with rage, staring at the fallen Zifeng. Amidst his fury, a sense of chill crept into his heart. The fact that a mere 6-year-old Sasuke had not only failed to be swiftly defeated but had instead seized the opportunity to slay one of them was a tale so incredible that none would believe it. Sasuke's expression remained indifferent. Ever since he traversed into the world of Naruto, he had already taken the lives of several ninjas. Initially, he felt a twinge of fear, but he has since grown accustomed to it. Next, it shall be you. Sasuke tightened his grip on the bloodied short blade, and without hesitation, he charged swiftly towards Shinmu. As Shinmu's gaze fell upon Sasuke's glimmering blade, a sense of unease washed over him, causing his skin to feel as though it were tightening. He could not afford to be careless. A fleeting thought crossed Shinmu's mind, and he then focused intently to engage Sasuke in combat. Clang, clang, clang. Meanwhile, the battle between Itachi and Kawaki had reached a fever pitch, their silhouettes swirling like a tempest, accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing in the air. Itachi, your brother is engaged in battle behind you. Are you not the least bit concerned? Kawaki sneered as he struggled to gain the upper hand against Itachi, who had activated his Sharingan. Kawaki's intention was to distract Itachi. If he could manage to do so, he might exploit a small opening to defeat him. Despite his youth, Sasuke's abilities were more than sufficient to contend with two members of the Umbu. Noticing Kawaki's attempt to divert his attention, Itachi replied in a low tone. A mere child can contend with two Umbu members? Are you jesting with me? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kawaki initially intended to retort, but a glance towards Shinmu's direction revealed Zifeng lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. What? How could Zifeng? The scene before him was clear even to the dim-witted. Zifeng had likely been killed. Kawaki had never anticipated that both Zifeng and Shinmu would fail to eliminate Sasuke, only to lose one of their own. Hearing Kawaki's astonished mutterings, Itachi turned to see Zifeng sprawled on the ground, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Kawaki, step aside. We have worked together in the Umbu. I have no desire to kill you. With Sasuke having dispatched one Umbu member, Itachi resolved to unleash his full strength against Kawaki. Yet he urged caution out of respect for their past interactions. When I became the Umbu squad leader, you had yet to join our ranks. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Such naivety. Kawaki scoffed, clasping his hands together to form a series of swift hand seals. Earth release, earth binding. With a cold command, the ground beneath Itachi erupted, and 2 hands of earth rose swiftly to ensnare his feet. Once Itachi was immobilized, Kawaki dashed towards him, his arm trembling as the short blade lunged towards Itachi's heart. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Itachi transformed into a flock of crows upon being struck. As the crows scattered, they coalesced once more into 2 Itachis. Crow clones? The unexpected sight astonished Kawaki. Yet he was well aware of Itachi's genius as a ninja and knew he would not be so easily vanquished. Realizing this, Kawaki formed hand seals again. Earth release, earth lance. As he concluded his hand seals, Kawaki shouted. In an instant, sharp earthen lances erupted around Itachi, yet astonishingly, both Itachis remained immobile, allowing the lances to pierce through them. Under Kawaki's gaze, Itachi transformed into a swarm of crows once more, and after they dispersed, they reformed into 4 Itachis. This is impossible. The bewildering sight rendered Kawaki's body cold, his eyes wide with disbelief. Each ninja possesses a finite amount of chakra, and the shadow clone technique cannot be employed indefinitely. Itachi had already utilized the crow clone technique once. He should not have enough chakra for a second. Yet the reality before him forced Kawaki to confront the truth. Itachi, I refuse to believe you can maintain the crow clones indefinitely. Confusion engulfed Kawaki, but he managed to regain some semblance of composure and quickly threw a shuriken. Shuriken shadow clone technique. As the shuriken flew, he formed hand seals once more. This technique, created by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was an A-rank ninjutsu with considerable offensive capabilities, suited for attacking multiple foes or large targets. By applying the shadow clone technique to the shuriken, it transformed into a rain of shuriken. Upon witnessing the multitude of shuriken flying towards him, Itachi remained steadfast, choosing not to evade and allowing the shuriken to pierce him. Damn it, Kawaki cursed, feeling no joy at Itachi's lack of defense. Instead, he was filled with dread. Just as Kawaki feared, as the shuriken struck Itachi, he transformed into a swarm of crows again, which subsequently coalesced into 8 Itachis. Itachi had now utilized the crow clone technique 3 times, and with each repetition, the number of clones multiplied exponentially. Kawaki found himself utterly powerless against a phenomenon that defied logic. The disparity was so vast that no technique could bridge the gap. Even with countless offensive ninjutsu at his disposal, the more he fought, the more clones emerged, leading to inevitable despair. Chapter 66, Illusionary Bubbles. I will fight to the end. With no other option, Kawaki roared in desperation, determined to eliminate Itachi's crow clones, the only course of action left to him. Although this would come at a tremendous cost. It was better than standing idly by and allowing Itachi to kill him. As Kawaki's shout echoed, he frantically pursued Itachi. Yet Itachi remained unfazed. And with each clone he eliminated, more emerged. Ultimately, as Kawaki, exhausted and leaning on his short blade for support, looked around, he found himself surrounded by over 500 Itachis. Have I fallen into an illusion? How could this be? Gasping for breath, Kawaki stared in horror at the multitude of Itachis surrounding him. The current scene could only be explained as an illusion. Otherwise, Itachi's chakra could not possibly sustain such a vast number of crow clones. With bewilderment in his eyes, Kawaki murmured, I did not gaze into Itachi's Sharingan. How could I have fallen under his illusion? Kawaki, you are far too careless. The Sharingan is not solely for casting illusions. Before activating my Sharingan, I had already mastered an illusion known as illusionary bubbles. Once I formed my hand seals, as long as you saw my fingers, you would fall victim. Just as Kawaki pondered these mysteries, one of the Itachis spoke up suddenly. I understand now. Exhaling deeply, Kawaki finally grasped the situation after hearing Itachi's explanation. During their battle, he had been wary of Itachi's Sharingan and had avoided looking into his eyes, playing right into Itachi's hands. Unbeknownst to Kawaki, Itachi had performed the hand seals and cast a different illusion while he was oblivious, and indeed, Kawaki had fallen prey to it. It could be said that from the onset of their conflict, Itachi had meticulously plotted against Kawaki. Such intricate strategizing was something few ninjas could replicate. Itachi, you truly deserve the title of Konoha's genius ninja. Losing to you is no shame, Kawaki lamented, realizing it was too late for regret. As his words fell, the horde of Itachi surged forward. Though the scenes within the illusion were fabricated, the pain Kawaki experienced felt all too real. Thud. Returning to the realm of reality. Kawaki collapsed before Itachi, writhing in agony. Although ensnared in a genjutsu, rendering him a mere shadow of himself, Itachi still thrust his tanto towards Kawaki's vital points. A desperate scream escaped Kawaki's lips as he felt himself returning from the illusionary world, only to be engulfed by a searing pain that flooded his mind, plunging him into darkness as he fell backward. After extinguishing Kawaki's life, Itachi emotionlessly withdrew his tanto. Though he had previously contemplated sparing Kawaki, Itachi was not one to show mercy. With Kawaki still intent on fighting, it was only natural for Itachi to eliminate him without hesitation. Uchiha-style Gale Sword. Following the conclusion of Itachi's battle, Sasuke's voice echoed as he emerged victorious against Shin. Under the onslaught of a colossal flame-infused blade, Shin fell lifeless to the ground, leaving Sasuke as the sole victor over both members of the Umbu. Sasuke, how formidable! At that moment, Uchiha Izumi, who had been spectating from the sidelines, stood agape, her expression one of utter astonishment as she gazed at Sasuke's slender silhouette. Izumi had never anticipated that Sasuke could single-handedly vanquish two Umbu members. Initially, she had dismissed his earlier claim of defeating them alone as Navi. Yet here she was, confronted with an outcome that left her utterly speechless. Sasuke, Izumi, are you both alright? Just as Uchiha Izumi was grappling with her astonishment at Sasuke's prowess, Itachi's figure appeared swiftly, his concern evident in his inquiry. We're fine. Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi exchanged faint smiles upon hearing the inquiry. Let us continue our journey. If Shursui and the others have managed to evade the pursuing ninjas, they may be waiting for us. Previously, they had agreed to meet at the Takigawa waterfall, near the border of the Land of Water after departing from the Land of Fire. Now, they were quite close to the border, prompting Itachi to turn and lead the way towards the delineation of the country. Following suit, Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi nodded and hastily followed. Upon learning of the Uchiha clan's defection towards the Land of Water, the Leaf Village's guarding ninjas had intensified their vigilance near the border. However, they were not particularly formidable, and against a master like Itachi, they stood no chance, ultimately succumbing to a crushing defeat and allowing Itachi, Sasuke, and Izumi to depart unimpeded. After vanquishing the Leaf's guarding ninjas, Itachi swiftly crossed the border with Sasuke and Izumi, arriving at the Takigawa waterfall. Yet they found no trace of Shursui and were left to patiently await his arrival. Crack. In the forest of rocks, the sound of a neck snapping echoed as Uchiha Obito violently hurled a member of the Umbu into the ground. Once this Umbu member perished, a silhouette, wrapped in jagged leaves, slowly emerged from the ground beneath Obito's feet. As the serrated leaves unfurled, a face split between white and black appeared in an instant. Hee. They've all been eliminated. The creature with the dual-toned face chuckled sinisterly, surveying the dozens of corpses strewn across the ground. Has the Uchiha clan, along with Sasuke, departed from the Land of Fire? Ignoring the creature's malevolent laughter, Uchiha Obito inquired in a somber tone. The Uchiha clan has entered the Land of Grass, and Sasuke has reached the Takigawa waterfall in the Land of Water, completely beyond any peril. Upon hearing Obito's question, the creature promptly replied. Thanks to its ability to meld its form with the earth and flora, traversing the organic networks of roots and subterranean waterways, acquiring such intelligence was notably effortless for it. Good to know they are out of danger, otherwise, my efforts today would have been in vain. Obito released a sigh of relief. Obito, I still cannot comprehend why you assist the Uchiha clan. Is it truly because of that young Sasuke? The creature, staring intently at Obito, posed a perplexing question. Hee. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Leaf Village will inevitably become an adversary of Akatsuki. Positioning the Uchiha clan as an enemy of the Leaf will also alleviate pressure on Akatsuki. With a subtle smile, Obito revealed his intention. I understand now. You hope to leverage the Uchiha clan's power to restrain the Leaf while simultaneously weakening them. After absorbing Obito's words, the creature spoke softly. That is merely one of my objectives. After taking a few steps forward, Obito suddenly declared as he prepared to depart. One of your objectives? The creature paused momentarily, puzzled. As long as the Uchiha clan exists, I will have an inexhaustible supply of Sharingan, allowing Izanagi to reach its true potential. His pupils constricted sharply, and a sinister tone escaped Obito's lips. As his voice faded, Obito's figure vanished from the rocky forest. Chapter 67. Saving Shursui. Nestled within a lush forest, a small waterfall mountain loomed, with a cascade resembling a celestial river thundering down from its summit, crashing upon the rocks below and creating a mist of water droplets. Those who frequently traverse the Land of Water would recognize this as the renowned Takigawa waterfall. Shursui, where are you? At that moment, Sasuke stood on the land beneath the waterfall, anxiously gazing towards the border. According to the timeline, if all went smoothly, Shursui should have appeared by now. However, Sasuke and the others had been waiting for quite some time without sight of him. Perhaps he encountered the pursuing ninjas from the Leaf? Uchiha Izumi speculated upon hearing Sasuke's words. We cannot allow that wretched Danzo to harm Shursui. Sasuke's face twisted in a terrifying grimace, his body trembling with urgency. Suddenly, he turned sharply, only to be halted by Itachi's urgent call. Sasuke, where are you going? Back to the land of fire to save Shisui. Sasuke immediately responded. What purpose would returning to the land of fire serve, other than a futile sacrifice? If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to our parents? Seeing the urgency in Sasuke's demeanor, Itachi swiftly interjected, Sasuke, I must insist. Returning to the land of fire would be of no benefit to you at this moment. Uchiha Izumi echoed Itachi's sentiments, urging, I understand your feelings, but you must consider the consequences. I know I am weak, but I refuse to allow Shisui to fight alone. Sasuke exclaimed passionately, his fists clenched tightly. Although Shisui was not his biological brother, Sasuke had long regarded him as a true sibling, having learned nearly all of his ninja skills from him. Therefore, with Shisui in peril, Sasuke could not afford to remain inactive. Noticing Sasuke's stubbornness and determination to seek out Shisui, Itachi's emotions flared. He raised his voice, Sasuke. Do you realize that over 20 clan members sacrificed their lives to ensure our escape from the land of fire? Now you wish to return. How can you justify that to those who perished? In truth, Itachi also yearned to find Shisui. Yet he understood that doing so would significantly diminish their chances of ever leaving the land of fire again. If it were only him, he might not mind. However, with Sasuke and Izumi by his side, he could not risk their safety. Fixing his gaze firmly upon Itachi, Sasuke replied solemnly, that is precisely why I must rescue Shisui. Why should other clan members sacrifice their lives to save me, while I cannot do the same for Shisui? Is he not also a member of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke's triple inquiry momentarily stunned both Itachi and Izumi Uchiha. Brother, I understand your concern for me, but if you truly prevent me from seeking Shisui this time, I shall never find happiness in my life. It would be more unbearable than death. With his eyes glistening red, Sasuke's voice bore a resolute quality. Witnessing the brink of tears in Sasuke's eyes, Itachi felt as though a sharp needle had pierced his heart, the sensation prompting him to inhale a deep breath of icy air. Sasuke, let us go. Itachi's love for Sasuke was overwhelming. Despite his reluctance, he ultimately acquiesced. At that moment, even Izumi Uchiha gazed at Itachi in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had genuinely agreed to Sasuke's plea. Throwing himself into Itachi's embrace, Sasuke rasped, Thank you, brother. In truth, Sasuke knew that Itachi's decision was fraught with difficulty, a choice he had essentially coerced him into. Yet Itachi was always one to shield others from sorrow. All right, Sasuke, if you wish to find Shisui, we must act swiftly. Gently caressing Sasuke's forehead, Itachi spoke softly. Yes. Let us depart. Releasing his hold on Itachi, Sasuke no longer feigned reluctance and nodded earnestly. After Sasuke's voice fell, the three of them set off towards the land of fire, but this time their direction was not towards the rock forest, but rather along a path that led to the Great Kato Island Bridge. In the rock forest, as a gentle breeze swept through, a strong, pungent scent of blood lingered in the air. Shortly after Uchiha Obito and Zetsu disappeared, several small teams that had been pursuing from the endless forest arrived at the site that had just experienced a fierce battle. The ground was littered with dozens of corpses, each displaying a horrific manner of death, painting a scene reminiscent of hell. Gazing at the tragedy before them, the Konoha ninjas were struck with a pallor, engulfed in an eerie silence, struggling to comprehend how so many Umbu members could have perished. With a grim expression, staring at the blood and remains on the ground, Narashikaka spoke heavily. This must have been the work of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that our Umbu team encountered a large force from the Uchiha clan? Might Guy suddenly inquired. Although Guy was not an Umbu member, he recognized the exceptional abilities of each Umbu ninja. The thought of so many of them falling in battle led him to suspect they had faced overwhelming odds. No, it seems more like the work of a single individual. At that moment, the observant Kakashi examined some of the fallen Umbu members and discovered they had all succumbed to the same method of attack, then spoke slowly. What do you mean by a single person? How is that possible? Kakashi's words shocked the Jonin, including Oil Girl Shizune and Sarutobi Asuma. Had anyone else said such a thing, they might have dismissed it, but coming from Kakashi, they had no reason to doubt. Surrounding Konoha ninjas gaped at Kakashi, suddenly feeling a chill run down their spines. Umbu members were all elite fighters, if dozens of them had perished at the hands of one. How formidable must that assailant be? Never underestimate the Uchiha clan. Some of their abilities defy explanation, Kakashi remarked, offering no further clarification for his earlier assertion. Just then, while many remained immersed in shock, a Konoha ninja wearing a forehead protector emblazoned with the village's symbol suddenly flew in from the front. Lord Nara, I never expected to find you here. The arriving Konoha ninja immediately spotted Nara Shikaku and approached him. Tiani, aren't you supposed to be guarding the border? Nara Shikaku asked, puzzled. I feel somewhat ashamed. 3 Uchiha clan members forcibly crossed the border, and I must return to Konoha to report to Lord Hokage. Without hesitation, Tiani responded. Only 3. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, pressing for more information. Yes. Moreover, the leader is Uchiha Itachi. Tiani confirmed with a nod. Itachi? Upon hearing this name, not only did Nara Shikaku's expression twitch, but the faces of the surrounding Konoha ninjas also changed slightly. Who among them did not know that Itachi was a prodigious ninja from Konoha and a member of the Umbu? a name that resonated throughout the village. Understood. After hearing Tian Yi's reply, Narashikaku nodded thoughtfully. If there is nothing else, I shall return to the village. Aware that he needed to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tian Yi continued. Yes, go ahead. Narashikaka nodded and softly replied. Once Tian Yi departed, Narashikaka suddenly spoke up. Everyone. We can ascertain that the Uchiha clan's main forces are not in this direction, which means our Umbu members were likely defeated by a single individual, just as Kakashi suggested. Could it have been Itachi? If it truly was him, his prowess is astonishing, taking down so many Umbu members single-handedly. A wave of discussion erupted among the group, speculating that Itachi was responsible for the deaths of so many Umbu members. It certainly cannot be Itachi, but who among the Uchiha clan possesses such strength? Could it be Uchiha Fugaku? As the other Konoha ninjas deliberated, Kakashi internally voiced his own suspicions. Having once been Itachi's mentor, Kakashi had a degree of understanding regarding his combat style and techniques. Ladies and gentlemen, speculating on the identity of the assailant is no longer pertinent. Our mission is to pursue the Uchiha clan. Now that we have established they are not in this area, we should immediately proceed to another route to support the other pursuit teams. Narashikaka gestured for silence, then continued. It is inconvenient for so many of us to act together. Let us proceed as we did before, with independent teams. After Narashikaku's suggestion, Oil Girl Shizen proposed the idea, and it was readily accepted. They then divided into their original 4 teams and swiftly set off towards another path leading to the land of waterfalls. This was a colossal stone bridge, measuring 2,000 meters in length and 30 meters in width. This bridge was a landmark of the Land of Fire, providing passage to the Land of Waterfalls. At both ends of the bridge stood a massive stone, upon which the words Kato Island Bridge were carved in large red letters, glimmering in the sunlight. With the sound of approaching footsteps growing louder, 5 individuals dressed in Uchiha clan attire appeared on the serene Kato Island Bridge. Weariness was evident on their faces. As they entered the bridge, this somewhat secluded area fell into an extreme silence. Even the birds, sensing the pervasive killing intent, trembled and nestled into their nests, afraid to make a sound. An eerie tranquility enveloped the area, lingering for quite some time. The leader among the 5 Uchiha clan members was naturally Uchiha Shursui. As he raced forward, he glanced up at the immense stone bridge, his brow furrowing, being recognized as the strongest of the Uchiha clan. His strength and experience were unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Everyone, be cautious. Noticing the unsettling silence surrounding them, Uchiha Shursui cautioned. Understood. The 4 Uchiha clan members nodded in acknowledgement, scanning their surroundings as they proceeded slowly. Not good. We must move quickly. Upon reaching the midpoint of Kato Island Bridge, Shursui felt a subtle energy fluctuation beneath his feet, and his expression changed dramatically as he shouted. As his words fell, Shursui raised his fingers, instantly teleporting to another spot. However, the other 4 Uchiha clan members lacked Shursui's reaction speed. They suddenly found masked faces emerging from the ground beneath them. Ah, what is this? What is happening? The sight before them left them in a state of panic. Yet, as they stood in shock, the Umbu members concealed within the bridge using earth concealment techniques sprang into action, swiftly piercing their vital points with kunai. Bang! Without any suspense, accompanied by the sound of bodies hitting the ground, 4 members of the Uchiha clan were effortlessly eliminated. The last 4 members of the squad had perished. And even Shursui's composure faltered momentarily. His clenched fist trembled involuntarily. Just as Shursui's anger surged, 5 Umbu members, who had just committed murder, vanished from sight and transformed into 5 shadows, charging towards him. You think you can take me down? Upon seeing them converge to attack, Shursui's eyes instantly morphed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In the moment his Sharingan activated, 2 of the Umbu members, meeting his gaze, fell from the air as they succumbed to his Jinjutsu. Ignoring the collapse of his 2 comrades, the remaining 3 Umbu members approached Shursui, simultaneously thrusting their small blades towards him. Uchiha style, sword leap, flame. Just as the small blades were about to pierce him, Shursui utilized the body flicker technique to appear in midair and unleashed his fire-based ninjutsu. The flame blades generated by the sword leap sliced through the air and penetrated the chests of the 3 Umbu members. Their bodies fell onto the bridge, and as they were struck at their vital points, their eyes widened in horror, fixated on the descending Shursui, before their pupils gradually glazed over, and moments later, their breaths extinguished. With a swift dispatch of the 5 Umbu members, Shursui descended back to the ground, gasping for breath like a windmill, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a rushing stream. After a day and night of relentless combat against the pursuing ninjas from Konoha, Shursui's stamina was waning. If he continued to face the onslaught of the Umbu members, he would have to prepare himself for sacrifice. Suddenly, as Shursui caught his breath, over a dozen Umbu members from the root organization appeared before and behind him, clearly indicating that he was surrounded. Shursui, at this juncture, what is the point of your struggle? A figure emerged from among the Umbu members, stepping into the light, revealing himself to be Danzo, the leader of the root organization. Shursui's expression darkened as he glanced at the Umbu members surrounding him, then coldly addressed Danzo. Danzo, you truly set a trap here. A chill flickered in Danzo's eyes as he softly spoke. Your migration plan is destined to fail. No member of the Uchiha clan will leave the land of fire alive. Whether our plan has failed or not is still too early to conclude, Shursui replied with a smile. I admire your confidence in such dire circumstances. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, Danzo ominously waved his hand, commanding, attack, but be careful not to injure his eyes. Those are mine. Yes, at Danzo's order. The more than 10 Umbu members surged toward Shursui. A fierce battle was about to unfold. Chapter 69, Encounter. In the dense and tranquil forest, the leaves suddenly trembled slightly. Kakashi led his team as they swiftly darted from the branches, their movements reminiscent of agile monkeys, leaping from tree trunk to tree trunk, and within a few bounds. They disappeared at the edge of the branches. After Kakashi and his team departed, Naruto's figure suddenly leaped down from a concealed branch. This was not Naruto's true form, but merely a shadow clone. Knowing that the Uchiha clan was heading to the land of Waterfall to search for Sasuke, Naruto had left the village and summoned dozens of shadow clones using the multi-shadow clone technique to wander along the path to the land of Waterfall. Should any information arise, the shadow clones would disperse to relay the news back to the original. Though this method of using chakra-consuming clones to search for Sasuke was somewhat clumsy, it was the only option for Naruto and Sakura, who lacked tracking abilities. Seeing Kakashi-sensei's anxious demeanor suggested he had discovered something. Perhaps following him could lead them to Sasuke. Muttering to himself, Naruto's shadow clone suddenly dissipated into a cloud of white mist. In a nearby thicket, Naruto and Sakura were sprinting with all their might. Stop. Suddenly, Naruto halted, prompting Sakura to do the same, casting a puzzled glance at him. What's wrong? Sakura scanned their surroundings, but found nothing amiss, her voice tinged with confusion. My shadow clone spotted Kakashi-sensei. They seem to be heading somewhere. Naruto quickly explained. Kakashi-sensei, have they found traces of the Uchiha clan? Sakura pondered, momentarily taken aback before reflecting. It's possible. Right now, we're like headless flies running around. We might as well follow Kakashi-sensei. Their tracking abilities are surely superior. After a brief hesitation, Naruto spoke up, and upon hearing him, Sakura nodded. Naruto was right. They had spent a day searching without finding any Uchiha members, and continuing to search aimlessly was futile. Then let us go? With Sakura's approval, Naruto led her in the direction Kakashi's team had taken. In the forest, silence reigned. Occasionally, distant roars from unknown beasts echoed through the dense foliage, lingering in the air. Suddenly, in a serene part of the forest, a thicket shook violently. Then, 10 figures burst forth. Captain Kakashi, 3 figures are approaching us. An agile sensing ninja named Miyuki exclaimed as he sprinted alongside Kakashi. Possessing exceptional perception, Miyuki had a remarkable survival instinct, sensing movements that others could not detect. He was one of Konoha's finest sensing ninjas, previously serving as a bodyguard to the 3rd Hokage. This time, to hunt down the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi had specifically assigned him to Kakashi's team to assist in their mission. 3 people? Everyone, conceal yourselves. Given that the pursuing squad consisted of at least 10 members, Kakashi deduced that the approaching trio was undoubtedly not from Konoha. He commanded the team to hide. Upon hearing Kakashi's directive, the other team members nodded slightly, swiftly retreating into the dense underbrush below. After approximately 6 minutes of concealment, subtle sounds of wind cutting through the air emerged from the nearby thicket. Gradually, 3 figures became visible, halting not far above where Kakashi and his team were hidden. Their keen gazes sweeping over the tranquil forest. It was none other than Sasuke. As Kakashi caught sight of Sasuke, Itachi, and Izumi through the gaps in the trees, his body trembled slightly. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to pass. He would have to confront Sasuke. At that moment, noticing Itachi had stopped, Sasuke inquired, Brother, how many enemies are there? Uncertain, but there should be around 11 or 12, Itachi replied, with a fleeting glance at the concealed whereabouts of Kakashi and his companions. Itachi surmised, since they preferred to remain hidden, I shall compel them to reveal themselves. Fixating intently on the dense foliage below, Sasuke withdrew a few shuriken and intoned in a low voice. Sasuke, hold your actions for now. Just as Sasuke prepared to strike, a gentle voice unexpectedly resonated. In an instant, a dozen figures flashed by, and they appeared scattered before Itachi, with one individual at the center, a man with flowing white hair, Kakashi. Sasuke's gaze slowly swept over the figures that had appeared before him, finally resting upon Kakashi. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, there was a flicker of surprise, quickly followed by a profound stillness. Kakashi-sensei? The astonished whispers echoed softly from the branches above. In that moment, confusion flooded Sasuke's mind. He had contemplated the possibility of encountering Kakashi during his escape, yet the reality of this moment left his heart in turmoil. Sasuke's eyes remained fixed on the somewhat flustered Kakashi, who, after a moment of reflection, took a deep breath and, with a bittersweet smile, uttered, Sasuke. I never imagined we would find ourselves on opposing sides. In response, Sasuke replied with a wry smile, Kakashi-sensei, I never anticipated it would come to this. However, as ninjas, we must understand that some circumstances are beyond our control. With a sigh, Kakashi continued, Sasuke, my mission is to bring you back to the village. If you resist, I shall show no mercy. Though reluctant to voice such words, his identity as a Jonin of Konoha constantly reminded him of his duty. At all times, the welfare of the village took precedence above all else. Kakashi-sensei, even if you were to take my life today, I would not hold it against you. With a gentle smile towards Kakashi, Sasuke then turned to Itachi, saying, Brother, you should lead the others away. Kakashi-sensei has tasked me with confronting him. Itachi, please be cautious. Initially inclined to reject Sasuke's proposal, Itachi reconsidered upon remembering the bond between Sasuke and Kakashi, ultimately nodding in agreement. In Itachi's mind, once he dealt with the Konoha ninjas, he could join forces with Sasuke against Kakashi. Engaging in direct combat now would place them at a disadvantage, especially since Kakashi might target Itachi. Should Kakashi restrain Itachi, Sasuke and Izumi would be left vulnerable. For this week, the target is 400 votes for additional updates. Currently, only 550 have been received. Alas, I must continue to strive. Chapter 70, Kakashi vs. Sasuke. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Upon seeing Itachi nod, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, then inhaled deeply, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs. Under Sasuke's command, the fireballs hurtled towards the Konoha ninjas. What? The speed at which Sasuke executed the seals took the Konoha ninjas by surprise, and most were unable to defend themselves, resorting instead to evasive maneuvers to avoid the flames. Seizing the opportunity while the Konoha ninjas were preoccupied, Itachi swiftly led Uchiha Izumi away, his speed so remarkable that by the time they realized it, both he and Izumi had vanished from sight. Quickly pursue Itachi, I can handle this alone. After deftly dodging the incoming fireballs, Kakashi immediately commanded. Understood. Following Kakashi's orders, the other Konoha ninjas promptly chased after Itachi. However, Miyuki cast a worried glance at Kakashi before ultimately turning to leave. Sasuke, do you truly wish to engage me in combat? Once they were alone, Kakashi fixed Sasuke with a complex expression and spoke. Kakashi-sensei, I am sorry. I am Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, and I must lead my family away. Sasuke responded in a voice that was slightly hoarse. In truth, he was reluctant to engage in a fierce battle with Kakashi, yet he understood that as a Jonin of Konoha, Kakashi could not allow him to escape. Realizing this, he declared, then let your strength defeat me. He lifted the forehead protector that obscured his left eye, revealing his Sharingan. Observing Kakashi's intent to employ the Sharingan without any intention of holding back, Sasuke's heart sank into a chilling abyss. He shook his head in self-mockery and murmured, indeed, the world of ninjas is merciless. With a soft sigh, Sasuke gradually closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, the dual Tomo Sharingan manifested instantaneously. However, this was not the culmination, as the concealed third Tomo within his pupils subsequently emerged. It became evident that the adrenaline of the impending confrontation with Kakashi had propelled Sasuke's dual Tomo Sharingan to evolve into the three Tomo Sharingan. How is this possible? Kakashi gazed at Sasuke's eyes, his expression a canvas of incredulity and astonishment. 2 months prior, Sasuke's Sharingan was merely in its double Tomo state, yet within this brief span, it has undergone an astonishing evolution. This rapid progression is remarkable, especially when one considers that Kakashi took 6 months of relentless training to advance the Sharingan, gifted by Obito, to its 3-Tomo form. Kakashi-sensei, let us begin. Ignoring Kakashi's astonishment, Sasuke unsheathed his tant, and, with a swift push from his toes against a branch, transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching himself toward Kakashi with incredible speed. The distance between them was a mere few meters, which for Sasuke was but a matter of seconds. In a mere blink, he entered the attack range, thrusting his blade viciously toward Kakashi's chest. With a detached gaze, Kakashi watched the blade's tip magnify in his vision. Just as it was about to reach his chest, he reacted, swiftly shifting his body a few meters to the left, deftly evading the fierce assault. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unfazed by Kakashi's evasion, Sasuke retrieved 5 shurikens with his left hand, and with a swift motion of his arm, released them with a sharp, slicing sound, sending them hurtling toward Kakashi like lightning. The shurikens sliced through the air and almost instantaneously appeared before Kakashi, the fierce wind they generated causing his eyes to narrow. Given the close proximity, complete evasion was clearly impossible, so in that fleeting moment, Kakashi produced a kunai and swiftly swung it, successfully deflecting the shurikens. Kakashi-sensei, you have grown careless. Just as Kakashi prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, Sasuke's figure suddenly materialized behind him. Avoiding Kakashi's vital points, Sasuke lunged with his tant aimed at Kakashi's back. Thud. Accompanied by a soft sound, the struck Kakashi instantly transformed into a wooden dummy. A substitution technique? This is bad. Surprised by Kakashi's rapid replacement, Sasuke hastily vacated his previous position. Too late. As he attempted to escape, Kakashi appeared behind him in a flash and delivered a powerful punch to Sasuke's back. Thud. The deep, muffled sound reverberated as Sasuke was sent flying, skidding across the ground and leaving a shallow, 10-meter-long mark before coming to a halt. Noticing Kakashi advancing toward him, Sasuke, disregarding his pain, rose to his feet and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Completing the seals with rapid precision, he puffed out a massive fireball. The moment it emerged, the surrounding temperature surged, and the fireball surged toward Kakashi like a meteor. However, as Sasuke unleashed his fireball, Kakashi simultaneously executed the same technique, conjuring an equally sized fireball that collided mid-air with Sasuke's. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed across the sky, and the searing flames erupted from the point of impact, engulfing the surroundings. Stepping back a few paces, Kakashi dispelled the wave of heat that rushed toward him, squinting to observe the flames dissipating. He understood that Sasuke could launch another assault at any moment. As anticipated, once the fiery tempest settled into a cloud of smoke, 3 Sasuke figures wielding tants swiftly emerged, encircling Kakashi with their rapid movements. Which one is the real one? Faced with the 3 darting Sasukes, Kakashi found it challenging to discern the genuine article. An erroneous attack could invite retaliation from the other 2. If that is the case, I shall resort to this technique, Kakashi murmured, without a hint of hesitation. He quickly formed seals. Lightning release, Thunder Tiger's fury. Upon completing the seals, silver light shimmered in Kakashi's hand, accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder. Shortly thereafter, 3 lightning wolves materialized, racing forth. As the 3 Sasukes charged toward him, Kakashi commanded the lightning wolves forward. Go! At that moment, the 3 wolves surged into action, colliding with the Sasukes. Chapter 71. Kakashi's Dilemma. Confronted with the fierce onslaught of the lightning wolves, the 3 Sasukes did not evade but boldly met the attack head-on. Swoosh! The lightning wolves struck true, piercing through the Sasukes without drawing a drop of blood, transforming their forms into wisps of white mist. Shadow clone technique. Realizing this, Kakashi's heart raced as he hastily retreated. Just as he stepped back, the real Sasuke suddenly soared from the air. Uchiha style, Gale Blade. As Sasuke wielded his tant, a colossal flame blade coalesced and fell upon Kakashi with tremendous force. When did Sasuke acquire such a technique? The overwhelming pressure and searing heat in the air caused Kakashi's eyes to widen in shock. He had not anticipated Sasuke's immense growth in such a short time. Biting his lip, Kakashi understood that there was no room for further contemplation at this critical juncture. He summoned his chakra and swiftly formed seals. Earth release, Earth flow wall. As he completed the seals, a protective earthen wall surged before him, adorned with a canine visage. Just as the wall rose, the flaming blade descended. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, akin to an earthquake, as the wall met the fiery blade, fissures spider-webbing across its surface until it trembled and ultimately collapsed. As expected of Kakashi-sensei, he managed to neutralize such a sudden attack. Panting heavily, Sasuke gazed at Kakashi, who had retreated behind the now crumbled earth wall. Indeed, Sasuke's Gale Blade is exceptionally swift. Any other ninja would have met their end. However, Kakashi felt a surge of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. Catching his breath, Kakashi's attention returned to Sasuke, who was forming hand seals once more. Crackle! A powerful surge of chakra radiated from Sasuke's right palm, and in that moment, Kakashi sensed that Sasuke was pooling all of his chakra into his hand. As the chakra intensified, it began to manifest as a crackling mass of lightning, pulsating wildly. Is Sasuke going to use Chidori? Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the imminent threat. Swoosh! With the lightning coalescing, Sasuke dashed forward, the energy in his palm crackling violently, creating a sound like sizzling air. It was clear that this strike, if it landed, would be fatal. Kakashi-sensei, this is my final technique. As Sasuke shouted, drawing closer to Kakashi, a fierce expression surged onto his face, gazing at the Chidori he had gathered in his hand. Kakashi was instantly reminded of the moments when he had taught Sasuke this very technique. Memories of their joyful days as teacher and student during past missions flooded back. Sighing deeply, Kakashi understood that if he truly wished to eliminate Sasuke, he could easily do so with his Manjiki Sharingan, leaving Sasuke with no means to resist. However, as a teacher, how could he bring himself to harm his own disciple? Let this all come to an end, he murmured softly, facing Sasuke's oncoming assault without raising any defenses, slowly closing his eyes. During their previous confrontation, Kakashi had been torn and anguished, caught between his affection for his student and the wishes of the third Hokage. Yet, in these final moments, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. His heart lightened. What? Kakashi-sensei? With the lightning from his right hand mere inches from Kakashi, Sasuke, upon seeing his teacher suddenly close his eyes as if awaiting the impact, quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly dissipated the lightning's energy. However, the arrow once released cannot be retracted, even as much of the lightning faded. The residual power of his right hand still struck Kakashi with tremendous force. Boom! The violent surge of electricity exploded upon Kakashi, and soon, Sasuke witnessed his teacher's figure being propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Kakashi-sensei. Seeing Kakashi gravely injured, Sasuke's face turned pale, and he rushed over. Kakashi-sensei, I'm so sorry. As he helped Kakashi to his feet, tears streamed down Sasuke's eyes. This was the first time since arriving in the world of Naruto that Sasuke had shed tears. Although it felt humiliating, he could not suppress his emotions in that moment. In order to allow him to escape, Kakashi had ultimately chosen to sacrifice himself, making Sasuke realize that Kakashi had never wished him harm. Yet he had foolishly injured his teacher. This realization weighed heavily on his heart. Sasuke, I'm fine. You need to hurry and find Itachi. There are several other teams heading this way. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Kakashi, clutching his painful wound, urged Sasuke, aware that while he would go easy on him, the other Konoha ninjas would not. He hoped Sasuke could depart quickly, or else once Asuma and Guy arrived, it would mean certain death for him. But Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke was still worried about Kakashi's injuries, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Kakashi. It's just a minor injury. I'm not going to die, and I know some basic medical ninjutsu. Understanding Sasuke's concern, Kakashi chuckled lightly. Medical ninjutsu? Hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke suddenly recalled that in the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kakashi had used a hemostatic technique after battling Obito to staunch a wound. Therefore, Kakashi's words were not mere fabrications. He possessed a certain level of understanding of various jutsu. Now go. Seeing Sasuke lost in thought, Kakashi urged him again. Kakashi-sensei, please take care. Prompted by Kakashi, Sasuke gritted his teeth, bowed respectfully, and reluctantly departed. Sasuke, now that you have left, do not ever return. As Sasuke's figure vanished from sight, Kakashi's sigh echoed softly through the forest. Chapter 72, The Moment of Life and Death. After leaving Kakashi, Sasuke made his way through the jungle in search of Itachi. Whoosh! Just as Sasuke sprinted forward, an exceptionally sharp sound of slicing wind suddenly erupted. A deadly shuriken shot forth from the branches like lightning, its devious trajectory aimed directly at Sasuke's vital points. The sudden assault caused Sasuke's expression to shift. The shuriken, now perilously close and unavoidable. In that critical moment, however, Sasuke did not falter. He swiftly drew a shuriken of his own. Clang! The two shurikens collided, with the attacking one being deflected away. Oh no, someone is lying in ambush. The thought flashed through his mind, prompting Sasuke to retreat sharply. As he did, the air around him erupted with the sound of whistling wind as a barrage of shuriken rained down upon him like a tempest. With a grave expression, Sasuke utilized his Sharingan to discern the trajectory of the arrows, deftly evading them with swift movements. Although the shurikens flew with remarkable elegance, they ultimately struck the ground with a resounding thud. Who dares? Sasuke shouted, his voice laced with fury at the unexpected ambush. Just as his icy demeanor set in, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting him to turn. There stood Miyuki, grinning mischievously at a short distance. Are you a ninja from Kakashi-sensei's team? Sasuke inquired, furrowing his brow, having recognized him despite not knowing his name. Huh, just as Lord Hokage anticipated, Kakashi chose to spare you, Miyuki replied with a smile, though it bore an ominous undertone. Are you spying on Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke retorted immediately. Heh, considering you're practically a dead man. I have no qualms about revealing this. Lord Hokage fears that Kakashi might let you off the hook, which is why I was specifically assigned to this team. Miyuki stated bluntly. Indeed, a clever tactic. Sasuke scoffed, grinding his teeth in anger. Wind release, great breakthrough. As soon as Sasuke uttered the command, Miyuki swiftly formed hand seals, and upon completion, expelled a powerful gust of wind from his mouth. The great breakthrough, a C-rank ninjutsu, disperses enemies but lacks significant lethality. The suddenness of Miyuki's wind attack stung Sasuke's eyes, forcing him to raise his left hand for protection. In that fleeting moment of obscured vision, Miyuki stomped his foot against the ground, and his body transformed into a blur, akin to a leopard, racing towards Sasuke with astonishing speed. Die, brat. In mere moments, Miyuki was upon Sasuke, his right hand brandishing a kunai, its sharp tip glinting ominously. Sasuke, too, sensed the astonishing attack looming before him, perilously close, rendering evasion virtually impossible. With no recourse, he gritted his teeth, resolutely employing his left arm as a shield against the oncoming kunai. With a sharp sound of piercing, the kunai embedded itself into his left arm, blood gushing forth from the wound. Sasuke blocked the shuriken with his arm, and Miyuki was taken aback by the sight. In the past, when he employed this combination of moves, ordinary ninjas had perished in terror. Yet today, Sasuke had merely lost an arm. This young lad is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the third Hokage ordered that he must not be spared. However, amidst Miyuki's astonishment, a mocking smile crept upon Sasuke's lips. Killing me will not be so simple. With that, Sasuke clenched his right fist and launched a powerful strike towards Miyuki's head. You seek death. Seeing Sasuke daring to retaliate, Miyuki's gaze turned menacing as he summoned the power within him, channeling it into his left arm. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his left fist. The two fists collided with a tremendous impact, sending both combatants flying backward. As Sasuke's form gracefully touched the ground, he did not pause for even a moment. With a kunai in hand, he surged forward like a leopard, darting towards Gong Jingchi. Wind release, vacuum sphere. However, Gong Jingchi, being a formidable expert, had already prepared for the impending attack as Sasuke charged at him. He unleashed 5 waves of wind-based energy from his mouth. Alarmed by the sudden emergence of the 5 waves, Sasuke endeavored to evade their assault. Yet one wave struck him fiercely, sending him crashing to the ground. Upon impact, A surge of sweetness flooded his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ha! Struggling is futile. Gong Jingqi grinned, exposing a terrifying array of white teeth as he reveled in Sasuke's agony. I cannot perish here without finding sure sway. Sasuke's body trembled incessantly as he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting an unsettling determination. With the shifting gaze of Gong Jingqi upon him, he shakily rose to his feet. Let us see how you evade my attack this time. Yet, as Sasuke gritted his teeth and struggled to stand, Gong Jingqi looked at him with a dismissive glare, drawing forth a small dagger and approaching him with measured steps. Her pace quickened, transforming into a mere shadow that lunged towards the already gravely injured Sasuke. In the midst of her advance, he sensed a chilling intent to kill that sent shivers down his spine. Perhaps due to his earlier wounds, Sasuke's chakra faltered, rendering him incapable of employing ninjutsu, leaving him helplessly watching the dagger hurtle towards him, devoid of any means to evade. Brother, farewell. Gazing at the rapidly enlarging blade tip before him, a bitter smile crept across Sasuke's lips. His eyes gently closed, and he sighed internally, lamenting his own weakness. Rasengan. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Sasuke, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky. Out of nowhere, Naruto appeared, cradling a swirling sphere of energy in his hands, which he then forcefully smashed against Gong Jingqi's back. The spinning energy sphere impacted her back with such force that it nearly ruptured her skin, creating a vortex-like crack, followed by a piercing scream. To Sasuke's astonishment, Gong Jingqi was violently slammed into the ground, causing the solid earth beneath her to shatter instantly. Chapter 73. Farewell. Struck by the Rasengan and caught off guard, Gong Jingqi's vision darkened as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Sasuke. As she fell, a familiar silhouette swiftly materialized, the sound of a beloved voice resonating in Sasuke's ears. At the moment that call reached him, his body stiffened abruptly, with a slight motion of his throat. He gazed incredulously at the figure before him, Haruno Sakura. Sakura. After a prolonged silence, a soft murmur escaped his lips, imbued with an ethereal quality, as if he were lost in a dream. Sasuke believed that after escorting Sakura Haruno home that day, he would never see her again. However, at the moment of life and death, both Sakura and Naruto appeared before him. Sasuke, you are injured. Allow me to assist you with your wounds, Sakura exclaimed, her gaze suddenly fixed upon the kunai embedded in Sasuke's left arm, her heart aching for him. Haha, it's nothing, he replied. Sasuke smiled faintly, gradually mastering the tumult of emotions within him. Upon encountering Haruno Sakura once more, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his veins. Mere superficial wounds were of no consequence. However, Haruno Sakura would not simply dismiss Sasuke's casual remarks. Swiftly, she guided him to sit down, first extracting the kunai, then employing her medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding and mend the injury. Finally, she secured the bandage in place and let out a sigh of relief. Sasuke. To leave the village without a word is truly unacceptable. Upon witnessing Sakura's endeavors to tend to Sasuke's wounds, Naruto, who had been observing from the side, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction towards Sasuke. I apologize. I primarily wish to spare you from worry. In response to Naruto's discontent, Sasuke awkwardly scratched the back of his head and slowly elaborated. What are you talking about? We are comrades. Whatever decisions you make, we will support you. Naruto retorted loudly upon hearing Sasuke's words. Indeed, even if Sasuke were to be captured and brought back to the village, we would find a way to rescue you. Sakura nodded in agreement, her resolve unwavering. Gazing at Sakura and Naruto, Sasuke suddenly felt a lump in his throat. At that moment, it occurred to him that the other villagers of Konohagakure would not have willingly associated with a member of the Uchiha clan. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura. Sasuke inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of emotion. Initially, Naruto wished to express more, but suddenly, two figures descended, Itachi and Izumi Uchiha, who had dispatched the remaining members of Kakashi's team in search of Sasuke. Naruto, Sakura, I must take my leave. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke rose and smiled at Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke, will you ever return to Konoha? Although it seemed rather foolish to pose such a question at this moment, Sakura could not restrain herself from asking as she witnessed Sasuke's impending departure. Sasuke gazed at Sakura Haruno's reluctant expression, and suddenly, he stretched his arms and embraced her. He whispered, Sakura, once the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha improves, I shall return. Caught off guard by Sasuke's unexpected hug, Sakura initially froze. Then a blush blossomed on her cheeks. When she softly replied, Sasuke, I will wait for you forever, he nodded affirmatively, releasing the shy Sakura. Sasuke turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, while I am away, please take good care of Sakura. Naruto assured him without hesitation, don't worry, I won't let anyone bully Sakura. With a firm nod, Sasuke no longer lingered, swiftly turning to leave with Itachi and Izumi Uchiha. Standing in place, Sakura watched their disappearing figures. After a long while, she sighed softly, Sasuke, I will train hard. One day, when I become Hokage, I believe the people of Konoha will no longer harm you. Bang! Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed across the Kenku Island bridge. Dozens of gazes turned to the source, witnessing the weary Shursui kneeling while activating his Susanoo. Despite the protection of the Susanoo, He was struggling against the onslaught of the Umbu members. Within the immense green energy skeleton, Shirsue's face was pale, panting heavily, with visible blood at the corners of his mouth from the fierce battle. Shirsue, cease your futile resistance. Although your personal strength is formidable, you stand no chance against so many Umbu members, Danzo declared sternly, observing Shirsue's continued struggle. However, Shirsue paid little heed to Danzo's words. Turning his gaze to the surrounding Umbu members, who brandished kunai affixed with explosive tags, evidently preparing to attack once more, he resolved to hold them off, buying Itachi and the others enough time to escape. Although he was unaware of Itachi's situation on another path, Shirsue understood that if Danzo's group reached Itachi, there would be no chance of escape for him. Gritting his teeth, he stood once more, ready to fight to the bitter end. Seeing Shirsue rise, the Umbu members from Root wasted no time, launching their assault from all directions again. As their clash erupted, the energy explosions on the Kanku Island bridge grew increasingly deafening, and the battle reignited. As time passed, Shirsue's tenacious resistance indeed exacted a bloody toll on the Umbu members, but ultimately, he was overwhelmed by their relentless assault, depleting his chakra entirely. Without chakra to sustain it, the green Susanoo around him began to dissipate. In the moment the Susanoo vanished, a burly Umbu member let out a cold laugh, swinging his massive fist to collide with Shirsue's retaliatory strike, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Uffed! Shirsue, already at the end of his rope, suffered the most from such a direct confrontation, spitting out a mouthful of blood and being forced backward, his back crashing into the railing. The force caused the stone railing behind him to crack, threatening to collapse. With a sinister gaze fixed on the injured Shirsue, an Umbu member nearby smirked, drawing a short blade and darting toward Shirsue like lightning. With his chakra exhausted and strength at its limit, Shirsue could only watch helplessly as the Umbu member charged at him, devoid of any capacity for defense or counterattack. Sasuke, Itachi, the Uchiha clan shall rely on your protection from here on, he thought, closing his eyes in resignation as he beheld the rapidly approaching blade. Just as the short blade was about to strike Shirsue, a piercing sound resonated, and Shirsue's eyes flew open to see the Umbu member who sought his demise collapse in pain. Shirsue, are you all right? After the Umbu fell, Shirsue's gaze immediately landed on Sasuke, who smiled at him. Sasuke, how did you get here? Shirsue asked, his eyes trembling in disbelief. He recalled that Sasuke had accompanied the Uchiha forces to the land of grass that very night. Shirsue, we have come to support you. As Shirsue stood in shock, Itachi and Izumi appeared by his side simultaneously. Itachi, what is going on? Shirsue inquired, puzzled, unable to fathom how Sasuke and Itachi had arrived together. Sasuke secretly left the main force to find me. I had already taken him through the encirclement to the Taki Rock waterfall, but he insisted on coming back for you. Itachi explained succinctly. Itachi, Sasuke, you are both reckless. What are you doing here? If you can escape safely, I would be content even if I had to sacrifice myself. Shirsue exclaimed in frustration after hearing Itachi's explanation. Now that we are here, there is no point in discussing further. Let us charge out together. Understanding Shirsue's concern for their safety, Sasuke offered him some soldier pills with a smile. With a sigh, Shirsue accepted the pills and swallowed them. As Sasuke said, even if he contemplated self-sacrifice, it would not change the fact that Sasuke was there. He could only recover his strength swiftly and fight his way out. Izumi, please assist Shirsue with healing. Leave the rest to me and my brother. After instructing Izumi, Sasuke activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, preparing for battle. Impossible? 3 Tomo. Has Sasuke's Sharingan evolved? Upon witnessing Sasuke's Sharingan radiating light, Itachi, Shirsue, and Izumi were filled with astonishment, taken aback by their expressions. Sasuke realized his Sharingan was indeed different now and hesitantly remarked, has my Sharingan truly evolved? During his battle with Kakashi, Sasuke's Sharingan had transformed into its 3 Tomo state. But at that moment, he had been too focused on defeating Kakashi to notice. Observing Sasuke's bewildered demeanor, both Izumi and Shirsue nodded in affirmation. Seeing them agree, a smile crept onto Sasuke's face, a mix of joy and disbelief swelling within him as he pondered when his Sharingan had evolved without his awareness. Itachi, I never expected this traitor to appear here. Just as Sasuke was marveling at his Sharingan's evolution, Danzo's resentful gaze fixated on Itachi, coldly declaring, to defy your own clan is the mark of a traitor. Itachi, however, remained unresponsive to Danzo's words, for that was simply his nature. He would never engage in arguments, regardless of others' comments. Yet, Sasuke could not tolerate Danzo's remarks and immediately shouted in anger, you old fool Danzo. Is it treachery to ignore your orders and protect your own family? The young scion of the Uchiha clan, do you comprehend the essence of a ninja? It is to unconditionally obey commands at all times and to execute various brutal tasks. Casting a sidelong glance at Sasuke, Danzo replied in a low voice. To hell with that. Why don't you annihilate your own family then? Sasuke harbored a profound disdain for the ideology espoused by Danzo, who regarded ninjas as mere tools devoid of humanity. For the first time, he unleashed a torrent of invective. In Sasuke's perspective, ninjas are indeed human, possessing flesh and blood. They may sacrifice their lives to protect their village and comrades, yet they must never resort to the slaughter of their own kin. Such actions would render them no different from cold-blooded beasts. Eliminate this uncouth wretch. His unrestrained tirade left all present, including Danzo himself, momentarily dazed. In his esteemed position, when had he ever been subjected to such scorn? Following the initial shock, a tempest of fury surged within Danzo, prompting him to issue an immediate command. Upon hearing Danzo's orders, the Umbu members, who had long awaited their cue, transformed into shadows and surged towards Sasuke with lethal intent. Sasuke, be cautious. Yet, as these Umbu operatives charged, Itachi activated his Sharingan and arrived at Sasuke's side, poised to defend him. Brother, let us fight. The prospect of battling alongside Itachi ignited a fervor within Sasuke, propelling him to draw his blade and charge headlong into the fray. The clash erupted upon the Keizushima Bridge, where the stench of blood permeated the air, as both sides fought with frenzied intensity. The sounds of steel piercing flesh ringing harshly amidst the chaos, as Sasuke, Itachi, and the members of the Umbu engaged in a fierce battle. Shursui observed the conflict under the care of Uchiha Izumi. Although he yearned to join the fray, he could only bide his time until his chakra replenished. Some astute Umbu members attempted to strike at Shursui, but they were swiftly thwarted by Itachi's timely interventions. How could that young boy contend with the Umbu's assaults? At that moment, glancing at Sasuke, who had just slain another Umbu member, Danzo's grotesque visage momentarily registered astonishment. At such a tender age, he had already attained such prowess. With Itachi and Shursui included, the Uchiha clan had yet another prodigy. Furthermore, he had awakened the Sharingan. Who could say how much stronger he might become? Danzo's gaze flickered with malice as a surge of murderous intent welled within him. The rift between Konoha and the Uchiha clan had irreparably deepened. And should Sasuke ascend to the level of a Kage, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Konoha. Such a talent would be best extinguished in its infancy. With this thought, the malevolence etched upon Danzo's face intensified. He regarded Sasuke with a peculiar grin and mused, if we eliminate Sasuke, Itachi will surely despair and cease his resistance. Bang! No sooner had Danzo's words fallen than he propelled himself towards Sasuke with ferocious speed. Wind release, whirlwind fist. As he closed in on Sasuke, Danzo's right fist, infused with a terrifying wind chakra, surged forth with a thunderous force. In that instant, it seemed as though the very air was cleaved asunder. The sharp sound of the wind tearing through the atmosphere resonating ominously, causing Itachi, Shursui, and Uchiha Izumi to change countenance in alarm. The piercing sound echoed in Sasuke's ears, and he felt a profound sense of peril. His eyes fixated intently on the enlarging wind fist within his vision, and he swiftly evaded. Chapter 75. The Death of Sasuke. Danzo, how could you possibly target Sasuke? Is that not exceedingly disgraceful? Shursui scoffed at the sight of Danzo's ruthless assault on Sasuke. I show no mercy to any adversary. Danzo retorted, venom flashing in his eyes as he pressed his attack on Sasuke. Sasuke, you must hold on. Itachi's heart raced with concern as he beheld Sasuke enduring Danzo's onslaught. Although he longed to assist, he found himself ensnared by 3 Umbu members, unable to extricate himself. Despite Danzo's advancing years, one could not deny that this old rascal was indeed a formidable master, even with the advantage of the Sharingan. Sasuke soon found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Earth release, falling earth cover. Just as Sasuke found himself cornered by Danzo's relentless assault, one of the Umbu members suddenly formed a series of hand seals, a low growl emanating from his throat. Buzz. The sky seemed to tremble at that moment, and a massive green earthen cover appeared as if summoned from another realm, hovering ominously above. The casting Umbu members' eyes darkened as they locked onto Sasuke. And with a chilling glare, the enormous earth cover began to rumble ominously, followed by a cacophony of wind as it plummeted towards Sasuke. Sasuke raised his head, gazing at the rapidly enlarging earthen lid within his pupils, his countenance darkening. At this moment, Itachi had already dispatched 3 Umbu ninjas and, witnessing the colossal earthen lid descending upon Sasuke, hurriedly flew in that direction. However, just as Itachi was a few meters away from Sasuke, the massive lid fell violently, crashing down upon Sasuke's body. Thud. The Kato Island bridge seemed to tremble at that instant, and all onlookers were momentarily shaken, staring at the site of the impact where dust billowed, obscuring their view, yet they could still feel the dreadful force of the strike. Such a ferocious assault would have reduced any individual to mere mush in an instant. Shursui anxiously watched the swirling dust, his palm clenched tightly, while Uchiha Izumi shielded her eyes with her small hand. As a gentle breeze blew, the dust began to gradually disperse, drawing all gazes towards the scene, followed by sounds of confusion as beneath the earthen lid lay a stone. That was a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on the stone, their expressions sharpening. The boy employed a substitution technique. So that was it, but how could he execute it so swiftly? The Umbu members began to murmur among themselves. A substitution technique? The seasoned Danzo recognized the stone immediately. However, just as Danzo shifted his gaze, instinctively searching for Sasuke, the latter's figure appeared behind him like a specter. Lord Danzo, be careful, an Umbu member exclaimed urgently. Die. Danzo turned, a wave of horror flooding his heart as Sasuke's arm quivered, the small dagger poised to strike. At such close proximity, Danzo had lost all chance to evade, and in that moment, His aged visage was enveloped by shock and despair. Gasps echoed throughout the arena as the imminent danger of the attack suggested that Lord Danzo's fate was grim. Swish! The sharp dagger shot forth, only to pass through Danzo's body as he transformed into a whirlwind and vanished. Could it be a wind clone? Upon Danzo's disappearance, Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. Astonishment etched upon his face. Narashikaku, take action. Just as Sasuke was taken aback, Danzo's figure suddenly materialized to Itachi's left, issuing a loud command. Yes. In response, the Umbu member named Narashikaku seemed to have been anticipating Danzo's orders, forming hand seals. Instantly, a shadow emerged from beneath his feet, swiftly connecting with the shadow under Itachi's feet. Not good. In the blink of an eye, ensnared by Narashikaku's shadow binding technique, Itachi's expression darkened as he lost his ability to move, rendering him vulnerable to the onslaught. Brother! Seeing Itachi bound, Sasuke cried out in despair. It was only now that Sasuke comprehended the truth. Danzo's attack was merely a ruse, with his true aim not being Sasuke, but Itachi. However, it was too late to realize this. Itachi, you have betrayed me. Your only fate now is death. As Sasuke's cry echoed, a surge of murderous intent flooded Danzo's eyes, and he swiftly materialized a chakra blade. The moment the radiant chakra blade formed, Danzo's foot struck the ground, propelling him towards Itachi with remarkable speed. In mere breaths, he closed the distance to Itachi, aiming the chakra blade at his vital points, poised to strike. At this critical moment, Shursui clenched his teeth, given his current strength. He was unable to save Itachi. He could only draw a kunai and rush towards Narashikaku, hoping to disrupt his shadow binding technique. Suddenly confronted by Shursui's attack, Narashikaku was forced to dodge while maintaining his binding technique. However, once Danzo drew near and deemed Itachi's fate sealed, he released the shadow binding and focused solely on Shursui. Itachi. Upon seeing Itachi, who had no chance of evading, Uchiha Izumi's face paled, her voice rising in a panicked, heart-wrenching wail. Yet, in this life and death moment, Sasuke unexpectedly positioned himself in front of Itachi. Understanding that the only way to rescue Itachi was to sacrifice himself, Sasuke did not hesitate and rushed forward in an instant. Sasuke, get away. Itachi's pupils constricted, an ominous feeling washing over him as he urgently shouted. Sasuke, seemingly hearing Itachi's plea, slightly turned his head, locking eyes with his brother. A faint smile then graced his youthful face. In that fleeting moment of Sasuke's smile, Danzo's chakra blade pierced fiercely into his chest, blood splattering forth. Itachi gazed blankly at the figure impaled by the chakra blade, his eyes swelling with anguish, crimson as if they would bleed. Foolish little brat. You came here to deliver your own death. Danzo, initially aiming to eliminate Itachi with a single strike, expressed his dissatisfaction upon having his lethal blow intercepted by Sasuke. He swiftly withdrew the blade and retreated, exercising caution. With Itachi's binding technique dispelled, Danzo wisely chose not to risk pursuing his target further. Please note, updates will now be around 8 in the evening. Previous morning updates were intended to encourage early recommendations. I hope everyone continues to support with recommendations. Alas, while the collection increases, the number of recommendations diminishes. It's perplexing. Chapter 76, Amaterasu. As Danzo withdrew the chakra blade, Sasuke's body was propelled backward, ultimately collapsing into Itachi's embrace. Sasuke, why would you do this? Itachi looked down at his pale brother, trembling as he spoke. I came here willingly. I won't let you bear the consequences, Sasuke replied, shaking his head. Brother, I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. Sasuke gazed at Itachi's hollow visage, a pallid face that struggled to reveal a semblance of a smile. It cannot be. Sasuke shall not perish. I vow to protect you forever. Tears cascaded down Sasuke's cheeks as Itachi trembled uncontrollably. Brother, can you promise me one last thing? You must survive. The fading consciousness enveloped Sasuke, plunging him into a realm of utter darkness, and as his feeble voice faded, he was engulfed by shadows, collapsing backward. Itachi, how agonizing it must be for you to have your brother die in your embrace. Huh. This is the consequence of betraying me, betraying Konoha. At that moment, observing Itachi's expression, which bore a suffering more profound than death, Danzo coldly chuckled. Ignoring Danzo's sinister laughter, Itachi instinctively placed 2 fingers on Sasuke's forehead and, with a hoarse voice, uttered, Sasuke, forgive me. Itachi, Sasuke. At that moment, Shursui and Uchiha Izumi soared into view, but upon seeing Sasuke's closed eyes, Shursui trembled, choking on his words, unsure of what to say. Please take good care of Sasuke. Gently placing Sasuke down, Itachi slowly rose to his feet and then walked toward Danzo. Sasuke, at your age, you should not bear such burdens. Brother, Sasuke originally intended to voice his thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by Itachi. Brother, no matter what difficulties you face in the future, I will always guard you. At this stage, my only wish is for you to grow up happily. As memories of his promise to Sasuke flooded his mind, Itachi's Sharingan was infused with a tempestuous fury and madness. If you harm Sasuke, you will pay with your lives. With these words, Itachi's Sharingan underwent a sudden transformation. The 3 tomo merged into a large, shuriken-like design. Was that the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Upon witnessing this change, Danzo's expression darkened considerably. What is happening? Narashikaku asked, his eyes reflecting shock, as he sensed the overwhelming malice radiating from Itachi's eyes. Itachi had evolved his Sharingan into the kaleidoscope. Although Narashikaku might not fully understand the Sharingan, an Umbu member recognized the significance. Eyes wide with horror as he stared at Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan. The kaleidoscope Sharingan? Upon hearing this, the other Umbu members exchanged glances, gasping in unison. Fully aware of what the kaleidoscope Sharingan represented, it is a superior form of the Sharingan, not only greatly enhancing its original abilities, but also granting powerful, unique techniques. With the awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Itachi possessed the strength of a shadow-level ninja, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to him. They had unwittingly provoked Itachi into unlocking the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Danzo's demeanor shifted entirely upon observing the distinctive design, and an intense killing intent surged within his gaze. At this juncture, he understood that once Itachi activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he would gain formidable power, resulting in another shadow-level powerhouse emerging from the Uchiha clan, an unequivocal calamity for the Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone, eliminate Itachi. Yes. Danzo's roar jolted the Umbu members from their shock, prompting them to swiftly respond and charge at Itachi with reckless abandon. Amaterasu. Confronted by the assault of a dozen Umbu members, Itachi did not retreat. As they closed in, blood suddenly poured from his right eye. Accompanied by anguished cries, 3 Umbu members found themselves engulfed in an inexplicable inferno of black flames. Despite their desperate attempts to extinguish it, ultimately succumbing to the agony and collapsing. Amaterasu, a technique within the kaleidoscope Sharingan, is heralded as the mightiest physical attack. When invoked, black flames ignite at the point of focus of the wielder's gaze, causing the user's eyes to bleed, and the flames will not extinguish until the target is completely incinerated. What is happening? The remaining Umbu members, witnessing their comrades fall lifelessly in an instant, felt their throats dry with terror. Itachi's ability was truly formidable. Is this the work of Itachi? Danzo swallowed hard, shock evident on his face. He had not anticipated that Itachi, upon merely awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan, could unleash such a terrifying attack that even he found unsettling. Amaterasu. Just as Danzo and the others were reeling from their astonishment, Itachi unleashed the Amaterasu once more, igniting black flames on several unsuspecting Umbu members. Cursed flames. The shrill screams pierced the air as the afflicted Umbu members rolled frantically on the bridge. But within moments, they too fell victim to the black flames. The gruesome scene compelled the other Umbu members to instinctively retreat, fearing they might be next to suffer the wrath of the flames. However, Itachi's expression remained icy as he charged forward with the Tanto in hand. The dread they felt towards Itachi prevented the Umbu members from fully unleashing their abilities. With each strange twist of his blade, he effortlessly slid past the necks of the Umbu members, leaving behind trails of blood and spurts of crimson. With the terror instilled by Amaterasu, Itachi commenced his relentless reprisal. Amidst the bloody clash between Itachi and the Umbu, Uchiha Izumi tirelessly employed her medical ninjutsu to assist Sasuke. Although he was on the brink of death, Izumi refused to abandon hope. Izumi, how's Sasuke faring? Shursui inquired, gazing at Izumi, who was drenched in sweat. He hasn't sustained any critical injuries, a faint heartbeat remains. I am doing everything I can to save him. Izumi replied softly. Had it been anyone else, she would have given up long ago. For even if she depleted all her chakra, the chances of reviving Sasuke were a mere 1 in 10, and she would risk exhausting her own chakra in the process. Yet, Izumi recognized Sasuke's significance to Itachi. For Itachi's sake, she was willing to gamble her life for a chance. Chapter 77. Itachi's Counterattack. Izumi, I am counting on you. At this moment, only Izumi could save Sasuke, Shursui murmured. Understood. Izumi nodded, channeling her chakra into healing energy, continuously supplying it to Sasuke's body. After a prolonged struggle, the bridge became strewn with bodies. With a cold gaze, Itachi pierced the chest of an Umbu member, swiftly scanning his surroundings, only to realize that all the Umbu members who had once surrounded him had now been eliminated. However, Itachi had paid a price. His body was battered and his chakra nearly depleted. Lord Danzo, should we initiate the explosion plan? Only 5 Umbu members remained behind Danzo, and Narashikaku suddenly suggested. No. If we initiate the explosion plan, I cannot obtain the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now that Itachi is exhausted, he won't be able to unleash that black flame technique again. Allow me to confront Itachi. Rejecting Narashikaku's proposal, Danzo stepped forward and drew a shuriken. Itachi, no matter how you resist, you cannot escape death. With his gaze fixed on Itachi, Danzo's voice resonated as he placed the shuriken on his middle finger and blew upon it. The shuriken, infused with wind chakra, rapidly expanded and began to spin at high velocity. The shuriken whirled like a tempest in Danzo's hand, creating a disturbance in the air that resonated with a sharp, piercing sound. Faced with the impending assault from Danzo, Itachi remained unperturbed, slowly sheathing his tanto on his back. His calm demeanor sent a chill through Danzo's gaze, which suddenly turned icy. With a swift motion, Danzo pointed, and the shuriken that had been prepared instantly spun into a frenzy, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar as it hurtled towards Itachi. The speed of the shuriken was astonishing, flashing before Itachi's eyes in an instant. With his Sharingan, he predicted its trajectory, leaping sideways and evading the lethal strike with grace. Yet, the encounter was not over. Unfazed by Itachi's evasion, Danzo raised 2 fingers, and the spinning shuriken suddenly multiplied into 5, each one soaring towards Itachi with a fierce gust of wind. The 5 shuriken tore through the air at an alarming speed, almost instantaneously reaching Itachi, who squinted against the ferocious wind they generated. Itachi was taken aback, realizing that Danzo had cleverly rigged the shuriken with traps. In this close proximity, complete evasion was evidently impossible. Thus, with the fleeting moment he had, Itachi flicked out several shuriken of his own, expertly deflecting the incoming projectiles. As Itachi landed safely, Danzo's eyes narrowed, and with the fluidity of a serpent, he suddenly appeared before Itachi, his fist crashing down with blinding speed against Itachi's chest. The impact unleashed a torrent of force that overwhelmed Itachi, causing him to cough up blood and send him hurtling backwards across the bridge, leaving a trail of destruction before he finally came to a halt. Itachi, staring at the fallen figure, Shusui's expression shifted with concern. The sudden turn of events prompted gasps from the Umbu members, realizing that this marked the first time Itachi had truly been injured since the onset of the battle. With a single punch, Danzo had wounded Itachi, and he raised his eyes, surveying the injured shinobi on the bridge with a sinister grin. Itachi, after that fierce battle, you must be running low on stamina and chakra. In Danzo's mind, Itachi should have been able to dodge his attack, but he had been caught due to his exhaustion. Now, I shall send you on your way. I will strike while you are weak. Danzo's hands came together, forming seals rapidly. Wind release, tornado. As he completed the hand signs, he summoned a small whirlwind that, upon release, rapidly expanded into a towering vortex, sucking up debris from the bridge and transforming it into a storm of flying fragments. Go. The massive tornado surged forth at Itachi with a deafening roar, its speed overwhelming as Itachi began to rise to his feet. Just as the vortex engulfed him, his figure suddenly transformed into hundreds of crows, bursting forth from the whirlwind. What? How can this be? Danzo's pupils contracted in disbelief as he witnessed Itachi's transformation, incredulous that Itachi could still utilize the crow clone technique despite his apparent chakra depletion. Did he allow me to strike him intentionally? As realization dawned, Danzo muttered in shock. Just then, the crows coalesced behind Danzo, and Itachi, mustering the last remnants of his chakra, brought his hands together to form seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames that coalesced into the form of a colossal dragon, soaring through the air with an aura of destruction aimed directly at the defenseless Danzo. Seeing the fiery dragon approach, Danzo's heart raced, fully aware of the imminent danger. Cold sweat dripped down his brow as fear etched his features. Lord Danzo, move. In that critical moment, 2 Umbu members leaped in front of Danzo, directing their hands towards the ground. Earth release, earth flow rampart. With their commanding shout, they summoned 2 thick earthen walls to shield against the fire dragon. While Earth may not triumph over fire, as Earth-style ninjas, they could only rely on this technique to mitigate the flame's wrath. Bang! The colossal fire dragon collided with the earthen walls, its ferocity cracking them apart and unleashing a tempest of debris and flames. Amidst the chaos, a figure was violently expelled from the wreckage, crashing onto the bridge surface and skidding to a halt. Gazing at the battered form, Itachi's legs buckled, forcing him to support himself with his hands. As he fell, Danzo, not far away, coughed violently, struggling to rise. His once commanding presence as the leader was now marred by his injuries, his clothing tattered, blood streaming from his waist, saturating the ground beneath him. Lord Danzo, are you all right? Nara Shikaku and the remaining Umbu members rushed to his side, concern etched on their faces. Ignoring their inquiries, Danzo's chest heaved as he glared at Itachi. His expression twisted with rage. Itachi, you have pushed me to this extent. Raising his head, Danzo's eyes burned with venomous hatred as he glared at Itachi. Itachi frowned slightly, his voice cold as he replied, Danzo, this is your own doing. I warned you. If you harmed Sasuke, you would pay the price. Haha, price. With his gaze fixed on Itachi, Danzo suddenly burst into laughter, the strain causing him to cough up more blood. Wiping the crimson from the corner of his mouth, he abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fierce and predatory. I have slain countless ninjas, and the number of those who wish to make me pay is innumerable. Yet you are the first ninja in many years to leave me feeling this humiliated. Even if I cannot obtain the Sharingan, I will ensure you and this bridge meet your demise today. After his sinister laughter echoed, Danzo swiftly departed from the Kaku Island bridge, accompanied by Nara Shikaku and others. Damn it, my chakra is running low. Noticing Danzo's retreat, Shursui glanced up, contemplating whether to intercept him, when suddenly he heard a voice of complaint beside him. Izumi. If you can't do it, just give up, he said, looking at Uchiha Izumi, who was pale and bloodless from the depletion of her chakra. Shursui was not heartless. He merely believed that if Izumi continued on this path, she would not only fail to save Sasuke, but might also perish herself, a fate that would shatter anyone's heart. I cannot give up. For Itachi, I must save Sasuke. Izumi's chakra was rapidly dissipating, transforming into healing energy. Within mere minutes, her chakra was nearly drained. Once it vanished, the vital components of her body, including meridians, bones, and heart, would cease to function in a very short time, leading to her inevitable demise. Sighing, Shisui felt helpless. Filled with anxiety. Cough, cough. Perhaps Izumi's relentless efforts to heal were yielding some effect, for Sasuke, who had been in a state of apparent death, began to show signs of movement. Sasuke can be saved. This sight filled Shisui with excitement. As long as they could pull Sasuke back from the brink of death, recovery would be much easier thereafter. I'm sorry, I really can't go on. However, just as Shisui was elated, Izumi softly murmured before closing her eyes and losing consciousness. No, don't. The worst fear materialized when Shisui witnessed Izumi faint from chakra depletion, and he felt as if he were losing his mind. Just as Sasuke was about to escape danger, now both he and Izumi were in peril. Shisui, what is happening? Just as Shisui was on the verge of breaking down, Itachi flew over. Upon seeing Izumi collapsed, his expression darkened, and he immediately inquired. Izumi exhausted all her chakra to save Sasuke, Shisui replied truthfully. The sudden turn of events left Itachi's mind in chaos, and his face turned pale. He understood the significance of chakra to a ninja. Haha, Itachi, Shisui, you cannot escape. Below the Kaku Island bridge, Danzo's maniacal laughter resonated. There are 1,000,000 explosive tags attached. You shall perish along with the bridge. Both Itachi and Shisui were in disarray. But just then, Danzo, having distanced himself from the bridge, laughed wildly as he continued to flee. Once they reached a safe distance, he would detonate the explosive tags. And it would only take a few seconds. That bastard Danzo. Shisui cursed, realizing that the explosion of 1,000,000 tags would reduce the entire Kaku Island bridge to ashes. And they were trapped in the middle of it. Itachi, we can only wait for death. Shisui trembled slightly as he gazed at Itachi, murmuring, with a gentle sigh. Itachi found himself at a loss for words. He did not fear death but felt regret for not being able to ensure Sasuke's safe passage. I will take you away. Just as despair enveloped both Shisui and Itachi, a masked figure descended from the distorted air above. Upon the figure's appearance, Itachi's expression changed. For it was none other than Uchiha Obito, who had previously aided him in the stone forest. Who are you? Shisui asked warily, eyeing the masked Obito. There is no time for explanations. Let us go. Ignoring Shisui's question, Obito spoke, and at that moment, a swirl of distorted space appeared on his mask. The distortion expanded. And Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke, and Izumi were swiftly drawn in. Has it exploded? Feeling an immense energy shockwave about to erupt, Obito's figure twisted and vanished from the bridge surface. Boom. The instant Obito disappeared, a terrifying wave of destructive energy erupted violently at the center of Kaku Island Bridge, followed by a colossal firestorm that erupted like a mushroom cloud above the bridge, shaking the earth with a thunderous explosion that sent the surrounding wildlife into a frenzy. Under the explosion of 1,000,000 explosive tags, the magnificent Kaku Island Bridge was ultimately reduced to rubble amidst the thick smoke. Chapter 79, Danzo's Fury. Though Danzo and his companions had distanced themselves from the Kaku Island Bridge, the heat wave from the explosion still reached them. Lord Danzo, are we returning to the village now? Nara Shikaku inquired, waving his hand to dispel the incoming heat. No need. Since the majority of the Uchiha clan's forces are not on this route, we shall take an alternate path to support our pursuit team. Danzo replied in a low tone, gazing at the rubble of the Kaku Island Bridge. Knowing that Itachi and Shisui must have perished in the explosion. Originally, Danzo, injured, should have returned to Konoha for treatment. But considering some members of the Uchiha clan had activated their Sharingan, he decided to gather the Sharingan, even if it was not the Meijiki. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Danzo prepared to depart, a flurry of wind sounds approached, and Nara Shikaku, Namanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza appeared with their team. Shikaku, how are you here? Danzo asked, momentarily taken aback by their presence. Shikaku's expression was strained, and he slowly replied, I took another route. I initially spotted Itachi fleeing with some clan members. But after a day's pursuit, he ultimately escaped. What? You only found Itachi? Did you not encounter the main force of the Uchiha clan? Danzo's face turned astonished upon hearing Shikaku's response. Our squads conducted a net search along that route and found no sign of the Uchiha clan's main forces, Shikaku confirmed gravely. However, noticing Danzo's shocked expression, he suddenly recalled something and asked, Did you not discover the Uchiha clan's main forces on this route either? No. I was just about to head your way. Shaking his head, Danzo affirmed. According to the passage of time, if the Uchiha clan's main forces truly traversed this path, Danzo would inevitably encounter them on the Kato Island Bridge. However, he only awaited Shisui, accompanied by 4 clan members. The supposed Uchiha battalion was merely a figment of imagination. We may have been deceived. It appears the Uchiha clan's main forces never headed towards the land of waterfalls. Along these 2 routes, only a small team for diversion exists. Taking a deep breath, the astute Nara Shikaku immediately grasped the situation, then spoke in a low, trembling voice. In fact, while tracking Itachi, Shikaku harbored doubts. He noticed that Itachi was not in haste to escape but rather meandering within the endless forest, clearly stalling for time. Had Shikaku captured even a single Uchiha clan member alive, he would have learned sooner that the Uchiha clan did not head for the land of waterfalls. Sasuke, your migration plan is destined for failure. No member of the Uchiha clan will leave the land of fire alive. One cannot hastily conclude whether our plan has failed. Upon Shikaku's words, Danzo's mind recalled Sasuke's earlier statement. Indeed, they had been tricked. Notify the other pursuit teams. Command them to return to Konohagakure immediately. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's destination, we must annihilate them. With a fierce expression, Danzo bellowed madly, his arms sweeping violently, snapping a nearby cedar tree to the ground. Yes, perhaps intimidated by Danzo's wrath, several Konoha ninjas hastily scattered, darting in different directions. In the vast, dense forest, the lush trees obscured nearly half of the sky. However, occasionally, one could glimpse the birds soaring above through the gaps in the leaves. In a concealed clearing deep within the forest, a distortion suddenly appeared in the air. And soon after, Sasuke, Itachi, Sasuke, Uchiha Izumi, and Uchiha Obito materialized swiftly. Such remarkable space-time ninjutsu. Upon returning from the dimensional plane to the realm of reality, Sasuke gazed at Uchiha Obito with a sense of awe. Thank you, Senior. This marked the second time Obito had rescued them. Previously, there had been no opportunity to express gratitude, so Itachi thanked Obito upon landing. There is no need for such pleasantries. Let us first ensure the survival of the two of them. With his gaze fixed on the unconscious Uchiha Izumi and Sasuke, Obito spoke somberly. Zetsu, hurry and emerge. It seems I shall be expending a considerable amount of chakra again. As soon as Obito finished speaking, Zetsu's peculiar figure gradually rose from the earth. Staring at Zetsu's yin-yang visage, Sasuke felt a lump in his throat, his face reflecting astonishment at the bizarre appearance of this ninja. Utilize the spore technique to transfer chakra to them. Ignoring Zetsu's complaints, Obito promptly commanded. White Zetsu, created from the cells of the first Hokage, possesses potent self-healing properties. Understood. Nodding, Zetsu wasted no time, kneeling before Uchiha Izumi and Sasuke, and then lightly tapped their arms. Although it appeared that Zetsu merely moved his fingers, two spores containing immense chakra had already entered Uchiha Izumi and Sasuke's bodies. After implanting the spores, let us commence. Rising slowly, Zetsu chuckled lightly. As Zetsu's words faded, Itachi and Sasuke witnessed the emergence of bulbous forms resembling Zetsu behind Uchiha Izumi and Sasuke. However, those bulbous forms diminished shortly after, likely due to the chakra being transferred, leaving only withered husks that fell from Uchiha Izumi and Sasuke's bodies to the ground. All done. The spore technique has been executed. Upon seeing the shedding of the outer layer, Zetsu spoke softly. With Zetsu's chakra now within them, Uchiha Izumi and Sasuke's previously pallid faces now bore a hint of vitality. With Zetsu's chakra, they would soon awaken. Glancing at Sasuke, whose complexion had improved somewhat, Obito pondered. Senior, I am truly grateful. Having saved Sasuke, the heavy burden weighing on Itachi's heart finally lifted, and he expressed his gratitude once more. Itachi rarely expresses thanks to others, yet today he had done so twice. However, some matters cannot be resolved with mere words of thanks. Had it not been for Obito's intervention, they would have long since turned to ashes on the Kato Island Bridge. Therefore, not only gratitude, but should Obito command Itachi to take a life, he would willingly repay the favor. Well then, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Nodding slightly, Obito vanished from the spot alongside Zetsu. Chapter 80. Sasuke awakens. Itachi, do you know him? Once Obito and Zetsu departed, Sasuke inquired curiously of Itachi. Sasuke knows him. Previously, during our ambush in the rock forest, he single-handedly fended off over 30 Umbu members, allowing us to escape safely. Shaking his head, Itachi responded slowly. To confront over 30 Umbu members and still arrive here to rescue us, he is truly formidable. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke inhaled sharply. Umbu members are elite ninjas, and even for skilled individuals like Itachi and Sasuke, facing 7 or 8 Umbu members is quite daunting. The fact that Obito faced over 30 Umbu members and emerged unscathed left Sasuke in awe. He must be the strongest ninja I have encountered, according to Sasuke. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. After a brief silence, Itachi spoke again. What? Another member of our Uchiha clan? When did the Uchiha clan acquire such a formidable individual? Following Itachi's remark, Sasuke's mind raced through the notable members of the Uchiha clan, but found none who could possibly match the enigmatic figure in the mask. Observing the bewildered and astonished expression on Sasuke's face, Itachi sighed, saying, like you, I cannot deduce his identity, perhaps Sasuke knows. But given the effort he expended to save us, he must indeed have some connection to the Uchiha clan. Just as Sasuke was entangled in thoughts regarding Obito's personal information, Uchiha Izumi, with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly struggled and then abruptly opened her eyes. Izumi, are you all right? Upon seeing Uchiha Izumi awaken, Itachi immediately expressed his concern. Itachi knew that had it not been for Uchiha Izumi exhausting her chakra to save Sasuke, he might have perished. Thus, Itachi held deep gratitude for Izumi. Looking into Itachi's close proximity, Uchiha Izumi felt a flush of warmth on her face and softly replied, I am fine. Sasuke. As her gaze shifted slightly, she discovered that Sasuke beside her remained in a state of slumber. Uzumaki Izumi quickly rose to check on Sasuke's condition. Izumi, how is Sasuke faring now? Shursui inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice before Izumi had finished her examination. Upon finding that Sasuke's meridians and organs had returned to their normal state, Izumi exhaled softly, turning to Shursui with a gentle smile. Sasuke should awaken shortly. That is reassuring. Shursui replied with a smile. Though the process was perilous, the best outcome is that we all remain safe and sound. Itachi nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, eagerly hoping for his younger brother to awaken soon. Sasuke's consciousness drifted aimlessly in the depths of darkness, where no glimmer of light could be found. He remained in a state of slumber, unaware of the passage of time. This drifting persisted for an indeterminate duration until, abruptly, a light began to radiate from the shadows. At the center of this illumination stood Itachi, bound and restrained. As Danzo approached with a small dagger aimed menacingly at Itachi's vital points. No. Sasuke let out a sharp cry, instinctively sitting up, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes filled with trepidation. Had Sasuke awakened? Just as the anxiety of that moment gripped his heart, jubilant voices suddenly filled the air around him. Bewildered, he lifted his head to see Shursui and Uchiha Izumi, their faces radiant with joy as they gazed at him. You've awakened? Itachi's familiar voice, brimming with surprise, followed as he hurried over to Sasuke, visibly relieved to find him unharmed. Brother, Shursui, Izumi, are you all dead? I thought I was in paradise, Sasuke lamented, rubbing his aching head. Sasuke, what nonsense are you saying? You're not dead. Izumi used medical ninjutsu to bring you back, Shursui gently chided, patting Sasuke's head with a smile. I'm not dead. Sasuke blinked, slowly opening his palm, and then suddenly clenched it tightly. Haha, this is wonderful. It seems fate has not forsaken me. Feeling the palpable strength coursing through him, he laughed heartily. In truth, Sasuke had completely fallen in love with the world of ninjas. Here he had his parents, his brother, and Shursui. The thought of leaving this world made him genuinely reluctant. Sasuke, remember not to do such foolish things next time. I will bear any danger myself. Itachi suddenly spoke, observing Sasuke's delighted laughter. Sasuke nodded with a grin. Though he promised Itachi, should danger befall his brother, he would still risk everything to save him. Now that Sasuke has awakened, we must head to the Land of Grass to reunite with the main family forces, Shursui said with a smile. I wonder if our family has arrived in the Land of Grass yet. It's been 2 days. Even at a slow pace, they should have reached by now. Uchiha Izumi speculated. Whether they have arrived or not is not the pressing concern. My greatest worry is that Konoha will continue sending ninja squads to hunt us down. As Shursui and Izumi discussed, Itachi suddenly interjected. The higher-ups in Konoha are not fools. They will quickly learn of the Uchiha clan's presence in the Land of Grass through their intelligence network. Hearing Itachi's words, Shursui's brow furrowed, his expression growing more serious. What should we do? We are still in the Land of Fire. If we can assist our clan, we should take some action. Brother, let us use crows to deliver a threatening letter to Konoha's higher-ups. If they dare to continue attacking the Uchiha clan, we will expose all of Konoha's intelligence to other nations. As Shursui finished speaking, Sasuke chuckled lightly. He had already devised a solution to Itachi's concerns. Using Konoha's intelligence as leverage against its leaders would likely make them reconsider, fearing the repercussions of acting against the Uchiha clan in the Land of Grass. Of course, this plan was not suitable for the Uchiha clan's escape from the Land of Fire. Once Konoha annihilated the Uchiha clan, the deceased could not divulge information, rendering the threat ineffective at that point. Sasuke, you are truly brilliant. This plan sounds promising, Shursui exclaimed with excitement after hearing Sasuke's suggestion. Indeed. The third Hokage is a person who prioritizes the greater good and is very concerned about the village's safety. He is unlikely to agree to continue targeting the Uchiha clan. Itachi nodded after contemplating, also expressing admiration for Sasuke's idea. If there are no further issues, let us begin writing the letter. Once it is sent, we can proceed to the Land of Grass. Agreed. With that, the four of them wasted no time, quickly composing the letter and dispatching it via crow. Having accomplished this, they set forth on their journey to the Land of Grass. Chapter 8. The Shadow of the Moon. The news of the Uchiha clan's safe departure from Konoha spread across the Land of Fire within a single day, creating an uproar throughout the nation. The strength and power of Konoha were well known. Yet now the shocking revelation that hundreds of ninjas from Konoha had failed to hunt down the Uchiha clan was monumental for the people of the Land of Fire. As the event stirred widespread attention, the Uchiha clan, now in the Land of Grass, was poised for an assault on the hidden grass village. Naturally, Konoha's extensive intelligence network soon caught wind of this information, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon 3 advisors for discussion. Hiruzen, what is there to discuss? The Uchiha clan now faces the hidden grass village. If we send a ninja squad for a flanking attack, the Uchiha clan will surely be annihilated. In the meeting room, upon learning of the Uchiha clan's presence in the Land of Grass, Danzo exclaimed with agitation. Even if we dispatch a squad swiftly, it will take a day. If the Uchiha clan has already seized the hidden grass village, our losses will be significant. The thought of losses made Hiruzen's heart ache. To pursue the Uchiha clan, Konoha had already suffered the loss of dozens of Umbu members and several Chunin, including prominent jonin such as Reido and Aoba, resulting in heavy casualties. As far as I know, Bei Luwei is also a remarkably skilled ninja. He should be able to hold back the Uchiha clan for at least a day. Danzo responded grimly to Hiruzen's statement. Shikamaru, Kurenai, what do you think? Understanding that Danzo's views were often extreme, Hiruzen turned to seek the opinions of others. It would be best to eradicate them completely. If we allow the Uchiha clan to grow, Konoha will face significant trouble. Sighing, Shikamaru, observing Danzo's cold glare, spoke softly. I concur. Mito Kazumi, who typically lacked strong opinions, nodded in agreement. Let me think this through, Hiruzen said, taking a puff from his pipe, falling into deep contemplation. In truth, once the Uchiha clan reached the land of grass, Hiruzen had considered abandoning the pursuit, as fighting on foreign soil would attract the attention of enemy nations, which could lead to an attack on Konoha. However, the insistence of Danzo and others to pursue left Hiruzen in a dilemma. As Hiruzen pondered, an Umbu member suddenly rushed in, bowing at the entrance. Hokage-sama, there is crucial intelligence sent by Itachi. What? Itachi? Upon hearing that name, Danzo trembled, his eyes wide with shock. Danzo, didn't you say that Itachi and Shursui were killed in the explosion? Hiruzen asked, looking at the astonished Danzo with curiosity. I don't know how this is possible. Danzo shook his head, confusion etched on his face. He knew that under 1,000,000 explosive tags, Itachi and Shursui should not have survived. Enough, let him in. Hiruzen, eager to know what Itachi had sent, softly commanded. The Umbu member was granted entry, opened the door, and handed a scroll written by Itachi to Hiruzen before quickly exiting. Damn it. After swiftly perusing the contents of the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with indignation, hurled the scroll to the ground with great force. Hiruzen, what troubles you? The astonished inquiries from Danzo and the others reflected their surprise at Sarutobi's intense fury. We can no longer pursue the Uchiha clan. Itachi has threatened us. If we continue our hunt, he will disclose the secrets of Konoha and numerous intelligence to other nations. After sitting in contemplation for a while, Sarutobi finally regained his composure, his voice tinged with hoarseness. What? Itachi dares to threaten us with Konoha's secrets? Danzo's furious roar echoed in the conference room, nearly shaking the roof. If Konoha's secrets were to be revealed, the village would find itself in dire straits. Although the ninja world is currently at peace, the animosities between nations run deep, and war could erupt at any moment. We should have eliminated that traitor Itachi long ago. Frustrated, Danzo slammed his palm onto the sturdy black wooden table, splintering it into pieces, sending wood shavings flying into the faces of the nearby guard ninjas, who could only grit their teeth and endure. Alter the barriers surrounding Konoha. We cannot act against the Uchiha for now. We must await a better opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi spoke calmly. Despite their dissatisfaction, Danzo and the others could only nod in agreement. If there are no further matters, you may return to your duties. Understood, replied Mitarashi Anko, rising swiftly alongside Danzo and leaving the room. As Sarutobi leaned wearily against the back of his chair, he contemplated the potential threat the Uchiha clan posed if they were to rise in power. With a sigh, he found himself inexplicably regretting the actions taken to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Perhaps if he had listened to their desires and allowed the Uchiha clan to ascend to the position of Hokage, the current predicament could have been averted. Yet, this regret came too late. In the small village of Kusagakure, which boasted a population and area merely 1/10 that of Konoha, its combat prowess may have paled in comparison to other ninja villages. However, under the leadership of the cunning Hashikage, Kusagakure adeptly navigated the treacherous waters of diplomacy among powerful nations, enabling them to remain informed of shifting tides to safeguard their own existence. Thus, even though the Land of Grass was a significant battleground during the Third Ninja World War, the village continued to survive. At this moment, within a luxurious chamber of Kusagakure, a figure was meticulously counting finances. This man, appearing to be in his 30s yet possessing a shock of white hair, was none other than Hashikage, the leader of Kusagakure. Hashikage was the most formidable ninja in the Land of Grass, yet he was also incredibly avaricious. Had he not meddled with the funds of the land's daimyo, the Uchiha clan would not have come seeking retribution. Leader, Rizetsu has returned. As Hashikage counted his money, a guard outside respectfully reported. Let her in, Hashikage replied, his eyes gleaming greedily at the pile of uncounted bills. Shortly after, a diminutive woman clad in a light green headscarf entered the room. Chapter 82. The Great War approaches. Leader, the Uchiha clan is only 5 kilometers from our Kusagakure, yet they do not seem prepared to attack. Rizetsu reported while kneeling before the mound of currency. Drawing nearer, are they? Hashikage sighed softly, murmuring, they must be waiting for something. But they will strike tomorrow. What should we do then? A flicker of anxiety crossed Rizetsu's face as she spoke in hushed tones. Shall we summon Senior Morita back? Morita was one of the more formidable ninjas of Kusagakure and a disciple of Hashikage. That brat is always complaining and dissatisfied with himself. Who knows where he is? How could we possibly contact him? Hashikage shook his head dismissively and waved his hand. From this moment on, all ninjas in the village are to cease their missions and prepare for war. Yes. Additionally, prepare a secondary plan. Send someone to the Uchiha clan to negotiate. As long as they do not attack Kusagakure, a little money is of no consequence. Hashikage, who held money in the highest regard, was not thrilled about using it to placate the Uchiha clan, hence the mention of a secondary plan. Is the leader worried that we are no match for the Uchiha clan? Rizetsu, taken aback, inquired after a moment of silence. Hashikage's eyes glimmered as he nodded. Do not underestimate the Uchiha clan. Although they have declined in recent years, two of their members, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, remain exceptionally powerful, especially Uchiha Sasuke. According to my intelligence, he has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and is highly skilled in the body flicker technique. I cannot be certain of my victory against him. A note of gravity tinged Hashikage's final words. What? That man has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Rizetsu's face turned pale with shock. Although she was not a ninja of Konoha, she understood that for a member of the Uchiha clan, acquiring the Manjiki Sharingan was akin to gaining wings. The intelligence I paid for cannot be wrong, Hashikage lamented, then waved his hand dismissively. Now, go execute my earlier orders. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Rizetsu affirmed, nodding. Hashikage slightly nodded before suddenly asking, how has K-Rin been lately? She is currently undertaking a C-rank mission and has been performing quite well. Rizetsu responded with a light laugh upon hearing Hashikage mention the red-haired girl with glasses. Remember to have her accompany me tomorrow. Battles require substantial chakra. And with her presence, I can recover my chakra more swiftly. Hashikage reminded her. I understand. Rizetsu nodded and left the room hastily. I must protect Kusagakure. Hashikage chuckled. Of course, the most important thing is to safeguard my wealth. After Rizetsu departed, Hashikage resumed counting his money tirelessly. Beneath the pale moonlight, a tent camp stood amidst the trees, with a few flickering yellow campfires illuminating the night. This was the temporary encampment of the Uchiha clan, until they seized Kusagakure. The clan members could only sleep in tents. The large tent at the center served as the residence of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. At that moment, shadows moved within, illuminated by the flickering flames outside. Leader, you rejected Kusagakure's offer of peace this afternoon. Does that mean we will go to war tomorrow? Uchiha Itachi inquired. Indeed. I had hoped to wait for Sasuke and Itachi to return. With them, victory over Kusagakure's ninja would be assured. However, since they have yet to arrive, we must proceed with the attack tomorrow. Nodding, Uchiha Fugaku expressed his frustration. If they continued to delay, he feared the ninjas from Konoha would descend upon them, leading to a dire pincer attack that could spell the end for the Uchiha clan. Fear not, leader. Even without Sasuke and Itachi, we can still triumph over Kusagakure's ninja. Having reviewed the intelligence regarding the ninjas of the grass-hidden village, a member of the Uchiha clan spoke with great confidence. Let me handle Beiryu. You all can take care of the other formidable ninjas from the grass-hidden village. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and promptly made arrangements. The other clan members silently agreed. This impending battle would determine the fate of both factions. Such a conflict, once one side faltered, would plunge them into irreparable ruin, a conclusion far from trivial. Thus, they were resolved to fight with all their might until the end. Under the pitch-black night sky, a solitary moon hung above, casting a gentle, cool glow upon the earth. This was the border near the land of grass, by a small river shimmering in moonlight. A faint campfire flickered nearby, bringing a touch of warmth to the tranquil darkness. Beside the fire, Sasuke, Itachi, Sasuke, and Uchiha Izumi gathered around a hand-drawn map. After a day's journey from the Kakizaki Bridge, they had arrived here, albeit at a slower pace due to Sasuke's incomplete recovery, which had hindered the team's speed. We should reach the grass-hidden village by noon tomorrow, Sasuke remarked, pointing at the map's symbol marking the village with a light laugh. I wonder if our clan has already captured it. Sasuke replied with a wry smile. Even if we haven't taken the village yet, Itachi has awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. With his strength alone, he could seize the grass-hidden village, Sasuke said. Glancing at Sasuke. What? Brother has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? When did that happen? Sasuke exclaimed, taken aback. He knew that in the narrative of Naruto, Itachi had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan only after witnessing Sasuke's tragic end. It was astonishing to learn that Itachi had unlocked this power without the sacrifice of someone close to him. It was after you fainted while protecting Itachi from Danzo's lethal strike that he activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Thanks to that, we might have all perished otherwise. Uchiha Izumi explained gently, recognizing Sasuke's ignorance of the circumstances. Surely, brother didn't believe I was already dead at that moment. Yet, the Manjiki Sharingan indeed requires immense emotional turmoil to awaken, generating a unique chakra in the brain, she added. Upon hearing this, Sasuke pondered briefly, then turned to Itachi with a smile. Congratulations, brother, on awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. You are now an elite ninja. I will strive to catch up to you. One day, I shall surpass you. It could be said that the power of the Manjiki Sharingan was entirely a gift from Sasuke. Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, chuckling softly. Indeed. Sasuke nodded. The harrowing experience of life and death over the past few days had made him acutely aware of his own frailty. Therefore, once the crisis facing the Uchiha clan was resolved, he vowed to dedicate himself to more rigorous training. Chapter 83, The Devouring Technique. The Blood-Red Grassland. Located not far from the hidden grass village, is the largest stretch of grassland in the Land of Grass. This verdant expanse has been stained crimson with the blood of countless warriors during each Ninja World War, thus earning its ominous name. Today, a battle more perilous than any before is about to unfold, as the Uchiha clan refuses to seek peace, forcing the resolute Bai Liu to lead his subordinates in defense against their relentless assault. The fate of the hidden grass village hangs in the balance. In the rear of the blood-red grassland, dozens of figures stood, their gazes tinged with apprehension as they stared ahead, where the Uchiha clan's attacking members could appear at any moment. Dragon Tongue, the enemy approaches. Sensed the powerful energy drawing near, the bespectacled Xiang Lin abruptly exclaimed to her companion, Dragon Tongue. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed formidable sensing abilities, allowing her to detect unusual movements within a radius of several dozen kilometers by merely closing her eyes and opening her inner vision. Furthermore, should she detect a specific chakra, she could discern detailed locations, movements, numbers, and characteristics of the opponents. Xiang Lin, during the battle, do not stray from your position, understood? Dragon Tongue cautioned. Her icy gaze fixed ahead. Xiang Lin nodded slightly, about to respond when a sudden rush of wind echoed from the front. They are commencing their attack. Upon hearing the swift movement, Bai Liu and the others' expressions hardened. Moments after the sound of rushing wind, over 100 Uchiha clan members, clad in uniform family attire and armed with weapons, surged toward Bai Liu's position. The thundering sound of their footsteps resonated across the sky, instilling a profound psychological weight. Prepare for battle, Dragon Tongue commanded sternly, her expression growing grave. In response to her order, a chorus of affirmations erupted, and figures darted forward like lightning. Today's battle is crucial for the survival of both Hidden Grass Village and the Land of Grass, so let us fight with all we have, Bai Liu declared, his gaze sweeping over the assembled warriors. The gravity of the situation was palpable. This battle was indeed a matter of life and death. As the ninjas of Hidden Grass Village entered a state of readiness, the dark mass of Uchiha clan members surged forth. At the forefront, Uchiha Fugaku strode confidently, activating his Manjiki Sharingan. When he was merely a dozen meters from Bai Liu, the Uchiha forces halted, a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from them, enveloping all the ninjas of Hidden Grass Village. Bai Liu, surrender. You stand no chance against the Uchiha clan. I assure you, we will not harm you. Uchiha Fugaku's commanding voice rang out, echoing through the heavens. Spare me your empty words. I will not allow you to enter Hidden Grass Village. Bai Liu replied coldly, his determination unwavering. Ninjas of Hidden Grass Village, today we shall leave no invaders alive. With that chilling declaration, the ninjas prepared their weapons, the glint of sharp kunai reflecting the imminent violence, launching toward the formidable opposing force. Uchiha Fugaku smirked, a hint of malevolence in his smile. Then let us ensure your complete annihilation. Clan members, heed my command. Kill. As Fugaku's final word resounded, the tension in the air shattered, and the Uchiha clan members charged forward. Kill. The ninjas of Hidden Grass Village, refusing to yield, summoned their chakra and charged headlong into the fray. Boom. Boom. In a heartbeat, the two fearsome forces clashed, and the battlefield erupted with the sounds of exploding tags and the rippling energy of ninjutsu. Amidst the chaos, Bai Liu stood alone, untouched by any Uchiha clan member, for they understood that he was a challenge meant for their leader to confront personally. Bai Liu witnessed the power of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan turned icy as a torrent of chakra surged from within him, transforming into a colossal energy skeleton. This crimson specter loomed over the battlefield, its enormous eyes fixated on Bai Liu, radiating an extraordinary sense of pressure. Under this overwhelming force, the ninjas of Hidden Grass Village could only express their astonishment. Those familiar with Susanoo recognized that Fugaku had summoned the second form of Susanoo, capable of wielding unique weapons and ninjutsu. This form was optimal in terms of balance, allowing for versatile long-range attacks. Bai Liu's gaze remained fixed on the towering energy skeleton, an icy chill coursing through him. He now understood why the Uchiha clan was regarded as one of the strongest in the ninja world. Uchiha Fugaku, devoid of emotion, locked eyes with Bai Liu. After a moment, he raised his hands, fingers poised in an ominous gesture, mirroring the colossal skeleton. With the seals completed, a chilling voice, imbued with immense pressure and authority, reverberated through the air. Ninjutsu, falling fire from the heavens. As the command was issued, a massive conflagration, as large as 10 zhong, blazed into existence above Fugaku, bearing down with terrifying force like a meteor toward Bai Liu, glaring at the overwhelming flames that threatened to engulf him. Bai Liu gritted his teeth and raised his hands, forming a radiant arc of light before him. Sizzle. When the inferno descended, a cacophony of sound did not follow. Instead, the flames diminished upon contact with Bai Liu's barrier, their ferocity waning. What? He can absorb my flames. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief, encountering such an extraordinary ninjutsu for the first time. Haha, my devouring technique can absorb chakra attacks of any nature. Trying to kill me will not be that simple. Having successfully absorbed Fugaku's terrifying celestial fire, Bai Liu couldn't suppress his triumphant laughter. Also, Morita is indeed one of the hungry ghosts. Chapter 84, The Offensive and Defensive Battle. Since ninjutsu attacks prove ineffective against you, allow me to try this. Observing Bai Liu revel in his victory, Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly. As he spoke, a massive crimson spear began to coalesce in the hands of Fugaku's Susanoo. With a sudden tremor of the Susanoo's arm, the crimson spear sliced through the air, hurtling towards the grounded Bailyuyu. As the fiery spear approached, a grave expression filled Bailyuyu's eyes. He understood that this weapon was extraordinary and would not foolishly engage it head-on. In a swift motion, he summoned a shuriken that darted forth, only to be violently deflected upon contact with the spear. Naturally, Bailyuyu did not expect much from the shuriken in that fleeting moment. He swiftly retreated. The colossal spear crashed into the spot where Bailyuyu had just stood. A thunderous roar resonated as the immense force cracked the ground beneath. Thinking of escape? The spear's assault having missed, Uchiha Fugaku let out a chilling laugh, clenching his hand as the spear, embedded in the earth, lifted itself and once more charged at Bailyuyu. With no alternative, Bailyuyu evaded like a mouse, yet he realized that perpetual evasion was not a viable strategy. He clasped his hands together and began to rapidly form seals. Fire release, great fire serpent technique, he exclaimed as the ground trembled violently and a roaring flame coiled upward, coalescing into a massive fire serpent. The emergence of this serpent drained Bailyuyu's chakra significantly, as he could feel the blood drain from his face. Upon witnessing the fiery serpent, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. For Bailyu's ninjutsu mimicked the great fireball technique, albeit in a different form. Go! Just as Fugaku was astonished, Bailyuyu altered his hand seals and commanded the colossal fire serpent to unleash a thunderous roar, charging fiercely towards Fugaku's Susanoo. The distance between them was negligible. The fire serpent reached Fugaku in an instant, colliding with the Susanoo in a resounding clash. A moment of silence was shattered by an infernal tempest of flames that erupted from Fugaku's position, a cataclysmic force that spread over 100 meters, forcing all combatants in the vicinity to flee, fully aware that to be caught in the flames would be disastrous, even for their formidable strength. As the fiery storm subsided, a cloud of smoke lingered, and soon after, a gigantic silhouette emerged. It was none other than Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo, which, astonishingly, bore no signs of damage from the fire serpent's ferocious impact. The glimmer in Bailyu's eyes flickered with shock, as he murmured in disbelief, such potent offense and formidable defense. The power of the Uchiha clan is truly terrifying. Yield to despair. Uchiha Fugaku grinned malevolently, a sinister glint reflecting in Bailyu's gaze, akin to a demon. Bailyu's expression darkened slightly, and he retorted, though you are formidable now, it is clear that such power demands an immense chakra cost. You cannot maintain this state indefinitely. With his profound understanding, Bailyuu recognized the balance of all things. Thus, he articulated his deductions. You speak the truth. Yet your defense against my attacks will also deplete your chakra, placing us on equal footing, Fugaku replied without contesting. Humph. Let us see who shall emerge victorious in the end. After Bailyu's cold laughter faded, he resolved to evade attacks while waiting for Fugaku to exhaust his chakra before striking. Perish. Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor remained impassive, unperturbed by Bailyu's words, as he continued to command the Susanoo to launch attacks. Capture the king before the thieves. Uchiha Fugaku was determined to eliminate Bailyuu at all costs to expedite the conclusion of this battle. Once their leader fell, the ninjas of Kusagakure would surrender, minimizing casualties among the Uchiha clan. Thus, a fierce battle of offense and defense ensued. The clash between Uchiha Fugaku and Bailyuu was intense, yet after 10 minutes, the tides shifted abruptly as Fugaku's chakra reserves dwindled, causing the Susanoo to vanish rapidly. Upon witnessing the disappearance of Fugaku's Susanoo, the roles of defender and attacker reversed. Bailyuu unleashed a ferocious onslaught, appearing before Fugaku and swinging his fist. Fugaku, reacting in time, clenched his fist and retaliated, resulting in a collision that left both combatants pale. Their bodies propelled backward. Haha. Without that state, you are but a shadow of your former self. Without chakra, you shall be no match for me. Rising swiftly, Bailyuu mocked Fugaku, who also regained his footing. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. You too lack chakra. What makes you think you can defeat me? Fugaku retorted coolly. I may lack chakra, but I can swiftly recover it. Come forth, Kyuka. Bailyuu shouted. Understood. Kyuka had been poised and promptly surged from behind. Red-haired girl? Could she be? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fixed upon Kyuka, realization dawning upon him as he mumbled in shock, rudely tearing Kyuka's sleeve. Bailyuu grasped her arm and bit down fiercely on her alabaster skin. Ah! Kyuka cried out in pain, helplessly enduring Bailyu's bite. The ability of physical healing was one of the Uzumaki clan's gifts. By biting Kyuka's flesh, Bailyuu could swiftly restore both his chakra and injuries. Haha! Now it's my turn. Feeling his chakra replenishing rapidly, Bailyuu released Kyuka and gradually stood tall. Chapter 85. The Radiance of the Heavenly Deity. That girl is indeed of the Uzumaki clan. This is troubling, Fugaku murmured as he observed Bailyuu regaining his vigor. Ninjutsu, grass binding. Upon Fugaku's utterance, the ground beneath him erupted with several grass chains that coiled around his legs like venomous serpents. This is bad. Struggling against the chains, Fugaku realized he could not break free, a wave of despair crashing over him. In such a confrontation, this binding would undoubtedly determine the victor. Thus, as Fugaku found himself ensnared, Bailyu's cheeks puffed out like a frog's, his hands deftly forming seals. Fire release. Ghost Lantern. A searing inferno erupted violently from the mouth of Bailuyu, swiftly transforming into a multitude of ghostly flames that surged menacingly towards Uchiha Fugaku. Aware that evasion was futile, Uchiha Fugaku felt a pang of despair. Should he fall to Bailuyu, the morale of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly suffer, and this battle might culminate in their defeat. Alas, how careless I have been. As this realization dawned upon him, regret coursed through Uchiha Fugaku's heart. Uchiha Gale's sword. Yet, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a slight figure soared into view, conjuring a colossal blade of fire that countered the ghostly flames aimed at Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke? Recognizing the figure that had descended, Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a surge of elation as he beheld Sasuke, alongside Itachi, Shisui, and Uchiha Izumi, who had arrived in an instant. They had finally returned. Uchiha Fugaku could not contain his excitement, laughing heartily. The sight of Shisui and Itachi arriving at such a critical juncture ignited an uproar of exhilarating cheers among the Uchiha clan members engaged in battle. As esteemed warriors of the Uchiha clan, none were unaware of Shisui and Itachi's prowess, and many had been yearning for their presence in this grand conflict, hoping they would lead the Uchiha clan to victory over the hidden grass village. Now that the long-awaited figures had finally appeared, how could they not be swept away by wild exhilaration? Itachi, I will leave him to you. Go assist the others. Upon landing, Shisui's gaze fixed upon Bailuyu. He spoke with a light-hearted smile. Understood. Nodding in agreement, Itachi wasted no time, drawing his blade and plunging into the fray, while Uchiha Izumi, ever vigilant, hastened to aid any injured Uchiha clan members in need of healing. As Itachi and Uchiha Izumi sprang into action, Sasuke rushed to Uchiha Fugaku's side, swiftly severing the grass chains that bound his father's legs. Father, you are injured. Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Fugaku, a hint of concern lacing his voice. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about, Fugaku replied with a casual tone, his gaze drifting toward the chaotic battlefield. Sasuke, let's fight together. At these words, a smile broke on Sasuke's face as he lifted his head, his dark, narrowed eyes scanning the myriad of Konoha ninjas before him. Yes, I will not disappoint you. Haha, that's my son. With that, Fugaku and Sasuke plunged into the fray, engaging in a fierce battle. Who are you? In a fight of this magnitude, I advise you to keep your distance, Lu Wei remarked ominously, having observed Fugaku's departure and now fixing his gaze on Shisui. There's no need for your concern. Shisui replied lightly, unsheathing his blade. Unwise. As Lu Wei prepared to form hand seals, intent on combat, Shisui's figure suddenly appeared before him with astonishing speed. How fast? Lu Wei exclaimed in shock. Shisui's short blade sliced through the air like a streak of black lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust. As it descended upon the motionless Lu Wei, the force was so potent that it expelled the very air beneath the blade, producing a low, explosive sound reminiscent of an underground detonation, deep and unsettling. The violent winds pressed Liu Yue's garments tightly against his skin, yet his expression remained unyielding, unmoved by the impending strike. With a swift motion, the blade descended upon Lu Wei, but he transformed into a mere straw dummy in an instant. A shadow clone? Shisui murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, before activating his Sharingan. Ha! I suspected you had tricks up your sleeve. Just as Shisui's blade struck the straw clone, the real Lu Wei erupted from the ground beneath him, aiming a kunai directly at Shisui's vital point. The kunai pierced Shisui's crucial area seamlessly. Yet he did not cry out in pain, causing Liu Yue's expression to shift dramatically. A flicker of surprise swept through Liu Yue, but before he could process it, Shisui's body transformed into dozens of crows, scattering rapidly. What just happened? The crows vanished into thin air, and in the blink of an eye, a blood-red light illuminated the surroundings. Lu Wei furrowed his brow and looked up, where a colossal blood-red full moon appeared, adorned with a massive Sharingan pattern at its center. Where am I? Lu Yue pondered, realizing he seemed to have entered another realm, absent of the crimson grass, Uchiha clan members, and Konoha ninjas. Only a desolate wasteland beneath his feet and the enormous moon above. You have fallen victim to my genjutsu, Koten Zanchuan. Shisui's voice resonated through this strange world. No, I refuse to believe it. I cannot be ensnared by your genjutsu. Lu Wei roared in fury, sprinting through the barren landscape, yet no matter how far he ran, the massive blood-red moon loomed above him. In this illusionary realm, I wield absolute control. No force can withstand this genjutsu. Shisui's voice echoed once more as the ground beneath Lu Yue trembled violently, tearing apart like the end of the world, and he plummeted into an abyss of unfathomable depth. As Lu Wei descended, the blood-red moon erupted, shattering into countless fragments that rained down upon him. A scream, beyond the bounds of language, reverberated through this realm. Chapter 86. Kagaya, it is over. Observing Lu Yue ensnared in genjutsu, Shisui wasted no time, thrusting his blade through Liu Yue's vital point. Struck by the fatal blow, Liu Yue's countenance turned ashen as his consciousness returned from the spiritual realm, and he coughed up blood before collapsing to the ground. With a detached demeanor, Shisui withdrew his blade from Liu Yue's lifeless body, his heart devoid of any tremors. He had become accustomed to the countless ninjas who had perished by his hand. Having eliminated the leader of Konoha, Shirsue's gaze shifted back to the battlefield. The situation appeared to have shifted in favor of the Uchiha clan, thanks to the intervention of Itachi, Fugaku, and Sasuke. Nevertheless, both sides remained locked in a grueling stalemate. The large-scale melee resembled a meat grinder. With casualties mounting on both sides, the cacophony of battle cries and wails melding into a crescendo that echoed into the heavens, even reaching beyond the blood-red grasslands. This meaningless conflict should come to an end sooner rather than later. With furrowed brows, Shisui called out, "Konoha ninjas, listen. Your leader is dead. Continuing this fight is futile. Those willing to surrender may join the Uchiha clan as allies. We shall not harm you. For those who resist, only death awaits." Under Shirsue's commanding voice, the once fierce battlefield gradually fell silent, eyes turning toward him. The Uchiha clan members wore expressions of elation, while the Konoha ninjas appeared visibly shaken. Bailuo's death had dealt a significant blow to their morale. The leader is dead? If the leader has fallen, what reason do we have to continue fighting? Some timid Konoha ninjas, emboldened by Shirsue's words, hastily discarded their weapons and surrendered. To them, nothing mattered more than survival. As some led the way in surrender, those undecided among the Konoha ninjas followed suit. However, a faction of ninjas loyal to Bailuo remained steadfast, gritting their teeth and continuing the fight. But they were swiftly cut down by the Uchiha clan. With a swift motion, Sasuke dispatched another defiant Konoha ninja before surveying the surroundings. He noticed many Konoha ninjas had surrendered, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Don't come any closer." Just as relief settled in, a shrill scream caught Sasuke's attention. Turning toward the source of the sound, he saw a bespectacled girl with red hair being besieged by two Uchiha clan members for her indecision. Kaguya? Although Kaguya was still young, Sasuke recognized her instantly. In the Naruto series, Kaguya is remembered by fans for her unwavering affection towards Sasuke. No matter his actions, Kaguya supported him without hesitation, even if he stood against the entire ninja world. Despite Sasuke's moment of madness when he sought to harm her, Kaguya's final thoughts were not of betrayal but of the beautiful boy she once knew. After being rescued, during the battle between Sasuke and Naruto, Kaguya instinctively worried for Sasuke's well-being. When they reunited, Sasuke's simple apology rendered Kaguya incapable of harboring any resentment toward him. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Sasuke was gravely injured by Madara, the typically rational Kaguya rushed toward him in a frenzied attempt to save him. The selfless love of Lin is the greatest, touching countless fans of fire and endearing her to Sasuke, who admired her even before his time travel. Thus, when he saw Lin in danger, he rushed to her aid without hesitation. With a resounding crash, a tall member of the Uchiha clan kicked Lin away, and another Uchiha, named Uchiha Ming, pursued her, brandishing a small dagger aimed menacingly at the terrified Lin. If it struck, it would surely result in a gruesome scene. Lin, Dragon Tongue, witnessing this alarming spectacle from a distance, screamed, her face drained of color. In the hidden grass village, the person she cherished most was Lin, who was like a sister to her. If anything were to happen to Lin, her own existence would lose all meaning. Just as the scream echoed, a figure appeared, quickly intercepting Uchiha Ming's dagger with a swift motion. The clash of metal resounded through the air. Sasuke? Uchiha Ming, perplexed, stared at the boy who had protected Lin. "She is my friend. Do not harm her," Sasuke stated with a smile, retracting his dagger. "Oh, my apologies." Uchiha Ming, taken aback to discover that the girl wearing the hidden grass village forehead protector was Sasuke's friend, could only awkwardly retreat. "Lin, are you alright?" After Uchiha Ming departed, Sasuke turned to Lin with concern. "So handsome." Upon seeing Sasuke's face clearly, Lin's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but marvel internally. In the world of Naruto, Sasuke was undeniably a heartthrob. No girl who had encountered him could deny his charm, and Lin was no exception. "How do you know my name?" Lin shyly inquired as Sasuke helped her to her feet. "I heard someone call your name just now," Sasuke replied, momentarily caught off guard before casually explaining. Oh, Lin nodded, initially wanting to converse further with Sasuke, but at that moment, Dragon Tongue suddenly intervened, forcefully pushing Sasuke aside. Dragon Tongue stood protectively in front of Lin, warning Sasuke, "Kid, do not approach Lin. Dragon Tongue, please don't hurt him. He just saved me." Lin urgently protested as she saw Sasuke being shoved away. "I am Uchiha Sasuke. As long as you do not resist the Uchiha clan, I assure you that no one will harm you," Sasuke said, steadying himself and maintaining eye contact with the wary Dragon Tongue, smiling amicably. "Heh, your Uchiha clan invaded the hidden grass village, killed our leader. And now you expect us not to resist?" Dragon Tongue scoffed at his words. "Your leader, Bailuo, showed disrespect towards the daimyo of the land of grass and sought to profit from it. The daimyo had no choice but to request our assistance in the hidden grass village. How does that equate to invasion?" Sasuke exhaled softly and remarked. While it is possible that other ninjas from the grass village are unaware of certain matters concerning Bailuo, Ryosh is well aware that Sasuke speaks the truth. Bailuo indeed embezzled funds from the land of grass, inciting the wrath of the daimyo. At this juncture, if the ninjas of the grass village persist in their resistance, they will only meet a tragic end. It would be wiser to remain calm. Those who wish to stay in the grass village may do so, while those who prefer to depart are free to choose their destination. Noticing Ryoshi's silence, Sasuke continued his persuasion. Chapter 87. The Arrival of the Daimyo. As Sasuke's words lingered in the air, the gaze of Xianglin immediately shifted towards Ryoshi, pondering which path to choose.